The smell of freshly cut infield grass, the taste of hot dogs and all the other goodies you can get in the concessions, the sounds of the cracks of the bat, and of course the sights of that great grab in the outfield. But most importantly, the feeling you get to be in the stadium. And for the first time in about 18 months, we can actually say, yeah, we're doing that. Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome to Baseball Day in Canada. I'm your host, Joe McFarland, alongside Dean Millard. Very happy to be broadcasting live from the beautiful Siemens Stadium in Okotoks. Unfortunately, a little bit of smoke, but a very, very warm day for some baseball here, Dean.
Yeah, it's this is just the picturesque. We saw the Field of Dreams game the other day that Major League Baseball put on, and this Baseball Day in Canada is a chance for us to, celebrate the people behind us playing, the stadiums that we're sitting in, and the stadiums that will be built, and all in all, enjoy this great game. I know we celebrate. We're Canadians, so we were born with hockey in our DNA, but we need to celebrate this game a whole lot more because, A, we have great facilities, and we have great players, and we have great leagues like the one we're talking about today.
Absolutely. The Western Canadian Baseball League, and really a great opportunity, as you mentioned, to celebrate the game of baseball in our country. And when you look at 13 major leaguers being Canadian, when you look at 17 who were drafted in this past June's MLB draft, there's a growing sentiment that it's not just hockey here. It's baseball, it's football, it's every sport now. You're seeing soccer pop up, but this is a great opportunity for us to really showcase. And so we're going to hear from some panelists. We have John Arcandia, who's going to be joining us a little bit later on. Ian Wilson's here as well. A number of others going to be joining us as well. Jordan Blundell. We're also going to have a bunch of interviews that you and I have both done over the course of the last few weeks here to really give us a sense as to the state of the game, maybe. And when you look back at it, maybe give us some of your favorite interviews that you've done over the last little bit here.
Well, no doubt my most favorite interview, and I did love them all, but getting a chance to talk with Scott Crawford from the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, that could have went for an hour because we recapped one of the most important international events, the 1991 World Youth Championship that happened in my hometown. I got to watch every game, but we also got to talk about the past for Canada at baseball. We have 2 Hall of Famers now in Ferguson Jenkins and Larry Walker. And will we have 3 in Joey Votto?
I was going to say.
Red slugger. The Reds are, they're going to put the full court press. The Rockies maybe didn't have in the Expos. They don't have the cachet maybe that the Reds have in the history. Red Nation is going to get Joey Votto into the Hall of Fame. So it's a great celebration for us to be able to look at the past and the future of the game. And who knows, maybe we're talking about some of these guys out here in that context down the road.
Absolutely. And all you need to do is look at these 2 teams in the past they've had. You look at Edmonton with Tanner Kerwer, Eric Sabrowski, both making their way through the minor league system now. Okotoks, a couple of draft picks in the last little bit. Alejo Lopez as well, recently getting up with the aforementioned Cincinnati Reds. So there's a lot of history with these 2 teams just in the short 15, 20 years that the WCBL's been around in its current form anyways, and 80 plus years, I believe, as far as going across Western Canada here. So a lot to talk about, a lot to hear from over the next few hours here. So we're delighted to have you on board with us. We're going to start things off talking with Jason Dixon from the incoming CEO of Baseball Canada. He's been the president for the last little bit. Get a state of the game. We also have Bob Elliott joining us, the legendary writer and founder of Canadian Baseball Network joining us, and Barb Northcott as well from Baseball Alberta to talk about the women's game. Another kind of not underwhelming, what's the word?
Undercovered.
Underappreciated team as well. So we'll get to that. But first, let's take a look at maybe the love of the game and who can not get romantic about baseball.
My journey started with a dream. Like most dreams, what does it take? It takes preparation. Watching the games played from coast to coast, I saw the fields. I saw the people. I saw the courage.
I'll tell you what, there's still no better place in the world to get a hot dog. And wherever there's a ballpark and there's a game going on, that ends up being the best patio in the city. It started playing catch with my mom and my dad. It's that consistency of what baseball means to people. It's about community gatherings. It's about people getting together and being together and sharing experiences and sharing memories and through that creating new memories. And you know what? It's always been at the ballpark, and it always will be at the ballpark. There's just something magical about walking into a stadium, and the beautiful thing about the game is anything can happen at any point. Frankly, the friendships and the memories is what this sport is built on. It's what baseball's all about. A bunch of like-minded individuals trying to accomplish the same goal. And that's what's special about the game, and that's why I'm still involved to this day. I get to live vicariously through my players and the kids that I get the opportunity to coach. And really the family that is the sport of baseball, and parents helping out with whatever youth team they're involved in, scorekeeping or managing, and them as well being part of a team, and it's all encompassing. And then I think from the parent side of things, they see their son or daughter start to fall in love with something and make decisions based on what's best for their baseball opportunity, and it helps steer their path, and it helps keep them motivated, and it helps keep them willing to continue to grow and learn. And those lessons are life lessons. At the end of the day, what you end up learning while you're playing youth baseball, those lessons can carry you through your young adulthood and into adulthood. And that gives you an opportunity to have experience, even though you haven't been through something necessarily before. The sport of baseball has put you in a position that you can deal with it. You can deal with adversity. You can deal with failure. And, that's for everyone. We're always trying to get better at dealing with failure. And that's what this sport's all about. So, for me, having spent most of my life involved in high-level baseball, if you're doing a good job leading, it provides that community and it provides that togetherness that, I think makes it the most special game in the world.
So what does it take? Perseverance, bravery, sharing what we know, celebrating our wins, learning from our losses. You have to respect the game. Love the sport. Enjoy with family and with friends. We all do our part. Sometimes we fall, but we pick ourselves up. We all belong here, and we all contribute in our own way.
The Baseball Day in Canada is such a great event. Really grateful to be a part of it, and hopefully this touches a young player or two, and maybe that itch gets greater for them to continue on in the sport. So that's baseball to me, man.
You never know how you'll get there or where it takes you. In the end, it's your team, it's your community, your family. This is our day in Canada. This is our dream together.
Jason, thanks so much for joining us here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Thanks for having me.
Let's give an overarching analysis from your perspective. If we were to do a state of the game, what would you state about it?
I think we've probably had two statements on that. I think pre-COVID and post-COVID, but I think pre-COVID, we were, gaining momentum and still working on our game, shaping and trying to grow it. We were seeing some good years of growth, across the country. And I think in large part, we go as the Jays go. So as they have a good run, it kind of really helps us that way too. And kids are getting more engaged. So that's been really good. State of the game post-COVID is going to be interesting, right? I think, every sport is kind of, it's reassessing where they are. Really unfortunate for us just of where COVID has hit. It forced a cancellation of nationals last year. And again, this year, safety first, we all understand that, but it's really hard. We know how tough that is on the kids to not attend the nationals or play baseball in general. But I think, the state of the game is really good with Baseball Canada. And we're anxious to get back at it and continue the growth, get people back again, support our provinces post-COVID. And more than anything, as a dad of two kids, just really get the kids active again. They miss baseball, they miss their sport, and get them back out again and playing and having fun and really looking forward to that.
I assume looking over the last 18 months or so, you've had a little bit of an opportunity to maybe do, I don't want to call it soul searching, but obviously maybe a SWOT analysis almost. And so from that standpoint, when you look at things, where are some of the strengths that lie within Baseball Canada?
Yeah, I think, you're exactly right. Over the last 18 months, it's forced us to hit the pause button, which sometimes, you could argue is needed to kind of, resharpen or take a deep breath and really look at where you are. And that's been good for us. It's allowed us, I guess, to go through this transition of CEOs and not lose any ground in that sense, but also step back and look at the game. And we're a pretty traditional sport that, sometimes may be slow to change. And we realize, COVID has kind of forced us to do some things differently, to operate through COVID and maybe realize that we can change some things. And I think, the strength with I think sport in Canada in general is just, we are Canadian, like Canadians love to be, supporting their teams. And I think, whether it's the national, the hockey teams or the baseball teams, like that's a big opportunity for us to really support our teams. I think, the strength for us going forward is, we're into that summer sport that we're not competing with hockey. I chatted with the hockey guys last week and we kind of had that discussion around just being a summer sport versus a winter sport. But, the advantages there, I think in the summertime, it'd be in a short summertime, but, Canadians really love their baseball as much as they love their hockey. And I think the opportunity to grow that game, in all facets and grow our youth programs, grow our women's programs. We're always looking at how we can, be more diverse in our sport. And I think there's some opportunities there for us to improve.
You mentioned that key word that I was going to get to next, which is opportunities. And again, with that SWOT analysis, what kinds of things do you want to zero in on, maybe, especially as you enter your new role?
I think coming out of COVID, it's probably impacted provinces differently. So it's really taken the time to sit down and understand how we can support some of those provincial bodies. And, because at the end of the day, they're really driving out the programming at the provincial level and helping the local associations who are helping the clubs. Because, let's be honest with where we are, the end user or the people that are on the front lines, they make baseball happen in your community. As much as we can try to do the things we want to do from the Baseball Canada head office, we need the volunteers that are in small communities to keep score and umpire and coach and run the canteen and all the good things. And so I think a huge opportunity for us is to really support our provinces, see what they need coming out of COVID, see how they've been impacted, and really have good discussions with them to see how they think the game can change. What has COVID brought to our attention? What do we want to change? Maybe it's something we've always talked about changing, but now we're finally just brave enough post-COVID to say, we think we want to change this about our game, or we want to adjust this about our game. And so I'm anxious to talk to a lot of the provinces and kind of get their feedback to see, okay, where are, flush out the opportunities for us. Because I always say some of the best ideas come from the people who are doing it day to day.
Obviously you went through the day-to-day yourself, you came up through the system yourself, made your way up to the major leagues, and now you're kind of giving back to the community, to the baseball community in that way. When you look back at your journey, how different is the system back in your day versus the system now?
Yeah, August 4th was the 30-year anniversary of a team that I was fortunate enough to play with in 1991 that we won a world championship in Brandon. In Winnipeg. And I think about going to provincials in that team, and it was in Saskatchewan, quickly selected a team, sent us off to nationals, and away we went. And now I look at the way that we develop, our national teams are together for a long time. They're developed for multiple years, helping kids grow. Associations and local programs are also developing kids, understanding where they're going. And it's more, not just for the national team, but understanding that, there's lots of opportunity for Canadians to get to college, lots of opportunity for Canadians to get into professional sports and ultimately to the big leagues. We just had another player called up the other day, so it'll be our 13th Canadian in the big leagues, this year. So it's exciting for anybody that's ever watched some of these kids play to say, hey, I can do this, right? And I think, that's where it was for me. I was lucky enough to have Matt Stairs and Rael Cormier, who were, a little bit ahead of me, and watch those guys do it. And when they do it, then it's like, okay, I can do it too. And so hopefully that's what I think, the impact maybe that I've had here in New Brunswick is the kids see that I'm just, a regular guy that played ball in a small town just like them. And if you've got a little bit of skill and you work really hard at it, that you've got a real legitimate chance.
Talk about that excitement level from a Baseball Canada perspective when you see not just the 13 players that have made it to the big leagues, but you saw 17 Canadians drafted this past summer. I mean, there's a little bit of momentum and a little bit of acknowledgement, I think, within the sports community that, hey, you know what, the Canadian athletes are legit.
Yeah, I think it validates for many levels of people who, whether they've, hit ground balls to that player through, batting practice to them, to coaches who tried to teach them the mental side of the game, to parents who supported in some ways to help the kids form a team, and provincial associations putting programs together, and national teams, inviting those kids to play. Like, I think it validates all that hard work that everybody's doing at every level. At the end of the day, to really help a kid or a young player fulfill what is their dream, right? And I think, the best part is each one of those players that gets called up to the big leagues, not, they're fulfilling their dream, but there's a whole slew of people behind them that, are with them in that, right? They're celebrating as much as they are that opportunity to play in the big leagues.
And obviously the other aspect of it is the ability to give back, much like you did, seeing guys like Mike Soroka come back home, or seeing a Joey Votto mention Canada. I mean, those kinds of things really help in the long run for the game as well. It's not just the Blue Jays kind of thing.
Yeah, I think those guys that are connected to Baseball Canada or the national team or the junior program or any program in some way, shape, or form, they don't forget about it. And, it means a lot. It means a lot. I mean, I think about, even for me kind of coming through the program, the 30 years ago, the opportunity to play for Team Canada was kind of really started my career, and I'm very fortunate for it. And, you even see in the background behind me, I've got, a few big league jersey, but it's my Team Canada jersey that hangs in the center that I'm most proud of, right? I still, still friends with a lot of those guys. And I think that connection that you form at that age, going through some of those tough times when you're still uncertain if you're good enough to be a big league player, that you never forget that. And I think you're always grateful for baseball in Canada and Baseball Canada.
Final question for you here, Jason. What is your message to the players, to the volunteers, the parents, everyone in the baseball community as we emerge from this pandemic and we kind of return to that sense of normalcy that we've been kind of hoping for the last little while here?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I think of when you mention all those groups, it's a huge thank you, right, to them for not only the work pre-COVID, but just managing through COVID, for all the hours they put in as volunteers. And we're very grateful for all that. Because again, I said, they make it happen. It's not the Baseball Canada staff, like the frontline people make it happen. But my message to them, I guess, coming out of COVID is, we're working hard to get back to where we once were, and don't lose sight of how much we love the game, going into COVID. And I know it was tough to lose a couple, maybe lose an entire season or lose a national championship, but just knowing that we will get back to where we once were. But it's going to take a collective effort, right? You need those same groups of people to do the things they do. And just, it's a shared passion for the love of baseball that we need to rekindle and fire them back up again, and get past this COVID thing and get back to the ball fields and really start to drive baseball and grow the game like we were.
Jason, really appreciate the time. Thanks so much for joining us here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Scott, thanks very much for joining me here on this Baseball Day in Canada, which I think is a bit long overdue, and I'm probably sure you would agree. We need to celebrate this great game of baseball in our country a lot more.
We do. I mean, the baseball history goes back so far. We've had so many great players, so many great teams. It's we should do this every month, let alone once a year.
Well, we certainly could do that to catch up, and maybe let's start with some of that baseball history in Canada. Where does baseball begin in our country?
Yeah, well, the first known beginnings of baseball was back in New Brunswick, actually in 1793. We found in the history books it talked about the game of baseball, 2 words, of course, but didn't really describe a lot of anything that happened. It just talked about baseball. So really the first real big description of baseball was in 1883 in Beachville, Ontario, 1838 in Beachville, Ontario. And it's not the first game. There's no first game of baseball. It's the Beachville game in 1838 was more there's the first time it was really described, the players, the game, what happened, who played, where it was played, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really the first time a game is really described in a lot of detail.
I think that's one of the things that I do love about baseball more than in any other sport is there seems to be more words you can describe baseball than any other sport. I mean, the nights I would lay in bed listening to Vin Scully call a game just by himself, and half of it was, other things going on about baseball and different things. I mean, the game of baseball, whether it's written about, spoken about, or anything, is so descriptive.
It is, and that's part of what's the coolness of the game is people will say different things that mean different things, but in the baseball language, you know what it means, and the game of baseball is so long and so great. There's just so many different aspects, from the language to the history of the game to the players, that you could really talk about forever.
What makes you proud of Canadian baseball? What are some of the things when we look back, whether it's recent time or deeper into the history books, what are some of the things that maybe you think are under-celebrated about Canadian baseball?
Just how good we are. I mean, our national teams are both in the top 10 in the world, both men's and ladies. We have great players in the big leagues. We've always had great players. We've had an all-star every year since the mid-90s at the all-star game, except for 1 year in 2014. That's how good we are, and people don't realize it. That we produce good players. They're nice players. They're signing autographs. For example, Josh Naylor broke his leg in Cleveland this year. Guess where he was 2 weeks after he broke his leg? He was out helping a kids clinic. He was sitting there in a wheelchair, in a chair with his crutches, but he was helping kids. And that's what's so cool about Canadian baseball, is they're always giving back.
Yeah, I've had the privilege to be a part of and cover the Western Canadian Baseball League, and these guys that come in, whether they're Canadians or Americans, and they come in and they want to spend time with kids. They want to help the future. These kids look up to them like they're Major League Baseball players, and I remember that as a kid watching the 1991 World Youth Classic Championship in Brandon, Manitoba, thinking, these guys are Major League ball players, and some of them did go on to it. And, I think that is one of the greatest Canadian moments, is that exact tournament in 1991.
That was what sort of kicked it off. Everyone knows the Blue Jays won in 92 and 93. That was in Everything Everywhere, of course. But you go back to 1991, Baseball Canada, and we won our first ever World International Championship. And it was right here in Manitoba, right here in Canada. And it was a bunch of 18-year-olds that nobody knew about. But we beat the best of the best that year. And we became world champs for the very first time. So I always talk about, the Blue Jays really kicked off baseball, but really you go the year before the Blue Jays won the World Series, and baseball in Canada was a hotbed.
Yeah, I couldn't believe this massive tournament was happening in my hometown. I grew up in Brandon. I rode my bike from the east end of Brandon to the north end where that stadium was every day and watched baseball all day long. And I thought, there's a team from Australia. There's a team from the Chinese Taipei. Like, it was just amazing. It was like watching, I'd watch the Little League World Series growing up. It was like watching older players of that Little League World Series kind of thing. I couldn't believe it was happening in my hometown and that my country ended up winning it. I mean, that final game, that is one of the best moments in Canadian baseball history.
It is, and it happened on our home turf. That's great. I mean, two of the players made the big leagues, Stubby Clapp and Jason Dixon. That team's in our Hall of Fame for being the first ever international champions. It was exciting. I mean, I was younger back then, so I didn't pay as much attention to it. But it was sort of it was the kickoff for Canada being the best in the world, and then the Blue Jays followed in the next year. So it was very impressive.
Is that when you look back over the last 40 years, is that kind of like the golden era for Canada with that championship, and then what the Blue Jays did, having the World Series and the flag, the pennant flying north of the border for the first time? There was a lot of eyes on our country with baseball during that period of time. That must have been a pretty cool moment to be involved in baseball.
It was, because you look in the 80s, there were some Canadians in the big leagues, but not a lot. I mean, Matt Stairs was there, and Larry Walker, and Kurt McCaskill, and Reggie Cleveland. Fergie's career ended early 80s. But then the 90s and the 2000s, it took off. But you got to think, in the early 90s, if you were 8, 10, 12, 14 years old, and you fell in love with baseball, and you wanted to play baseball, you kept playing baseball, it was your goal to be what you were seeing, whether you're winning an international championship, whether you're winning a Major League World Series. But you look 5 to 10, 12 years later, and the big leagues is full of Canadian great players. Not bench players, but we were great players.
Yeah, growing up for me, I heard a lot about Ferguson Jenkins, and there wasn't a whole lot, during those early years of when I was a baseball fan, and then it just continued to grow. Now we have 2 Hall of Famers. Would you say, where are we right now, kind of historically, when you compare all the years of Canadians in Major League Baseball? Are we at the best? Are we, the best we've ever been when it comes to the caliber of player, the amount of players that are making an impact and kind of on their way, or has there been a kind of a dip over the years?
It's pretty much near the top right now. I mean, there's been ups and downs. I mean, you had the Joey Vottos, Justin Morneau, Jason Bay, Russell Martin group of players. Votto's the only one still playing. The other guys have retired. But now you got the next group of players. You got the Josh Naylors and the Tyler O'Neills and Mike Soroka, who's hurt this year, but one of the best. Cal Quantrill, Zach Pop, Jordan Romano, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Like, we have right now in the big leagues, there's about 6 or 8 Canadians that are 25 or younger that are some of the best players in all of baseball. And then you take the I call him the old fella, but Joey Votto, because he's 37. He's still hitting on a tear. He got his 2,000th base hit. He got his 300th home run. Joey's gonna get votes into Cooperstown, and so he's the end of his career. But for the next 10 years, we got a whole lineup of people that are ready to be all-stars and great players.
Yeah, are we going to have the same crowdsourcing for Joey Votto that you think we had for Larry Walker? I mean, there was a big push to get Larry Walker into the Cooperstown for the final time. It was his final opportunity. Whenever Joey Votto does retire, and I hope he keeps playing for a while, do you think there will be that same groundswell, and do you think there should be?
Oh, definitely. I mean, they're different players. Larry was definitely a 5-tool player because he stole 230 bases. He won multiple Gold Gloves. Plus, we all know he could hit and get on base and hit for power. And where Joey doesn't have necessarily the speed of Larry, but he's just as good as hitter. And I think, like you said, Joey will play a couple more years. He gets back on a roll like he has been for most of this year. And I mean, he's been in Cincinnati the whole time of his career. I don't think he's going anywhere. He loves Cincinnati, and the Reds love him. But when he's finally eligible for Cooperstown 5 years after he retires, so again, it's hopefully it's a decade away before he's even on the ballot. There'll be that push because he's from Ontario. Larry got the BC and Quebec and Montreal Expo push. The Reds are going to go crazy about him, and I think the whole province of Ontario will really push Joey into Cooperstown, hopefully.
It's amazing when you look back over the years and you realize Larry Walker would not be in Cooperstown had the Regina Pats not cut him from a training camp, and he threw his goal pads into the corner and said, I'm going to become a baseball player. And I don't know if he said, I'm going to become one of the greatest baseball players ever and one of the greatest in our country, but he did. And it's a great debate we can now have. Who is the greatest Canadian baseball player of all time? Because for a long time, there was only one in the Hall of Fame, and it's kind of hard to say this guy's better than this guy when this guy is in the Hall of Fame. Now we can have the debate, and I encourage people learn about these players and find out how good these two guys and others were. But it's finally great to be able to have that debate about who is the greatest Canadian baseball player of all time.
It is, and it's definitely a very tough question. You can get out easy now by saying Fergie's the greatest pitcher and Larry's the greatest hitter. But I'm friends with both of them, so I got to play on the fence there a little bit. But I mean, they're both. You look at the numbers. Fergie never got hurt and put up amazing numbers. He played for bad teams all the time with Chicago Cubs. He never made the playoffs. Larry made the playoffs a couple times, but Larry got hurt a lot during his playing career. Probably because he was so aggressive and so good at defense and stealing bases and whatnot. But those two guys, I mean, you can't. Their generations they played in. I mean, Fergie only won one Cy Young award. You look at him; he should have won a couple more. Larry's numbers are outrageous. Whether he played in Colorado or on the road, he's got Hall of Fame numbers. The Colorado take on him, people said all his numbers were inflated in Colorado. They're better at home, sure, but most players are better at home because they're more comfortable. That's where they live. They're not in hotels. There's reasons your home numbers are better than your away numbers. But either way, Larry was a surefire Hall of Famer, and it shouldn't have taken 10 years, but it did, and that's what happened. But the main thing about Larry is he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, it's not like he was hitting below the Mendoza line on the road, right? After he got away from the mountains, he was still hitting really, really, really well on the road, and that's exactly why he is in the Hall of Fame. And I wonder, what kind of inspiration and impact that could have on, the 7, 8, 9-year-old Canadian kids right now that say, wow, there's another guy in the Hall of Fame that, is closer to, playing than Ferguson Jenkins, because for a lot of kids that Ferguson Jenkins is a distant memory. And I encourage people, there's great documentaries about Ferguson Jenkins and about Larry Walker to learn about them, but what kind of an impact does Larry Walker going into the Hall of Fame have on the future of Canadian baseball, do you think?
Well, it should be huge. I mean, unfortunately, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, it won't be as big as we'd hoped, because it was supposed to be last year. There was going to be 100,000 fans there because of him and Derek Jeter and Ted Simmons and others. It was really going to be a highlight for Canadian baseball last year. This year, they're doing it. It's going to be September, and so September 8th, I believe. And it's going to be a great event. It's not going to be as well attended, but it's still going to be. It's going to be Larry Walker. Canadian baseball is going to be top of the news again. On all the major TV stations, all the major websites, all the major newspapers and social media talk. And it can only hope. I mean, it's been 30 years since Fergie was inducted back in 1991 into Cooperstown. And I sure hope we don't have to wait another 30 years for another Canadian. But Larry's really going to pump up the game of Canadian baseball. And there will be kids today. It's those 10-year-old kids. You got it. Once you get them, you got to keep them. And you really need to show off what we can do. And again, we're the best in the world. For our hockey nation, our baseball teams are top 10 in the world in baseball, and that's darn good. And we don't tell people enough about that.
Yeah, we don't beat the drum enough when it comes to Canadians, and unfortunate that we didn't make the Olympics. But the future is bright, and that's the thing. A lot of the different countries and the different qualifications, you're not getting best on best because the best are playing in Major League Baseball. So in time, this country is going to grow into. I think we can become a baseball power. I don't think there's any reason why. We have the resources to train indoors during the winter time or go somewhere and train, and we have, as you mentioned, fantastic athletes in our country that a lot of them go to play hockey, but some of them get cut and become Hall of Famers.
That's right. I'm so glad Larry had a bad day at hockey that day. But it's good. I mean, starts Baseball Canada. Greg Hamilton and his office staff run amazing programs over in Ottawa, and he takes the kids at a young age. I mean, the under-18 team is down in Dominican, down in Florida. They're playing other pro teams. They're playing older players, which really shows you when you're 16, 17, 18, you're playing 18, 19, 20-year-olds, that if you want to get this good, you really need to train and practice and be dedicated to your sport. And I think Baseball Canada does a tremendous job. And you look again at the draft picks we had this year. We had another first-round pick this year, and we had 17 guys drafted in just 20 rounds this year. So it was fantastic.
Yeah, it seems to be a really good race between baseball and basketball for producing Canadians, because a lot of Canadians in both of those sports. And, it's listen, I grew up a hockey guy, but I love baseball, and, 90, I don't know what the percentage, but a lot of kids go to hockey first because they're Canadian, and it's nice to see them getting into different sports and showing off the true athleticism that our country certainly can produce. And some of these athletes are getting better because they're playing against better competition. The Western Canadian Baseball League has gotten better and better and better. American kids coming up to challenge our Canadians, and I think that's how you get better. You go down and you play college in the States, you play college here, whatever it is, play against the best competition. And I think these are the type of leagues that we can have that develop great baseball players across the country.
It is. I mean, you don't need to go to the States. There's many, like you just said, many great leagues in Canada. I mean, you go back a few years, but Jeff Francis played in BC his whole time, and he was a first-round draft pick, 9th overall. Signed for millions of dollars, played millions of dollars, was in a World Series, pitched 11 years in the big leagues, and he played in Canada. There's no doubt that there's enough talent up here, and if you're good enough, it doesn't matter where you play. They'll come find you, and you'll get signed or drafted or signed as a free agent, and you'll get into pro ball, and you'll do well. It's all dedication. It's of course a lot of luck, as we all know. You got to stay healthy and play well, but you can do it.
Yeah, and leagues like the WCBL or some of the, I guess you'd call them sports-specific schools and different academies, those are growing. There used to be kind of one that people talked about, but those are growing by leaps and bounds across the country, and development of baseball players across the board, whether you're in Saskatchewan or Newfoundland, should be on the rise, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and they will be, again, because like you said, they're all relatively new, so obviously it's going to take time to not only develop the kids that are in it, but also convince kids to get in it and stay in it. And it's just as good no matter where you go, south of the border or up here. And again, I think in a few years, we're going to see the fruits of even more Canadians getting drafted higher up in the draft or signing as free agents and doing well and climbing the ladder of their minor leagues. And I mean, it's a tough climb. Only a few percent, as we know, can make the big leagues. But here at the Hall of Fame, we promote the game of baseball, and we have 4 ball fields here, and there's kids outside on the site playing every day, and then we bring them inside the building and we show them that you can, some players make it. These are the guys on the walls, but they're not all players on the walls, right? Stay in the game, play the game, but once you're done playing the game, if it happens to end when you're 40 after a big league career or end when you're 25, stay in the game and help out others and really keep the love and passion going.
That's so true. I mean, whether you get into baseball to make the major leagues, which, as you said, is such a small percentage, You know, I don't ever encourage anybody to start their kid into sports to try to get them to the professional level. I would encourage them to get your kid into sports to enjoy things and learn life lessons. But you're right. You know, whether you go on to become Jeff Francis as a Major League Baseball player, or you go on to be a great community member because you learned so much from baseball. I mean, I think the cool thing about baseball is it teaches you how to be an individual because you're standing up there at the plate by yourself, or you're standing on the mound by yourself, or it also teaches you to be a teammate. If you're going to turn that double play, you're usually going to need somebody else involved. And I just think baseball, you know, like a lot of sports, can lead to so many things, whether you become a professional in that sport or become a professional in whatever industry you end up being a part of.
You need to be a team player and individual player in baseball, and you need to know all aspects of the game. You know, if you should umpire the game, you should scorekeep the game, you should coach the game, because every one of those will make you a better player. The more you know the rules, the more you can make quick decisions as a player. You know, sit there and scorekeep the game. You can learn different aspects of the game. You know, help your coach out, give hints, help out other players on your team. It's all building blocks for your life and your career.
I love scoring games still. I learned to do it playing Stratomatic baseball, of all things, learning how to score. And then I started taking, to ball games. And then I got into media and I was covering baseball games and scoring them. And I still love doing it today. Sometimes I'll score a Dodger game as I'm watching it, just for fun to be doing that. But I love going to the ballpark. And it does teach you the different positions and the names and the abbreviations for each thing. And you learn more about the game that way. I think that's really good. Umpiring also, I think that also teaches you a lot of responsibility. And we shouldn't forget the officials when it comes to baseball, and the volunteers and the people that make sure these leagues get off the ground, because as a grade of players that we also have a lot of people that do a lot of work, that don't get a lot of credit, and sometimes get a lot of grief, like umpires, that make this sport go in Canada.
Yeah, for sure. And if you look on the walls of the Hall of Fame here, we have, of course, majority are players, but we have executives, we have umpires, we have scorekeepers, we have announcers, we have scouts, you know, because it's all part of the game. And you need all parts of the game to make it successful and make it fun for the kids. The volunteers are key. We have provincial baseball people in our Hall of Fame. Again, like you said, without them, we're in St. Mary's, so how does St. Mary's minor ball run without an executive? We're in the province of Ontario, so Baseball Ontario needs to run properly and do well for the kids can play. As again, I mean, it's that 10-year-old kid that you want him to, you know, it's great watching him make a diving catch, but there's a lot of background information and details that need to be looked after and before he makes that catch.
So tell us where the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum is located. I imagine it's been a tough time, like everybody, when we had to isolate. But tell us a little bit about the museum, the Hall of Fame, where it is, and are you guys open for business once again, getting people through the doors?
Yeah, we were so happy we were able to open July 20th this year. So now we're open and welcoming guests back in, which is great. We'll be open. We're usually open the baseball season. Normally open May 1st to sort of end of the World Series. This year we're July 20th to the end of the World Series. So we missed about 2.5 months of our season. But we're in St. Mary's, Ontario, which is it's 2 hours west of Toronto, or half an hour north of London, if you're more familiar with Southern Ontario. So it's not too bad of a drive if you're ever out this way. We have a 32-acre site with 4 baseball fields. We have and again, in a normal summer, there's about 1,000 events on our site, from 8-year-old kids, their first game ever played, up to elite baseball for the province, up to 18, 19-year-olds, plus good old slow pitch plays here as well. So our ball fields are just jam-packed with kids playing ball 7 days a week. We've got our 4 fields busy. And so that's part of our site. I mean, we take kids outside and they play ball, and then we bring them inside and they learn the history of the game, which is so important. It's so big. Our museum is about 3,500 square feet, just newly renovated in 2018. So everything's brand new around here. And we're glad we finally got open so we can start showing it off again.
Well, let's wrap up. I mentioned, we talk about Larry Walker being from BC and Joey Votto being from eastern part of Canada. Is there a prototypical baseball province? Is there a few provinces that are on the rise when it comes to top baseball players? What's kind of your when you look at a countrywide glance, what do you see?
Yeah, you see, I mean, it's usually the bigger provinces, usually Ontario and British Columbia. British Columbia sort of has the longest playing season for everybody in the country. And you look at the draft picks; it was a lot. It was about half of them were Ontario this year, but there was some from Saskatchewan. There's from BC, and it's generally the bigger provinces. They got more kids at them, but really, kids can come from anywhere. Again, it doesn't matter where you're born. You love and get into the game. The scouts will find you, the teams will find you, and it's widespread across the country. Again, a little bit longer playing season in British Columbia definitely helps. But like with all the indoor facilities that we talked about earlier that are popping up, there's no reason why you can't be playing baseball a long time. You should definitely give yourself a rest from the sport. Don't be, in my opinion, don't be playing the sport 12 months a year. You need to rest the body or play a different sport sometimes. But you can definitely play the sport longer with these indoor facilities, and that's a good thing as long as you give yourself a break at some point during the year.
Excellent stuff. Scott, thank you so much for spending some time with me here and celebrating Baseball Day in Canada. Enjoy it. Thanks so much.
No problem. Thanks for having us on.
Bob, it is great to chat with you, especially as we celebrate Baseball Day in Canada. A person of your extensive background covering the game of baseball. I don't know how we could do this game without chatting with you, or this day without chatting with you. So thanks very much for joining me. I want to ask every guest that I have on these interviews, discussions, about your first baseball park memory, or a baseball park memory. What is a ballpark that you remember as a kid, whether it was one that maybe you played in or you went to watch games, or maybe in your storied career that you loved covering and being a part of? What's one ballpark that stands out to you?
Well, I guess, thanks for having me. I guess my two favorite big league parks would be Kansas City. I just think it looks, I don't know how many years old it is, 40 or 50 or whatever, but it looks like it's about 2 years old, and the other one would be Dodger Stadium. But I get the most pivotal park for me would be a place called the Cricket Field in Kingston. And they had a six-team senior league there, and I was, I was 15, and we were going to go down to watch the opening game of the season. They played Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So this friend of my father's, he came over to the house and he said, we going to the game? And my father said, well, yeah, but I'm going to be about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And the other guy said, well, we're not waiting for you. He said, we'll meet you. We'll be in left field. So down we go. And so game's supposed to start at 6:15. We can see the president going up and down the first base line, the third base line. He's in a complete panic. So now it's like 6:25. A friend of my father, his name is Cliffy Earl, he starts screaming at the guy, what time's the 6:15 game start? So the guy looks at him, he says, look, we got a problem here. And he says, what's the problem? He says, our scorekeeper passed away over the year. And Cliffy says, give the book to the kid. Well, I was a kid, so I scored the game. I had to phone the two radio stations, the TV station, and take a box score down to the Week Standard, the newspaper. And I don't know, the second year I was doing it, they said I made fun of the guy because he had Cincinnati in the American League in the headline. And so he says, you're so smart, you do it. So that's how I started writing. You know, I don't have any journalism background or anything, but I just fell into a bucket of whatever, and it was at the cricket field.
I don't know how you feel on this, Bob, but I feel Canadian baseball has never been better as far as the caliber and the type of players and, we now have 2 Hall of Famers, which is awesome, but we have so many more Canadian baseball players that kids can recognize and look up to, as opposed to when I was growing up and there was only a handful.
Right. I can remember a couple of years, I'd be, the Canadian press story would always say Ferguson Jenkins of Chatham, Ontario. And I remember asking, I was a kid, I remember asking my father, well, how come it only identifies the one guy? Where are all the others? He said, well, they're from Florida and California, Texas, whatever. And then there was Doug Frobel from Ottawa, and there was, Claude Ramon would have been before him from Saint-Jean, Quebec. But, I can remember some years there was 2. Like this year, on our website, we put, I think it was our 21st annual Canada Day team together, and I think there was 13 or 14 big leaguers, and Rowan Wick from BC with the Cubs, the reliever, he's on a rehab assignment now. So there's some, Votto's doing great, O'Neill's doing great, Romano's doing excellent with the Blue Jays. There's a lot of talent around, and this month's draft proved the same.
Yeah, I think it's so exciting. The Western Canadian Baseball League out here in my neck of the woods is a summer collegiate league, and these leagues that pop up across the country, and I'm sure there's no shortage of great leagues in Ontario and Eastern Canada. These are the reason I believe we're getting such great Canadian ball players, because there's American players coming up challenging for spots, and they have to compete harder, and you get better by playing against better players. And I just think the caliber of baseball in Canada has improved quite a bit since even going back to the 90s.
Yeah, well, I would say that the Western Canada League has I think it's the only one of its kind in the country. I mean, here they have a senior league, which is 100 years old or whatever it is. Has a great history, but I would say maybe 3 or 4 guys on each team are college guys that are going back to school, and they bring in a lot of players from not from the States, but from Latin American countries. So some guys are 36, some guys are 32. I mean, what you have there, like Tristan Peters, who was drafted this year. He was Okotoks, I think, and he did very well at Southern Illinois Salukis, where Dave Stieb went to school. So people watch him during the spring with his university, and then they come and watch him. They come and watch him during the summer and see progression, regression, and obviously he didn't regress because he went in the 5th or 6th round.
Do you think that Ontario, whether it's Quebec, Ontario, the Maritimes, there should be some of these leagues like Western Canada is starting to produce? I mean, we're starting to produce some pretty awesome baseball players. Do you think the eastern part of Canada needs to get in on these types of leagues for summer collegiate players?
Yeah, I think there's a year ago when the pandemic hit, Quebec, the independent league, they tried to run an all-Canadian 4-team league. So they had Quebec, they had Three Rivers, they had Ottawa, but they couldn't get a 4th team. And Montreal is the perfect situation, but Montreal has the Olympic Stadium up here, and then they have a park with 50 seats, bleachers, where you can't charge admission. So there's no in between in Montreal. And there's been constant talk about building, an independent style stadium. And I've been to games in Quebec City. I have not been to Three Rivers, but I've been to games in Ottawa. And the fans really get into it. And the rivalries, there's a big time rivalry between Three Rivers and Quebec. I mean, they'd sell that out. They did when Omont pitched and then Gagne made a comeback. Three Rivers, Eric Gagne, Three Rivers made him a bigger deal, so he went and pitched for them, and they sold it out. It's a great idea, yeah.
Can you imagine you can have a Western and an Eastern sort of World Series when it comes to the collegiate, if all the leagues could kind of cooperate and really have a national collegiate summer championship in Canada.
Well, they talked about it. I don't know if it was this summer or last summer. They were hoping to get a bunch of teams, BC teams, Ontario teams, and the Alberta teams and Saskatchewan. They get them into Okotoks and have a big tournament and everything, but it obviously got blown up with the pandemic.
We all have favorite Canadian sports moments. For my favorite Canadian baseball moment, I'm going back to 1991, the World Youth Baseball Championship in my hometown of Brandon, Manitoba. Stubby Clapp, Jason Dixon, members of that team, where they won gold. And it was just such a cool moment to be a part of in my hometown. It might be tough for you to narrow down some favorite Canadian moments, but do you have a few for us when it comes to baseball?
Well, that's a big one right there. The John Harr coached that team. Good for you. You were there, and I remember writing about that. And there was a guy, Gerald Butt from Newfoundland, and after he hit a home run, I don't know, it was the semifinal or the final, but they flew home to Corner Brook, and the plane circled the field, and he said, "Gee, I wonder how the boys are doing tonight," because his team was playing. So he gets off, he comes walking down the gangplank and into the terminal, and there's a whole team in uniform there to meet him. Like, what a wonderful Canadian moment for that, but that was the first, to my knowledge, that's the first team inducted into the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, because it was the first Canadian team to win gold. I think Gary Pacone, he was the pitching coach. He was at Lewis and Clark for a long, long time. He's from Trail. My favorite Canadian moment, I guess, would have been the night in Ajax in 2015 when the strangest play I've ever seen. First and second, Canada's down a run, and in the bottom of the eighth, they started out with that extra inning rule, and Tyler O'Neill's up. They got a chance. There's one out, and the left-handed pitcher, David Huff, who pitched for the Indians, decides to backdoor the guy to try and pick off Peter Orr, who's got like 8 years big league experience. He throws the ball in the right field corner. The right fielder picks it up and throws it over the third baseman's head. So the Skylar Stromstrom from Saskatchewan, he scores to tie it from second. And here comes Peter Orr, and the ball beats him for fun. But Peter Orr slides in head first, and you can see the picture where the photo of the pitcher going out. And he is out. The ball beats him, but when he slides in head first, the ball gets dislodged from the pitcher. So there would be that game, or when Canada beat the U.S. in the first WBC it started out 8-0 against Dontrell Willis. Adam Stern had a heck of a game. He had an inside the park home run. He made a great catch, and Morneau was there. Stubby Clapp was there. It was a wonderful. The guy from Bob Nightingale from USA Today asked me what this day was like. I said, well, not to exaggerate, but be kind of like Paul Henderson scoring.
All right, I have to ask you, you covered the Blue Jays, you covered the Expos, you covered Major League Baseball extensively. Give me your favorite Expo, your favorite Blue Jay, and your favorite non-Expo or Blue Jay from any team. And this could be favorite for many reasons, whether you like to watch them play or you like to have a conversation with them. But, who are three of those guys that stand out from those categories?
I guess in Montreal it would have been Tim Raines or Andre Dawson. I guess Andre. He was he had that mean frown, but you could make him laugh so easily. And it was part of my speech. I said something that only somebody from those days of the Expos would get. And in Cooperstown in 2012 and afterwards, Ozzie Smith came over, a couple other guys come over. They said, "What did you say? What did you say to make Andre laugh? What did you say?" And I wasn't telling them because it was none of their business. Favorite Blue Jay might be Todd Stottlemyre, maybe, or Molitor. Molitor was very, very special. I remember the Blue Jays, or Labatt, I guess, I forget, but the football team went bankrupt. So they bought the football team for $1. So the first game they play afterwards, the roof is open, and it shouldn't be. But guys are losing balls in the wind, and it's a mess. So Dave Perkins and I from the Star walk into the clubhouse, and Molitor goes, "Come here." So he says, "So now all of a sudden they own a football team, and they think we should be playing outdoors." And Perkins says, "That's unbelievable." He says, "Everybody else is sitting on the bench talking about the next pitcher or this pitch or whatever, and Molitor's there taking notes to give us lines, Then the best all time, I don't know. I met Willie Mays once, and it's too long a story. But in '99, I was in Cooperstown. But I'll give you the end of it. And he called me over, and he wanted to talk to me. I was backstage, so there's Nestor Shylock, the umpire, Orlando Cepeda is inducted, Robin Yount, George Brett, Nolan Ryan. Not a bad crowd.
Yeah.
50,000 people out front. So I'm walking around nervous. Timmy Kirchison from ESPN said, "Bobby, what's wrong? You look white, like you're gonna be sick." So I'm walking around looking for a quiet place in the storm, and who calls me over but Willie Mays? So we talked for 10 minutes, and I said, I never met him, and I said, "This was a real honor." I said, as we're breaking up and we're supposed to get in line, I said, "Can I ask you why you called me over?" He said, "Yeah, sure you can, son." He says, "Just look, when you walk away, look to your left and look to your right, and you'll know the answer." So I looked to my left as I'm walking away, and there's New York Governor George Pataki. And I walked to my right, looked to my right, and there's Governor George Bush, who was not the president yet. So I was, the dopey writer was the lesser of least of the three evils, right? He'd rather talk to me than two politicians.
I love it. Anytime you can finish with a Willie Mays story, it is great. A member of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and the man behind Canadian Baseball Network. Bob, thanks very much for spending some time with us, and happy Baseball Day in Canada to you.
Thanks for joining me today. Baseball Day in Canada, Barb. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the people tuning in. I am joined today by Barb Northcott, the Girls and Women's Director in Baseball Alberta, and frankly, an important driver of female baseball in Canada and specifically in Alberta. Barb, thank you so much for joining us today. My first question for you, it's a fun one. What is your first memory of a ballpark?
So Harold and I went to high school together, and our first date, he said, and remember that we both grew up in farms, and it was June, I don't know, 16th or something, and it's haying season. And he says, "Hey, do you want to come watch me pitch on the weekend?" I'm like, "What? Pitch? Baseball? It's haying season." And so I asked my dad, and he's like, "Yeah, sure, go." And so Fort Saskatchewan, beautiful ball diamond, beautiful days, sunshine. Harold pitched, and I think he won. And it was just like, I was hooked.
Yes.
Like, this is awesome.
Oh,
So
awesome.
that's like my very first memory.
When we talk about memories and the importance, the sport of baseball can play in building memories and building relationships, Barb, where are we right now in the female baseball, in the state of female baseball in the province of Alberta? Where are we at right now?
we kind of have two streams, and we are growing at the grassroots level. We've got some great associations out there really pushing hard and seeing results. Beaumont has had a really great response to their programming that they're offering. Leduc has girls baseball. Red Deer has a team of all girls. It is growing. The other stream on the other end of it, where we're going, where girls can aspire to and advance to, that's needing a bit more work. I'll just kind of give a backstory on that.
Yeah.
In 2025, the Canada Summer Games will be held in Newfoundland, Labrador. And 16U girls baseball was proposed to be added, and unfortunately it was not selected. So that's disappointing and kind of a little deflating for the girls program. Our 10 and 11-year-olds this year, that was going to be our 4-year plan to work really hard at that level and get them technically skilled, and through the 4-year process, get them to that level, that 16U, something to aspire to and strive to, which would also then encourage more females and more parents to consider baseball as a sport for their young daughters. The World Cup, the Women's World Cup, is held every 2 years, which is a great, of course, event for Team Alberta athletes to aspire to become part of Team Canada. That plays in the World Cup, travel all over the world. That's currently held every 2 years. However, I've heard rumors that it's going to be stretched every 4 years, which is another deflating factor. In 2015, the Pan American Games included women's baseball as part of their sport, which was fantastic. It was held in Toronto, and a phenomenal experience for the athletes, for the coaches, even for the fans. It was very well attended. And unfortunately, the next Pan American Games didn't include women's baseball. So that side of it needs a lot of work. I'm happy to say that our grassroots part in Alberta, we're really seeing a lot of advancement. So it's promising.
We need to find a way to link the grassroots programming with the more elite streams, and as you mentioned, the Pan American Games into World Championships, hopefully into the Olympics. We've seen the success that the Canadian women have had this year in Tokyo, and it only leads us to believe that we could continue that. And baseball is somewhat of a new avenue as far as girls and female baseball and its popularity and its growth. What can we do now, although we need to kind of maybe do some things on the older side, the more elite side? What can we do now at the grassroots level, Barb, to continue to inspire these young girls to play the sport of baseball and to help keep them, in the stream of baseball as we work to build the other side here down the line?
I think just to continue to build on the associations that have been successful, other associations look to them, understand that girls have a different, when they come to the ball diamond, when they come to any sport, they first seek acceptance, which equals effort, which equals performance. So they learn differently. They engage differently than their male counterparts. Boys first, they equal effort. Effort equals performance equals acceptance. So girls first need to feel that they are accepted. Our coaches need to understand that. And once that becomes kind of a base, and that they understand that girls learned differently, then they will embrace that. there needs to be more teaching of our coaches of the differences of how young girls and young boys what they've come with to the ball diamond. We need to understand that we need to get more girls engaged in sport overall, like baseball, because we love baseball, and baseball, we know, has so many great benefits, but just sport overall, girls programming, it gives girls a more productive outlet as curriculums designed with girls' experiences and interests in mind really will blossom. And once we have that mindset, that will really just start everything rolling. I don't know if that, I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it is about growth, and it is about learning to help our athletes get better, and learning to help our athletes get better so we retain them, and so that they do fall in love with the sport organically. What are some of the things that Baseball Alberta has centered on with their plan to help grow the women's game and the youngest level girls playing baseball? What's Baseball Alberta done specifically to, help improve those player registration numbers, but also help engage girls and help them find their passion for the sport?
Well, one thing that we've done is created a manual to offer female baseball programming. So that has a lot of resources in it. So that's one thing. And Chris James is synonymous with girls baseball. Of course, COVID interrupted it, but we will continue with our winter development camps. This fall, we are planning to do a prospects camp for our U14 and U16 girls. And then one other thing that we introduced this virtually last year, and it had a great response to it, was to introduce nutrition sessions and strength and conditioning, as well as mental performance. We had 3 separate sessions where we have brought in professionals to speak with athletes, and we'll continue to do that. So just to give our female athletes a bit of an edge at a younger starting grassroots level. They'll retain it differently throughout their ages, but we need to start introducing that early. So that builds success. The technical skills can't be stressed enough that once they learn technically the correct way, they will find success because it's easy to do and it's fun. So then that's how you retain them, because that's also a big step, we have a lot registered at the really young ages, but then when we get up to the 12, 13, that's when they drop off. We don't have enough girls playing with girls against girls. So you have your super competitive girls that will play no matter what. Doesn't matter if they're with boys. But when they get, that they're just not quite confident yet, that's when they'll drop off, because they're not playing with girls. They have to play with the boys. So that's kind of where we want to get to, is that we have enough girls at the young ages. We teach them technically, we get them to fall in love with the game. They stay through those tough years. But if we have enough girls stay, we'll create leagues. So it will automatically be girls playing with girls against girls. It's a long range plan. If we're 5-7 years out, but really that goes in the blink of an eye. So we just need to start.
Barb, I really thank you for jumping on today. It's Baseball Day in Canada. I hope we're able to enlighten the viewers a little bit to where the state of the game is for female players and where we're going, and maybe some of the things that we need to do here along the way to continue to grow the sport. Again, thank you so much for coming on, Barb. Enjoy the rest of your day and happy Baseball Day in Canada.
Yes, happy Baseball Day in Canada. Thank you again.
Welcome back to Siemens Stadium here in Okotoks, Alberta for Baseball Day in Canada. Joe McFarland alongside Dean Millard, and a special guest for this panel discussion, Ian Wilson of Alberta Dugout Stories, albertadugoutstories.com. Guys, we just listened to a bunch of different interviews there, including Jason Dixon from Baseball Canada. We also heard from Bob Elliott. We heard from Barb Northcott as well. When you look at the game, Dean, as it stands today, where would you say the state of the game is?
Well, other than they haven't banned the shift yet, I think the baseball game is, the state of baseball is pretty good. I hate the shift. That's how I end every single show. I get mad if Jordan ever decides to institute it with the prospects. But I think the baseball game, the state of baseball is very, very, very well. You look at the very top level, we have somebody doing something that hasn't been done since Babe Ruth. Like the Shohei Ohtani story is maybe the best story in all of baseball.
Yep.
And it's filtering down. This league is back playing again. We're in this gorgeous stadium. The prospects are putting up their own. So from the top to the bottom, I think baseball is very, very healthy, and it didn't need a juiced ball to get him back like in the 90s. I know we were all crushed when the Expos didn't get their chance, and baseball came back with the juiced ball and the home run chase. Right now, it's just actual play and players and storylines that are carrying it.
And Ian obviously is somebody who covers the local game, and we're talking in Alberta obviously, but even when you look across the country, what's been fun to watch is the crowds coming back and the fact that you're seeing at the grassroots more players. I know your daughter's playing ball, for example. I mean, this is something that hits home, and you're able to actually see it live and in person.
Yeah, all the way up from watching my 9-year-old daughter play ball this summer, which was a special treat, and just great to get the family energized and back not only into baseball and sport, but into society and life and living again. And I think one of the great things about today and about this Western Canadian Baseball League season is just that it's happening at all. I mean, this is a testament to a lot of hard work from a lot of people to get this off the ground. And you can see we've got people walking up the steps now, getting ready for the game. And we've got, there's an excitement. And like I said, it goes beyond baseball. It's just about coming out of the period that we've endured as a society and getting some sense of normal, some sense of fun, and just, I mean, who doesn't want to watch baseball? It's the best sport ever.
We had Scott Crawford on just a little while back. We also heard from Bob Elliott, a lot of history in there, and Alberta and all of Canada has a great history in baseball. We have our own histories, and we were talking off air about some of our favorite memories. And so going back to Dean here, your favorite memory growing up or even to today as far as baseball is concerned?
Yeah, I got a chance to live it out in that conversation with Scott Crawford of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. The 1991 World Youth Baseball Championship, as Scott said, it was the first international championship that Canada won. It was in my backyard in Brandon, Manitoba. I was a teenager, so I'll tell you how old I am at that point. I rode my bike every day to the ballpark from 8 a.m. until 9 p.m., watched every game, watched Canada win. Jason Dixon was on that team, Stubby Clapp. They beat some talented teams, and I was like, wow. Our country won a championship in my hometown, and I watched every single game. To this day, it's my favorite baseball memory as a fan, and I just absolutely loved it, and I love talking about it, as you can tell.
Ian, how about yourself?
Oh, well, hard to isolate just one, obviously. I mean, I grew up in Medicine Hat, Alberta, and one of the rookie affiliates of the Toronto Blue Jays, so there's no specific memory. I was a kid going to those games, so just getting to the ballpark then was the fun part, and getting to, just see, hey, this guy could be in the major leagues one day. And then later on, as I got older, going to Cannons games in Calgary, watching Tino Martinez, and I didn't get to see Edgar, but get to see some just great talent go through there. And wow, we were really blessed during that time. And more recently, the last, before this season, the last baseball game I had seen was the 2019 WCBL championship game, between Okotoks and Regina, and that championship game was amazing. It had lead swings, you had some errors in the infield, and aggressive base running, and like a collision at the center field wall, and just chaos at some moments of the game. And I was just like, wow. Sometimes it's just, I referenced the PCL, Pacific Coast League, but it's really a time to enjoy what we have here, and hopefully today is one of those days where we're making memories.
Absolutely, and maybe in the crowd or maybe on the field, we're going to see future stars in the making here, and that's what this is all about, is celebrating the game and having that opportunity to showcase. And you heard it with the interview with Jordan that Jordan did with Barb Northcott, was being able to kind of bring that future right to your front door, and whether it's the boys game or the girls game, like you look at the national women's team, for example, they just wrapped up their showcase tournament in Quebec. 41 athletes there. We also had 38 junior national team members being invited to their camp coming up a little bit later on. So the future is certainly bright here. When you look at the Canadian content now, how exciting does it have to be as a fan, Dean, or as a player, to go, hey, I could do that one day, whether you're looking at a Joey Votto or a Vladdy Guerrero Jr. or a Freddie Freeman or any of the Canadians who happen to either be in the MLB or are making their way up.
Well, I think it's a really interesting time right now. Obviously, we know the hockey players that we produce. We're starting to produce some pretty good football players, but I think there's an interesting race between Major League Baseball and the NBA when it comes to Canadian athletes. We've seen some higher-end Canadian basketball players go at the very top of the draft, but we're also starting to produce some really talented baseball players. And, baseball, you have many more players than you do have basketball, so there's more of an opportunity. And, I remember getting to watch, he wasn't a Canadian, but he was a Blue Jay, Cecil Fielder, when I was a kid, before he became Cecil Fielder. Well, there are Canadian kids out there that are watching Joey Votto, that watched Larry Walker get inducted into the Hall of Fame. We didn't have that. I was way too young for Ferguson Jenkins, unfortunately. Now kids have that opportunity to say, hey, I can do it. And to think it wouldn't have happened if he didn't get cut by the Regina Pats as a goaltender and Larry Walker ends up in the Hall of Fame. So there's a real opportunity for Canadian kids to have role models that maybe we didn't have as many when we were growing up.
And the great thing too, Ian, is not only are these great athletes, but they're also great people who believe in giving back to the baseball community as well. And I know you've chatted with Mike Soroka on occasion. There are others who are, whether they're in the minors or elsewhere, who are coming back and saying, hey, this was my journey. Now you can do it too.
Absolutely. And Mike Soroka is one of those examples who, he's well aware of where he came from, the status that he holds among young ball players. And when he came back last offseason, he was quite generous with his time. He would come out to academies. He came out to Dogs Academy at one point. He was doing the Little League circuit and talking to Little League coaches and people in that section of baseball, and Baseball Alberta as well. I know he did their banquet. So he's happy to give back. And all the players that I interview, and some that you have on the podcast, on the Alberta Dugout Stories podcast, just very well-rounded, just great young men and women that it's just a pleasure to watch them kind of evolve and just see that they know there is a home for them, maybe not in Major League Baseball, although that's possible, but also just staying within sport, and they can get there, which is important.
Absolutely. And speaking of some of those stars who have made their way through the system, we're going to hear from a couple of them now. And they actually suited up for the two teams who are going to be doing battle a little later on this afternoon, the Okotoks Dogs and the Edmonton Prospects. We're going to hear from Tristan Peters, the reigning WCBL Rookie of the Year and Playoff MVP. But first, let's hear from San Diego Padres prospect Eric Sabrowski of the Edmonton area. Eric, thanks so much for joining us, and welcome to Baseball Day in Canada.
Thanks for having me, Joe.
I love talking about journeys in baseball, and given that you're from the Edmonton area, it probably was easy as a child to get into hockey or football, and yet here you were making inroads in baseball. So take us back to the very beginning and how you got involved in the game in the first place.
I started playing, I think it was just called junior rookie, which is glorified T-ball, right? For South Jasper Place on the west side of Edmonton. And like that's coach pitch basically. The first 3 quarters of the season, I think, could just be the dad on a knee flipping the ball to you. And then I think by the end of the year, the last few games, if we were lucky enough, the kid who could throw strikes would step on the mound, or I guess just the part of the field that didn't have any grass.
So what was it about the game that really caught your attention and made you say, this is the game I want to chase?
After that first year, I took a year off to go play soccer.
Hmm.
Went to I was a goalie actually for a year of soccer, but I think it might have been that wonder why I wasn't playing baseball. I was a big fan watching it on TV, but just taking that year off as, I don't know, 8-year-old probably made me think, hey, I kind of like this baseball thing.
Talk a little bit about some of the key coaches in your career, those who really helped you get to the next level time and time again.
Well, it probably started at the St. FX Academy in Edmonton. They ran a junior high program as well at a junior high just across the street. And there I had, Mark Randall, Sheen Bromley. Those guys were really my first quote unquote high performance baseball coaches. And it's definitely a lot of learning the fundamentals when I got into that academy. And I think I'm better for it. And then, of course, moved on to prospects baseball with Cam and Taylor, and now still working with Taylor at Absolute Human Performance.
Very cool. Talk about that experience with with prospects particularly, and what you learned about yourself maybe as a baseball player as you took part in that program.
Well, like I said, you got the fundamentals down at FX, but then when I went to the Prospects Academy, that's when the word elite came into the picture. Like at that point, you're chasing more and more bat speed, trying to get a little faster, trying to refine those mechanics of your swing and on the mound to try and be the best player you can. And ultimately the goal of those guys, those coaches, was to get us a scholarship somewhere in the States.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of, you ended up getting that with Cloud. Talk about that experience and what it meant to your overall development as a ball player.
My year at Cloud was awesome. It's when I really became a pitcher. Pitched a little bit in high school, but then I just started throwing harder in Cloud. We worked on some more mechanical things, some strength things, just looking at how efficient my arm path was and stuff. And at Cloud, I made a velo jump from probably sitting around 85 to reaching 90, 91, and that's really the big thing. Like, you can be a really good pitcher, but if you're throwing 85, it's really tough to get picked up by professional baseball.
You also had a chance to play with the Prospects college team as well. Talk about that experience in the Western Canadian Baseball League.
That was awesome. That was like my first glimpse of what minor league baseball is kind of like. It was pretty similar, just some tough bus trips, some not so great post-game meals, some wondering how to make this $20 stretch for the next 3 days, and long days at the field. But again, I wouldn't trade any of it. They were all great experiences. Ray Brown or Franchuk were some phenomenal coaches that we had at our time there, and we had a good group of guys both years.
Take us back to the 2018 draft. First off, were you expecting to be selected at all? And then beyond that, what was that experience like in terms of, did you get a phone call? Where were you at the time? Walk us through that whole experience.
Yeah, I was expecting to get selected. I didn't really know when. I heard, everyone has the draft story where they heard, yeah, 5th round they'll call you. I heard from one team could be day 2, and the 6th round I heard from another team, yeah, we might pick you up. Like, so that's 6 through 40 rounds. It's a lot of space in between there where there's some uncertainty. And yeah, I was watching it on my laptop. It was just names would pop up on the screen there, and my name popped up, and probably 5 seconds later, I get a phone call from the scout who put my name through.
What went through your mind when you got that call, when you saw your name on the screen, and what was your sort of first reaction to finally getting that call after sort of the hustle and bustle of the last couple of days?
My story is probably a little different than others, just considering my arm was pretty banged up when I did get selected. There's more uncertainty there, just not knowing what was wrong with it. Eventually, I needed Tommy John surgery, but it was excitement for sure. The team put an investment in me, and they cared about me enough to select me. And but then there was also like, what's next? Like, am I going to be able to throw this year? What kind of rehab do I need to do to get better? And like I said, ultimately it ended up being 2 years, but I eventually got to get going with them.
You mentioned it, so let's get to that aspect of it, the Tommy John surgery. This was a little bit different. You and I were talking off air about this, is that it wasn't just one incident. It was sort of a wear and tear situation. What was your mindset going into not only the surgery, but also knowing that it was going to be a solid year before you were able to get back onto a diamond and be able to face live hitting again?
Well, at first it was tough. Nobody envisions starting their dream the way I kind of did. But eventually it got boiled down to the fact where I sat myself down basically and was like, hey man, you have this 12, 14 months, whatever it is, to get better at everything.
Mm-hmm.
You can work on your fitness, you work on your strength, conditioning, you can fix up your mechanics, you can work on your mental game. And that's why I think a lot of pitchers come back, quote unquote, better after Tom John surgery, because you don't normally get that whole year to reconstruct everything.
When you look back on that, you also had the benefit of a little bit more time because of COVID as well. So what were you able to work on, I suppose, during the course of that downtime to be able to make sure that you did hit the ground running as soon as things got back up and back to normal, quote unquote?
We didn't change a whole lot in my training other than having to get creative for the first little bit when we were all locked down, and trying to figure out how I could do some front squats without a squat bar and things like that, and keep your strength up while you're working out in your basement gym with a pair of 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So that was exciting to put it to start. But then, like I said, working with Taylor Burns, once we were able to get back in the gym, it was more business as usual. We tried to create a season plan for me through July and August and September, where I was throwing 70, 75 pitches every fifth day. And so then we created a workout program around that, and it was, some days it sucked throwing just inside, throwing that many pitches, but eventually we were able to get outside too, and I was able to see some hitters, and that was pretty good.
Take us back to the day that you realized that, hey, the comeback is sort of complete here. I'm going to be able to take the mound finally. What was that moment like as you stepped on the mound? Because I believe it was in relief, to be able to finally say that chapter's over and here comes the actual true blue debut in pro ball.
Well, that was really fun, throwing in Fort Wayne in front of quite a few people. The city really supports us well, and it's a really nice ballpark, and it's awesome when the seats are full. I was just happy that no one could see me shaking. I'm pretty sure my knees didn't stop shaking the whole time. It was got punched in the mouth a little bit in the first inning, but was able to settle down in the second inning. Overall, it was really fun. And you're right, there's a lot of thoughts going through your mind of the things you had to do to get to this point, and just thankful for the ability to do that, and then for all the people that have helped along the way.
And obviously, you're having quite a bit of success in the early going here in your pro career. What's it meant to you to be able to kind of not look back and really look forward and have the success that you've had to this point?
Well, the one thing that probably got hurt the most by me not being able to play was my biggest tool, which is the compete factor. I feel like I feel like I can really compete with the best of them, and it's just something that you can't really show when you're throwing bullpens.
When you look back on it, anybody that you want to give a thank you to, or anybody you want to give a shout out to in terms of just your ability to get to the point that you've been able to get to now?
Well, definitely Taylor Burns. His name came up a lot, but he's very important to me, and he's big for me. My girlfriend Renee has been a rock for me this whole time. probably wasn't easy some days dealing with me and some of the things that we had to go through together. And then my family, just, I have such a great support system, and they've definitely helped keep me up through this whole time.
This is, of course, Baseball Day in Canada. And so I want to ask about that aspect of things. Here you are in the minors as a Canadian. What's that like? Do you kind of get that, oh, it's the Canuck on the team kind of thing? Or what's that experience like?
I guess there's a little bit being the token Canuck. You get some jabs thrown at your way, but it's not really that different than anywhere else.
When you look back on it, what's it meant to you to have the training and the preparation and growing up Canadian meant to you in terms of your baseball journey?
I think it's really important to show that, we don't have the same season or the same resources as a lot of places in the States, but we're just as good, if not better. I think there's a certain resiliency that being Canadian allows you to have that people who, get to play baseball year round don't have, right? There's the want and the need when, you're sitting in your basement in February and there's no shot of you doing anything outside. And you're just thinking about playing baseball again. And just the want that's there, I think really helps Canadian boys and girls thrive when they are able to get out onto the field.
Final question for you here, Eric. And I know when you were growing up, you probably had some maybe alumni or former pros come through at Prospects Academy or wherever you were, maybe even at Cloud. And now that you're that person who has the benefit of 2020 hindsight for those youngsters out there who might be thinking about pursuing a career in baseball, or at least even just pursuing the game in general, what kinds of pieces of advice would you offer to them?
You have to be your own coach. Like there's great coaches out there who are invested in you, but ultimately no one's invested in you like yourself. The biggest jump that I see in younger athletes is the ability to make your own adjustments, where you don't need someone to come over and tell you what you're doing wrong, or if your mechanics are off or something like that. It's the ability to be like, okay, I felt that in that one swing, that wasn't great. What do I need to change? Or, I keep on missing high with my fastball. What do I need to do to fix that? And the quicker you're able to make that adjustment on your own, the better you're going to be.
Eric, really appreciate your time. Congratulations on all the success you've had to this point. Continued success going forward. And again, thank you so much for joining us here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome back to Baseball Day in Canada, live from Seaman Stadium here in Okotoks. Joe McFarland alongside Deed Millard and Ian Wilson. And we're going to go now down to field level. Adrian South joining us with someone from the Edmonton Prospects.
All right, thanks, Dean and Ian. Welcome to today's doubleheader between the Edmonton Prospects and the Okotoks Dogs Black here at Seaman Stadium. The Prospects were in action last night against the Okotoks Red. It was Scott Gillespie with the win for the Prospects in their 5-1 win Friday night. Gillespie recorded his third win of the season with 3 strikeouts and 3 hits over 5 innings pitched, and Brennan Woods took the loss for the Reds. Today, the Prospects take on the first place Okotoks Blacks in this doubleheader here today. Both teams have already clinched playoff spots, but final positioning is still being determined with other teams in action this weekend. It's Jordan Moffat getting the start on the mound tonight for the Prospects, and they'll be looking to silence the bats of Alejandro Cazala and Caden Zeroni of the Dogs. And coming into tonight, he has an 8.18 ERA, 3 wins, 2 losses in 10 games pitched. And joining me now is head coach and GM Jordan Blundell. So you're coming off some good momentum, a 5-1 win last night over the Okotoks Reds. What worked for you in last night's game, and how do you keep that momentum going?
Well, first off, we got a good start on the mound, which is crucial to playing good baseball. Honestly, I thought our offense did a really good job of having good at-bats, and they were able to do that throughout the whole game. So we were able to chip away some runs, and then our bullpen in relief of Scott did a great job too. So it was a real good team win. All 3 facets we did a good job in.
And so you've secured a playoff spot. You go Monday night and then Tuesday at home. So the positioning, you and Okotoks Blacks have already locked it in, but how does these games here today, what do you do to adjust so that you're not burning out the bullpen for the playoff start on Monday?
Well, it's a fine line. We need to get some guys some work for one. We need to be careful how many pitches they throw. So that'll be on us and the coaching staff to kind of mix and match the best way we can. And, we play to win too. So winning comes into the decision making as well. So we'll take care of our arms and we'll be ready to go for Monday.
So how are you feeling about making the playoffs?
Oh, I love it. I love it. The last year we played, which was 19, we took it right to the last day of the season to clinch a spot. So it's a little bit uncharted territory. It's a little bit early for us. We have a few games, but it feels great. That was one of our goals this year. We have another goal coming up, and we'll address that Monday before we get into game one of the playoffs. But guys are happy. They deserve it. They've worked hard.
And so lastly for you, it is Baseball Day in Canada. So what does that mean to you? What impact has baseball had on your life, and why is it so important? What's significant about today?
Baseball Day in Canada is an opportunity to celebrate the sport. Baseball's given me a lot personally. It's brought my family together. I've had great moments with my family within the sport, and you know what? I get to coach little kids as well, and we get to see them do their work and enjoy the game and fall in love with the game, and those are future players for this league. So I'm really fortunate in the position I'm at. I get to see the end product of college players, and I get to see the 10 to 12-year-olds start their journey. Baseball means a lot to me, so I'm really excited about today.
That's awesome. Well, best of luck to you in this game. And we also have Brendan Luther of the Prospects. Now, Brendan, you have had some great momentum this season. You're coming into tonight with a batting average of .329, I believe, 23 RBIs, if my stats are correct here. So, what's working for you? How are you feeling about the season so far?
Lately I've just been seeing the ball pretty well. We're getting guys in position for me to, get my RBIs, get my big time hits. So, I got the whole team behind me right now, and, having that positive reinforcement's really been helping.
So how are you feeling heading into today's game and into playoffs? What's it mean to you to have that locked in?
Oh, it's great. We've won our last two. We're kind of feeling hot right now. We're trusting the guys going out on the bump every day. So it's, right now we're a collective of, 30 guys, and we're just ready to roll, get ready into playoffs, and just, it's going to be electric.
So in terms of Baseball Day in Canada, obviously this is a huge part of your life. So do you have a greatest memory in baseball, or what's so special about today that you want to highlight about your career so far?
There's been so many things, just being young, having my dad coaching me, that was a very big thing in my life. I always had him kind of right beside me, backing me up. It's mostly my family just being right behind me the entire time, and just, taking me down to the United States for tournaments, taking me visiting out here in Edmonton, visiting me in Kelowna. It's been unreal just having them, and that's my favorite thing.
That's amazing. So what are the keys going to be for today's game?
I think we just got to get on them early and, play strong defense. When we're playing solid defensively, that's when we start to win our games, and that's when we're gonna keep doing what we're doing and just keep going.
And now it's a little bit of a warm day here at Siemens Stadium. So how does this heat impact you? Does it at all? What do you do? What do you have to adjust?
Just drink a lot of water. Drink a lot of water. Your body's gonna be ready, and just drink that water. That's all I got.
Perfect. Well, best of luck today to the Prospects and to the Okotoks Dogs Black. We will have an interview with their head coach coming up shortly, but for now I will send things back up to Ian and Dean in the booth.
Thanks so much for that, Adrian. Yes, Baseball Day in Canada, obviously a very important day here as we get to celebrate the game of baseball here. Let's now go to that full conversation that I had recently with Milwaukee Brewers draft pick and former Dogs player, and actually the playoff MVP, reigning playoff MVP, as weird as it sounds, and reigning Rookie of the Year as well in the Western Canadian Baseball League. Tristan Peters joins us here on Baseball Day in Canada. Tristan, thanks so much for joining us, and welcome to Baseball Day in Canada.
Thank you for having me, Joe.
You've had a whirlwind last couple of months here, but I want to start at the very beginning with you. You're originally from Winkler, Manitoba. So how was it that you fell in love with the game of baseball?
I guess probably from the beginning. I started playing when I was 4 years old, T-ball in Winkler. I don't remember much of that, so I can't say I fell in love at that time. But I think I started falling in love with baseball, honestly, the most in high school. When it got really serious and I stopped playing other sports, like basically when I moved to Okotoks was when I fell in love with it.
Did you know right away that this was a game you wanted to chase and a dream that you wanted to chase, or did it take a little bit of convincing in the early going?
I always kind of knew that I wanted to play baseball. I don't think I realized I had any potential until I went to Okotoks as well. And the decision to go to Okotoks, I didn't even want to go at one point. I kind of saw the game just as I just played it for fun, and I was good at it, and I had lots of fun. Didn't take it super seriously when I was young. I wish I could kind of do that now, but it's a little harder now. But yeah, when I got to Okotoks, I realized that I think I can go pretty far with it, and so I just worked hard.
Looking back on it, what did that experience in Okotoks mean to you and your progression in baseball?
It meant a ton. I met some awesome baseball figures like Tyler Hollick probably had the biggest impact on me. I talked to him the other day, and he was super excited. It was super cool because I remember he got drafted at Chandler Gilbert too, to the Giants. I think it was the 14th round or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember just seeing it when I was playing at Chandler Gilbert, seeing his name on our right field wall, because he got inducted into our Hall of Fame. I wanted to be like that. I don't know if I did well enough to get in the Hall of Fame like he did, because he had an incredible year, but I really looked up to him and a bunch of the other coaches, and had some great teammates there too that inspired me.
We'll get to the Chandler Gilbert thing in a second, but I want to go backwards a little bit and talk about your time with the Okotoks Dogs college team as well, because that's something, that program, you kind of have that ability with Dogs Academy to watch it firsthand and then to actually play for that team, and not only just play for that team, but also do as well as you did. You are still the reigning WCBL Rookie of the Year. COVID let that happen, but you're also the playoff MVP that year. The Dogs win the championship. I mean, talk about that experience and what it meant to you, and what it, looking back on it with that benefit of hindsight, what it kind of helped you maybe realize when it comes to your baseball dreams.
Oh, I mean, it was just an incredible opportunity to be able to go play for the Dogs in the summer. Going back to like Okotoks again, I knew I was probably going to play there that year, but man, like just being back there with all the coaches again, and even the new coaches, and all the new players from other schools, it was really cool. And it was kind of my first taste of seeing all these different players from all around the U.S., not just all from Canada. So that was cool. And then winning the championship was crazy. And the competition was really good too, I found. I thought the pitching was really good. And I think I got a lot better too during that summer with the coaching staff, and just the more depth we had. And the facilities are incredible, and playing in front of all those fans, there's just so much I can talk about, but winning a championship is so cool. And
absolutely. When you think about all that jet setting, whether it was from Winkler to Alberta, or you head down, as you mentioned, Chandler Gilbert, and then Southern Illinois University as well, you had some great success all along the way. What did those experiences in college mean to you in your development?
I think it just showed me more. I think it got me to realize that I do have potential, especially Okotoks got me to realize that. I remember hearing, before I even went to Okotoks, I remember hearing about Clayton Keys and how he got drafted. And I was like, man, that'd be so cool if I could get drafted out there. Obviously, I didn't get drafted out of high school, but then I kept chasing that dream throughout college and just picked other people's brains, met some awesome people. Like my coaching, I haven't had a bad coach, I would say. Like I love the coaches at Chandler Gilbert. I love them at SIU, and they just taught me a ton. And the players, I think of Nick Neville at Southern Illinois University. He probably taught me the most about the mental game, and that helped me a lot this past spring. And there's just so many people to thank.
When you think about the whirlwind of the last couple of months here, you finished up college in the spring, then you end up with the Savannah Bananas, a really famous team, especially when it comes to some of the shenanigans that they get up to. And any favorite moments during that 17-game stretch, or even just talk about being courted by this team to be able to go and be the Canadian on that roster?
Yeah, I mean, when special moments, I'd say, winning, we won a ton, and we're in the playoffs right now. I think we're in the championship series, so that's exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunate. I mean, I'm glad to be here, but it'd be cool to be there too. I wish I could do both. But probably the best experience I had there was honestly when I wasn't playing. It was doing the player dances. So we had a choreographed dance and we worked on it right after BP. And then we did that in the middle of the second inning, I think it was. And it was just so much fun. That's kind of, I like that kind of stuff. And the crowd loves it. They went crazy. It was, and the one I did in a kilt. So that was even crazier. So that was fun.
Well, and it kind of brings you out of your comfort zone a little bit too, I suppose, right? Baseball is sort of known as this tight operation, I suppose, and to be able to do something off kilter has to be something that you'll be able to take with you and maybe bring it to another team down the road, perhaps.
Yeah, it's really cool. I learned a lot there, and most of it wasn't about the baseball. It was more about how to enjoy the game. I feel like I played a lot more loose. I had a pretty decent time, or like stats there, but that didn't even matter to me at that point. It was just having fun, and they knew how to have fun.
So take us back to the MLB draft. Where are you? What are you kind of going through? When do you hear or see your name come across the board? Walk us through that entire experience.
So I was just in Savannah. My whole family came except for one of my brothers, and because he was working.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just sitting in my host. It's not my host family. I call him my host dude because there's just one dude. He was pretty sweet. But he was away at that time with family. And then, so my family was we were just sitting in the living room and waiting for my name to be called. And it was super nerve wracking. I remember my dad saying, he's like, you haven't got any calls. I don't think it's going to happen today. And I was like, Dad, you don't know anything. So I had hope. And then we got to, I think it was the 6th round. And we got a call from the Brewers, or my advisor got a call from the Brewers, and I'd been on a Zoom call with him the whole day, and he would just take me out if he got a call. And so he took me out, told the Brewers wanted to take me in the 7th round, and I was like, yeah, I'll take it. And then he was like, oh, we're probably going to find out live because they don't know if they offered the other players the same amount or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so sure enough, we watched live, and I don't think I've ever been so nervous. And then they called my name. And my dad freaked out because there's the tracker that shows it first, and then there's a live stream, and I was wanting to look at the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad freaked out before the live stream said my name, and then I was like, wow, it was just incredible.
Now you've just signed your first pro contract as well. I asked this off air and I want to ask it on air as well. Has the whole experience been what you sort of imagined it being when you were first kind of getting up through the college system and sort of dreaming about being drafted one day?
I didn't think it would be. I don't think it was anything like I imagined. First off, it wasn't the team that I was thinking was going to have me, and then now that I'm here, it's just not what I thought it would be. It's still really cool. I'm playing pro baseball. I'm getting paid to play a sport or just something that I enjoy. So it's super cool.
So what's next for you in terms of getting back onto the field again?
So I'm just waiting for my visa right now. We just had a bunch of the draft picks, the American draft picks. They had their first games yesterday, at least the Brewers guys.
Mm.
And I think 3 of them got their first career professional hits. So that was cool. But I got to wait for my visa. So that could be another week or so. Hopefully I'm playing by the end of next week.
It is baseball day in Canada here. So I want to ask about being a Canadian and growing up in the system here. What did it teach you to go forward as you headed into your now pro career?
I mean, it taught me that I really need to move out of where I lived. Winkler is not a great place for exposure if you're trying to make it far. But that's why I went to Okotoks. And I think if you really want to go far in baseball and that's what you want, you got to get out of those small towns, and you got to really, it's on you to expose yourself to college teams and stuff. And I think the Dogs did a fantastic job with that. And it just takes a lot. I think it takes a lot more hard work, and because you don't have all year round like some of these Americans do. It's just, but yeah, just don't take anything for granted and work hard.
any coaches or individuals within the sport or even in life that you'd like to give some shout outs or credit to at this point as we talk about sort of your journey in baseball?
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton. I mentioned Hollick earlier. He's probably the biggest guy or coach or whatever. I consider him a mentor. He didn't just coach me on baseball; he coached me on life, and I really appreciate everything he did. And even all the other coaches at Okotoks too, like Joe and just all of them. There's so many people. And then my college coaches, one of my favorite coaches that I just love them so much was Mike Campbell here at Chandler Gilbert. He taught me a ton with the hitting side. And then my coach, my head coach at Chandler Gilbert too, he was a big encouragement for me. And then the SIU coaches, Lance Rhodes, he just did an incredible job of turning the SIU program around. He knows how to make a winning team and a winning atmosphere. And I think we had 2 coaches move out from that school, but they were a huge impact too. Just all the coaches, I think, but yeah.
I get the sense when we chat is that baseball is sort of what you get out of it to a certain extent. The coaching that you get out of it is what you put into it. Talk a little bit about your mindset and where you got that from.
I think that's just kind of how I was raised. You gotta put in the time in order to get what you want out of it, I guess. And I think coaches are a valuable resource. You got to talk to them and in order to get advice, because they've got a lot of other kids that they're looking after too. So you gotta go up there and kind of like put yourself out there. Maybe that's with how you're playing or like just your actions, how you play the game, like playing hard, running out balls, even though you're probably going to be out at first, just catches people's attention. And yeah, just show them you're willing to do what they want in order to win.
Final question for you, and I think that this kind of segues really well into it, and it's about that advice. I know as a student of the game, whether it was at Dogs or whether it was at SIU or Chandler Gilbert, you probably had those alumni roll through and offer words of encouragement or advice. Now that you're that person who has the benefit of 2020 hindsight, and you have that national audience here and now to talk to the kids about it, what advice would you offer to those youngsters who are just starting on their baseball journeys?
I remember all those, like there'd be alumni always telling us it would be the same thing. It was mostly at Chandler Gilbert that would happen, but because they always came back and talked to us, it was really cool. But they'd always say, just enjoy it while you're there, enjoy the moment. And it's so cliche, but it's so true. And like, I miss this every day in Chandler Gilbert. That was probably my favorite 2 years of baseball. And I just cherish it and enjoy the journey. Like sometimes it's gonna be hard. Like right now I'm not playing, it's kind of hard, but hey, I still gotta try to enjoy it, enjoy where you're at.
Well, we've enjoyed watching your progression over the years, Tristan. Congratulations on all the success you've had to this point. Continued success as you begin your professional baseball journey. And thank you so much for joining us here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Thank you for having me.
Stadium in Okotoks, it is Baseball Day in Canada. Joe McFarland alongside Ian Wilson of Alberta Dugout Stories and podcast aficionado Dean Millard joining us for Baseball Day in Canada. Let's go back to field level now and chat with Adrian South, who's with the Okotoks Dogs coach.
All right, thanks Dean and Ian. Joining me is Tyler Hollick, the head coach and GM of the Okotoks Dogs Black. Thanks for joining me here today pregame. So you guys have secured top spot in the playoffs. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels like we're halfway done our job. So our goal at the beginning of the year, and we're big on goal setting here and setting out to accomplish what we were, set out to do. And we won the President's Trophy. We secured our top spot in the playoffs. So we have home field advantage for our fans at Siemens Stadium. And now we're on to the first round. So we got 2 more goals that we got to set and go accomplish. So we're trying to win round 1, and we're still waiting to see who that's going to be, and then hopefully defend our 2019 2 year later WCBL championship. So
Yeah, so I was going to say final positioning still being determined with games this weekend with other teams playing, but you've secured top spot. So there's no points on the line for you in terms of where you personally stand. So I guess how do you keep that motivation today, or what do you adjust knowing that there's not that kind of pressure since you've already secured that spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's pressure to be great every day, and we always talk about with our guys, and they're primarily high school guys on the team with some college guys mixed in, that you don't evaluate the scoreboard, and you don't evaluate, the wins and losses necessarily. It's how you go about your business every day, and are you prepared to compete, and did you get your body prepared last night, and how is your BP, how is your, are you being a good teammate, whether you're 4 for 4 or 0 for 4 today, are you guys ready to go today? So, regardless of the win or the loss, it's about being great every day for us.
I love that. So, in terms of the bullpen, giving some arms some rest today, what adjustments are you making so that you can head into next week's playoff games, fresh and rested?
Yeah, we like to get a lot of guys a lot of volume, and we think that we need our guys healthy and ready to go for the playoffs, but we got to get our guys some work as well so they are sharp as they can be heading into the playoffs. I'd be lying to say we do have a little bit of a luxury where the win or the loss doesn't affect our standings necessarily, so we do have the luxury of getting guys on a strict pitch count and getting them ready for Monday, Tuesday, and hopefully Wednesday.
So who are you looking to really step up here today and in playoffs as well? But, what are the keys to today's game, and who are you going to be expecting to go out there and really perform today?
We got 2 good starting pitchers on the mound. Boston Workington's a high school kid, grade 11, committed to the University of Washington, and he'll be starting game 1 for us. So big key for him is throwing strike 1 and working from there. And then, we have a short bench. Obviously, some guys are leaving for school, and we got some guys that are banged up with some injuries, and we're looking for, the whole bench to come in and be ready to play. So everybody's going to get some time today, get a feel of the ball, get some at-bats, and we're just trying to stay as sharp as we can getting going to the playoffs. So.
And so it is Baseball Day in Canada, as I'm sure you're aware, hence our broadcast here today. But what impact, what's your greatest memory of baseball, and what impact has this had on your life? Why is it so important to really share these stories about baseball in Canada?
Oh man, that's a tough question. The best memory in baseball. I mean, I've grown up in this program, so I remember playing baseball in the backyard. I was the youngest of 4 boys, and my dad got me into the game, and my mom, and we grew up watching baseball. And once I joined the Dogs when I was 12 years old, I graduated the program. I was the first player drafted out of this program, and coming back here and playing in front of these fans. Not one specific game necessarily, but to be able to play here is really special. And we're 4,000 plus a night, and you're like a Yankee in this town. So it's really special to put this name on your chest every day, and something I'm extremely proud of for sure.
That's amazing. And I'm sure you have lots of young fans in the crowd, and for people watching online. Can anybody learn to play baseball? What do you say to somebody who is debating putting their children in baseball? How do you, really express and articulate how much of an impact it does have?
I mean, it's the greatest game in the world. It's so analogous with life because it's every day. I mean, you don't have to be great one day out of the week. I love football and I love other sports, but this is a 6 or 7 day a week grind just as life is. So it's hot. It's beautiful weather. You get to play during the summer with all your buddies, and it's a really, really good time, and it's a very positive environment. So biggest thing I can say is watch as much baseball, participate as much as you can, and get out there and enjoy it when you're young, because when you combine the passion that these guys have with it, and then you grow up into it, and now they're getting college scholarships, they're getting an opportunity to play professionally, the game becomes a lifelong passion and a love for you. So it's pretty special that way.
Amazing. And now I asked this to the Prospects head coach and GM Jordan Blundell as well, but to Brandon Luther as well, rather. But it is a hot day here. It is a doubleheader. The key for them was staying hydrated. How do you have to adjust and cope in this heat?
The lucky for us, we had the hottest summer that I can remember for a really long time. So they've been really working on their hydration and nutrition. We had a day off yesterday. We have a day off tomorrow. So. And we're lucky enough to be at home, so they can take care of their bodies, whatever they need is necessary, and everybody getting a lot of reps. So we're not going to burn anybody out or anything like that. So it'll be, just staying hydrated and staying out of the heat when we can.
And I guess just lastly, anything else to add? Any more thoughts on today's game, or what's the camaraderie like right now in the dressing room, knowing, heading into playoffs?
I mean, these guys train together and play together all year round, so it is a pretty special group where they've been together since September 1st, and it is solemn where some guys are leaving off to college and they've been together for years now. It's difficult in that way where we're losing some guys and they've been part of the program for a long time, but they're ready to go. They want to bring a championship to Okotoks, and they want to bring home the WCBL championship. So they're super proud to be here.
Well, thank you very much for this. Best of luck to you in today's game and in the first round of playoffs. Thank you very much. I will send things back up to Dean and Ian with our broadcast.
So much, Adrian. Yes, we're just moments away from possibly and likely playoff preview here at Siemens Stadium as the Edmonton Prospects are taking on Okotoks Dogs Black. Black first in the division. The Prospects are fourth. Dean, looking ahead to this one, this is going to be an exciting ball game.
I should hope so. You know, the Prospects, you know, you're going into the postseason. You know you're probably facing this team. Why not send them the message that this might not be as easy as a 1 versus 4? I had the privilege a couple of years ago when the Prospects had that marathon run where they were playing 3 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday, 2 games Monday. They won them all to get into the playoffs. I've seen this team managed by Jordan Blundell really, you know, gel together when they need to. So I'm expecting the Edmonton Prospects, you might want to hold some things back a little bit. You know you're facing them. Maybe you want to set up your rotation. But I'm expecting a really strong message by the Prospects in both games today that says if we meet in the playoffs, you know, this might not be a quick series, which some people might think with a 1 versus 4.
2 versus 3 has Sylvan Lake and Lethbridge as it stands right now anyways. Still a little bit of wiggle room there at the bottom with the 3 versus 4, but 1 and 2 are set. Ian, you've been up to Sylvan Lake, and we're going to get to this a little bit later on in Baseball Day in Canada. The facility there is still under construction, but the ballpark is open, and it is going to be a gem in Central Alberta.
Oh, it's just another example of one of the great ballparks in the league. Of course, coming online this year, and it's only going to get better. Like when you go to the game there, you get into your seat and you see the stadium. It's excellent. There's a few things around the ballpark that will fill out over the next couple of years, as we've seen at Siemens Stadium here in Okotoks. So it's nothing but looking up for Sylvan Lake and the Gulls, and also the fact that they're a playoff team right off the hop. I know it's a 5-team league this year as opposed to an 11-team league, that is. But it's just nice that they could bring postseason ball to their fans as well.
Dean, I wanted to get your sense. You mentioned earlier on off camera, this is your first time in Okotoks. Mm-hmm. What's your impression of this? Not just this facility, but this whole area that seems to be in love with baseball.
Well, I will preface that I probably failed geography because I thought Okotoks was on the north side. I'm from the north side, St. Albert, so I had my directions wrong. But driving up to this place is so amazing. I mean, you look at the stadium when you drive up. I love that they have the street signs of all those Major League Baseball teams. You walk in here, this has the feel of a professional stadium. It looks great. I love it. I can't wait to head out to left field and watch a game there. They have a similar thing in Winnipeg with the Goldeye Stadium. You mentioned Sylvan Lake. I can't wait to get out there. The Prospects have something beautiful. Regina is trying to get something going. I think that would bring in Saskatoon. I've heard great things about Fort McMurray. I mean, the caliber of this league has gotten better, and it's now time that the stadiums and the ballparks catch up, and they are right now with this beautiful facility as kind of a pace setter a little bit.
And not just that, but you look at some of the legacy facilities that we have in Alberta and across the country as well. You look at Medicine Hat, for example, dating back to the days of the Medicine Hat A's for that one season, then the Blue Jays for 24, 25 years. You look at Lethbridge with the Expos and the Dodgers. A very fantastic ability there, I think, to really capitalize on that. So it sounds as though we're getting close to game time here. So let's go to the PA announcers and others, and then we're going to get to our play-by-play with Al Coates and John Belmont.
For the first ever Baseball Day in Canada. Let's go! Alrighty, Craig, let's get that starting lineup.
Thank you very much, Shane. And once again, good afternoon and welcome to Baseball Day at beautiful Siemens Stadium. All right, fans, here is today's starting lineup for the home team, Edmonton Prospects. Leading off is second baseman, number 17, Devin Heck. Batting second to shortstop, number 16, Brendan Luther. number 34, Johnny McGill. Adding fourth, the center fielder, number 22, Stephen Horner. Batting fifth is the right fielder, number 31, Stephen McKenzie. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 15, Trent Lawson. Batting seventh, the first baseman, number 52, Dakota Wheatley. Batting eighth, the catcher, number 42, Ethan Keats. And batting ninth is the third baseman, number 10, Cole Jessamine. The starting pitcher for the Edmonton Prospects today is number 23, Jordan Moffat.
Alrighty, fans, we'd also like to give a quick warm welcome to all of the Edmonton Prospects fans who made it down for this drive. Thank you all for being here on this special day. Now, if you could please stand, rise, and join the wonderful, the talented Red and Rose for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free, from far we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this jewel of a ballpark. I really can't describe it any other way. Now in its 14th year of operation, and that's the Okotoks Dogs ballpark. I speak of course, Siemens Stadium. And John Belmont, you'd have to be a natural-born fault father to find anything wrong with this place. It is just gorgeous.
It is a gorgeous ballpark. It's a line from home plate to dead center field, northeast to southwest, 325 down the lines, about 365, 70 to the alleys. And you look at that berm out in left field, people picnicking out there, having a great time. Just a beautiful little ballpark in actually a very pretty part of our country.
Got a couple of innings of the ball game in last night. Didn't stay for the whole thing, but they had about 3,500 here. Not near that for the afternoon game. Of course, it's the first of a day-night doubleheader here tonight. Both way goes for 7 innings. That's what they're planning on, barring extra innings, of course. And they expect a far bigger house for the 7 p.m. ball game. As you get a look at today's starting pitcher, big, long left-hander, Ben Moffitt is his name. We'll take a look at his statistics in just a minute. I'll give you quickly the starting lineup for the Okotoks Dogs. And they are playing 2 teams in the league this year. They had to, just to get 5 teams into the Western Canada Baseball League so they could play. And this is the black team playing this afternoon. Prospects are the home team, as they quite simply don't have a ballpark to play in. They no longer are at Remax Field. They are in the process of building what looks like a gorgeous facility on Meridian Road, halfway between Stony Plain and Spruce Grove. Ben Kajecki is the center fielder, and he'll lead it off. Cody Hendricks, the third baseman, will bat second for the Dogs. Alejandro Cazorla is the catcher, and in the 4th spot, Connor Carson is the second baseman, as we are about set to get this one underway at 20 minutes past 2 o'clock Mountain Standard Time, under pretty much ideal baseball conditions. A little bit of smoke in the air as a push bunt is foul, strike 1. And we got to the park about 11, John. It wasn't nearly as smoky as it is now, but it's a definite presence.
It sure is, and I don't think it'll affect the players too much. It might allow the breaking ball to break better.
Nick 14 bats fifth. He'll do the catching this afternoon. Here's the kick and the pitch on the way. The fastball is down the middle. 0-2. Hank Griffin, the DH. Aiden Rose is the third baseman. Ty Chadwick plays in left field. He'll bat eighth. And Eric Matchez is the 9 batter. And he today will be the shortstop. Ball fouled away. 3 straight pitches, and they're all in the strike zone. I'll mention Ty Chadwick for just a minute. Out of Kamloops, the starting left fielder today. 30 years ago, his dad was the starting pitcher for the Edmonton Trappers, Ray Chadwick.
That's pretty interesting. And, you know, you look at all those, the number of sons that are playing ball off as Trapper players. It's interesting to see.
Well, one away in the ball game as you saw the high hopper to the shortstop, Brendan Luther. Big handles on that ball and an easy play. Cody Hendricks, the third baseman, is the batter. The Dogs have been in the playoffs every year. They've been in the Western Canada League. They are the defending champions. In fact, I've got a score sheet we'll look at from the last time we did a game about getting on 2 years ago. But they've just been a rain of terror. There's a big slow deuce in it, and this is inside. 1 ball, no strikes to Cody Hendricks. And Alejandro Cazorla also due up in the inning. As you see, the Dukes are wearing a dark pinstripe uniform. And you don't see pinstripes a whole lot anymore. Big one hopper wide of third. Desmond is up with it. Throw to first base is in the dirt, but the putout will go 5-3. 2-man umpiring crew. Brian Hodgson will call the balls and strikes. Ron Shuchuk will work the bases. And they're both veteran umpires. Saw them for years in the Northern League. Now Alejandro Cazorla is the batter.
That was a nice fielding job by Wheatley, the first baseman.
It was. Throw was in the dirt a little bit. And here comes the pitch off the handle of the bat. And it's a pop fly out into right field towards the foul chalk. Drifting on over is John McGill to make the catch. And that's a nifty inning for the starting pitcher this afternoon, Jordan Moffat. 3 up, 3 down, smoke rings across. And this is Prospects Baseball from Okotoks.
He threw a total of 8 pitches there, 7 of them strikes. And that's the way to do it.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
There you get a look at the starting pitcher this afternoon. Game 1 of the doubleheader for the Okotoks Dogs. Boston Whartonton, the pitcher. This will be his 10th appearance on the year, his 3rd start, 18 2/3 innings. Scattered 32 hits, 35 runs, 27 earned runs. He's walked 18 batters, and he has struck out 29 batters. He's got a walk hit innings pitch ratio, the whip they call it, a 2.680. Big hard thrower. Fortan will complete the battery. Rose, Crossan, Mahej, and Hendricks first through third in the infield. Ball is sent out into left field towards the gap. Lots of hang time on it. Big Ty Chadwick, the son of the former Trapper. He is a big man, and he's there to make the catch one away.
Got a fastball on the outside corner, and he hit it away where he should have, but he got under the ball too much.
Brendan Luther, who was the starting shortstop almost 2 years ago in our last telecast, will stand in, as I remember, pretty good ball player.
He moves very well, pretty good fielding infielder.
Digs himself a toe hold into the left-handed batter's box and looks at a pitch that's down and away. 1 ball, no strike. Quick start to this ball game. 4 batters up and 4 batters down. The nightcap of the doubleheader. 7-inning ball game should be getting underway right about 7:20 Mountain Time. Here's the wind and the pitch, and that is on the outside corner for a strike. The last time we did a telecast, it was a playoff game, and the Prospects did win it with a big rally in the 10th inning. They sent 7 batters to the plate. A couple of hit batsmen were really the undoing for the Dogs, and it was Tyler Maskill. He snuck a ground ball up the middle, if you'll remember. It was a 2-run single, and that would put the icing on the cake in the 3-run 10th and a 5-4 Prospect victory in the second game of the Western Canada Baseball League first round of the playoffs. And I know you remember that well.
I do. We had a lot of fun at that game.
And here comes the pitch. Fastball is upstairs. I remember looking out of the corner of my eye, and the 3rd run crosses the plate. The kids are all celebrating, and the batter, Tyler Maskill, joined the celebration. I just thought, oh boy, this is going to be good. He forgot to touch first base. And that don't quite make it a hit.
No, that's for sure.
Count is full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Brendan Luther, the batter, up, hitting in the 2-hole in the order. John McGill bats third place in right. Steve Horner, the center fielder, will be your 4-hole hitter. Steve McKenzie in left field. Trent Lawson is the designated hitter today. And the pitch in on the fists, and it's whipped foul up the left line and out of play. So you look at that beautiful addition to this ballpark. Just past the left field berm, you're going to see around the corner by the foul pole, where they've got kind of a patio, a mezzanine area. And you see that in a lot of ballparks today. The fact of the matter is, John, nobody's going to go to a gravel pit anymore and watch a ball game.
No, it's not like it used to be. And, you know, they do a very nice job in these ballparks today of making it comfortable for the fan. And in the old ballparks that we're used to, Al, it was never comfortable for the fan.
It wasn't comfortable for anybody.
No.
Ball players, broadcaster. Remember the old Dirks Field in Salt Lake City? The visiting team's broadcast booth was no wider than about 2.5 feet.
Yeah.
And you want to talk, it was right out of the bridge of the River Kwai with a sweat box.
Yeah.
I mean, it was something. Here comes the pitch, and the fastball is not working here this afternoon for Boston Morkington. He's been down with it. He's been up with it, inside and outside. Look at the quality of that picture.
Yeah, real nice picture. Good center field camera view. Great picture of the strike zone.
Double play depth in the middle infield at third base. Hendricks is about midway. Down and away, 2 balls and no strikes.
Now, in the warm-up here, Workington was having problems with his control. He's a young man who's going to the University of Washington as a freshman this year. And, I mean, he's got to be a pretty good ball player to be going Div 1. But he's having control problems.
I would think he'll be receiving a meeting with the pitching coach here before long. He has fallen behind in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. I haven't seen him throwing anything but a fastball. Try something else. Right-hander comes set. Here's the kick and the pitch, and a line drive base hit between short and third. And the Prospects get a little something going with a base on ball and a base hit to left field, and that is the product of pitching behind in the count, and then you got to come in with a strike.
Now you got
there he took a rip at it at 3-0. You don't see that often either.
Not too often. I think he has the hit away, though. He's a pretty good ball player. Now, do you think they'll lay the ball down and move these 2 over?
With the cleanup batter, I'd say very likely not.
I agree with you.
That's not what he's there for. In fact, I was saying in the major leagues, if you give a bunt sign to a 4-hole hitter, he'd just ignore it. And we're ready to go. The pitch is inside, not held cleanly, near by the catcher 14. 1 ball and no strike.
Now, he's fortunate that ball went that side, which stopped the runners from moving. If that had gone to the first base side, the runner on second would have been into third.
Got a piece of it that's all that counted. Now, back to our conversation about a 4-hole batter drawing down a bunt. Now that I've finally figured out how to use a cell phone properly, I watch old ball games, do it all the time. As this ball is off the head of the bat, popped up, it'll be in foul territory back at first base. There's a long run over, and just running out of real estate was Rose right by the piping that holds the tarp. It was the 51 World Series, 7th deciding game, Brooklyn Dodgers, New York Yankees, the old Subway Series. The cleanup batter that day for the Dodgers was Duke Snider. Mickey Mantle was the cleanup hitter for the Yankees. And in their first bats, both of them came up with men on base. They both tried to drop down a bunt. So, not that it hasn't happened. 1 ball, 1 strike to the batter. Bottom half of the first inning, scoreless ball game, first end of a doubleheader. Pair of 7s here today, and there's a wild pitch. Everybody moves up 90 feet.
Now, you talk about Mickey Mantle and Duke Snider in those days. That's the way the game was played back then, Al. I mean, every batter was expected to be able to bunt. And you look at the powerhouse that the Yankees had. I mean, Yogi Berra, he could take the ball out of the dirt and put it over the fence. Just tremendous power, but all those fellas could bunt.
Hall of Famer died just a couple of years back. A lot of people don't realize this. There were several years when Yogi played left field just about every day. Did not always catch. A pitch and a hard ground ball, snagged nicely on one bounce, got down on his knee. The throw is a little off target, but Rose is there to stay with it. Hendricks makes a nice pick. And you got one away with men at second and third base. If you're scoring at home, 5-3 on the putout.
Right fielder, number 31, Stephen McKenzie.
Steve McKenzie, the batter. Baseball day in Canada, and high time we had such a thing. Baseball is a great Canadian game. It just is. And has been forever.
It sure has.
And as our telecast goes through today, I'll try to bring up any remembrances I have of Canadian ball players that I've actually seen and known or just saw on television. McKenzie's the batter up. The pitch to him is a sharp-breaking curveball in and over, strike 1. One of the first Canadian players I met. Now, we'll go through the Okanagan Valley. He came out of Enderby, which is right on the north end of the valley. Big slugger with the Texas Rangers, and finished out his career with the Tacoma Tigers. Kevin Reimer, remember him?
I do remember the name.
God, big, powerful man. He arms on him like you wouldn't believe. And you go a little further down the Okanagan Valley, big Paul Spoljaric, a left-hand pitcher with the Blue Jays, is from Kelowna. That is a real good baseball area, the Okanagan Valley. Paul Spoljaric.
It sure is.
Steve McKenzie, the hitter, up with a 0-2 count. Boston Workington is ready to go. Spots a curveball in there for a call strike. And that'll get it done. No runs and 1 hit. 2 men left on base. We're an inning over on Baseball Day in Canada from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown, Alberta owned.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Left-hander Jordan Moffat, the starting pitcher this afternoon. John, what did you say, 8 pitches in the first inning?
8 pitches in the first inning, and he had them swinging on the first pitch a couple of times, which really helped him out.
They don't expect he's going to go the distance today. They've got some hanging arms, I'm sure, due at this time of the year. Although the bullpen at present time for the Prospects down the left field foul line has got no activity in it. Connor Crossan, the second baseman, will be the leadoff batter here against Jordan Moffat. Look at those arms hang just about down to his knee. That's the build of a pitcher.
It sure is. You don't find many short-armed pitchers anymore. They're all pretty long.
Dogs will line up, or rather the Prospects will line up with the middle infield fully back. The outfield is straight away, midway on the corners. And the pitch is in and over for a called strike. So we're doing a little bit of our Canada Day reminiscing. We're going through the Okanagan Valley, Enderby, BC at the north end, the home of a major leaguer, outfielder named Kevin Reimer. Kelowna, the home of a pretty good left-hand pitcher named Paul Spaljerek. Spent some time with the Blue Jays. And you move down the valley a little bit, you'll come to Penticton. Don't know the place well. I know one person from Penticton, know him pretty well, or whatever. But if you go back, and you'd remember this guy, big, hard-throwing left-hander that went to the major leagues and eventually ended up as the general manager of the Seattle Kingdom, of all things. There's a strikeout to get things going here in the second inning.
That's on 3 pitches, too.
Pitcher I'm talking about, Ted Boesfield. Remember Teddy Boesfield?
I do remember Ted Boesfield, yes.
From Penticton, British Columbia. He was the stick boy for the Penticton V's Hockey Club. So a big hello to anybody out in Penticton listening today to our Canada Day telecast. Nick 14 is the batter up. A real good start to the ball game today for Jordan Moffat. He's throwing a minimum of pitches, mixed things up. Got a little zip in his fastball today. There he just missed outside with it and a big slow hook. And the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. There's a brand new ballpark just underway now in Sylvan Lake. I haven't had a chance to get out to see it. You have. And it is a beauty.
It is. It's a very nice ballpark. And when they get everything finished out there, it's going to be like this park. It's just going to be a gem. It's sitting off Highway 11. And they've got 80 acres there that they're developing a total park-like structure, and it's pretty doggone nice.
Nick Fortin chased the pitch up in his eyes, bring the count around to 2 balls and 2 strikes. We're at about 7:20. They're forecasting the start time for the nightcap tonight. Tomorrow, the season will come to an end for the Prospects and just about everybody else in the Western Canada League. I got to give them credit. They had 5 teams to work with this year, but they did play. They did play.
They played, and they couldn't bring any players from the States, U.S. colleges like they usually do, and these young fellows have really played well. And one reason Okotok Dogs are able to have 2 teams is because of the depth of their organization and their program from young fellas all the way up. They got quite a culture they have here in Okotok, Sal, and it's working wonders in this whole community.
You're right. They've got a midget club, they've got a bantam club, they've got a smaller diamond, they've got a workout area that's just about major league caliber. Nick 14, the first base runner in the afternoon for the Okotoks Dogs, as he draws a walk on a 3-2 fastball, and Hank Griffin, the DH, will be the batter. So a 5-team league this year. The Okotoks Dogs, 10 games better than 500, 24-14. They've won 2 straight, 6-4 in their last 10, and they hold on to a 3-game lead. Designated hitter Hank Griffin is the batter. Big knee bend from the right-hand side of the batter's box, and the pitch to him is right under his chin, ball 1. 21-17, the Sylvan Lake Gulls. They're on a 5-game win streak and 3 games behind, 7-3 in their last 10. Lethbridge Bulls are a 500 ball club, 19-19. 5 games back, but they're going to be in the playoffs. And they're kind of on a skid right now. They lost 4 straight, and they're 5-5 in their last 10. From the stretch for the first time today, the pitch is a hanger. It's kind of a change-up. He hung it a little bit, but he got away with it. It's ripped foul down the left field line.
Now that strike is the first strike that Moffat's thrown in 5 pitches. So maybe he's getting his groove back in. These young fellas, they seem to get out of a rhythm, and their mechanics go. Then they got problems.
And here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss and a straight changeup. Strike 2. Think about a changeup. It's an effective pitch. One thing is obvious. The changeup's no good if you don't throw a strike with it. And there's certain parts in the order you don't throw. You very seldom throw a changeup in the bottom end of an order.
No.
All you're doing is speeding up a bat. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Let's look at a slider. He took a big rip at it. Good movement on that pitch. Broke late. And that is strikeout number 2 on the afternoon for Jordan Moffat.
3 straight pitches. That's twice he's done that, where he's just throwing 3 straight pitches as strikes to get Ks. Big rangy pitcher.
Long stride home from Moffat and a running fastball to the outside corner. Strike 1. Yes, I'm not very good at judging speed, but he's working right about the mid-80s.
I would think so.
A little bit of movement. Now 2 away. They can play the middle infield pretty much fully back. Here comes the pitch. Ball's hit in the air. Pop up. Short left field. Drifting back. Brendan Luther, and he's camped under that in the hazy sky. And he'll put that away for the out. Now, a hazy sky like that at times can cause fits for an infielder. Didn't have it there, but it's almost foggy here this afternoon at the ballpark. Here on Canada Baseball Day from Siemens Stadium.
You get those high pop flies in this weather, Al, you can lose that ball fairly easy.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown. Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
5 batters up in the first inning for the Prospects. It was a bit of a shaky inning for the starting pitcher, Boston Morganton. Came back, though, got a nice strikeout to retire the side and strand 2 runners as the opening pitch to Trent Lawson is foul back. He's an outfielder, hitting .256, playing in his 32nd game of the year for the Edmonton Prospects. And we were talking with the field manager before the game, and he's had a long year. He has had injured players.
Oh.
What, 7 catchers he's gone through? I mean, that's a record.
It's tough on managers when you have that situation.
Pitch inside. We go to kind of a ball and a strike on Canada Baseball Day. First Canadian player to play for the AAA club in Edmonton was Bill Atkinson, right-hand pitcher from Southern Ontario. He actually appeared a little bit in the major leagues with the Montreal Expos. He was from Chatham, Ontario. And the last Canadian to play for the AAA Trapper Ball Club was from Sherwood Park, Mike Johnson.
Yes.
We didn't have many. We had a few.
Had a few. Mike sure had a good moving fastball.
Mike had a great career. He got a few
did.
games in the major leagues. He pitched professionally for about 15, 16 years, swinging a foul tip held by 14. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Looks to me like Workington here has a sneaky fastball. The first pitch he threw, it's a strike, low in the strike zone, perfect spot in the outside corner. Keeping the ball down.
And here's the 2-2. Fastball gets him on a swing and a miss. Foul tip held by the catcher.
And that was a high fastball. It looks like he's got pretty good movement on his fastball now.
Batter will be Dakota Wheatley, an infielder playing in only his 3rd game. This will be his 6th at bat. Batting .400. Now we talk about all those ball players came out of BC. And obviously the cream of the crop came out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia. He was a goaltender, burned out of hockey, played slow pitch. Somebody said, hey, you know what, you got some stuff. You ought to try maybe baseball. And he is going to be inducted into the National Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, later this month, or maybe September, just forget now. But Larry Walker.
Yeah.
There can't have been a better position player from north of the 49th than Larry.
Oh, he was tremendous. Long career, very solid career.
5-tool ball player. And a big man is like Larry is to get all 5 tools. That means you have to be able to run.
Oh, and he could run.
He could hit for average, hit for power, run, field, and throw. 1 year with Montreal. He was playing in right field. Andre Dawson was the center fielder. Or maybe it was Marquise Grissom by then, don't remember. But he had 3 outfield assists.
Yeah.
That means the outfielder makes the throw to get a runner on a base. Now that happens. But 2 of the 3, he gunned his man down at first base. Now that's really something.
It sure is.
Wheatley draws ball 4, so here in the bottom of 2, we have a runner aboard, and Ethan Keats, the catcher, will be the batter.
Catcher, number 42, Ethan Keats.
Hitting .231, right-handed batter. So he'll be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame coming up later this season. We'll get to the last Canadian that was inducted into the Hall of Fame in a minute. I remember one time Larry Walker playing right field. It was a day game at the Big O in Montreal. Playing right field. There's a pop fly. He runs over in foul territory, makes the catch, hands the ball to a little kid, which is a nice touch. Starts running in. Then he realizes there's not 3 away. There's only 2 away. And he has to run back, get the ball back from the kid, and throw it back. Did you ever see that play?
No, I haven't, but I imagine what he'd feel like because there had been a runner on base.
There was.
So he got an extra base.
High hopper beat it to the ground to the left side of the infield. Mahej over to make the catch. He backhands it. Throw to first base, and Rose can't squeeze it. I thought that throw was right on the money.
I did too. I thought he definitely should have had that ball. And that's one thing, though, with the runner. He hustled down to first. He didn't break stride or ease up at all. And you never know what's going to happen on a throw.
Rose is going to get charged with the error, and I would have to agree with that. That's a catchable throw. Kyle Jessamine will be the batter up, big strapping right-handed hitter. Orkington delivers low to the plate, 1 ball and no strikes. Now that was Larry Walker this year being inducted into the Hall, the last Canadian to get into the Hall of Fame. I met when he was a pitching coach with the Chicago Cubs, and for a number of years. He originally signed with the Phillies, went over to the Cubbies, back to the Texas Rangers, and back to the Cubs. The king of the hill, Ferguson Jenkins.
He was also from Chatham, if I remember
Yeah, he
right.
was.
And you talk about having a moving fastball, Al. He was very difficult to hit because his fastball, he had good placement on it, but it would move up and down, and he'd drive batters crazy.
You know what he could do too, Fergie? He was an outstanding fielding pitcher.
Yes.
Because he was such an all-around athlete. He played for the Harlem Globetrotters. Played junior hockey, Chatham, Ontario. What a nice man. When I met him, he was a pitching coach for the Cubs, and he had a cattle operation in Guthrie, Oklahoma. Ball popped up down the line and right, now to play. There you get a look at the clubhouse area here at Siemens Stadium. There's a practice field in there, a couple of mounds, a couple of batting cages. And the Dogs clubhouse itself is about the size of a Major League spring training clubhouse.
It is.
And those things are huge.
Yeah.
You know, all the players you have to accommodate at spring training.
Well, you have your batting cages in there, everything you need.
Down to 2 balls and a strike. Jenkins must have won, I want to say, 2 National League Gold Glove Awards, 2 in the American League. Such a good athlete, big, tall guy, and he could jump. Can't jump if you can't play basketball.
No, that's for sure.
And a guy that was on one of our last web telecasts 2 seasons ago from Fredericton, New Brunswick, Matt Stairs. He probably will never be in the Big League Hall of Fame, but he'll be in the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame if he's not already there. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball hit right on the screws. That'll score a run. Ball driven out into the gap. Rounding third and chugging on home is Dakota Wheatley. He comes in to score, and the Prospects put a run on the board.
That was a very well hit ball. Actually, pretty good throw into third base. And the runner did a very nice job. Good slide underneath the tag. We now have men on second and third.
Cole Jessamine with a run-scoring single on a ball that he belted into the left center field, into the gap, knocked in the run. Ethan Keats moves to third. Kyle Jessamine pulls into scoring position on the fielder's choice. And the pitch is down the middle for strike 1. Top of the order. And Devin Heck is the batter. Hitting .286, appearing in his 34th ball game of the year. This will be his 113th at bat. Fully back on the infield, so they will surrender a run on a ground ball. They'll not try to choke the play off at the plate. Breaking pitch is swung on and missed, 0-2. Ground ball scores a run.
Just have to get it through, and there's shift a little. Second baseman playing a little shade over toward second, a little tighter to second. A pull ball will score 2. There.
From the stretch, there's the pitch and a ground ball wide of first base. Nice fielding play. Rose comes over, makes the snag, touches the bag, and on to third goes Jessamine. In to score is Ethan Keats with an unearned run. Devin Heck gets a run batted in.
It's good run batted in. That's exactly where he wanted to hit it. There's no way they could make a play at home.
Brendan Luther, the batter up. He has yet to get in at bat in this ball game. Drew a base on ball in the first inning, advanced to third and was stranded there. Front foot open, deep in the batter's box on the left side of the plate. An inside-out swing. He nails that ball foul over into the left field berm area. Strike 1. As I mentioned earlier, down by the left field foul pole, if our cameras can get a picture of it, that's the new addition to this park. Was built in the off-season. It circles around the foul pole, and in behind it there's a food serving area, beverage area, lots of picnic tables.
And down below is the visiting dressing room. It's a very well designed structure.
Out of 1 ball and 1 strike. When you look at the Okotoks Dogs Hall of Fame, they have it out back. And the 2 men that really should be there are the Seaman brothers, Darrell the Doc Seaman They came out from southern Saskatchewan and Leduc #1 hit. And they did make fortunes in the oil and gas business. And they built this ballpark, right? Can't see it any simpler than that. Ground ball straight up the middle. Nice range by the shortstop. Mahej going to his left. Does a full spin. The throw isn't in time, and Prospects played another run.
Another RBI.
John McGill will be the batter. I mean, these things don't get built for free.
No, they're expensive. And the thing I like about this is a ball players and a fans ballpark. It's just beautifully laid out. Everything the team needs is here. And for their entire Dogs organization, through all their programs, they can do it all right here.
John McGill, the batter, and he throws a fastball. And McGill takes it. He wears it, actually. He's going to go to first base on a hit bat. Brandon Luther pulls in a scoring position. Steve Horner will be the batter. Nobody up that I can see in the Okotoks Dog bullpen.
On Workington, this inning is throwing 23 pitches.
No question about it. He has struggled with his command.
He has that. It's 40 pitches in 2 innings, Al.
Horner hitting .239. This is his 32nd ball game of the season. Checks the swing, and he takes it down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Ball game at the 35-minute mark here in the home half of the 3rd inning. First of a day-night doubleheader here today. Both games 7 innings in duration. And the 1-0 pitch. Hit in the air. That should do it. It's a high pop fly. Drifting back in deep left field is Alejandro Cazorla. And he makes the catch, retires the side. So in the bottom of 2, 3 runs come in to score. Things are looking good as we head to our on-field announce staff.
All right, well, thanks, guys. I have a special guest with me in honor of Baseball Day in Canada. It is Carl Holick. Now, we talked to your son, Tyler, the head coach and GM of the Okotoks Dogs Blacks, before the game. So, you know, it's an important day. This is a cool family connection that you're here. So, I guess, why is it important to you to be here today? And you must be pretty proud to see your son be coaching this team.
Absolutely. You know, we're fans, baseball fans, just like anybody else. We've been Dogs since 2014, since Tyler was one of the original Dogs when the facilities were getting built. And to see him go through the program for 4 years, then get an offer in college to go play there, became the top college player in the USA and won the college batting title, the only Canadian to ever do that. Got drafted by San Francisco, and now he's back after that career as full circle as the GM and winning some games and developing the next crop. And there's some good ones here.
And you must be extra proud that they've locked in top playoff spot. And, you know, just to be here today, what else does it mean to you to see him have gone this far with this team?
Well, we have that saying, no soup for you if you don't win. So glad to see he did that. But no, it's definitely a pride moment for most of these guys on Black. A lot of people don't realize are very young. There's 15, 16-year-olds on here, some 17 and 18, and of course a couple of 20-year-olds. But they compete with these grown men, and it's just a tribute to what the Dogs Academy has been able to develop and put that kind of talent on the field. So. A lot of them are heading off to college, and 5 of them off to Team Canada Juniors here tonight at 3 a.m. And I'm not sure what the Black team looks like after tonight, but at least they made it this far, and yeah, extremely proud. Yeah.
And do you have a favorite memory of him growing up, or why did you choose to put him in baseball, and what kept the momentum going in that?
Well, he had an older brother, left-hander, that he always looked up to that played pretty well, and Tyler was a pretty good hockey player, but he just simply loved baseball, and he wanted to do it.
So I guess, what do you say to families that are thinking of putting their kids in sports?
I think you just develop, you just keep them trying to get better every year, put them with good coaching and good programs, and they'll be able to do it.
All right, well, thanks very much for that. We'll send things back upstairs.
All right, a couple of pitches into the ball game. Thank you very much. There you see Ty Chadwick, and he's just been erased on a ground ball. That was stopped at the mound by Moffat. Then it dribbled over to the shortstop, Luther. He picked it and got the ball to the first baseman just about in time. I would think a speedier runner would probably legged out a base hit, but 1-6-3 on the putout. And Ty Chadwick is erased here in the top of 3. Eric Nahez is the batter up. Big strapping right-handed hitter with a big knee bend, and he takes a called strike. Our umpires today, Brian Hodgson calls the balls and strikes. Ron Suchuk works the bases. Very seldom you see a two-man umpiring crew, but that's what we have today. We'll have a three-man crew for the nightcap. Fastball is upstairs. Kind of a ball and a strike. That was an interesting interview with that fella. And
that was.
His kid had one heck of a career.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. Just watch this. Foul. It's interesting that Luther on that throw, if he doesn't barehand that, Al, he doesn't make the throw.
No, he doesn't.
That was an excellent play by him.
Out of 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big left-hander Jordan Moffat up on the rubber, kicks and deals in the pitch. In on the hands and a bouncer wide of third base. Jessamine is there to make the catch and onto the bag, and you got 2 away. I saw watching a Blue Jay game last week, and I don't watch enough of them as I should. They're a nice, entertaining club. Their third baseman made a barehanded pick on a ball he had to charge, and he must have scooped it up on the grass, maybe not more than 20 feet from home plate, and got the out at first base.
You know, you're seeing more and more of that. That's so athletic with these players, whether it's the outfield or the infield. They seem to be stretching for every little thing they can get, and they're making plays. Plays we didn't see 20, 30 years ago.
Mm-hmm. We're at the top of the order with 2 away, and the base is empty here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Ben Kashizaki, a left-handed batter, is up. Moffat is ready to go. The pitch, and that's in the dirt. Blue Jays are playing out at, for my money, is the nicest ballpark in the major leagues. Never been in it, but driven by it many times. Safeco Field on the south end of Seattle, just not much more than about a half mile off Interstate 5. Boy, it's a beautiful park. But last night, the Mariners have a rally, bottom of 9. They got the bases low. That's not good, but they got 2 away. Well, that is good. They got a left-hand pitcher coming in to face a left-handed hitter that's hitting $153. And what's he do? He walks him on 4 pitches.
And
what can you do?
You know, and we've talked about that. That's the one thing you want to throw strikes in that situation.
Well, you're hitting a 153 guy you're facing, you throw it underhand if you have to, but just get it to the plate. It's a ball nubbed out in front of the plate. Keats is there to make the grab, cocks his arm, fires to first base, 2-3 on the putout if you're scoring at home. And that's a quiet inning here for the Okotoks Dogs, 2.5 innings in. Line totals for the half inning, smoke rings across, and this is Canada Day Baseball from Okotoks.
And Moffat only threw 10 pitches.
Leading off the bottom of the 3rd inning with the Edmonton Prospects, the right fielder, number 31, Stephen McKenzie.
Stephen McKenzie will get things going here in the bottom half of the third inning. 3-0 Prospects lead. The Prospects were winners last night. And into the books is a 5-1 victory. They were playing the other Okotoks Dog Ball Club, Team Red. McKenzie struck out his first time through.
My understanding that Team Red is even younger than this black team, Al. A lot of young kids.
Well, I'll tell you, they all look young to me. I went into the clubhouse to get the starting lineup today. I thought it was in a nursery.
Yeah, it's funny. Our eyes are young, but the rest of us isn't so young.
All right, we're ready to go. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Straight changeup, swing and a miss. That's how you want to do it, the leadoff batter. You do it here against the left fielder, one gone.
You know, it's interesting you're talking about Ferguson Jenkinson, how he pitched and how he got Gold Glove awards. You look at Workington here is what you see from a lot of young pitchers. He puts so much torque on his body on the pitch. He's in no position to field the ball. That's why that play by Luther was so important. He just got a bit of his glove on it because he's totally turned.
Strike in the inside corner, and it'll bring the count to 0-1. Well, since we last talked, we did lose a lot of great Major League ball players, pitchers primarily, that passed away, and one of them was one of the best fielding pitchers I ever saw. He won 10 National League Gold Gloves, and that was Bob Gibson. And if you remember his power delivery, his follow-through always took him on the first base side of the mound, but yet he could make the stop, turn around, and field ground balls.
Yeah, again, a tremendous athlete. And, boy, you talk about a pitcher who did not like batters.
No, he did not. Tim McCarver said if he ever had to go out to the mound, he asked permission first.
That's exactly right, yeah.
From Omaha, Nebraska, Creighton University, Bob Gibson. Tom Seaver sadly passed away.
Yeah. Tom Seaver, one of those great pitchers out of Southern Cal.
Yeah, that's right. Out of Fresno, California. There's a fastball for a called third strike. 2 strikeouts in a row now here for Workington.
The pitch looked a little high, but it was in close enough in the zone you got to swing at it.
Yeah.
And Workington's got a good fastball, and he's got movement on it like we said earlier.
And Dakota Wheatley, the batter, he drew a base on ball, and he came around to score in the second inning. There he chases a little high gas, bringing it around to strike one. Now, another pitcher that passed away, and was never really known that much for pitching. I knew he was a pitcher. He was a part owner of the Texas Rangers, and my all-time favorite country singer, Charlie Pride.
Yeah.
Quite often, if he didn't do it live, they had it recorded. Charlie sang the national anthem at the ballpark in Arlington.
He's a tremendous talent, not both in baseball and as a country singer.
There's a ball that's got a little bit of carry on it, straight up the middle, and that one's a goner. It's not coming back. Actually, it is coming back. It was hit high off the wall, but he nailed that one pretty good with 2 away. It's a double to straightaway center field.
I thought that ball was gone. I lost it in the haze.
He hit the wall with it, didn't hit the ground and then the wall. So he belted that thing 400 feet up the middle, but just didn't have quite enough height. 2-out double. That'll bring up Ethan Keats. Reached base on an error and came around to score his first time through. Prospects are kind of in neutral at present time. They haven't been playing real good baseball. They did pick up a win last night. They still are eligible for playoff play, but they pretty much got to run the table. They've got 2 games today and 1 tomorrow to wrap up the regular season. They come in 3 games under 500 at 17-20 on the wings of a 2-game win streak and on the heels of a 3-7 record in their last 10 ball games. And the pitch, hard ground ball to the left side. Hedged into the shortstop's hole, makes a pick. Nicely done. Had both feet in the air when he threw that ball to first base. He had nothing on the ground to get any leverage. He did that with his arm.
Very nice throw, nice play. I'm impressed, Al, with his Fortin, the catcher for the Dogs. He does a nice job protecting the plate. And we've seen a number of balls in the dirt, and most of them, he's kept them in front of him.
Line totals from the second inning for the Prospects to do our homework. 3 runs, 2 earned, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 man left on base. 3 innings in the books in our scheduled 7-inning contest. First end of the Twin Bill from Okotoks, Alberta.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Well, there you see the nice mechanics of the starting pitcher today. The big left-hander for the Prospects, Jordan Moffat. He had a 3-up, 3-down first inning, a 4-batter second, and a 3-batter third. How many pitches he got?
He's pitched a total of 33.
How many balls, how many strikes?
He has pitched a total of 10 balls, 23 strikes.
Cody Hendricks, the third baseman, will lead things off. Moffat into his windup, and the pitch is boxed at the plate, is low, and the count is at ball 1. Again, the Dogs, 10 games better than 500 at 24-14, 6-4 on their last 10. And very likely will win the flag in the, there's only one division this year in the Western Canada League. Normally there's a Saskatchewan division and an Alberta division. It's just too tough a row to hoe, I guess, for the Saskatchewan clubs to try to patch something together and play this year. I'll give all the credit in the world to the 5 teams that did play.
Absolutely.
Straight overhand changeup, swing and a miss. He vapor locked his batter on that. He tried to reload and couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it, and that's one thing Moffat's done through the first 3 innings, has been changing speeds and pretty good control.
Big high leg kick, and here comes the pitch. It's a breaking ball, fouled off the catching paraphernalia of Keats. Here at the top of the 4th inning. 3,500 or so here at the ball game last night. I was here for about 3 innings, took a few pictures and what have you. And, you know, it's been a long time since I've been to a ballpark. Too long, as a matter of fact. That summer of 2020 and the summer of 2021 with COVID, I imagine you did the same thing where you live. This isn't far from me out in the country. And you just kind of hit out.
Well, that's exactly right. I was in Arizona for the opening of college baseball season down there, watching my alma mater play, and I saw the first 17 games. They were just getting ready to go into Pac-12 play, and I thought, boy, they're looking good. They're hitting their stride at the right time. I saw the whole season. It was on my way back when they canceled the season. And what do you do? That was a pretty good ball club, too.
Moffat draws a beat on the target. Right leg up, left arm over, curve ball, swing and a miss. Backdoor curve. And he just about dotted an eye with that breaking pitch.
Right fielder number 2, Alejandro Cazorla.
Alejandro Cazorla will be the batter up. Cazorla today, in his opening at bat, Get a pop fly into short left field. So Cazorla leads it off. Big tall player, big knee bent, front foot slightly open. The pitch to him is threw him a strike, is right on his hands, and he loops it foul up the right side and out of play.
Again, Moffat is doing a nice job. He's in control. He moves very smoothly, but he's moving that ball in and out.
Pitch inside. The count is even at a ball and a strike. Scores last night for the Major League. Cincinnati Reds defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 6-1. Atlanta with a 4-2 victory over the Washington Nationals. And here comes the pitch. Atlanta playing without the services of that outstanding young Calgary pitcher that fortunately suffered an arm injury early in his career. And he's had such a meteoric rise to professional baseball. Boston 8, the Baltimore Orioles 1, and the Orioles are in a world of hurt. That's a long old season for them. Here's the kick, here's the pitch. It's a strike on the inside half of the plate. The Mighty Warriors of the Cuyahoga, the Cleveland Indians 7, the Detroit Tigers 4. Won't be able to say that much longer.
No.
You know, people can say what they like. I don't like it. They're the Cleveland Indians for a reason. Bouncing ball to the left side, charged by the shortstop Luther. Nice play. He had to make a quick transfer from leather to throwing hand, and he did in that slow ground ball. 2 away.
We've seen Luther do this twice now. One where he had to barehand it. This he got the glove on, and the transfer to his throwing hand was very rapid. Put it right where it had to be.
A lot of people don't know this, but before they were the Cleveland Indians, they were the Cleveland Spiders.
Is that right?
And they changed the name in honor of Jim Thorpe, the great running back in football and baseball. And he won a Heisman. All he did was he played at some industrial arts school.
Yeah, where he was Carlisle Indian School. And he was, in my mind, and I still feel this way, Al, the greatest athlete of our era.
How many Olympic gold medals and bronze did he win in Oslo back in about 1912?
See, in the 1912 Olympics, he won the decathlon, and that's 10 events. You think of our great athlete Warner, right? And he also won the pentathlon, the modern pentathlon, which is just absolutely tremendous. And then to be a great football player, is a tremendous running back.
If you at home have an ability to get a hold of Netflix, look up the movie. Burt Lancaster starred as him in the movie. Anyway, that's why they named the team after him. They named it in honor of a native man.
Yeah, there you go. And there wasn't, in those years, there were not many better athletes anywhere in the world. I think even up through the I would say right up into around 2000, where you've got all the technology and everything. Oh, he was something special. I can't imagine what he'd do today.
So the Indians defeated the Tigers 7-4. The Dodgers were 6-5 winners over the Mets. And the Marlins had it going in a good fashion, 14-10 over the Cubs. The Texas Rangers were winners 8-6 over the Oakland Athletics. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch on the fists. He's throwing nothing but strikes, isn't he?
He has. In this inning, he's throwing, that's his 11th strike to 3 balls.
He struck out the first man in the inning on a 2-strike backdoor curveball. Fastball on the inside part of the plate. We got a ground ball out. Connor Crossan sits there to 1 ball, 2-strike count. Bouncing ball to the left side. Here's Jersmain onto his left, makes the scoop. A stretch at the bag, and he wasn't able to hold it. And we'll have a runner at first base. Connor Crossan is aboard.
That was a tough throw. That was a very hard hit ball into the hole, and third baseman got over there best he could, but then you have to turn your body when you're going at that angle. It's tough to make that throw.
Well, I don't see an error flashed on the board. I'll assume that's an infield hit.
I'm sure, and I think that's a good call.
And Nick 14 is the batter up.
This young man who's impressed us at the plate as a catcher does a nice job protecting the plate.
The 2 away, they'll draw the middle infield fully back. The outfield is straight away. The pitch is a hanging curve, strike 1 to Nick 14. St. Louis Cardinals were 6-0 winners over the Kansas City Royals. Tampa Bay defeated the Minnesota Twins 10-4. And the Astros over the Los Angeles Angels last night, 4-1. Here's the pitch, fouled away. Diamondbacks 3, the Padres 2, the Giants 5, the Rockies 4. The Mariners at the beautiful ballpark in the Emerald City of Seattle were 3-2 winners over the Blue Jays. And the Brewers and the Pirates rained out.
How do my Red Sox do?
They won. I think they won.
They might not have played. They've been in the tank league.
Yeah, they have. No, they did. They beat Baltimore, whooped them 8-1.
Well, that's
they
the
were
one
going
team
so
that-
well too for
Yeah.
the first 4 months of the season. Then
It looked like their pitching fell apart. And as you know, Al, if you don't have the pitcher in that league, boy, you're not going to do real well.
ball hit off the head of the bat. It's a high pop fly, short left field. A convention of them out there and around the ball. Steve McKenzie chugs on in to make the catch, and that'll retire the side. So the line totals here in the 4th inning: no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man stranded. And we have an interview now with the Prospects veteran Scott Gillespie.
All right, thanks, guys. I am here with last night's winning Prospects pitcher, Scott Gillespie. Now, it was your 3rd win last night. You're having a great season so far. What's working for you? How do you feel like it's been going?
I've been really enjoying it this year. I feel like I've been pitching well. What's working is just the chemistry that I got with my catchers. We get on the same page before the game about how we want to attack hitters, and we execute the plan, and it's just happened to work out every time so far, and it's been great.
So I guess, what are your thoughts on today's game here so far?
I'm loving it. The team just came in with great chemistry, great energy today. We were ready to attack the day, 2 games. We're hungry to get these last few wins and maybe slide into 3rd place. Season's not over yet. We know we're in the playoffs, but it's just getting started.
And now, game 1, I believe, back here Monday, but game 2 in your hometown of Sherwood Park. How's that going to feel to be able to play a playoff game? I know you're no stranger to playing playoffs with your seasons here previously, but what's it mean for you to get that home game?
It's something special. This season, getting the home games in Sherwood Park was real special to me, and getting to pitch there was awesome. I can't wait for it. CP9's just home to me, and it'll be great.
Do you contribute any of your success this season to having kind of that hometown base and that added?
A little bit. I contribute a lot of it to experience too, and just the guys around me. I'm only as good as the team around me, and they've helped me out immensely this season.
And as I've asked everyone so far, it is baseball day in Canada. So how did you get your start playing?
I just got started playing when I was a kid in the backyard. I just loved having a bat in my hands, a ball in my hands, and I got into it later in life, kind of when I was 12 years old, and just wanted to go and play baseball. I just thought I would love it. Being outside, it's the best game.
Well, you've obviously had a successful career so far, and to hear you say you only started at 12, I guess, what's your advice then? It's never really too late if you didn't start playing at a very young age.
Yeah, it's never too late. My advice is just enjoy it. The team game is so much fun. The guys that we have right now, we're college age, but it feels like we're just 14, hanging around each other, just having a blast with your best friends.
Any other funny stories you want to share?
Probably not too appropriate to put on camera, unfortunately, so I'll save those.
That's fair. Well, good luck to the team here today, and best of luck in your hometown Sherwood Park playoff game, too. With that, I will send things back to you, Alan John, in the broadcast booth.
All right, thank you kindly. We move on to the last half of the 4th inning, the bottom of the order, and Cole Jessamine, the 3rd baseman, will be the batter up. He's swinging a happy bull today. He punched a single up the middle, knocked in a run, came in to score. And he takes a pitch low here from Boston Workington. And I agree with what you said a bit ago. Workington at times shows some really brilliant pitches. Now, he's not throwing enough of them. But here and there, he throws some really outstanding pitches. I mean, the spin, the break, the location, the velocity of the fastball. So you're looking at maybe 18 inches difference between the hook and the fastball. Well, that's all you need.
That's exactly right. And there's a change on a breaking ball. But the fastball he threw for a strike a minute ago, it was what we were talking about. It had that velocity and that movement on it.
Devin Heck and Brendan Luther are the batters due up here in the last half of the 4th inning. If you're wondering why the Prospects are batting in the Bottom half of the innings for both games, they are the home team. There's a called third strike.
That almost looked like a slider to me, Al. A flat break.
That's the third K on the afternoon for Workington. And Devin Heck is the batter up. It really is a season where you don't really have a home game. Okay, technically it's a home game, but it isn't. The hotel in Okotoks is very nice, but it's not like home cooking.
No.
Or Sylvan Lake or here or there. I'll give them credit. I guess if it was easy, anybody could do it. But what they've done this season, I can't do anything more than tip my hat to them. Bouncing ball to the left side. And that's a clean single through the hole, and one out single for Devin Heck. There he just kind of left that one out over the plate.
Left it over the plate, and Heck just stayed on the ball, poked it through.
They played in Sherwood Park. They've played here in Okotoks. They've had home games in Lethbridge and Sylvan Lake. That's just a few of the locales I know about, but it's
exactly
logistically a nightmare.
Logistically a nightmare, and then with the injuries and all the things that have happened, to see them, and you heard Scott Gillespie's interview there, it seems to have brought this team closer together. They're having a lot of fun, working the game really well.
You know, I guess you could, obviously one is an apple, one is an orange, but the last year the Toronto Blue Jays haven't had any home cooking.
There you go.
Playing in Dunedin, Florida, playing at the location of their AAA club in Buffalo. It's got a different name to it now. It used to be Pilot Field, and they did a lot of fixing on it, but that means Pilot Field had activity every day. The Blue Jays were playing in there, or the Buffalo Bisons were. And that will eventually take its toll on your outfield grass.
Absolutely.
It just will.
And the other part to that, Al, is like how many series have the Blue Jays had at home now? Just two, I think.
Just two. Just two.
You know, that's tough.
Kind of 1 ball and no strikes. Hard ground ball to the left side. They might get a pair. Mahez takes the throw from Crossham to throw to first base, and it's a 4-6-3 ground ball double play. That was just about tailor-made to turn 2.
It sure was. Hard ground ball right at the second baseman. He's playing close to the bag. Short toss to turn 2.
No runs on a hit. No errors. Nobody left on base as we move along to the top half of the 5th inning on Baseball Canada Day from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Fifth inning about set to get underway. Now, if you follow Edmonton baseball for years, that cartoon character you see there, at one time I thought it was just about as good a mascot as there was in baseball. We started that thing in about 1985. It was in the old Renfrew ballpark, later to be called John Ducey Park. The mascot is Homer. Now, how many guys have been in that uniform? It's I have no idea, but there have been a few.
There have been. And on a day like today, got to be burning up.
Well, he has an ice pack in there.
Even with that. The water be dripping.
Moffat is ready to go, and he gasses one upstairs. 1 ball and no strike. Here to Hank Griffin, the DH, struck out swinging his first time through. Midway on the corners, fully back in the middle infield. Outfield is around to the left a little bit. Here's the kick and the pitch. Overhand fastball, bounced wide of first base. Here's the flip, 3-1 on the putout, and you got 1 away.
This is what Moffat has done so well. 2 pitches, he's got 1 out. And he's getting them swinging early in the count. Pretty well staying ahead.
He's done a nice job. He really has. He's had 2 3-up, 3-down innings. In the other innings, he's faced 1 batter more than the minimum. 16th batter that he will face today. And here comes the opening pitch. A running fastball to the outside block. Strike 1. As we continue our Canada Day remembrances of Canadian players. And one guy was from Calgary. And what an outstanding outfielder he was. He was drafted by the Mariners originally. Got a couple of games in the big league team. And his timing wasn't great. He arrived in spring training and made the big club in Seattle as a right fielder. The same day, approximately, that the Mariners signed Jay Buhner to a long-term contract. So he got his ticket to AAA, which is where I first saw him. Then the Twins had him at Salt Lake City for a while, and he was a 5-tool guy. Big man, he could run, he could field, he could throw. He could do it all. I signed him in my last year in ball with the independent pro club we had. Spent a lot of money to get him, but he was worth it. And I speak of Ryan Radmanovich. Really good ball player. He's got a baseball college, you want to call it, but those things they have at the schools.
Academies?
Academy. He's got that in Hartford, Connecticut. And Rhino is from just down the road a little bit to the north, Calgary, Alberta. Second walk issued on the day, nearby Moffat. And Ty Chadwick, the left fielder, will be the batter up. He bounced out his first time along.
This one will be interesting because Moffat early in the game did the same thing. He walked a man on 4 pitches, just like this, and then came out and got the next batter. We'll see if he can do it.
Big, strapping right-handed batter out of Kamloops. His dad, a former Edmonton Trapper. Ray Chadwick. Pitch inside, 1 ball, no strikes. The other ball player I'll speak of, I saw at AAA, never met him. He was a farm boy from Manola, Manitoba that played on the national volleyball team, and just a natural athlete. He went to a college somewhere in North Dakota, didn't even get a scholarship. He had to go there and pay his own way, but it paid off. And in the game, you'll have really good athletes wearing a baseball uniform, and you'll have ball players. And this guy was a ball player from Manola, Manitoba, Corey Koski. Real nice. He had his career cut short by injuries, but really good third baseman.
See, the prospects have a pitcher warming up in the bullpen. Moffat's done a nice job coming into this inning, and now he's in a little bit of trouble. Let's see if he can get out of it.
Well, if he can get himself a ground ball double play, if he can get 5 innings in, he leaves the game with his team in the lead. He's on line to pick himself up a victory, but he has to get that. He's got to get the 5 innings in. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and it's missed with first base occupied. No throw necessary. That'll be a strikeout and a big looping curveball. And advancing is Aiden Rose in the wild pitch.
And that's one of those things where the catcher lost the ball in the ground, which enabled the runner to move.
Eric Mahez is the shortstop, the batter up, 2 out, and a man in scoring position here in the top half of the 5th inning. The sun is making a really great attempt to break through this smoke that's enveloped around the ballpark. I'll tell you what there is today, too, a high temperature, and there is humidity. Humidity is generally a good day to throw a curveball.
It is. It's what they start breaking off the table and drop right down on you. Good bite.
Out of 0-1 as the big left-hander comes set, kicks, delivers, and he misses inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's all those years we used to be down on the desert, you in collegiate ball, me in professional ball. And occasionally you get humidity, but mostly you just get dry heat. And not only would the curveball not curve, it would straighten out.
We had a pitcher at ASU in the 60s by the name of Jim Merrick, come from Hemet, California. And had a tremendous breaking ball. When we got to Omaha in the College World Series, his breaking ball got better.
Oh, yeah. At Johnny Rosenblatt Stadium.
Johnny Rosenblatt Stadium. Boy, that thing was breaking off the table. He was actually the winning pitcher in the 1965 College World Series championship game against Ohio State, and he won 2-1. Tremendous ball game.
Johnny Rosenblatt Stadium in Omaha in the dead of summer. You want to talk hot and humid. That's corn country.
You got him.
That is a great place to throw breaking balls. There's a backdoor hook. Strikeout number 4 on the day for Moffat, the young left-hander. And the line totals, near the top of 5. No runs, not a hit, no errors. And one man stranded. We're 4 1/2 innings through the opening end of the day-night doubleheader, and the Prospects with the 3-run spot here on Canada Day.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with an Okotoks Dogs Black player, the pitcher, Carson Hindmarsh. Sorry about that. So you are an academy player here in Okotoks. How's your experience been so far here with this team?
It's been everything I've dreamed of. This is the best place in the country to play baseball, and it's the best decision I've ever made to come here and move away from home and make the move. And yeah, no, it's amazing. The atmosphere here is just unbelievable, and the coaching and everything about it's just awesome.
So with it being Baseball Day in Canada, how did you get involved in playing baseball to begin with?
I played baseball ever since I can remember. When I was younger, my dad would be out back with me playing catch. It's just kind of grew up playing ever since I could walk. I'd just been throwing a ball around, swinging a bat, and yeah, it's ever since I was born, I guess. So.
That's amazing. So the team is in playoffs, obviously, but you are actually heading to Junior Nationals in Ontario tomorrow, along with several other players. So how are you feeling about that? What's going through your mind?
That's a dream come true. I've always wanted to represent my country, and that's something I've looked forward to ever since I was little. It's an honor to be named to the Junior National team, and I'm going to go out there and give them my all and hopefully represent the Dogs in Saskatchewan well. And that's everything I've ever wanted since I was little, so I'm really excited.
That's incredible. So last question for you, but what do you say to a young player? I know it's kind of cliche to say anything's possible, but what's your message to somebody that's, a couple years younger than you?
Just, you want it, go get it. Do anything you can to go get it. If it's something that you truly want, it's your dream, anything's possible. Like you said, it's honestly, I never thought I'd be in the position I am now, and I'm very lucky to be where I am. And just work as hard as you can, and it'll happen.
Well, thank you very much. That is Carson Hindmarsh from the Okotoks Dogs. And with that, I will send things back up to the broadcast booth.
Pitcher in the ball game is Cody Hendricks. There's several defensive changes to report. Ground ball to the right side. Griffin now in at second base, on to first. 4-3 on the putout. You got one away. So the right-hander Cody Hendricks, the new pitcher. Crossan moves from second, goes to third. Griffin. Hank Griffin moves from the designated hitter spot to play at second base. So the Dogs have now lost their DH and will have to bat their pitcher. Steve Horner in a collective 0 for 2 this afternoon. He's bounced out, he's flied out. And here's the pitch on the way. It's right down the dish for a called strike.
Good fastball. I think that got him in the helmet, didn't it? Guess not. Oh, you think better thought he got him on the helmet, too.
So the totals this afternoon for Boston Workington, the starting pitcher. Works a 4-inning distance, scattered 5 hits. He allows 3 runs, 2 earned runs. 5 hits, as we said. He struck out 3, he walked 2, and he threw a wild pitch. And Cody Hendricks in to pitch. I'll get you his statistics here in just a second. Very nearly domed him, didn't he?
Yeah, it sure. The way the ball came off, it almost seems like it ticked it, but the umpire's right there.
Ball's popped up in a short right center field. Long run in here for Ben Hoshinkie, and he makes the catch. So there's 2 away. Good inning going here for the second pitcher in the ball game. Hendricks 2 away.
Well, it is that. Now that was a major league pop-up.
That
It stayed
was.
up in that haze for a long time.
Midfielder number 31, Stephen McKenzie.
You know, Workington had a total of 64 pitches in working 4 innings.
Hendrick makes his 3rd appearance on the season, all in relief. Strike down the middle, 0-1. 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned runs, 2 base on balls, 3 strikeouts. And he has a record. He has a 1-loss record of 1 victory against no losses. McKenzie has struck out twice swinging today, and there he takes a big rip at the pitch, fouls it off the catching paraphernalia of Fortan, and the count is at 0-2. Boston Workington. That flashes us some pretty good stuff here today. Again, a 4-inning distance. 3 runs, 2 earned runs. 5 hits, 3 strikeouts, walked 2 batters. Tell you what, in this humidity, the ball really is not going to carry well today. And here comes the pitch, foul back.
No, it hangs right on you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
No.
The best thing in this is just good hard line drives in the gap. But to power a ball out of the ballpark, there's no wind, so to speak.
Pitch was a jam shot in on 1 bounce back to the mound. And I believe that was hitting foul territory and then carrying back onto the field to play. Other than that, it went off his front foot.
The way he's walking around, it might have gone off his front foot.
I have seen players do that and are actually out of the lineup for days.
Yeah.
They call that your dog is barking when you get a foul tip off your foot. Like dropping a ball peen hammer on your toe.
Well, and if you hit right on that top part of the arch on the bone, you can fracture it quite easily. The velocity that ball comes off that bat is tremendous.
Forecast the start time for the nightcap. It'll be a little late getting underway. There's some technical things that have to get done to get this telecast ready for you today. About 20 minutes after 7, it'll be scheduled for 7 innings. Pitch is on the inside half of the plate, right on the block, just above the knee. And that's a called strike. Steve McKenzie doesn't like it, but 3 up, 3 down, bottom half of the 5th inning. And a 3-0 Prospects lead on Baseball Canada Day from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game, cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers, Alberta grown, Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Saki will be the pitcher or the batter to get things going here in the top of the 6th inning. Here's the new pitcher. Maris Braun, Saskatoon, Saskatchewan right-handed pitcher. He'll make his 14th relief appearance on the season. Good totals today for the starter. Jordan Moffat, he's on the line to pick up a victory today. Cannot get assessed with a loss. He went a 5-inning distance, shutout baseball, twirled to 2 hitters, struck out 4, walked 2. He threw 1 wild pitch.
And threw a total of 67 pitches in 5 innings.
And the pitch from Bronze, it's a fastball, bounced slowly off to the right-hand side, fielded here by Heck on to Wheatley, and you've got 1 away. Sawed him off with that fastball.
He sure did, and right on the corner, a very good pitch.
Bronze has scattered, let's just have a look at his totals, 13 runs, 10 earned runs, 4 base on balls, 13 strikeouts, and has scattered 20 hits in the season. And that is a town that should be in the Western Canada Baseball League. It really should.
It sure should. It's a good baseball area.
2 strikes up on the batter. On our Canada Baseball Day, if I try to think of a really great baseball player that came out of Saskatoon, I could. But people would think him not with baseball, they think him with hockey. Gordie Howe.
Yeah, he was a tremendous baseball
big
player.
Third baseman.
And he used to go with the Tigers, his good friend Al Kaline.
Yep, that's right.
And he hit a lot of balls out of the park in practice at old Tiger Stadium.
In fact, an old manager that I used to know that was a shortstop for the Tigers, Rocky Bridges, who's passed away now. Rocky was living down in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, but back in the 50s, he was a shortstop for the Tigers, and he told me that Gordie would come out quite a bit, take a few rips in the batting cage, and he said, yeah, he could nail it. I mean,
well, you'd seen Gordie Allen, those big shoulders, his sloping shoulders,
yes,
massive muscle.
Forearms on him like ham hocks, and the pitch is outside.
Breaking ball that hung a little bit, broke to the outside. This Maris Braun's a slim fella, 6 foot, 170 pounds. Kind of a long, loose style pitcher.
Works right down the middle of the pitching slab, throws a strike to the plate, and a hard ground ball flagged at first base by Wheatley, and he'll make the unassisted put out. You've got 2 gone.
Nice play by Wheatley. Played the ground ball well, kept it in front of him.
2 gone here at the top of the 6th. Alejandro Carzola is the batter up. Prospects will wrap their season up here against the Dogs tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's the Dogs' red team or the Dogs' black team.
I hear it's the black team again. They close out with them.
And here comes the pitch. Bouncing ball, foul at third base. That was an off-speed pitch. Did a little tour around town last night, and they have got outstanding athletic facilities here. This world-class baseball set of diamonds that they have, a really good-looking football stadium, and they do have a beautiful, almost new hockey rink. So there's money here, and they know how to spend it.
This whole southern Alberta area does a very nice job with their facilities. High River, Okotoks here. You move on up north to Airdrie. They all have nice facilities.
Maris Bronze delivers a strike.
Good breaking ball in the outside corner.
Here in the inning, you've got 2 ground ball outs. Ojizaki bounced out to second. Hendricks bounced out to first base. Count of 1-2. Bronze is ready to go. Threw a spinner and is fouled to the backstop.
Been doing
Looks
a good
to me like he's got a heavy ball.
It does, and what's interesting about it is his breaking ball, he keeps it down and away. The one that he jammed was just looked like a straight change on that inside corner and jammed the batter real well for the out.
Pitch is a strike. It has popped up. It's going to be in foul territory off first base, and this should do it. Camped under that is Wheatley. That's an impressive inning for Maris Bronze.
It certainly was.
2 ground ball outs and a pop fly. 3 up, 3 down inning. Zeros across the line totals. As we head to the home half of the 6th inning on Baseball Canada Day from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
And more lineup changes for the Okotoks Dogs. Eric Machez, who earlier in the game was playing at third base, is now into pitch, which means Cody Hendricks works an inning. Zero's over with 1 strikeout. Eric Machez into pitch. Croson has moved from third to the shortstop position. As we told you earlier on, they lost their designated hitter. I don't know if we'll see it in the ball game or not, but that would mean, barring a pinch hitter, the pitcher would come into bat. And Lawson will lead it off. Fastball from the Okotoks right-hander is up too high. 1 ball and no strikes. Starting pitcher today was Boston Workington. 4 innings, 3 runs, 2 earned runs, 5 hits, 3 strikeouts, walked a pair, and he threw 1 wild pitch. There's a slider. They're leaving the count up and a ball and a strike.
Now, Eric Machez is from the Dogs Academy, but he's from Edmonton.
Drawn fully back on the middle infield. They play about midway at first and third. The outfield today is straight away. That ball's got a little giddy up on it out into right field. Ball hit pretty well on the line. Now, is that fair or is that foul? Foul of the chalk. That's a long run for nothing, and they count it 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Like you said, that ball just died, Al, and this heavy air
is
not carrying.
And as the ball hit the right off a right-hand hitter's bat, if it's not hit real hard or to left field off a left-hand hitter's bat, they'll always slice away. Slice towards the foul chalk.
And the way that ball spins as it comes off, the heavier the air, the more rotation.
Yeah, we were talking about Tiger Stadium in Detroit. I've been by it, never been in it. Not particularly in the nicest part of Detroit, I might add, but the ground ball left side. Krausen is there to get it, and that roller. Side arms to the target, and there's one away. Now, just a handful of players have ever put the ball on the roof at Tiger Stadium, and a very good friend of mine put 3 of them up there, Ron Kittle. And then that is a big old park, and that's 3 decks in the outfield seating area. I remember I wasn't even in broadcasting yet. In fact, I was still in high school. But I watched the 1971 All-Star game from Tiger Stadium in Detroit. And a rookie that year by the name of Reginald Martinez Jackson from Winecoat, Pennsylvania. Reggie Jackson was a late addition to the American League squad due to an injury. And in his first at bat, he got a hold of a hanging slider off Doc Ellis. Remember Doc Ellis?
I do.
With the Pittsburgh Pirates? I've never seen a ball hit that high and that hard as the one that Reggie Jackson hit. In fact, on top of the roof of Tiger Stadium is actually a transmission tower, and it hit the transmission tower and bounced back out into short right field. The wind was blowing out that day, but I'm too young to have ever seen Maris's home run shots or Mantle's, but I saw Reggie Jackson's. That's the hardest hit ball I've ever seen. Curveball, and it bottom fell right out of it, big looping jug, and that's a strikeout, and there's 2 gone here in the inning. That was an unhittable pitch.
It was down and out, but it almost looked to me like the batter guessed on that ball a little bit.
Well, he guessed wrong.
He sure did.
Ethan Keats reached base on an error, came around to score, and he bounced out in the ball game. Third pitcher in the game here today, and it's Eric Mache. He's a big, tall right-hander. And he throws a called strike.
He's moving the ball around pretty well.
Fastball upstairs. He was to count up with a ball and a strike.
It's interesting you talk about Reggie Jackson. Reggie, of course, went to our school. He was a very good athlete. A lot of people don't realize he's a tremendous football player.
He was a running back.
He was a running back, and in those years, you had to play freshman baseball. You couldn't play in the varsity. Same with football. When he played varsity football, it would be a sophomore year, he was either 1 or 2 in the nation in both punt returns and kickoff returns.
No, he was a ball player.
Yeah,
he was a great
tremendous athlete.
Just raised by his dad, single-parent family.
Yeah.
And what he told me one time when the Angels came to Edmonton to play in '83, that he went there primarily as a running back, and then the baseball coach got in touch with the football coach. I assume they were buddies. And said, hey, I'd like to get this guy on my ball team. And Frank Cush was the football coach. They went to him and said, I'll make you a deal. If you play baseball, you won't have to play spring football.
Yeah, and what really solidified that is that if you were ever at Frank Cush's workouts, you know, it was better to play baseball, believe me. And
he was sadistic, wasn't he?
Oh, he was a tough son of a gun. He came up and helped us up in Edmonton a lot with our programs, and Frank was a good guy. But he was tough. But
I don't imagine Jackson played much football after that. He probably just stuck to baseball.
Didn't play any because the next year, that was his sophomore year, and he was drafted. And, of course, drafted by the A's, as was Rick Monday the year before, and Sal Bando. So it was something else. There was a lot of Sun Devils playing for the Oakland A's in those days.
There's a hanger out over the plate, and it's belted into the left field gap by Ethan Keats. And he turned that one around, hit it right on the button.
He sure did, and right in the middle of the gap, no chance for anybody to get on it. It was just a straight line shot.
Cole Jessamine will be the batter. I've got a run-scoring single and a run scored in the ball game, and looks like we'll have a pitch. No, we won't. No, we won't have a pitching change.
I think they're just getting their signal straight with a guy on second, Al.
Yeah.
You got an infielder that's pitching, and just wanted a catcher, Fortin just wanted to make sure everything's copacetic out here.
I think probably the gist of the conversation was, don't throw that one again.
Could very well be.
Breaking pitch, swing and a miss. Strike one. The Dogs, it is guaranteed they will finish first place in the 5-team league this season. 6-4 in their last 10. They've won back-to-back ball games. There's a pitch in the dirt. Good body block here by the catcher.
He's done that all game. I'm very impressed with Nicholas Fortin. He covers the plate well. He blocks it well. And he always keeps the ball in front where if he has to make a throw, he can get on it and make the throw.
Meshi ready to go. The pitch is a fastball outside. At this level of baseball, when you're recruiting your team, you have to recruit about 4 or 5 guys that can come in and throw the ball for you.
Absolutely.
Be it outfielders,
Yeah.
infielders, whatever. I was looking at a highlight of a game last week in ballpark in Arlington, Texas, and it was a blowaway game either for the Rangers or somebody else. And on those occasions later in the year, you'll bring in somebody to pitch, even at that level. And they brought a third baseman in, and he threw the all-time record in Major League Baseball for the slowest called strike. He threw a 38-mile-an-hour eephus pitch.
Is
you know that big looper?
Yeah, the big looper.
Well, the hitter's just going to spit at it. He won't even take a rip at it. One pitch away from putting this half inning to bed here in the last half of the 6th inning. That's not the pitch. It's a wild pitch. Ethan Keats moves down to third.
You know, it's interesting you talk about that eephus pitch. I think it was the 41 or might have been 42 All-Star game. And I forget who the pitcher was, but he threw an eephus pitch. Ted Williams was up at the plate. And Ted Williams moved up and cranked that ball out of the park. And when they showed it later, Ted Williams should have been out. Oh, on an error.
There's a ball, had a little grease on it. An error will be charged to the third baseman, Hendricks, and an unearned run will come in to score. He had about 3 cracks at that ball.
Well, yeah, that's right. Well, what he did, he jumped out in front of it. Ted Williams jumped out in front. He was out of the batter's box when he hit the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And he should have been out. They let it go.
If you take a rip at it and you're not in the batter's box, it's not a hit. That's what it's there for.
Yeah.
I was referring to the third baseman
Yeah.
here. Hendricks had about 3 cracks at that ground ball, just couldn't get to it. That's an unearned run, no run batted in.
He got handcuffed on it.
I think the pitcher you're talking about was a guy named Rip Sewell.
I think it was. That's exactly right. Yeah. But that's the weirdest pitch to look at, isn't it?
How you can throw a strike with that thing is beyond me.
Well, if you look at the rules of slow pitch, Sewell would have been a star.
Oh.
Because that's how high those things went.
The rules of baseball, you can't throw the ball underarm.
No,
you have to come over the
has
top.
to come over the top.
But you still have to be able to loop it that way.
Yeah. Nice move by Magic there. That throw to first.
And the pitch to Devin Heck. He got a hold of a belt-high fastball, just a little late on it, fouls it back. Heck today is wide to left, bounced a ground ball out to first, knocked in didn't get a run batted in, but he got a ground ball through the whole right side of the infield for a base hit, and he did that in the 4th inning. The ball walloped down the right field side. It's a fair ball. That'll play to run. Rounding third is Jessamine. Here's the throw to the plate. He'll come in to score an unearned run. That's a single. That'll be actually a double to right field and a run batted in.
A nice job by Jessamine there from the point of view that he hit the deck hard and slid. Even though that ball was there, he couldn't get back with the tag. That wasn't a bad throw from out.
No, that was a
pretty good throw.
Very good throw. Right on the money.
Yeah.
Well, Brendan Luther be the batter up, drew a base on ball, got as far as third in the 1st inning. Got an infield hit and a run batted in the 2nd, and he bounced into a double play. 5-run spot for the Prospects with 3 outs to get in the first end of the doubleheader. This guy works from a straight overhand delivery. And he throws a sinker ball down and away. 1 ball, no strikes. I would have to think this has been the hottest summer on record in Alberta. I mean, it's got to be in centigrade over plus 30 today. which would be over 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah. You know, Al, I was talking with a friend of mine in southern Alberta whose father was from east central Alberta.
Yep.
And he had a diary from the grandfather about the weather in the 30s.
Oh, yeah.
And we're talking the same weather.
Yep, you are exactly
that,
right.
That drought stuff.
There, you see the ball was nubbed out in front of the plate and in the direction of the pitcher's mound, fielded there. Here by Machi, and the throw to first base will retire the side. So a couple of runs come in to score, 2 runs, one of them earned, done on a collection of 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 man left on base. And the Prospects with 3 out to get are up by 5 on Canada Day from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Little muggy, buddy.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown. Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Jesse Ponowazic, big, tall, right-handed pitcher out of Spruce Grove. Maris Bronze works a scoreless inning, 3 up and 3 down. The starting pitcher today was Jordan Moffat, a 5-inning distance, and he's on line to pick up a victory. This is a non-save situation for Ponowazic. Rocks into his windup, kicks that left leg up, and the ball is fouled in the batter's box. Strike 1. Ponowazic makes his 17th appearance and 15th relief appearance, 22 innings, 30 hits, 21 runs, 16 earned runs. Walked 13, struck out 20 batters. 2 years ago when we were telecasting a Prospects game, he got a line drive right back on his right temple, or just below it, thank goodness. And honest to Pete, I was worried.
I was too, Al. When you see those things, it scares you tremendously because there's no protection.
None. That's why they call that 60 feet 6 inches the gun barrel. Yeah. And the pitch. Ball is lined out in the left field for a leadoff single. And the 4-hole batter, Connor Carson, is awarded. And that is the first time today the leadoff batter has gotten on base.
And this is the key in any baseball. If you can get that leadoff batter out, you're way ahead of the game. How many times have we seen, Al, where they'll walk somebody, walk the first batter, and inevitably that person scores? Actually, even more than somebody who gets a hit. Looks like he took a little off that pitch for a strike on the outside corner.
Nick 14 this afternoon with 1 plate appearance and 1 at bat. He drew a walk in the second inning, flied out his second time through. They'll shorten the middle infield up, and here's the pitch. Anawazic throws a razor-sharp sinker ball on the outside half of the plate, strike 1.
Boy, that ball was right down in the zone, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's a tough pitch to hit.
But the best you're going to do with it is beat it into the dirt. Right-hander is working out of the set position from the belt. Here's the pitch.
Breaking ball.
Big, slow
Excellent.
hook right into the strike zone. That's just a honey of a pitch. Strikeout number 1 today for Anawazic. Tell you when you really know you got a pitcher going good. Keenan Zeroni will be the pinch hitter. I'll get to that in a minute. I see obviously a lot of it in Major League ball, but when a pitcher is throwing an unhittable pitches, but the batter knows that if I take it, it's going to be a strike, so I might as well take a cut at it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Strike in the outside corner. I was watching on my cell phone here the other day. I caught the last 3 innings of Nolan Ryan's 7th and final Major League no-hitter.
Oh, boy.
At 44 years of age. And it was, not an no-hitter. It was a no-hitter. Nobody could touch him that day. Last year that he pitched. He was one of the, I wouldn't say the early proponents, but he was one of the big proponents of working out in the weight machine. Nolan Ryan was a specimen.
He always kept himself in great shape. And, you think about it. You look at people like Tom Seaver. Now, Tom Seaver had as good a fastball in his day as Nolan Ryan.
He could touch 100 out of a drop and drive delivery.
Absolutely. And then, but you looked at it, Ryan took care of himself. He was able to go longer than most pitchers. And I think any athlete in any sport can learn from that.
Well, he started with the Mets. He was on the big club in '69. They traded him to the Angels. And there he was there a decade. And the pitching coach is a guy named Tom Morgan. And he really worked with Ryan and got him to be not just a power pitcher. He could throw the best backdoor hook on a left-hand hitter in the major leagues. He really could. He had 4 no-hitters with the Angels. He went to the Astros. He threw 2 no-hitters. The reason I'm bringing it up in Canada Baseball Day is 5th no-hitter. When the game was over with, he ran into the outfield and he shook hands with a guy from Saskatchewan, Terry Poole, who preserved that no-hitter with about 5 Herculean catches up the middle. Melfort, Saskatchewan, Terry Poole.
Terry Poole is a tremendous ball player. And you talk about a guy who could hit line drives. Boy, he could play the game. But it's interesting to think about. A lot of people don't realize what a great pitching staff the Mets had. They had, you look at those guys, and you had young Gary Gentry, you had Ryan, and
Tom Seaver. Big Canadian pitcher Ron Taylor.
And
Jerry
Taylor had a lot of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
He had he really worked you.
A crafty left-hander from Minnesota named Jerry Kuzman.
Yeah. Yeah, that was as good a pitching staff, I think, as you'll see in the majors. And they were all so different.
Slow ground ball off to the right to try to get an out of second
Safe.
base. They should have thrown to first, and that'll load the bases on a fielder's choice. So Croson moves to third. Zeroni goes to second. They should have thrown to first, but they didn't. And Aiden Rose is at first base on the fielder's choice.
Now, here's an interesting thing on that play. The base runner did the right thing. He came in low and hard with a real hard slide, and that's where the second baseman was, and he tried to make the turn or make the toss.
Throw to first.
And he couldn't do it. There's no way. Yeah, absolutely. You get the out, would have been 2 out.
Ty Chadwick is the batter on an 0-for-2 afternoon. Slow ground ball out his first time through. He struck out swinging his next time up. And on that 69 pitching staff, younger people will know very well this really popular country singer, Tim McGraw.
Yeah,
His dad was a pitcher on that staff. I knew him, Tug McGraw. Little lefty with a screwball.
And what a character.
Yeah, was he ever. There's a called strike. And the count at 0-2. All right, the occupied real estate. Connor Croson is at third base. Carmen Zeroni is at second. Aiden Rose at first base, and Big Ty Chadwick is the batter. He's bigger than his dad. Ray was more of a beanpole. And there's a hard slider to the outside block. Caught him looking, 2 away.
Panawajic is mixing up his pitches very well. See the fastball, breaking ball down and out, slider.
We'll have a pinch hitter coming in. It was Max Bergman. Look up number 7, see if you can find him.
Max Hartman, he's from St. Albert. He's committed to Washington State, so another Pac-12 commit.
Bases loaded, 2 away. The pinch hitter out of the 9 spot in the order, and Panawajic throws him a breaking ball for a strike. When you get a commitment from Washington State, that's a Pac-12 school. That's a Division I school. That's pretty good.
It is, and that shows you what a great job the Dogs Academy does. They get these kids ready to play. It's knowing there's going to be 2 runs.
There's an opposite field. Ball hit down the line. That'll be now they'll probably score a double, and 2 runs will come in to score. McKenzie didn't get a real good jump on that ball. It doesn't matter. That's 2 runs in to score. Rose goes to third. Mahez, the pinch hitter for him, Hartman with a 2-run double. And there you go. You don't make that throw to first base, and now look what you're
That's exactly right. You would have been out of the inning.
Hosizaki is the batter up in a collective 0 for 3 afternoon. 3 ground ball outs today. Panawajic is pitching in a non-save situation. You can't pitch yourself into a save. You have to assume one. It's not his fault. He should be sitting there with a lot less base runners and 2 away.
He sure should.
And the 0-1 pitch. Oh, it's a soft line drive to the left side, and Brendan Luther is there to grab it, and that will do it. Panawajic gets the job done here in the 7th inning. As 2 runs come in to score, they're both earned runs. A pair of hits, and 2 men left on base, and the Prospects have now won 3 in a row and take the opening end of this day-night doubleheader today. And we'll take a timeout and be back with the final totals of the ball game in about 2 minutes' time from Okotoks.
Baseball Day in Canada here in beautiful Okotoks. And hey, guys, the sun came out. Much to the chagrin of the panel members who are like, we're going to be re-upping on the suntan lotion.
I apologize if I still have the white streaks. I can never quite get it all worked in, but it was a scorcher of a day and a scorcher of a start on the mound. I mean,
yeah,
that was a real treat. Not only are we in a beautiful ballpark and the great amenities, but to see perfection, even for not the whole game, for a portion of the game, was pretty impressive.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just going to say Jordan Moffett with 5 no-hit innings for the Prospects, just dealing from the get-go and looking great. And, it looked like it was just going to be smooth sailing until that very last inning there when the Dogs tacked on a couple runs. So heck of an effort from Jordan Moffett today.
And you can't displace what Boston Workington did on the mound for the Dogs as well. A little bit of a runaway in that 2nd inning there with 3 runs put up, but at the end of the day, it's still a positive outing for one of those 6 Dogs Academy players who are going to be going to the junior national team tryouts later on this month. Let us go down to field level now, and Adrian South is chatting with a member of the winning Edmonton Prospects team this afternoon.
The Edmonton Prospects with a 5-2 win over the Okotoks Dogs Black. Joining me is a winning pitcher, Jordan Moffat. Now, you had 5 no-hit innings with the win here today. How are you feeling?
I felt pretty good out there today, just trying to get the win. So happy the boys could finish out the game for me and get the win.
So what were your keys? How did you manage to keep those bats silent?
I just had the off-speed working today. Changeup was pretty good, and yeah, just hitting spots out there.
Now you went 5 innings. Could you have gone longer? What are your thoughts on the game?
I knew coming into the game I had a pitch count, so that's kind of what I expected, but yeah.
And now you head into playoff. We have another game tonight, but then playoffs Monday, Tuesday. So how are you feeling heading into that? What do you guys adjust for tonight and heading into next week?
I don't know. We're getting kind of hot right now, which is a good time to heat up. So we're just going to try and keep winning, and yeah.
And I believe this is your 4th win of the season. Was this your first no-hitter?
Yes, it was.
So big day for you, and it's baseball day in Canada. So I guess, getting the win here today, how significant is that for you?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, excited to get the next one too.
All right, well, congratulations on your 5 innings with no hits a bag, and congratulations on the victory. With that, I will send things back up to our team.
Thanks so much, Adrian. Yeah, absolutely a stunning performance from Jordan Moffat in this one. Obviously, Dogs Black has that first place already locked up, Dean. Obviously, now it's kind of just a chance for guys to refine things heading into what's going to be a very busy week with the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, what I mentioned earlier before the game is that the Prospects wanted to come in and whether it's send a message or create whether it's doubt or whatever it is in the Okotoks' mind, that this is going to be a tough series. And if they get anything like that kind of a pitching performance, and they got some timely hitting and some good base running. We were out there where, they got aggressive on the base pass. That's something Jordan Blundell's teams have always been. And this is, I remember a couple of years ago, and the name escapes me, and I apologize, but the Prospects threw a no-hitter up in Fort McMurray one time. So I definitely know that, Jordan Blundell has that experience and probably would not take a guy out when he's grooving like that unless there was a reason like a pitch count.
Absolutely. And Ian, when you look at what the Dogs have brought to the table, Dogs Black, I know you've been to a few games already. What's your expectation heading into these playoffs?
Well, I mean, typically every season, the Okotoks Dogs are a favorite to do some damage in the playoffs, if not win the entire championship, which they did in 2019. Edmonton, however, historically has foiled them at times. Eric Sabrowski was a member of some of those teams. We saw an interview with him earlier today. So I think, as Dean pointed out, this was sending a message that, hey, we're not going to be a pushover come playoff time. And I think, if you're Okotoks, you want to get the bats going, right? Like, you don't want to come in. So even just tacking on a couple runs at in the 7th there, that's kind of important just for knowing that you can swing the bat and get a few runs in.
Absolutely. Well, we know that Adrian South's been busy at the down at field level doing some interviews and that kind of thing. Let's go back to her now.
All right, thanks, guys. As you mentioned, I'm here with head coach and GM Jordan Blundell. Now, you almost managed to keep them fully off the board, a 5-2 win here tonight. But what are your, congratulations on the win, but what are your thoughts on the game? What worked?
Well, we had a great outing on the mound. Starting pitcher today, Jordan Moffat, went 5 no-hit innings. Traditionally, you wouldn't take him out. Considering the situation we're in with playoffs coming up and wanting to keep guys fresh for next week, we made a decision before the game of a limit, and he was approaching that limit. So turned it over to the bullpen, which we have lots of confidence in anyway. So just part of the plan, but he did a really good job. He set the tone.
Yeah, I was going to say, you talked about confidence, and I think, having him out there for those 5 innings, and he got his first 5 innings with no hits, so obviously a big day for him, his 4th win of the season. So I guess, what you must be proud of him out there.
Oh, definitely proud of him. George's done a good job for us most of the year, and that's a good reward for a guy that works hard to come out and have an outing like that for the team. We obviously need good outings from our starting pitchers, and he's able to do that, so really proud of him. He's a great kid. We're excited for what he'd be able to do for us in the playoffs next week.
And obviously before playoffs, there's still the game 2 of the doubleheader here tonight. So what adjustments are you making heading into tonight's game, and what are you looking for from some of your players in game 2 here today?
Well, we've played pretty good baseball here the last couple of games. As far as adjustments, you're always looking to kind of nitpick some things individually as players, but it's their time to play. It's their time to kind of do their own adjustments. Earlier in the season, maybe you're putting a little bit more work in with players and trying to help them find where they want to be themselves. And at this point, you let them play. If they need to do something, we'll put some time in. But it's their time now, and you can tell the guys want to play for each other.
And anything else to add here tonight?
Looking forward to Game 2. It's baseball day in Canada. We're loving it. Great weather.
All right, well, congratulations. Thanks for this, Jordan. Congratulations on the victory here tonight, and best of luck in Game 2. And with that, I will send things back up to our panel.
Thanks so much, Adrian. Baseball Day in Canada here with the Western Canadian Baseball League. Again, just to reiterate, for those just joining us, I am Joe McFarland alongside Ian Wilson and Dean Millard as we take a look back at this last game that we just watched and kind of look forward as well, as we're kind of in a lull until about 7 o'clock here. But stay with us because we've got a bunch of great videos to kind of give you a sense as to some of the excitement happening around baseball just in general. And at this particular segment, we want to focus in on the infrastructure. We talked a lot about the players, and we talked about the programs that are available earlier. The infrastructure, I mean, we're here in beautiful Okotoks. This facility was basically farmland 20 years ago. And to think that John Urcandia and the Dogs brought this, it's a baseball utopia, let's be honest here. And it's not just Okotoks, though. When you look at what's happening across Canada and even right here in Alberta, Dean, you've got a front row seat in what's going on in and around the Edmonton area.
Yeah, I cannot wait for Baseball Day in Canada to be in the beautiful ballpark in Spruce Grove that Pat and the Prospects are putting together. I mean, there's some artists rendering out there that look really cool. To be able to, I love the fact that if I could go out on my balcony at some point and watch a ball game, that's really, really cool. So I think it's really important. We see this place. We see what they're doing in Sylvan Lake. We see what they're doing in Spruce Grove. We see what we're doing here with this production. This is where the league needs to take the step forward too. You need to be able to have broadcasts for people to watch these games. But to be able to do that, you have to have the infrastructure. And facilities like this are great. I'm not thinking every city or town is going to be able to build something like this.
That would be awesome, though.
It would be.
Yeah.
But maybe you can just put in some upgrades and some infrastructure to make sure that these stadiums are kind of tech worthy as we move into this next world of streaming that everybody seems to be doing.
And absolutely, when you look at even on the Saskatchewan side, for example, with this league, Regina has got a big proposal up in front of it. I have no doubt in my mind that Saskatoon's eyeing something very similar as well. Ian, when you look at the ballparks around, you've been around, what do you take away from the investment side of what's going on in baseball here in Western Canada?
Well, this week in Major League Baseball, we saw the Field of Dreams game. That showed you the magic of baseball. It showed you what baseball can be, the excitement of it. And I think, honestly, with baseball, I feel the older I get, the real star of the show isn't any player on the field, it is the ballpark you go to. The ballparks have so much more personality than, say, a hockey rink or a basketball court. They just are, it's a church-like place for, well, for some, for me anyways. And I just think, you're seeing the growth and the bricks and mortar come in, and this league is driving that. We see what's here in Okotoks. We see what's happening in Spruce Grove. We see Medicine Hat doing renos. Lethbridge, not too long ago at Spitz Stadium, they did millions of dollars of renovations. Sylvan Lake, the expansion team there, they've just built something. And why that's so important isn't just for this league. It's a legacy that you see other teams go in there and they use these ballparks. It's not just about this league and these players in this league. It's about everyone and everyone in that community that benefits from these stadiums and the upgrades to it.
I changed my mind. Sorry. I can't wait to see a field in Tabor for the Field of Dreams WCBL.
Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. All the corn in the world that you want out in Tabor. Well, for more of a background and also a look ahead as to what's coming up in Western Canada when it comes to baseball, we've put together a series of videos to really highlight and show what exactly fans can expect in the days, weeks, months, and years ahead. This is Baseball Day in Canada.
I remember somebody told me my first year doing the expo, it was Danny Menendez. He said it's the most possessive mistress of all. He said The final day of the season, you lose, and it'll rip your heart out and stomp on it with both feet, and you go to sleep crying, and you wake up the next morning and you think, okay, what are we going to do to win next year? Instead of forgetting about baseball.
The original Dogs started mainly to give these talented kids that we had a chance to improve that wasn't otherwise offered in the city, and that would have been 1995, 1996.
As a team that began as a youth team with high school players just simply looking to play at a higher level and then maybe go on to the next level, it was an ability to see that carry on and see John's dream go forward.
For this notion, for this idea that in the middle of Canada, in the middle of Alberta, we could create something that was extraordinary and special.
So when John called me in the summer of 2002 and said he wanted to start a collegiate summer baseball team in Calgary and would I be interested in investing and partnering, the answer was a very quick and immediate yes.
So it all started with Don Seaman saying, John, let's build the Dogs a facility.
I told John very early in the game that we had to get a facility for the Dogs because it was, even before we did have anything, it was a very successful program.
But Don was determined, and Don said, look, this is a fantastic thing that you guys have done. This is a wonderful thing. The only thing missing is a facility, and we've got to get this done. And if there's anybody more determined than me in the world, it's Don Seaman.
And when you think of where it started, a team in Calgary, nowhere to play, a traveling team for 90% of their season.
We approached the city of Calgary, we approached the MD of Foothills, we approached University of Calgary, we approached Mount Royal College, we approached Tsuut'ina Nation. So all of those groups we approached with significant dedication on the basis that we will build you this extraordinary facility if you partner with us and give us the land. And it was primarily in Calgary area where they needed facilities.
And despite everybody saying no, and despite Calgary and surrounding areas and everyone else saying we had nowhere for you to go, the pursuit kept on. And
when that didn't work, when no one took us up on that offer, Okotoks kicked in, and Okotoks from the get-go was a community that wanted this.
I knew that Okotoks was a sports community, and so I just felt that this was an opportunity.
Well, I think it caught everybody by surprise. It definitely caught me by surprise. Initially, they had planned to go to Aldersyde, which is even smaller, just a little bit south, and when they said they were coming to Okotoks, it just turned out really what I think is the best thing that ever happened to the program.
And so then the next step was working with the town and the town's administration and the town council, and we got that through, and John had the cats in here building the ball diamond. And that's the beginning.
We were meant to be in Okotoks. Nobody knew it at the time.
It's like a perfect storm. You had myself and other crackpots with this dream and this vision and this willingness to push and push and push to achieve something and never accepting failure. You had that group. Then you had donors that bought into that vision. You had a town council at that time that was 100% behind the vision, who understood and embraced what it could mean for the city.
And all of those components came together at the right time. You had the right people in leadership in Okotoks. You had this passionate group of lunatics that were the Dogs baseball organization that would not quit, that were pursuing and persevering, and we wanted to make this happen. And along comes Okotoks and a piece of land, and the right contacts are made, and people know the right people to call to pull this all together. And ultimately, it's the story of ultimate success. There's just no way you could over-exaggerate, overemphasize. And coming from me, that's quite a statement.
So they've gone to a point where they're filling the facility. I told John that to start with, he wasn't building enough seats.
First opening day ever, the directors of the Dogs got together and we each picked a number, how many people were going to show up for the opening day at the stadium.
There were so many things that didn't look like they would come together for opening night. I mean, literally just a few hours before the gates opened, mounds were being built, final touches being put on the stadium.
I think they would have been satisfied with 800 or 900 fans.
Cars just kept coming and coming. definitely a scene right out of Field of Dreams, and it truly was. I mean, that cliche was never truer than it was here in Okotoks, and that was the first sellout.
The community immediately jumped onto it, set WMBL records that first year, and it's just continued to grow.
It just boggled their mind, and one day Don leaned over to me and said, "We didn't build it big enough, Bill."
Well, I remember the first time I arrived, and Jim Amy took me right to the indoor facility, and then up to the press box, to get a look at the field, and we were walking through snow drifts. So then when we came back in to the facility, they're hitting ground balls on a AstroTurf infield, like a full-size infield, and George Strait's playing on the radio, and I don't know if it was John or one of the coaches. I said, "Is this heaven?"
From the moment Bob got here, it was one of those, am I in heaven moments? No, no, you're in Okotoks.
For us, we tried to pass on to the fans our passion. There was no instructional video, this is what it means to be a baseball fan, but I do believe they caught our passion and they caught the excitement.
It all falls back to the community and the support of the community and the people within the community that really have the Dogs' vision and sort of that striving for excellence has resonated with all kinds of people, and the host families are a good example of that.
The families that host these kids, that's huge as well.
They treat the billets like one of the family.
We formed a lot of relationships with, like I say, our boys' family, and it just goes on from there. It just dominoed. And it's just like having a big extended family. So it's pretty cool,
We've never struggled very hard to have host families. And when the host families have taken players, they've actually taken them into their families, and they've become big brothers to their children. They've become like surrogate parents or aunts and uncles to the kids that have come here.
In fact, it's been more of a reward to us than anything else. It's just made our family that much bigger.
We have so much fun when they're here.
To see people come up from the States and walk around that stadium with like deer in the headlights, like just looking around like, oh my God, they can't believe it. It makes you puff your chest out a little bit.
We have any of the guys that have come back a second year, their locker nameplate we have on the door down in the basement where they sleep. So we've got 3 up there so far.
No, it's been very rewarding, and I recommend it highly.
I can't believe it's 10 years already.
They've come regardless. They came when we won championships. It was a full house. We lost this year, and it was another full house. I mean, this year, every single home game was an official sellout. I mean, how is that even possible?
Until you go to a few of these games and you just see the closeness of the crowd, it's overwhelming.
But when we first came here, right from the beginning, the extent to which this community embraced the Dogs was unheard of, unbelievable.
I think that Okotoks is an exceptional town.
I keep telling these boys, once you get out on the road, you'll see how lucky you are, because there is no place out there that is like Okotoks as far as the fans.
Without the community, there's no Dogs, and without the Dogs, I don't know if there's the same kind of community.
It's a combination between these extraordinary facilities, the quality of the players, and how much this community has embraced the facilities and the Dogs teams. It's just amazing. It really is a phenomenon, to be honest with you.
But when you can literally sit with 3,500 friends every night of a summer and watch baseball, it doesn't get much better than that.
I had a guy say to me one day in the concourse, he said, Bill, I'd really like to thank you for building this stadium. And I said, I didn't build this stadium. I said, the goodness of this organization and the Siemens, it fell in our lap.
That I could have been as passionate as I wanted to be. I could have been as determined as I wanted to be. My friends and the other Dogs founding fathers and supporters could have been as crazy as they were as volunteers in making this happen. Don and Doc and later Mike could have embraced this with, you know, all of their generosity. All that could have happened, but it doesn't. It's not the same picture if you don't have this community supporting it like it has. I mean, when you think that we've had 3,300 fans a game in a season coming to watch this summer collegiate team, it is absolutely phenomenal. And that is such a credit to the community of Okotoks. I honestly don't believe this could have happened anywhere. And it is an amazing story in my mind. So we owe tons of gratitude, because all those other factors were critical, fundamental, essential, but none of it happens without sort of part B, the community buying in.
What the Dogs has become was never really in my mind that it could be that successful. It's exceptional. I don't think there's any place like this in Canada that can duplicate what they're doing here.
It's the Okotoks Dogs. It's not the traveling team from Calgary. It's not John or Candia's team. It's made its own identity in this community, and that's part of, I think, as well, why it will be a success in the future going forward.
Just the long-term association with Don Seaman and John and William and all the guys. But it's just been a wonderful relationship. I just really, really enjoyed it.
Out of everywhere I've played, it's been by far the best experience I've had as a baseball player.
I've said many times that it's an investment that it's my best investment ever.
I don't know where it actually started, but somewhere along the way, the phrase once a dog, always a dog came along.
You know, dogs for life, dog for life, you're a dog for life.
Gary, thanks very much for being a part of this baseball day in Canada. Definitely a great reason to celebrate the wonderful game that we certainly have here north of the 49th parallel. And I want to start with something I'm asking everybody. What do you remember as a kid about a baseball diamond, whether it was one you played at, whether it was one that you went to as a kid, or even as you got older? What ballpark stands out from when you were a kid?
Well, like every small town Saskatchewan kid, when you're 5 to 10 years old, it was your local sports day that happened yearly. And I remember running around shagging foul balls, and I think you're probably getting like a nickel a ball at the time. And at the end of the day, you might have $1, $1.50, and you'd go to the concession and probably get a burger, Coke, and fries for that. So that's my earliest recollection of kind of small time baseball. As far as Major League Baseball or anything higher, we did do a family trip to California, to Disneyland one summer when I was a kid, and I remember going to Los Angeles Angels game, and then later on to the Oakland Coliseum, which is, I think, the same stadium they're playing in today. So yeah, that would be my first experience with any kind of, big time baseball.
That is excellent. You always remember your first time at a major league ballpark. But even, as a kid, when I would go watch baseball games, and I'm sure it was the same with you, even to go and watch like a 16, 17-year-old game, those guys seemed like Major League Baseball players to me because they were so big and they were so good.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And thinking back, to my experience with those small town, sports days and whatnot. I mean, the baseball probably wasn't very good thinking back, but I mean, I was just wowed when I think we went to the Oakland game first, and I'm dating myself, and you can probably figure out my age when I say that I remember Vida Blue started, Rolly Fingers closed, Sal Banda. So it was that era. Reggie Jackson was playing. So yeah, it was thrilling to watch.
Pretty good time to be an Oakland A's fan and be at an Oakland A's game with those names.
Sure.
It's pretty impressive. When you look at baseball in Saskatchewan, a lot of people think Saskatchewan and the Riders, and rightfully so, it's very successful. But I'm sure there's a pretty rich history of baseball in Saskatchewan, and it continues today with the Western Canadian Baseball League. But what comes to mind when you think about baseball in Saskatchewan over the years?
Well, I actually grew up playing fast pitch. I was a competitive fastball player, and I got into baseball only because my son started playing. So when I got into this, I didn't have a real good history of baseball, but with my involvement over the last 17 years with the Red Sox and doing all the research, I mean, our Red Sox history goes back to 1939, during the war for sure, between 39 and 40. And back then, or shortly after that, the legendary Gord Curry, I don't know if you know that name in Alberta, but longtime Regina Rams coach, won, 8 or 9 Canadian championships with the Rams in football. He coached the Red Sox in, shortly after the war ended. So, and I believe they played in what was called the South Saskatchewan Baseball League at the time, and then that morphed into the Saskatchewan Major Baseball League, which ran, in the 60s, 70s, 80s. So, that's really the reason I picked the Red Sox name when we started this team. It was just kind of honor the Gord Currys, the Doug Simons, the Randy Sawas, guys that played on the Canadian national team, and were former Red Sox players.
Can you take me back to, what that was like getting this team off the ground and, not just the name, as you mentioned, but paying tribute, but, what it was like to get the team up and running, and maybe the void that baseball and in general, everything has been missing, but the void over the last little while without baseball because of COVID, kind of how tough that has been to navigate.
Right. Well, just a brief history on how we got into what was the Western Major Baseball League at the time. I was coaching baseball with my general manager, Bernie Eisworth, who we've worked together since our kids have been 8 years old. So we started coaching our boys when they were young and coached through the Mosquito, Pee-wee, Bantam, midget ranks. And then off that team, we had 5 players that we kind of coached from, age 8 and up that went on to play college baseball. And when they came home, there was a team in Regina called the Regina Maroons, and they had folded 2 or 3 years prior to us starting the reincarnation of the Red Sox. So our boys went away, came home for that first summer, and it was like, oh, where are we going to play? They didn't really want to just play in the local junior league. It wasn't, that strong after playing college baseball. So my son went to Weyburn, Justin went to Moose Jaw, a couple ended up in Melville, Yorkton. So we had about 7 or 8 Regina kids that I either coached or coached against that were playing, Dustin Mulligan, that were playing in the Western Major Baseball League. So at that point, we just basically said, well, this is crazy. We got 8 really good ball players here. They're driving around all over Saskatchewan playing for other teams. Let's try to get something going here.
And what's it been like, without baseball for a large majority of the last little while? I know I've been going stir crazy here, and Jordan Blundell from the Prospects and I talk all the time about baseball, and to finally be able to see them on the field was a real fun thing to just experience, even though it's been tough. What kind of a void has there been without baseball?
Well, just the pandemic period and being, isolated and away from people, it's just been painful. I mean, the saving grace for me is I'm a golfer. I golfed all winter indoors. We have sim leagues going, and we've got like 50 rounds in already this summer. So that's kind of been my savior, just to kind of occupy my time until we can get this thing going, get the ship righted, and get back on track here in the fall and start pursuing all our sponsorship and everything else that we would normally be doing.
Tough right now for the players themselves. Their future is very important. They're building towards something. For them to be able to get back on the baseball field is as great as it is for them to be able to continue their career path. It's just good for their mental and physical health to be back out playing again.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of our local Regina kids that we had rostered for this year were seniors. So luckily for them, some of them ended up with independent pro opportunities. So I'm really grateful that happened for them. Some of them are playing ball right now, not in WCBL, but a step up. So that's nice to see. We did have, from our roster this year, we did have 23 Americans that we had to tell in, I guess, early April, that it wasn't, at that time, it wasn't looking very good at all, that, we had to kind of just do them a favor and cut them loose and give them an opportunity to play in the States.
When you look at this league as a whole, and you looked at it for the reasons that you stated earlier, the years that it has grown, I guess what impresses you the most about the caliber of play and the improvement from where maybe when this league started to kind of where it is now? What's improved the most in your mind?
Oh, just everything. I mean, when we started our first year in the league, we had 6 players from one school in Kentucky, and the rest were local players. And not to bash our local players, they were very talented for sure, but the caliber, and back in 2005 there was no age limit, so we actually had a few players that were 28, 29 playing that hadn't played in a number of years. So it was just a whole different setup entirely. And once we made the shift to become a college summer team or league, that's when I really saw, over the course of a couple years, the caliber just kept going up and up and up. I know back in 2007 and 8, we were getting a fair bit of junior college players up, so the younger 18, 19-year-olds, and for the most part now we don't have too many freshmen. We go with a lot of juniors and seniors that are more established and bigger, stronger, throw harder, hit the ball farther. So yeah, there's been a huge shift in the amount of talent across the league.
And that's the on-field improvements, and ton of off-field improvements as well. Okotoks with a beautiful stadium, Sylvan Lake, the Prospects looking towards the future of theirs as well. Great, beautiful, state-of-the-art facilities. And I know you guys are hoping for one as well, and looking down that avenue as well. What kind of excitement is there for you thinking about a brand new home that you guys can enjoy and everybody in the province and the city can enjoy?
Yeah, I mean, this project for me, this has been a dream basically since we came in the league in 2005. About 2008, I realized Curry Field's a little long in the tooth, and we're not going to be able to play here forever. It's just taken me a while to find that one person or catalyst that we needed, and that is, or has been, Al Simpson with Living Sky Sports and Entertainment. His passion for trying to get this facility in Regina is what's really driving it right now. And yeah, we're pretty excited. We don't have any formal announcement yet, but things are progressing in the background, and it sounds like probably a letter of intent between us, Living Skies, and the city of Regina will be hopefully signed here in the next couple weeks. And all that really means is that the city's engaged, and we're going to move forward with this and take a really hard look and try to make it go.
So important, as we've stated, so many great things happening on the field with the caliber of play and some great new stadiums. Important for everybody in the league to be able to, modernize, whether it's, not everybody's going to be able to build a new stadium, but you can certainly modernize your existing stadiums because, as you would know, recruiting is so important in this league, and having a top-notch facility is also kind of that cherry on the top of the sundae when you're trying to recruit American players.
Well, it sure is. I mean, they grow up playing on great diamond. Not all of them, but I mean, most schools in the States have pretty decent facilities. So, some of them come up and it's like, oh, this isn't anywhere near what we're expecting. But I mean, one thing they never complain about is the caliber of ball, the league, the travel. They love the cities. I mean, from my perspective, they enjoy Regina. A number of them have never gone home. I saw our assistant coach from 2 years ago. I went out to a local senior game the other day and he was playing. I didn't realize he hadn't even gone home yet. So, he loves it up here, and we've had numerous get married, find the love of their life and get married and settle down in Regina. So, when you see that happening and, how they've turned into not only good athletes, but just good young men and fathers and dads and husbands now, it's quite satisfying.
That's amazing, because not every baseball player is going to go on to play Major League Baseball. We know the odds are incredibly small, or even professional baseball, but they can all become, good people and good providers to the community. That's the one thing I love about the Western Canadian Baseball League is, and I'll speak on the prospects, which I was closest to. The players were always engaging with the fans, the kids, clinics that they were putting on. I find the players at this age and where they are in their careers are really excited about helping young kids and future baseball players, and kind of gives them a sense of being the big man on campus, so to speak. So I find the WCBL players really, really get involved in the community while they're there.
Oh, they sure do. I mean, we hold a youth camp that we usually have 100 youth between ages 8 and 14, and our players are all involved with the instruction. They absolutely love it, and we have a little home run derby at the end, and sometimes they'll even bring out the odd aluminum bat and start hitting balls 400 or 500 feet, and the young kids are just in awe. To them, that they think that's the Major League home run derby.
Yeah, and for some of them, that's some moon shots that they're seeing, and that is it's so cool when you can see that, or just working with a young kid and then asking for autographs. It's so cool to see. So I love the fact that this league is evolving to where teams are upgrading and getting those stadium improvements, because I look at Alberta and Saskatchewan in particular. You could build some really nice tourism around, ballparks. You could do the baseball tour through the prairies, and you hit some nice ballparks. And of course, there's some other cool things to do in those different areas. But much like a Rider game is a destination, the WCBL could be a summer destination for, maybe parents coming up to visit from the States, or, just people that are baseball fans from across the country.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that you just mentioned that, because we had been working with Tourism Saskatchewan just before we decided we weren't going to play, and that's exactly what we were looking at. Would be like a 3-game road trip where you would get on a bus in Regina and head to Weyburn and hit some of their local museums, and then travel on to Moose Jaw the next night and check out the tunnels of Moose Jaw and the attractions they have there, the Development Museum, and then off to Swift Current and maybe do a little loop into Cypress Hills and the Sand Hills, and then come back, or maybe finish in Medicine Hat, do a little 4-game tour bus trip. So that's something that we're definitely going to try to work into our schedule next year, and just kind of see how it goes for year one, and maybe eventually it'll turn into multiple buses.
Indeed. And you know, with new stadiums, allows you to make use of new technology. I know the Prospects pre-pandemic, I was working on their broadcasts, and it was just absolutely phenomenal, the quality of it. And, you know, those are things that need work and infrastructure and upgrades to the stadiums. But those are also things, those are very important to this league, to be able to showcase how good of baseball this is. And whether you get on some kind of network or you create your own, getting that word out there and the pictures and the video out there about the league is imperative. And it's so great to see that teams are taking those steps forward into this era that we're in, where, you know, people aren't just getting their sports from TSN and Sportsnet, but they're streaming it now. And that's huge for this league to get involved with.
Oh, for sure. I mean, our plans within our new stadium build are going to definitely encompass a new, probably a 5-camera system, robotic cameras, or whatever the technology is to put together a professional webcast for sure.
That is excellent. People will love to see the product. And, you know, this league has so much potential. As we talked about, the caliber is great. There's some really smart people behind it. And, you know, as we're seeing, baseball is really growing, I believe. You know, we have a Hall of Fame. We have 2 Hall of Famers now in Major League Baseball that have come out of Canada. And I think that the amount of Canadian baseball players suiting up in Major League Baseball, it's exciting, and it allows kids in Saskatchewan and Alberta to not just think about the hockey rinks all the time, but think about maybe being a pro ball player someday.
Oh, for sure. Just an example of the growth in Regina here. Rob Cherepuschuk and Justin Eisworth, who both managed the Red Sox, are teachers, and Rob was a catalyst with getting the Martin Sports Academy going. So basically a high school sports academy at one of our older high schools. They have baseball, softball, hockey, and a couple other sports I can't recall right now. But baseball registration for next fall is at 87 kids. They started the first year with 30. They've got 87, and I think they're possibly turning kids away now. So that's from grade 9 to 12. So that's a tremendous feeder system we have going now here in Regina to fuel our roster.
Well, and I know high school football from the time I spent in Regina is huge, so it's great to see baseball growing, a sport we loved as kids and still get to act as kids when we're at the baseball diamond and get excited about things. So I'm really excited about the future of baseball in Saskatchewan and Alberta and this league in general. And you know, that's why we're celebrating Baseball Day in Canada, because I think we have so much to celebrate across the country when it comes to this great game. We obviously celebrate a few other sports in this country, and I think we need to celebrate baseball a lot more.
Oh, for sure. And like I mentioned before, I mean, the caliber's just gone through the roof with just from the grassroots up. I think we had 3 or 4 Saskatchewan kids went in the Major League draft. Thomas Ireland, who was on our roster this year, went, can't remember what round he went in, but yeah, just exciting to see local kids getting that shot at fulfilling their dreams.
Great stuff. Gary, thank you so much for joining us today. Best of luck to you and the Red Sox, and happy Baseball Day in Canada.
My name's Al Simpson. I'm with Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, and it's my pleasure, as Gary mentioned, to partner with the Red Sox in I guess, a very important undertaking for our province, and more importantly for the city of Regina and the Red Sox, of course. We've undertaken to try and get a new stadium built for the Red Sox. As some of you may know and some of you may not know, the Red Sox current home has been at Curry Field. Curry Field is an old stadium, to say the least, built in the 1960s, and it's long past due for a capital city of our stature to have something a little bit more appropriate. So with that, I'd like to just briefly take you to the concept designs that the Red Sox and LSE have put together, and hopefully you'll enjoy what you see, and we'd love to have your support. So this is a shot of the stadium if you were standing up on a platform on Dudney Avenue, kind of looking southeasterly. This is the second gate entrance. Just wanted to point out that the second gate entrance is ramped. So this ballpark, as it's been currently engineered, is fully handicap accessible. That was very important to us, and it allows for everybody to easily access the stadium. This is a shot, again, aerial shot if you were standing up at center field and if you were looking out towards Dudney Avenue or north. Really want to point out that just sort of left center, you can see people sitting on a grass berm, and that was a very important part of the design of this project for both the Red Sox and myself. The grass berm is something that a lot of other teams in the Western Canadian Baseball League use. For us here in Regina, we feel it's very fan-friendly, and those seats are going to be priced at $10 or $12 so that families who otherwise not be able to afford a $40 or $50 or $60 ticket to go to some other pro sport could easily entertain themselves here for 3 or 4 hours. So with that, thank you very much for your time. We certainly we need your support. If you think this is a worthwhile project, and we do, we invite you to talk to people about it. We invite you to talk to your councillors about it. We invite you to talk to the mayor about it. We invite you to talk to your MLAs about it, because this is a community works project, and we need the community support to get this done. The Red Sox and LSSE will be putting money into this stadium project, so there is that private aspect of it. So I think we've got that angle taken care of. We always hear, wouldn't it be nice to have some private investment in public infrastructure? So here we are. We hope we can garner the support that we need to help the Red Sox build a stadium like this and remain competitive in the Western Canadian Baseball League.
Al, it is great to chat with you on this wonderful baseball day in Canada. I think it's great that we can celebrate it. I'm going to start with a question that I'm going to ask all of my interviews on this day. And that's something about, going back to being a kid. And what ballpark do you remember, whether it was one that you maybe played at, or you went to a game, or you drove by a lot of times, or things like that? What ballpark stands out to you when you're from your childhood?
For me, when I played as a kid, it would be Kiwanis Park Little League here in Regina, Saskatchewan, where I first started playing baseball. A wonderful little park in sort of the southwest part of the city, beautifully manicured, and it's still in existence today and still being used by kids playing baseball as we speak. So that would be my childhood memory of the first park where I played organized baseball.
I can pretty much picture it in my mind from how you described it. I absolutely love that you mentioned it was well manicured, because every good baseball field should have that quality, and kind of leads us into a nice segue. You're the president of Living Sky Sports and Entertainment, and right now you are helping to put together a brand new beautiful ballpark with the club in Regina. I guess your thoughts on that, how important something that is to create memories of future kids going to that ballpark to watch games, like the memories you had of playing those games at your ballpark. I guess before we get into how cool the new stadium could be, just the importance of something like that in a community.
Well, I think the baseball stadium that we're talking about building is not only for the Red Sox out of the Western Canadian Baseball League, but it's in my mind, it's a community infrastructure project, and these sort of community projects of the size, scope, and magnitude that we're talking about become the cornerstone of baseball activity, not only for as I say, the Western Canadian Baseball League team. But for all kids and at every level of play in Saskatchewan, in Regina, and even regionally, where you see this beautiful park, it becomes a gathering place, and kids can all aspire to be able to play there. So it's very important. It brings community together. It gives kids a chance, as I say, to aspire to play at a big, beautiful stadium, and to even develop the dreams to be able to go on and perhaps play professionally. So I see it as sort of fundamental to the growth and the development of cities and communities across the country.
Here as Canadians, we like to think we're grown up and reared in a hockey rink a lot of times. But I spent just as much time on a baseball diamond, whether it was playing or, the nights that you go to a ballpark. I grew up in Manitoba, so those hot, dry nights watching baseball, hot dog, and a pop for me, a beer for my dad. It was just so much fun to be able to do that and to create those memories for different people and for different families. And who knows what you're watching, but when I go to major league ballparks, unless it's a playoff game or something like that, I spend as much time checking out what the ballpark is like and the different features. To be able to be a part of putting something like that together, that must be really exciting.
Well, it is very exciting because as you just mentioned, you're able to go with your dad. It's obviously a memory that is still with you, and you refer to it very fondly. Right now in Saskatchewan, we don't have any baseball stadiums. We've got a lot of baseball fields where kids can play competitively, but we don't have a stadium where kids can aspire to play to the next level, nor do we have a stadium where, the aesthetics are such that you can simply come and just enjoy the surroundings of the ballpark, enjoy the conversation with the people that you're at the game with, and perhaps you hear the crack of the bat and you look up and someone's hit a double, and oh, that's good, and back to socializing. So we don't have that here in Saskatchewan at all, and we need to up our game with respect to that sort of recreational infrastructure, because again, it creates lasting memories for people. And, we've got that sort of thing with Rider Nation and Mosaic Stadium here in Regina, but baseball needs to catch up, and hopefully we can make that happen.
Well, and it creates memories, and it also creates activities and tourism. You can start saying, come down and make a trip to Regina. You obviously got the Riders, everybody knows that, but make a trip out of it and watch some ball, and then you follow around and once other teams and other cities, and this league is growing so professionally for a summer collegiate league with the beautiful stadiums that are popping up, then you can create some tourist destinations, some tourist dollars, some tourist campaigns around baseball in Saskatchewan. And I know Saskatchewan is forever known as Riderland, but you're right, it could be known as baseball with some beautiful infrastructure.
Well, sure. I mean, there's the sport tourism aspect of it, but then there's also the sort of the cornerstone of economic activity, if I could put it that way. And what we're trying to get the folks of Regina, and more particularly our city council, to understand about this project is that, the Red Sox will play 36 games in a season. And there's no reason that in a ballpark, which we are trying to get done, that has a lot of aesthetic attractiveness to it, the Red Sox should be able to draw 3,000 people a game. So people say, well, you're crazy. Well, no, we're not crazy. The Okotoks Dogs do it, and Sylvan Lake's getting a brand new stadium, and Edmonton Prospects are well on their way. So, 36 games, 3,000 people a game, over 100,000 people in the span of, let's say, 90 to 100 days, really is a cornerstone of economic activity. And so that's very important in addition to all the other sort of intangible community aspects. So you got the sport tourism aspect of it, but then locally, you're bringing people down to a ballpark to enjoy the product, to enjoy the league, and that's very, very important.
Well, and it's also important as this league grows. You just mentioned 3 beautiful stadiums that are built or in the process of being built. And, eventually, if teams want to be able to stay in this league, they're going to have stadiums that I'm not saying we're building the second coming of Rogers Place or Skydome, but they're going to have stadiums to be able to keep up and attract players and, keep growing along with this league. So it's also important on that aspect because, eventually there's going to have to be upgrades for everybody, whether that's a new stadium or a rehab project on an existing ballpark, but you have to keep up with how the league is growing as well.
Sure. What you're saying is absolutely bang on. For the Red Sox in Regina here, playing out of Curry Field has become and is becoming increasingly more difficult for them to remain competitive. And so then you ask the question, well, why is that? Well, you've got, and I'll just use Okotoks Dogs as an example, and certainly Sylvan Lake, and there's others. But when you're recruiting players, as all the teams in the Western Canadian Baseball League have to do, and they come up here to tour, and the Red Sox take them through a walkthrough of Curry Field, and let's say they're looking at playing at Okotoks as well, and then the Dogs take them for a walk through that park, there's just no comparison. The Okotoks Dogs Stadium is leaps and bounds above what the Red Sox have to offer as a venue. And so the amenities for the player, a lot of times, make the difference. What's happening to the Western Canadian Baseball League is in my mind, sort of moving from, and I'll use a hockey analogy here in Saskatchewan, from the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League sort of business model where 500, 600, 700 people is all you need to remain competitive in a small Saskatchewan rink. And they're moving to more of a Western Hockey League model where, you've got to up your game, you've got to have better amenities, you need to attract better players. You have to be able to sell more options to your fans as well, who are coming to expect it. So, yeah, it's just from a competitive aspect, the Red Sox need it, or I don't know that they'll be able to continue in the Western Canadian Baseball League.
And I think a really cool thing is the domino effect. You get a really cool stadium in Regina, and maybe some of the other Saskatchewan teams look and say, yeah, we got to upgrade. And, maybe not as big for depending on the town, but, maybe somebody looks and says, this is a perfect place in Saskatoon to build a stadium for this. Let's get that area going. And it really could spur and motivate other existing teams or markets that aren't existed that said, hey, we could do a version like this, maybe a bit smaller because our town is a bit smaller, but we could jump on board with this. Look at the tourism we could generate. We could start doing the Saskatchewan tour with these beautiful, brand new stadiums that could be popping up as they see the success of Okotoks and Sylvan Lake and the prospects and hopefully Regina.
Yeah, so we see what's happened in Sylvan Lake and Okotoks and soon to happen in Edmonton, and you see how that affects attendance and it builds a community spirit. I think if we can get something like that done here in Regina, I think you're right. You'll see other communities who are in the league, the Moose Jaws, the Weyburns, etc., say, you know what, we may not be able to build a brand new stadium, but if we spend some time upgrading our venue so that it becomes more attractive, it offers a more aesthetically pleasing place to spend 2 or 3 hours. Yes, people are going to come. They're going to spend time here. They're going to spend money on food and beverage and merchandise, and we'll be able to grow ourselves into a more vibrant league. So hopefully, if we build it, they will come in Regina, and that will have a beneficial effect on other teams in Saskatchewan who are able to sort of watch what we've done and then duplicate it to some extent.
Yeah, now we just need a wheat farmer to build a field out of his wheat field and bring back some past baseball players, and we will have the field of dreams. But I don't know how far along the project or the ideas are, but, whether you can talk about some of the things that might happen in the stadium or maybe some things that at different stadiums that you like. Maybe they won't make it in, but I'm just trying to get a grasp of, what you see as what a stadium should look like in Regina.
So yeah, we've done considerable amount of work, myself and the Red Sox, in terms of developing the stadium project. We engaged an engineering firm out of Alberta to do do a lot of design work and give us an opinion of probable cost. So right now we're looking at a stadium, hopefully on the old rail yard site in Regina, so kind of in the core part of our downtown area. 3,500 seats. We've added a little bit of sport retail to that project, as well as a baseball field house that could be used 365 days a year. So we think that will allow us to use the stadium not only for, that baseball season window, if you will, but it's the proper size where other clubs, softball teams, could use it. Regional events could certainly be placed there. And then, of course, we've got the sport retail aspect to it. So we think that all in, it becomes, like I said earlier, a real cornerstone of economic activity. 3,500 seats would be right-sized, I think, for the league and for the Red Sox as the anchor tenant. And we've also added, I think it's 12 private boxes, a media center, synthetic turf. And what we're really happy with is we engineered some grass berms along the left and right field lines where, we intend to allow families to come in at some very affordable pricing and spend 3 or 4 hours at a ballpark where they might not otherwise be able to afford to do so. So we think we're on the right track. We'll just keep putting one foot in front of the other and get her done.
I love the berm idea and the family. I live in St. Albert, so sometimes I'll jump on the bike and ride down to Legion Field and just sit on the berm and watch, whether it's a practice or a game going on. And it's so nice that we get to see that now. So I think that's cool. And I love the media center idea. I mean, this league, not only is it growing on the diamonds, but it's growing off of it. I worked for ICU Video Productions when we did the Prospects games. It was just phenomenal. The late Rob Zitlau, no longer with us, who headed that up, and he was instrumental. The broadcast that the Prospects put together pre-COVID were phenomenal, and other teams have followed suit. And it's important as this league grows that they grow in the media and the technology age as well. So I think that's a really sometimes overlooked, not by us media personnel, but sometimes an overlooked thing. As the league grows, you're going to have the ability, especially with a brand new stadium, that you'll want to show it off.
Well, you want to be able to show it off, and I think that's very important. And I hope my involvement with the league can grow, because I think there's enormous potential to build and promote the league beyond where the league is right now. Let me highlight it this way, Dean. My hometown, Rider Nation, Mosaic Stadium holds 33,000 people. Riders play 9 games, 30,000 a game, let's say 270,000 people a season. If you take a look at the Western Canadian Baseball League with their slate of teams outside of COVID, and let's say we've got 10 or 12, you're playing 36 games a season, you're putting in a couple thousand fans per game at each stadium for every game, you're drawing a crowd that's in excess of what the Riders draw. And so what does that say to me as an interested sort of investor in the league? Well, that tells me there's as many eyeballs league-wise in the Western Canadian Baseball League as the Saskatchewan Roughriders draw here in Regina. And so that means a lot in terms of selling the league to potential corporate interests who want to capture those eyeballs. And that can happen both mainstream media, that can happen through digital subscription, over-the-top broadcasting of the league, and then, of course, bringing in corporate sponsors. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. It just has to be uncovered and executed on.
I agree with you. I think there's a potential, whether you want to do it, as a individual and just produce the games yourself, or you want to go to a network and possibly, get some games on television. But I think to do that, Al, and I think goes back to what we're talking about, you need the facilities that a network or somebody's going to be able to come into and broadcast from. And that's where this league is certainly growing. And, I don't know what it was like in Saskatchewan, but certainly there's been a void in Alberta without baseball. I've missed, I've been able to only go to a handful of prospects games since they've returned, and that's been nice. But up until that, like a lot of things, there's been a void because of COVID. So to be able to hear the bats and the balls again and see, guys and girls at the ball diamonds again and be talking about building a stadium certainly is refreshing, as opposed to talking about when can we play again.
Well, I think there's a void for the hardcore baseball fan here in Saskatchewan right now, but Saskatchewan is very, very, very much behind the curve if we measure ourselves against Alberta right now, Dean. The casual sports fan, and I'll even say the casual baseball fan, doesn't miss baseball, I would argue, to the same extent that perhaps they do in Alberta or even Winnipeg, where they've got the Gold Guys playing at the Forks, because we don't have the venues, as I alluded to earlier. We don't have a stadium for people to come and begin to understand what the baseball environment is all about, played in a stadium on a warm summer night that's very aesthetically pleasing. So we have to get past that, first of all, and then I think we'll build a larger core base of fans, and then back to what you said, there'll be a lot more people missing the product if in fact it's not around from time to time.
Yeah, you have to let them know what they don't know they're missing already, and
Right.
and that comes back to making that ballpark a destination as well. As you get down there and there's things to do around there, and there's the ballpark, and it becomes a family event.
Absolutely, and so again, as I mentioned earlier, we would like to try and get the ballpark placed on Dudney Avenue in Regina in the old rail yards, which is part of the downtown core. But I don't know if you know, for your listeners who know Regina well, they'll know that the Dudney Avenue area I'm talking about is already a bit of I'll call it an entertainment district, but it needs a shot in the arm. It needs more traffic. It needs to be more destination driven. And as I said earlier, the Red Sox at an anchor tenant at this ballpark, bringing down 100,000 people in the span of 90 or 100 days, gives that entertainment district the shot in the arm and the impetus to be able to further grow. So I think it's a win-win-win if we can get it done.
Indeed. And I also think it's important when you look at the future of Saskatchewan baseball players. You're probably going to go to a lot more ball games if it's a really nice ballpark, and you might get into baseball a little bit more. And this is a quality league of quality baseball players that young kids can look at and say, hey, I can go to school and play baseball and then try to, play in this stadium or something like that. So you could have an 8-year-old come to a game who in 10 or 11 years could be suiting up at that team. And I think without the ballpark, that doesn't happen as often or at all.
Well, what people don't understand about the Western Canadian Baseball League, and that's not the casual fans' fault. I'll put this back on the Western Canadian Baseball League. Is that there are guys playing in the league who go on and play in Major League Baseball. There was a Regina fella, and I apologize, his name escapes me. Just got drafted by the Texas Rangers, and he got his 15 minutes of fame on local Regina sports, and we're back on to Saskatchewan Roughriders, whom I love, but there's very, very little coverage of baseball in Saskatchewan at the moment. Again, partially on the league, but it's a good quality game that the Western Canadian Baseball League offers. And yeah, guys do go on to play Major League Baseball. And so what it does, if we can promote that, is it gives young kids in our communities across Saskatchewan the ability to create a vision to be able to go pro in Major League Baseball. And that just doesn't exist at the moment to the extent that it should.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to have your Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd, DeLorean 3000 moment here and go into the future. Tell me what you think baseball should look like as we look into our crystal ball, 10 years down the road with the some of the vision that we've talked about today. How would you like to see baseball in 10 years in Saskatchewan?
There should be 3 to 5 stadiums, and I do say stadiums, with all the amenities that stadiums bring, which is wonderful concessions, wonderful food options, wonderful seating options, wonderful lighting options, private boxes, suites that house Western Canadian Baseball League teams that are attracting 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people to every game. And what we will have done is we will have created an environment for our kids to visualize how they can sort of move through the steps of competitive baseball and aspire to play professional baseball at the major league level. And along the way, these community baseball stadiums also provide all the communities where they exist the ability to house other events, and they really become a gathering point in the summertime for not only the game of baseball, but for other events that communities may want to hold.
And who knows, maybe the next Larry Walker will come out of Saskatchewan instead of BC.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Al, thanks very much for joining us. Enjoy Baseball Day in Canada.
Thanks for having me, Dean.
I'm joined by Brian Bengert, the Sports and Recreation Lead at TBD Architecture and Urban Planning, the Principal Lead at TBD Architecture. Brian, thanks so much for joining us on this awesome Baseball Day in Canada. We're really excited to talk to you, and we've got some great info to share about ballpark. So off the hop, Brian, I gotta know, what is your first memory of a ballpark?
Oh, geez. I would say my first memory of a ballpark was when I was a young fella growing up in Kamloops, BC. And my father would go into work, but he would drop me off at Riverside Park. And Riverside Park in Kamloops at the time had one of those old wooden baseball stadiums. You could smell baseball. You could see, the atmosphere around it was there. He'd drop me off with a couple of bucks in my pocket, just enough for an ice cream and a pop for the day. And literally you could just hang out there all day and just watch game after game. The sounds, the smells, everything. It was just such a fun place to be. One of the best summertime activities I can remember as a kid, by far.
Well, I can relate to that. I've spent some time in Kamloops, and the ballpark you're talking about, as it stands now, is a little different than probably your memories.
Yeah.
But what they've done there is they've made some additions and some improvements, and because of that, they've been able to attract more and more people, more and more fans down to what they call Norbrock Stadium now. And that leads me into a great angle here, Brian, is considering what ballparks used to be and where we're at now and where we'd like to go. In your opinion, how have ballparks changed over the last, 10, 15 years?
Well, they've become, the change has actually been even longer than that in a lot of ways. That old wooden baseball park was really common for a number of years, right up until about I would say in the mid 20s, somewhere in there, they started to develop these more jewel box stadiums, they called them, which were very specific. The league was starting to take off and they were financially viable, and some of the wooden stadiums they built, they realized they had about 30-year lifespans, and they needed to be, the league was making some money, and they decided that they needed a better quality product. And so they adapted at the time, and they built jewel box, what they called jewel box stadiums, which were quite a few of them are still even around. And the jewel boxes were a much more durable concrete and steel stadium. and they were built very specifically for baseball. Great atmosphere, but very limited for what they did. They were purpose built to play the game of baseball, and after that time period, in about the 60s, they started to develop. Again, baseball went through a bit of an evolution and became much more diversified in some ways. And I think they maybe moved a little bit too far in one direction, and they started to make the stadiums much more multi-purpose and much more multifunctional. And some of those stadiums aren't in existence anymore because they kind of became obsolete. They didn't perform one thing well. They performed a lot of things sort of mediocre. I think the trend now and what we're trying to do out in Spruce Grove is blend the best of all those different situations, try to get the atmosphere, the smells of those early wood stadiums, and but purpose built for the purists of the baseball world that love stadiums that are excellent view lines and some of that jewel box quality that's very specific to baseball, but then add in some other elements that make this a much more diversified park for a lot of different things. I know the ownership group's got some fantastic ideas about other activities to do on the site, both pre and post game, but also when the site is not activated for baseball. But they're maintaining that quality of that jewel box baseball stadium that was so influential in the development of baseball parks over the years. So I think what they're trying to do is extremely exciting. And it's not you don't go to a baseball game now, you go to an event, and it's 2 hours before and 2 hours after, and just tons of fun for the entire family.
Well, with your knowledge and your experience, Brian, with the ballparks in the WCBL, namely in Fort McMurray and the improvements that were done in Lethbridge at Spitz Stadium, tell me a little bit about your experience with those ballparks and your role, and then what you see as some things you can bring with those experience to the Spruce Grove Metro ballpark design.
Well, being involved in those other parks certainly gave us an opportunity to sort of cut our teeth in the baseball market. And we do a lot of work in other sports as well. And I think working in different parks and different sports, even as WHL hockey and different sporting events, you learn a lot about different activities that you can bring. It's not in some ways each individual ballpark is very specific to its ownership group. Some have more of an entertainment focus, some have more of a purist sort of focus. I think what working on some of those other parks does is it just gives you a bigger bag of tricks to work from. And working in other sports also helps you be a better designer, just because you see other activities and other things that are going on, and you can kind of bring that all together to this park, hopefully.
What are a couple of the things that you really focused on with the Spruce Grove Metro ballpark design that maybe you've learned recently with your experience with the other ballparks in our league that you think would be a great addition to have in the Spruce Grove Metro ballpark, like the design, the ability to connect socially, the sight lines? Maybe tell me a little bit about what you found might be the best route for this new ballpark.
It's a good question. You talk about our experience. One of the things that usually ends up producing a great product is the client that we had when we first sat down with yourself and Pat and the group, and you guys had a very strong vision of what you wanted to see. Everything from engaging the community in a much broader sense than just baseball, developing live, work, play lifestyle on the site. You know, I mean, there's everything from other recreational amenities like badminton and tennis and pickleball and other things that are coming to the site, as well as a condominium, an amphitheater. All those different things kind of combine into a very unique atmosphere that I think the ownership group has put forward as the main direction for the park. We're really just the instrument. You know, like most of this vision, well, all of this vision has really come from yourselves, and that's what's exciting is the client group has such a strong vision of being much more than just a baseball park, primarily a baseball park, but you know, they want they want a lifestyle. They want to engage the community. They want to be members of the community, not just you know, a standalone facility.
How do you go about trying to satisfy the element of community gathering? Like we spoke about some of the other elements that we want to have as part of this project with the Spruce Grove Metro Ballpark. As an architect, that must be a fun project, you know, maybe not a carte blanche of just do whatever you need to do, but how do you go about integrating that community gathering idea now versus, you know, in the past it was multi-purpose, but it was, like you said, you know, maybe not nailing any of the purposes excellent, you know, it would be mediocre achievements, but we're able to do a lot of things. How do we, you know, avoid that situation and really make this a community gathering place?
Well, I think it goes back to just focusing in on some of those earlier principles of the jewel box, where you get the main focus right first, right? And I think that's been a clear direction from yourselves, the ownership group, is that, you know, baseball is the big driver, but baseball is more than just a baseball game now. It's got 2 hours before and 2 hours after of entertainment that you can bring to the table. You know, we've got on site, we've got an amphitheater that can play, bands can play, but it's not just during game day. Maybe you've got concerts going there, you know, once a month, and people can get out and do other activities at the park when the park isn't being used for baseball. Same thing with the vision for the pickleball and tennis building and some of the other amenities on site. Some of these things that are coming on are going to drive visits to the site when it's not game day and create an excitement about the park itself. The park is exciting. You know, it's nice to walk even in an empty baseball park, you know, and just kind of walk out there. It's kind of like Field of Dreams, right? You walk out and you go, this cool stuff's going to happen here. You know, like it's just a fun atmosphere. So I think from the ownership group, just making sure that there is more activities that drive visits to the site. You know, even some of the walking trails and stuff that they've got planned are just fantastic opportunities for the community to engage the park outside of regular baseball game. But when it's in baseball mold, it's purpose built for baseball, and it's, you know, premier park in the league.
What can a project like this do for a community, you know, for the city of Spruce Grove, for the county, for Parkland County? What does this project mean ultimately for that area as far as other developments, as far as population growth? And, you know, what does this project mean, you know, for the entire scope of that area?
Well, the people of Spruce Grove will know this very well. In 1996, they built Tri-Leisure Sports Complex out in what at that time was an open field. And if you go there now, the city is built completely around it. And I think with the opportunity and the amenities that are available here, and the way that the ownership group has looked at it, there's going to be a lot of exploration on this site over a number of years. I know there's a vision to tell a story of the agricultural background of the area, and so you'll see elements in the landscaping that'll show that. You'll see a variety of spruce trees on the site because we're in Spruce Grove, and like there's a lot of exploration that will come out over time as people start to access this site. But I have no doubt with what's being planned that, just like in '96 when they built Tri-Leisure out there, the area around will just blossom. And we've already seen, uptick in the area for land sales, and there's an excitement building at Marin Council, in Spruce Grove. There's lots of momentum building around this. I think you'll see a lot of development spring up around it.
Brian, I really want to thank you for jumping on with us today. It's Baseball Day in Canada here. It was an awesome opportunity to talk to you about your knowledge and your experience of ballpark design and to hit on a little bit of what this Spruce Grove Metro Ballpark has in store for Spruce Grovians and for also, the Metro Edmonton region. It'll truly be a beacon for people to get to all over the region. Again, thanks so much for jumping on, Brian. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Welcome back to Baseball Day in Canada, live from Okotoks, Alberta, the beautiful Siemens Stadium here in this wonderful complex, and have a boatload of guests here to talk a little bit more about baseball in Canada and so much more. I am Joe McFarland, your host for today's festivities, alongside John Urcandia, the managing director and also founder of the Okotoks Dogs. Also Al Simpson joining us, one of the investors for the Regina Red Sox. Down the line we go to WCBL president Kevin Kavami, and last but certainly not least, he's the coach. He's also, is it AGM? No, you've got so many roles. I know that you wanted to be game day host as well, Jordan Blundell, here on Baseball Day in Canada. And let's start off with you, John, because you are hosting this, although your team's the road team for the games. But what's it like being back on the field again? Because it has been really a long 18 months.
Joe, it's been absolutely fabulous. There's two aspects of it from our experience. One is the fans coming out after the quarantine, welcoming something in the community that's positive, getting to watch baseball again with their friends and family. So that was one aspect. The other one is the players. We felt a real responsibility to our players to give them somewhere to compete and play after horrific downtime. And a lot of them are now going off to college, and the fact that they could compete at this level meant the world to them. So that was very satisfying for us, and I think we've really achieved the objectives we set out for ourselves.
Al, looking down the line, obviously your team wasn't able to take part this summer. None of the Saskatchewan teams were, but it kind of gives you a little bit of a jump start in prepping for next season. I know you have a massive project that's in front of City Council and that kind of thing. Talk about the excitement around just baseball again in Regina and what that's going to mean for that community once first pitch is thrown next season.
Yeah, unlike a lot of clubs in the league, the Red Sox perhaps benefited a little bit with COVID because it gave us time to kind of focus on the project at hand, which is to try and build a nice stadium at the rail yards in Regina. So there's a lot of community support for the initiative. We've talked to a number of city councilors who seem to be very supportive, and I think that we can look forward to continued good progress. And the Red Sox can have a stadium perhaps as nice as what they have here in Okotoks.
Is that because you know that he's right beside you and you don't want to get, losing chicklets down the line?
Maybe more about buying a beer later.
Fair enough. Kevin, from somebody who's able to kind of look at things from a broader perspective as president of the league, how exciting is it from your perspective to be able to see all of the development, to see the excitement in the different communities? We talked a lot about it during the broadcast already, but just seeing all of the different teams really buying in and all the communities buying in as well.
Yeah, it's been, first of all, the fact, as John referred to, playing this summer has been, a blessing for all the teams who are able to play and put a product on the field, and we're nearing the finish line. We'll crown a champion next weekend. So that's been very satisfying for the players and the coaches and the fans in the league. But also we have that other side of the business side of it that continues to move forward with, the Saskatchewan teams doing planning and some of our Alberta teams that weren't able to participate doing planning for the 2022 season, where we think, we'll be back hopefully to normal and have all the teams back in a much more normal 2022 season.
looking forward to hearing from Jordan on this one, because it's one thing to be sort of an observer, and I don't want to say that you're all observers here, but you're not the ones on the field. You're getting to work with these guys on a day-to-day basis. How excited are they to be able to get back onto the field? Some guys have been able to play a spring season. Other guys haven't played in that full 18 months.
Yeah, honestly, it's a mix of guys. Some guys got a chance to play that were Canadians and came back from the U.S., and there was a bunch of Canadian kids that hadn't played for months. And it's a little bit surreal, honestly, to get into a game and to see umpires and, you know, the limited fans that we had at the very start of the year, to go through the whole process, the plate meeting, players pregame warm-up, pregame BP to music with something on the line. It's not just practice with your own team now. Like, you're going to play an opponent. For me, the experience as a manager, it was surreal, and I know my players were just excited. They couldn't wait to get going, and now we're here. We're at the end of the line, and it's been an awesome summer. Great experience. I know the guys that are on our club have loved every minute of it. You know, there's travel involved and there's late nights, and that's what it's all about, and they got to experience that. So honestly, kudos to the teams, the ownerships that were able to get something going for these players, because without that, it's another summer missed. And that's a big deal, in my opinion, for Canadian baseball.
John, you and I have had this conversation before, but let's articulate it a little bit for the audience here in terms of being able to provide that outlet and provide a bit of a showcase as well for that Canadian talent, because this is an off year where you don't get that American surge of players. You're getting to show off some of the best high school talent. And I mean, here at Dogs Academy, for example, 6 players going to the junior national team as an example. I mean, there's a bit of a showmanship to it as well.
Thanks for telling Jordan that, in case we meet him in the first round of the playoffs, that we're going to be 6 guys short for that. But no, you know, honestly, as an owner in the Western Canadian Baseball League, I'm extremely proud. We're the only league in the country, you know, that operated this season and that offered our fans and our communities baseball at this kind of a level, and offered our players, you know, that kind of experience. So, I mean, that's huge to me. So I'm very proud of that on behalf of the league, and I think that, you know, we're a little bit unique in that we do have a elite academy here of some of the top players in the country, high school age players, and they did get now the opportunity to compete against college players, and for them that was huge, and it sets them up nicely as they go on to college and compete themselves, and they could test themselves against the top Canadian talent that's in Western Canada. So it's just been a complete win-win as far as I'm concerned. And the fact that we were able to do that and follow some of the stages that we went through as a society in terms of dealing with COVID, you know, it says something that Premier Kenney of Alberta was here in front of a packed house, 3,500 fans, which we deemed a full house for that particular day, on Canada Day. So Canada Day was here, baseball, people having fun. The Premier was here. On the first day, he'd opened up, you know, our society, you know, to normal activities. So, I mean, to me, that's a success all the way down the line. Very proud of that track record.
Al, when you've been kind of, as you've alluded to, you almost have that extra year to kind of take a look at things. Was there anything that you've learned so far over the course of the last few months specifically that maybe you'll be able to bring into the fold for the Red Sox and the other Saskatchewan teams heading into next summer?
Well, I think that in getting involved with the Red Sox, and more particularly in the building of the stadium, the big eye-opener for me was what the clubs in Alberta have done and are continuing to do. You know, I referenced this stadium earlier, but what's going on in Edmonton, the kind of parks that this stadium is bringing to the fans as not only just baseball stadiums, but entertainment venues. We've learned a lot from that, and I've learned in particular how the game is evolving in such a good way to become, like I say, more than just a ballpark. These are venues where you can bring kids, you can bring families. My mother's coming to the game tonight. She's 89 years old, and she's looking forward to it. So, and I don't think she knows the difference between a double and a strikeout, but she's going to be here. So, it was just learning about what the clubs in Alberta are doing and how they're forging forward to build the game, and it's very encouraging.
Whether it's talent, whether it's infrastructure, Kevin, what's exciting you the most as you look forward and think about that 2022 season where theoretically we're going to have all 11 teams back on the field again?
Yeah, I mean, getting all of the teams back on the field, I mean, they were sorely missed this season, of course, but the teams that did participate in this year gave a great opportunity for the players, as John referenced. Being the only league that was able to get things off the ground was a leap of faith for us. And believe us, we had lots of conversations in the spring. Should we do it? Should we not do it? What's it going to look like come June? And we were confident that we would be able to play, but we weren't confident that things would be as open as it ended up. And that was been more a win for the fans than for the teams. But looking to next year, we expect things to be back to normal and have all of our competitors from across the provinces play, 2 provinces play, and that's exciting as well. But we want to look even further down the road. I mean, the governors have challenges down the road, and looking at other markets that can come into the league. I hate the number 11. I want the number 12 or 16 would be more preferable. So that's a longer term project as well, and that's always on the plate. And then, of course, obviously it's going to be great. We were really excited last September to be here announcing the All-Star game coming to Siemens Stadium. And unfortunately, due to COVID, that had to be canceled early on in the planning because we weren't going to have all of our teams participating. But that's going to be another memorable weekend next year when we're able to host that here again, or for the first time at Siemens Stadium.
Jordan, from a player perspective, looking ahead to next year, obviously the recruiting kind of almost started during this season, being able to get the word out about the league and that kind of thing. How excited are you about the notion of some of these guys going to their post-secondary schools and saying, listen, this league's legit, you got to come up here and really get some, whether it's D1 talent or some of the top JUCO talent to come to Alberta and Saskatchewan?
The league has a great reputation. The guys go down, and that's because the teams do right by their players. The teams in this league have consistently given their players more than they're required to, and that's part of what makes it special. Then the players go down south or to other programs in Canada and say they had an amazing time in the WCBL, and they're looking forward to coming back, and that does breed recruiting, and it opens up more doors. And over the years, players go all over North America, and because of that, everywhere down in the U.S. has heard of our league, and it is one of the better leagues, and it's because of the markets that are in our league. And when Americans come up, something that they may not realize they're walking into are built-in inherent rivalries from communities, not so much the players, but Edmonton, Calgary, Edmonton, Okotoks, Lethbridge, Okotoks, Regina, Swift Current, Moose Jaw. The people that come to the games don't like the other team. So players get to experience what that's like on a Canadian scale, and that is part of what makes this league special, and it's cool to be a part of.
Absolutely. And again, to your point, success kind of breeds success, and I think we've got a great success in being able to come back to some sense of normalcy, I think. So, gentlemen, really appreciate the insights and the perspectives. Thanks so much for joining us here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break here. Thanks so much for tuning in.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game, cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers, Alberta grown, Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Baseball Day in Canada. I am Joe McFarland alongside Ian Wilson and Dean Millard, and you were both able to kind of watch and listen to what was all said during that last panel. And Dean, we'll start with you in terms of what excites you, I guess, as we head back again into sort of this sense of normalcy as we emerge from this pandemic.
I'm looking forward to seeing the different players that come up from not just the United States, but some from Mexico. We've seen some from Asia, and it's baseball is truly becoming a global game, and the WCBL is right behind it. So I'm excited to see the growth of the players from the local area that we're getting a chance to see now compete with the guys that are going to come in and take those jobs. So overall, I'm just looking forward to seeing the level of competition continue to increase in this league.
Ian, from your perspective, looking forward, and you heard Jordan Blundell kind of allude to it, is when you get this exposure, when you get this notoriety, all of a sudden you have more eyeballs sort of on the product, which means not just more fans, but also more players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this season has really been an opportunity for the Western Canadian Baseball League, not just to exist, but to show fans in the communities that they are playing in what they're about. A little less competition on the sports landscape, so there's a real opportunity there, and also just the fact that is happening at all is a real testament to the teams, the management of the teams, just to bring us to this point. And yeah, hopefully there are people watching and seeing what is possible. And we're not even fully ramped up yet in terms of getting the crowds. Even with restrictions lifted, there's still some apprehension with getting out, I think, in some quarters. But yeah, we'll get that full blast next year.
Mm-hmm. Dean, it's funny when I think back on my days of reporting on the WCBL, or back in my early days, it was WMBL, but I remember coaches filling in position spots and that kind of thing. This league has come a long way from being thought of as, oh, that's where JUCOs and no names go to play, to now you're seeing D1 guys and high-end players that are not just performing well in the league, but excelling in the league and being noticed on a global stage.
The last time I saw a player coach was in Brewster's Million in baseball, so it's been a long time. Although I think Jordan Blundell was one of those guys that would suit up if need be. But you're right. And I've said this before. The league has grown. The diamonds, the stadiums have grown. They've grown from diamonds to stadiums, right? And now we have this incredible broadcast. I know the prospects and the dogs and some teams are doing great stuff with the streaming. And as we all know, You know, not everybody is getting their information from the 6 o'clock news or the newspaper anymore. They're getting their information on streaming and catching up and social media, and that's where the future is, and this league is already on the way. So it's a good start. It can always be improved upon, as they mentioned. You know, you go from this many teams to 11 to maybe 16, and the sky's the limit.
And not to boost our own egos here, Ian, but obviously people are coming to us. Alberta Dugout Stories. Sorry, shameless self-promotion there. We have a few more videos. We'll come back with a little bit more panel here on Baseball Day in Canada.
Great to be chatting baseball, and in this hot summer that we've been having, I know people definitely have to be careful with spending too much time outdoors, but it is just great to be outdoors of any kind, doing some activities right now. And we are talking baseball. I wonder, when you think back to your childhood, where you grew up, is there a ballpark that you remember, whether maybe you played at it at the school or maybe you went to a game? I always love hearing about people and you know, the things they remember from their childhood. What stands out as a ballpark in your mind?
Actually, yeah, Dean, I was just reflecting there before I came on the call today. My days as a youth, Liverpool, Nova Scotia. There's a park. It did go by the name of Danny Seaman. Was the name of the park, and actually I was remembering this lady that used to show up from the stands whenever I'd go up to bat. She'd yell out, "Go Bushwhacker." And now she liked me. I took it as a compliment. I always blushed when I heard it, but yeah, I was just reflecting on that today.
That is beautiful. I just did a trip back to Manitoba and drove past a ballpark I grew up playing at, and the memories do come back. And I think it was unfortunate so many people weren't able to make those memories. I think a lot of people missed activities like baseball during COVID, just for, you know, for the physical activity, but the socialization as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that's obviously we can't turn the clock back on, but hopefully as we move forward, we'll be back in the normal settings that we've all grown accustomed to over the years. I know golf was one of the first activities to get back on the agenda last year, and now this year we're seeing soccer players out, baseball players out again. It's really exciting time.
It is. And, you know, during the pandemic, the government created a $17 million program called the Stabilization Grant to, you know, assist fan-based sports organizations. You know, unfortunately, leagues like the WCBL, they don't have those billion-dollar contracts like the NHL does. So they do, and other leagues like them rely on fan base. What triggered that response? You know, why did you feel it was necessary to add that specific types programs to those groups, and target that funding mechanism for them?
Well, the reality is it's essential that these organizations, these groups, these events are able to continue. And the reality is 92% of Albertans have expressed how important live events and cultural experiences are for them. And obviously it's quite frankly, it's a very big impact on our GDP as a province as well. And believe me that the province doesn't want to see those events shut down at all, let alone not come back after something like the pandemic. So the province did decide to invest in them like they did other small businesses. And it's just an important aspect of how we move forward as a province to have these experiences continue.
And are you seeing that the businesses, the organizations, the leagues, the people that were able to use some of this, that there was success and that they were able to not just wait till next summer, but actually get some things going this year, which I think, you know, we want to make sure everything is safe first and foremost, but we still want to make sure we're progressing. Did you see that a lot of people made use of that in 2021 and not just for 2022 as well?
Yeah, that was the feedback I was receiving from my position, because as you know, I'm also the parliamentary secretary for small business and tourism, and yeah, that was the feedback. Now there were events, quite frankly, that had to basically push off this year because they couldn't rely on the border, mainly the American border with us reopening. And so they chose to, in the last number of weeks prior to summer, just postpone their events. Now, in conversations that I've had with them, they are very much geared towards next year, and they aren't just going to let the events fall by the wayside. But yeah, for the most part, the ones that didn't need a lot of planning, your months of planning or rely on the border with the Americans opening, they use the funding and actually one of the events, the Calgary Stampede, I know they received some of the funding, and we did see quite a successful event. Obviously, they look forward to getting international visitors next year, but it did help them get their event up and running for this year.
Yeah, I know probably a lot of events, that involves artists weren't able to maybe get them across the border. So in those cases, they have to push them off to next year. But it was great to see some things and events like the WCBL, even a shortened season, get going in 2021. But that's probably why it was important to make this a 2-year situation, because for some events, it just was not logistically possible. And that shouldn't be a punishment. So I think making that 2021 eligible and 2022 eligible allows people that can get going right away and people that, maybe need a little bit more planning. So obviously a wise strategy on that part.
Yeah. And the other aspect of the 2-year funding model is so people can also adapt their business plans moving forward as well. And really key coming out, none of us could prepare for what we just experienced. I think that most of us have at some point used the term unprecedented, but nevertheless, we do need to make sure that we have solid business plans moving forward. And we are moving to adapt very quickly as a province, and it is something that we need, again, live events and the different nonprofits that are part of this sector to be part of that path forward. One thing that I will say that is so exciting to see, especially in Alberta, we know we have a lot of very talented artists and obviously sports or athletes in our province. We just saw the Olympic Games that displayed a lot of that. But it is awesome to see a situation like this highlighting the talents of our local artists and athletes. So
yeah, and we talk about young children and people in general being able to be active in whatever it is, and that is so great. For the mental health of everybody, physical activity is wonderful, but also socializing and that chance to meet somebody that you go to the ball games with, or maybe you and your dad, or you and your mom, or when hockey games get going, we can get those traditions back up, because going to the game and watching a baseball game is one thing, but the socialization aspect, maybe it's the hot dog that you get and your dad gets a beer and the young son gets a pop or something like that, whatever the tradition might be. How much did you guys look at those type of things when you were looking at this stabilization grant, to saying, yeah, we got to get kids and people back playing, but we also get people back to their socialization activities and their traditions and things that they look forward to? So spectator sports, was that a big thing that you guys were looking at wanting to get back because of that aspect as well?
Well, I think that's a really good perspective, Dean. Like I said earlier, 92% of Albertans indicate that arts, culture, multiculturalism, and sport are significant contributors to their quality of life. And just recently, Dr. Hinshaw, I'm not sure if you caught her open letter last week, but she also indicated that we have to move ahead and learn to live with COVID because of the impacts on all of the other aspects of life and health. And so, yeah, I believe that that's something that our government has shown throughout the pandemic, is trying to balance those things. The health impacts of COVID versus the health impacts of everything else, i.e. not being able to socialize, and the mental health aspect of that. So yeah, so this has been another investment into people's well-being, I believe, and one that I'm very proud to be able to talk openly about.
And one of the things I love that you mentioned earlier about, while the borders might be closed, it allows us to get a look at some of the things in our own backyard, whether that's artists, athletes, and local baseball teams. And I know before the pandemic, the WCBL and the league was talking about, let's make ourselves a bit more of a footprint in Alberta and Saskatchewan, particularly the West, but focusing on Alberta with so many great teams. And being a tourism focus. And I think right now, with the borders still not open for a lot of people are looking at things that they can do in their own backyard. We kind of saw it when the economy, many years back. I know, like places like Jasper Park Lodge, we're seeing a lot more local travelers rather than international travelers. And I think the WCBL is a perfect way to, put a stamp on Alberta and say, if you're a baseball fan, there's all these different spots that you can tour around to, watch some ball games, learn about Alberta. Maybe you're from here, maybe you're from somewhere else. But I think baseball and tourism in the summer can go hand in hand perfectly. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I think that it's a great opportunity that our province has to celebrate the different aspects. We all get distracted by the mountains and the lakes, obviously the outdoor life, but I think it's a great time to celebrate the athleticism that we have here. I know that Edmonton, for example, is a soccer hub, and I think that baseball is too quiet in our speak. And I'll share a little tidbit with you. The Minister of Jobs, Economy, and Innovation in our province actually played university ball in the States. So he's very excited about the WCBL, obviously, and as am I. I will confess I got out of baseball at a young age and moved on and focused more on hockey, but it still has such a great impact on teaching our youth some of the fundamental skills, not just with sport, but with life in general. And I think that's something that we can be very proud of in our province as we move forward, to get those young kids out and see the professional athletes, face to face. I know there's a great opportunity to see in these smaller venues to have real personal interaction with the players as well. And I think that's something that leaves kids with a lifetime of memories and can teach them a number of skills through that as well.
Yeah, I think athletics in general are great, whether you go on to be a Stanley Cup champion, a World Series champion, or a lawyer, or a doctor, or a plumber, or whatever it might be. It just teaches you so many life lessons. And baseball is unique in that you're on a team, but a lot of times you're an individual up at the plate. I mean, nobody else is helping you swing the bat. The pitcher is starting the pitch as an individual. So baseball is unique that you learn to, rely on yourself, and you learn to rely on teammates. And I don't know when the last time you got out to a WCBL game is, but we'll have to get you guys out to a game or something, especially a former collegiate player, maybe throwing out a first pitch for one of you two guys. But, there's a brand new stadium being built in Spruce Grove. Sylvan Lake has just built a brand new one. There's a great stadium in Okotoks. The stadiums are coming. Fort McMurray, I can't wait to get up there and see that one. The infrastructure in these stadiums is pretty awesome. And I think it's going to fit the caliber of baseball. And it's also going to give people a chance to go. So can't wait to get you guys out to games.
I'll actually look forward to it. I will confess I haven't been out to one yet, but I will look forward to it. I have a really good colleague in Spruce Grove that I know he loves to banter and claim that he has the best of everything there. So I'll look forward to meeting up with him at a ball game there.
It's going to be awesome. And I think that, baseball can really play a part in the tourism, as we mentioned. We know the struggles that our province has gone through and with the economy, and we need to diversify from oil and gas. It's never going away. It's a huge part of our lives. I think we should be proud of it, but we also do need to look at other things and not in the winter. I'm not suggesting that we'll have November ball games unless we get some dome stadiums, but I really love the fact that, that you think and others think baseball can play a big role in helping our province, especially during the tourism summer.
Yeah, and I appreciate the real Albertan sentiment, about diversifying. We all do add very quickly. That doesn't mean that we turn our back on oil and gas, but
Right.
so I appreciate that. But at the same time, yeah, we have bold plans to bring tourism up to unprecedented levels in our province. Obviously, the pandemic has stalled some of those efforts, but one thing it didn't stall was us. Getting a commitment from David Goldstein to lead Travel Alberta on this journey. Our goal is to double the GDP of tourism in 10 years. And sporting events, our live experiences, our plays and rodeos, they're all going to be key contributors moving forward. And I believe that the WCBL will be a huge part of that as well, from the live experience aspect. And really excited to see the path forward for the league.
Yeah, well, if you're looking to double something, baseball is the place to be because it's full of doubles, and teaming up with the WCBL would be a grand slam. Thank you so much for your time today. Enjoy the rest of the summer, and we can't wait to see you at a ball game.
Great. I'll look forward to it. Thanks for having me, Dean.
Kevin, thanks so much for joining us here on this awesome baseball day in Canada. And as I've said to a lot of people I've spoken to, I think something that's very important and not celebrated enough. We do a good job of celebrating a few other sports. We as Canadians need to celebrate this sport a lot more.
Yeah, I agree with you. It has a long storied history in Canada, and continues to generate opportunities both at the professional and even more so at the collegiate level for lots of Canadians who love this great game of baseball.
One thing I've been doing with everybody I'm chatting with is I'm asking about a specific ballpark they remember from when they were much younger, whether that be a ballpark they played at or went to watch a game. But what's a ballpark from when you were younger that stands out in your memory?
I have to say one of the old ones that comes to mind, and one of the first ever opportunities I had to see a ballpark was the old Nat Bailey in Vancouver. And it just had that storied history, and was one of the first ones at a young age that I got to, one of the big ballparks that I got to see. So that kind of comes to my mind when you talk about long time ago baseball parks.
I think we all have that one park that stands out in our memory. And I think there's baseball fans across Western Canada that are going to get to experience that same feeling. You guys have some really shiny new ballparks. I mean, Okotoks, that ballpark is just not that old. It's still gorgeous. The one in Sylvan Lake, I've heard rave reviews about. I can't wait to see what the prospects are doing. Regina is looking at a new ballpark, hopefully. I mean, it's some really exciting potential right now in your loop in Western Canada.
Yeah, I mean, those are some of the newer ballparks, and then the renovations to ballparks as well. I mean, Medicine Hat's undergoing a $3+ million renovation to Athletic Park, and here in Lethbridge, 2 years ago, we finished a $6 million upgrade to Spitz Stadium. So, those improvements to the ballparks just make the fan experience even better. And, we have arguably some of the best ballparks, if not the best ballparks in all of summer college baseball in North America.
And that's the thing. I think you kind of mentioned it. It almost becomes a destination, going to the ballpark. It's a great facility. You can do a lot of things. And I think that's kind of important, especially coming out of COVID, to be able to have those destinations to go to as families and friends and things like that. And I don't think there's anything better than baseball in the summer, and having those facilities being first class is just going to attract more people and want to make people return after that first ball game that they attend.
Well, I'll tell you, I like anybody, Canadian, so I do love to go to an NHL game in the winter months, but I don't enjoy the experience of getting to the arena and getting back from the arena in a lot of cases due to either snow or cold temperatures or whatever.
in summer, getting to a baseball park, not only do you get a great experience at the park, but it's in the summertime, and what better time to travel and see other sights and enjoy an outdoor patio or something on the way. So the ballpark's really become a tourist destination more so than other sports. And you think about, I guess I missed Fort McMurray and their brand new ballpark that they opened only 5 years ago. That's a fantastic facility that they built for the 2015 Western Canada Summer Games, and it has a football stadium, and that whole island they have there is just a spectacular sports venue. And then you have the Fort McMurray itself to go and visit and say you've been to the oil capital of one of the oil capitals of the world. So every town we have in the league, every city has a story to tell, and there's lots of stories in between those towns too. So it just makes for a great summer experience to get out and see some baseball and see some other things in Western Canada.
And unfortunately, that's been an experience that's been missing because of what everybody has been going through. Some people, I always say we're not in the same boat, we're in the same storm, because some people have bigger boats than others. And COVID obviously had an impact on your league. What is it like to actually be seeing games going on again? And how tough was this stretch for your league and your teams?
The 2020 season became a fait accompli early, and I think all the teams took it with disappointment, but it was basically thrust upon us that we couldn't operate, and so then you're curtailing expenses and doing whatever you can to minimize the impact and look forward to the following year. It's tough on the players more than anything. I mean, even going into this year, we had players that hadn't played a competitive game in just about 21 months. So it really was unfortunate for the players and coaches that were involved. And again, this summer we impacted a bunch of American ball players because we couldn't get them up here. Even if they were vaccinated or whatever, there was no latitude given to getting them into Canada to play on the team. So early on, we felt that the only way we were going to go was to go all Canadian. And, for the 5 clubs that are operating, that's worked out really well. The fans are coming back to the ballparks. They're getting that ballpark experience again. Lots of Canadians are getting the opportunity to play baseball. And, I've talked to a lot of the players, and they're just grateful that we are operating this year. And I think the fans feel the same way. I mean, it was tough for the teams in, I'll use Saskatchewan and Brooks as the examples. They rely an awful lot on fundraising to survive, and off-season fundraising and banquets and things like that, and they just couldn't do that. So they really didn't have any option but to take another year off when the idea of crowds was going to be limited and all of that unknowns, where some of the other teams felt that they could weather the storm, for lack of a better analogy, and get on with trying to put at least a partial season in place, which has happened, and it's been great.
And I think the silver lining is that there's a lot of Canadian kids that now get to be a part of this league and maybe catch the eyes of some of the teams. And we know I think one of the reasons this league is so competitive is that you get an awful lot of American players that come up here and push the Canadians to be better. So the silver lining is the Canadians get the spotlight and get almost like however long of a season that they've had as kind of an audition to further their career. So it has been tough, but if there's a silver lining as we celebrate Baseball Day in Canada, it's that some of the Canadian kids have been able to shine a little bit more.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's some great talent that's been in the league with Canadians from day one, and this year just amplifies that opportunity for them to get seen and get get their time in the spotlight. So it's no regrets at all about going all Canadian this year.
What was it like to be able to see that first ball game in what seems like a long, long time? But what was it like to be at the ballpark for the first time? I know the first prospect game I got to felt great to be seeing live baseball again. What was it like for you?
Yeah, it was the same. I mean, we opened at home on June 18th, and with the Bulls playing Okotoks, and we had a sellout. It was, of course, limited capacity at that time. We'd just gone to a maximum 1/3 capacity. So our capacity was 600, I think it was 589 or something like that. And we had every ticket sold for that game. So just seeing the fans back in the stands and the players on the field, and the umpires coming out, and you're starting to put that show on again. Concessions open, cooking burgers. It really started to feel like, the word is overused, but almost normal.
I wanted to circle back. We talked about some renovations and some new stadiums, and I think that's terrific. We've talked, and I've talked a lot of times about the big steps forward on the field that this league has taken with the caliber of play and the coaching and the players, and now it's the off field starting to catch up with that, with those new stadiums and some improvements, and really an opportunity to make this league kind of a travel destination league and build some things. And I've spoken to some different people in different interviews for this program in Saskatchewan about doing that sort of thing, and a real opportunity to make this league a part of the Western Canadian Prairies tourism scene.
Yeah, I mean, before the pandemic happened, we had actually, and even during the pandemic, we had started to talk to tourism people, and felt that there was a huge opportunity, to encourage friends, relatives of the players to come to Canada and to enjoy the Alberta-Saskatchewan experience, and started to have that conversation. And then just general baseball fans. I mean, some of these stadiums, if you're doing a ballpark tour of all the stadiums, I mean, you look at some of the facilities that teams play out of at times, and we have nothing to be ashamed of in this league. In fact, we have to be very, very proud of the majority of our fields, if not all of them, and the history that they have behind them. Even a couple of the smaller ballparks are, have a history to them, and they're great for their size of communities they are part of.
How do you take this league forward and take advantage of the many ways that people enjoy their entertainment? Live, of course, being at the game is terrific, and there's always things going on. But what about for the people that are at home, the parents, the grandparents of these players that are down in the United States? I know the Prospects did a terrific job, and I was part of some of those broadcasts. How do you take the entire league into that format?
Well, it's a major conversation that the league is holding right now, is to how do we get that broadcast or web hub, as it probably would start at, with all of the teams buying in and all the teams putting up, a certain level of production that's expected upon them, and then you have something to market to, sponsors and the tourism people. I mean, if you put a show on 3 hours that has a baseball game on, and intermittent throughout that show is commercials and highlights of places to go in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and some of the everything from the Calgary Stampede to our horse racing, to our mountains, to you can just list off all of the excitement that can happen in Alberta in any normal summer, and it can make for a highlight reel of where to go. And you just have to decide how you're going to start that as a league and get everybody to buy into the vision of it becoming that tourism piece that you're alluding to.
How important do you think your league is in the role of, as we talked about, tourism, entertainment, athletics? This is a void for a lot of people during the COVID pandemic, that they weren't able to go and support their local team. What did you hear from people, fans, organizations, and how important do you think the role of your league is in that the big picture of Saskatchewan and Alberta with some of the things I mentioned?
Well, I think that all of the teams have a huge role to play in their communities, both from an entertainment standpoint for their citizens and guests to their community, to providing an opportunity for a core of players to play with their namesake of the town, and then to get the name of that town or city out around Western Canada that's a member of this league. And then beyond that, if you can collectively push the tourism market, you're going to see the impact of it, at the provincial and federal levels with more and more people wanting to, partake in an opportunity to see the rich history that we can sell to people.
Looking ahead to the future, when do you see this league being up and running to, the full amount of teams that you had? Is there any plans, possible expansion, possibly into Manitoba, where, I'm from, and there's a rich history of baseball? What do you see as future potential franchises joining, or when this league can get back up and running with some of the teams that, understandably had to take a bit of a break?
Well, I think that all the existing franchises, all of them anticipate in being back for the 2022 season. So we're anticipating a full normal season in 2022. As far as expansion goes, there's always some irons in the fire with some of the communities. You have Saskatoon that definitely has a void that should be part of this league, and Calgary obviously would be a great rival to the Okotoks Dogs success story there at Siemens Stadium, and then you allude to Manitoba. Winnipeg has the Goldeyes, which is another success baseball story in itself as far as independent professional baseball goes, and their stadium, and that is probably out of the realm of Summer College, unless they wanted to operate a Summer College team in addition to the Goldeyes. Obviously, Brandon just recently went the way of the Expedition League, even though we have floated the idea of Brandon coming in. We would always entertain conversations with them if that Expedition League ever didn't work out to the way they hoped it did.
And that's the thing. I think people, they think of Western Canadian as football and hockey a lot, but there's an awful lot of rich history when it comes to the game of baseball in Western Canada, from Manitoba right through to the Rocky Mountains.
Oh, definitely. There's you can look through the old history of baseball, and Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame, and all of that is filled with stories of people from the three prairie provinces doing great things for this game, and that's going to continue for years to come. When you look
in your crystal ball, what would you like to see this league be in 10 years? Is there a pie in the sky kind of idea that you might have to see what you think this league could grow to in the next 10 years?
Well, I think if you had a perfect vision of it, you'd get to 16 teams. 16 or 18, you could have 3 divisions of 6 or 4 of 4. How that would work out on the landscape, obviously we're missing Saskatoon, I've already alluded to. We're missing a second Calgary area team, and we're obviously missing a second Edmonton area team. And then there's, whether it's, there's been interest in everywhere from Drumheller to Grand Prairie to Cranbrook to Brandon, to those type of communities as well. And then you always have the option, the opportunity that Yorkton Melville would come together and refurbish or get some momentum behind putting a viable operating franchise on the field for that area down in the future. But to get to 16 or 18 teams would be ideal. You would have every game broadcast to a quality on the internet through our own network, and then by the time 5 years goes by, one of the sports networks would pick up a Sunday night or Friday night or Saturday night game of the week and really showcase the facilities and baseball in Western Canada.
I'm hoping all of that comes true, and I'm confident it can, and looking forward to celebrating many more baseball days in Canada as you guys are doing here. So, Kevin, thanks so much for joining me and us, and congratulations on getting back on the diamond, and best of luck moving forward.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Welcome back to Baseball Day in Canada, live from Siemens Stadium in beautiful Okotoks, Alberta, as we are getting closer and closer to first pitch of Game 2 of a double dip between the Okotoks Dogs and the Edmonton Prospects. Joe McFarland alongside Ian Wilson and Dean Millard, and a couple of big themes that kind of came out of those two conversations, Dean. We'll start with the tourism side. We've kind of alluded to the notion of, hey, we can get fans back in the stands, make this a stop for the summer for the average family, that kind of thing. How do you think we could improve on this? How do you think that we can make this a part of the fabric of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Western Canada, Canadian society, much the same as we see with hockey?
I think it's just a collaboration, getting the right people in the right room and putting out the ideas that, we have a terrific history of baseball in Western Canada. It really is rich, a lot richer than people think. We also have beautiful ballparks. We also have great attractions, and we combine all of that. I mean, there's a ton of things that you can do in the Edmonton and Calgary, Okotoks area. But there's a lot of great things you can do down in Medicine Hat, and a lot of great things that you can do in Saskatchewan, and link those things. And you know what? Maybe get people saying, instead of going to Victoria Island this year or out to east or down south, let's go do a tour of Alberta, get 3 or 4 ballparks, see a few different things, and check out some of the sights and sounds. I mean, let's celebrate the greatness that we do have in Western Canada when it comes to baseball and the attractions that we have. To me, it's a no-brainer.
And Ian, I know we do a lot on the Alberta side of things, but even from a Canadian perspective, again, that rich history that Dean alluded to. You look back on 1907, I look back to, and the Western Canada League had 4 teams in it, and it was Calgary, Edmonton, Lethbridge, and Medicine Hat. And to think that you had professional baseball in those markets right through until the early 2000s. People don't seem to forget that, hey, it wasn't that long ago. We had the Medicine Hat Blue Jays. We had the Lethbridge Black Diamonds, those kinds of teams, the Calgary Cannons and Edmonton Trappers. I mean, there's a rich history in Alberta and across Western Canada when it comes to baseball, minor league, affiliated, or just college.
Absolutely, and I think it's just tapping into that, like, hey, let's, we're also coming out of a period where people may be, somewhat reluctant to do the really grandiose trips overseas and things like that. So maybe coming into next summer, it's a good time for staycation and seeing what's in your backyard and linking in the communities where the Western Canadian Baseball League plays and also just the history of that region. As you mentioned, like knowing that Satchel Paige came through, Medicine Hat and Babe Ruth rode the rails through Saskatchewan and Alberta, like just connecting some of those dots and giving people a reason to go explore these areas, these ballparks, and kind of do like a baseball stadium passport type of deal.
Joe DiMaggio making the way through when Marilyn Monroe was filming a movie up in Western Canada, right? There's so many different stories that we could probably spend all day doing that. We are going to continue with the interview conversations now. Jordan Blundell live with Nick Salahub.
Hey, Hey, Nick, thanks for joining us today. It's a great day. It's Baseball Day in Canada. It's a pleasure to have you on the show. I've got a couple questions for you. Looking forward to our chat, Nick. Right off the hop, man, you know what? You've got a great picture of a ballpark behind you. I've got a picture of the future home of the Edmonton Prospects, the Spruce Grove Metro Ballpark. Nick, tell me a little bit about your first experience, the first ballpark that you remember.
The first ballpark I remember was out in Surprise, Arizona, back when it was the middle of nowhere. It's all developed now. My dad was pitching fast pitch out there. I was probably about 4 years old. I'd go out there. We'd just go out there, I'd be playing with the kids. And anytime he'd pitch, I'd, go sit behind the backstop in the catcher's position and just watch him pitch. And then anytime the third out was made, they'd go ahead. I'd go play with the other kids. And then when the third out was made, I'd find my way back there and just be at the backstop waiting and watching him pitch and doing his thing. And it was pretty fun to, under the lights there with nothing else going on around and, really getting that baseball feel, right? So, something special about watching and playing ball under the lights that really, really makes the game feel different, right? We have a saying at VIU, the freaks come out at night, right? Some players are really good at 2 o'clock. Some players are really good at 5 o'clock early in the game, batting practice, things like that. But, 7 o'clock and the spotlight's on you and it's, the 8th inning, 9th inning, who's the guy you want up at the plate? You want the weirdos up. You want the freaks up to do weird things, right? Like hit a grand slam with the bases loaded and 2 outs. You want those guys who never quit, who always think, even if we're down 6, we still got a chance to come back and win this ball game. And that's the kind of thing that I think under the lights really helps players feel that excitement, that electricity. So we're pretty excited that, you mentioned the field behind me there. It's Sir Roxman Stadium in Nanaimo. It's been around since the 70s. It was really nice back then, and now we've added a West Coast team out there, so we're going to be getting a bunch of upgrades to the facility out there. As you can see, we got the LED lights and a bunch of upgrades to the standings, the fence. We're going to be adding turf in a couple of years, so a lot of cool things happening to a ballpark that's a major central hub of baseball in BC, if not all of Canada.
You mentioned Sir Roxman Stadium. It's definitely a beautiful ballpark. I had the opportunity to be out there in Nanaimo for a few years, and I'm really glad that some improvements are happening out there. The park looks tremendous. Having that as your background pick's a good touch. You know what? In the WCBL, Nick, you've had the opportunity to see some of the ballparks in our league and to get those experiences of playing under the lights and feeling that electricity in the air. Tell us a little bit about your experience so far in the WCBL and maybe what some of those close games late in the game under the lights in some of the ballparks that we've played in. Tell us a little bit about what those games have meant to you as a coach in the WCBL.
Yeah, I mean, it's always exciting to coach baseball games, and whether you win or you lose, it's always good to be out there. But I think we've played to this point 5 extra inning games, and there's something special about it all coming down to one big pitch, right? It all comes down to whose will is stronger, the batter or the pitcher. And like you said, the electricity there, just having 1,000 fans there, just hanging on the moment. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? And a couple days ago, we walked off Sylvan Lake. And it happened at first base. Everybody came rushing the fellas. I got a little splash of water on me too when they were throwing water all over Devin Heck, who had the walk-off hit there. So it was pretty fun. It was pretty exciting. And, I think that speaks to the overall competitive level of the league. Everybody's about even. It's a dogfight every day to see who can get out there. And, the scores kind of reflect that, right? You can be on the winning end of it sometimes, the losing end of it sometimes, but for the most part, show up to play and you always have a chance to win. So finding ourselves tied in the ball game late, that's nothing new for us. And, I think that speaks to the talent and the passion and the commitment that our guys have. And, I think a big part of that comes from the top down. I think that yourself as the head coach really, really embodies that passion that the players can look to and, find a way to get them fired up when the spotlights are on.
You mentioned Devin Heck. Devin's from Camrose, Alberta. Devin's also one of your players, Nick, at Vancouver Island University in the Canadian College Baseball Conference. And yeah, I want to take the conversation to the Canadian College Baseball Conference, Nick, and what that ballpark behind you means for the CCBC, and really, what does the CCBC mean for the growth of the game for young players in these different communities? Their ability to dream big and view college baseball as a viable route for them even at the age of 10. Tell us a little bit about what that CCBC really does mean for youth players.
Yeah, I think, 20 years ago, really before the league started, it seemed like it was, baseball wasn't really a Canadian thing. If you wanted to do it, the U.S. was the only route to go. And, without having, a good college league here in BC or Alberta and BC and the West Coast here, it seemed like it was really kind of not a Canadian sport. But, then the league started, and a few coaches like yourself and Jeff White at OC and Todd Hupke at PBA really brought a level of professionalism and maturity to the game. And, it turned it into something that the players can take pride in playing in Canada. And, the trickle-down effect of those players then graduating and staying in Canada and giving back and teaching the game as coaches themselves really just, it expands the reach of baseball in Canada as a whole. And, getting that higher level coaching out there and that higher level training. And as you said, setting the vision for the players that, you can do this, right? We've had players drafted out of our league in 4 of the last 5 years. And that's not something that would have happened before. And that's not something that maybe an opportunity those guys wouldn't have gotten. If they wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to go down south and play and develop, that might not have happened for them. So it's pretty cool that, Canadian kids can come out, 10-year-olds come out to, camps that we run and see, themselves in a VIU jersey in the future, right? See themselves as, playing for PBA and eventually the prospects, right? So just having the example that you can look to, I think it plays a huge part for those players. And I think that the CCBC does a really good job of providing an opportunity for Canadians to grow and develop and get to that level where, if the dream is to continue playing baseball after college, not just get to college for 1 year and then come back. If the dream is to graduate as a college baseball player, if the dream is to try and play after college, I think the CCBC does a really good job of providing that opportunity to Canadians.
Yeah, you talk about the opportunity and what the CCBC brings to the sport of baseball. Our league has firsthand knowledge of that with a lot of Canadian College Baseball Conference players in the WCBL this year, as well as in past years. And I got to tell you, there's some impact players coming into the WCBL from the Canadian College Baseball Conference. And, it's opened some eyes over the last few years at the caliber of player that's come into the WCBL. Canadian players staying in Canada, coming into this summer league. It's a really competitive league and doing well, making all-star teams and helping their teams win championships. And it just goes down the line. And, the growth of the game, the importance of the Canadian College Baseball Conference can't be understated. We talk about growth, Nick, and the CCBC has had some growth. Tell us about, what teams are in the league, maybe what's happened over the last couple of years as far as growth and expansion of the CCBC.
Yeah, about 5 years ago now, there were 5 teams in the league, and we're up to 8 now. We've added a team in Alberta to bring it the total to 3. PBA, Prairie Baseball Academy down in Lethbridge, has been around for a while. University of Calgary has also had a team. Edmonton Collegiate Baseball Club just added a program a few years ago, and it's good to see. It provides more opportunities for the Alberta teams to play, and it's helps grow the game because there's a lot of talent here in Edmonton, and it is nice to have the opportunity for those kids to stay and play if they choose to, or to hopefully come out to BC and see what the better weather's like out there. As you move west, you got OC, Okanagan College in Kelowna, and TRU in Kamloops. And those are some good programs that do a good job and have been around a while. And then University of Fraser Valley added a team a few years back. They're always competitive, super hard-nosed players. And then us, obviously, we've been around since the beginning. When before you were even head coach, we had Dan Rogers out there running the program, and University of Victoria added a program this year. So we're pretty excited to finally have some college competition on the island. It'll be a heated battle that we're looking forward to seeing how it plays out over the years. Of us versus them, who's the best team on the island, who's the team nobody wants to take the ferry to go and play. So we're looking forward to that. It's really nice to have 8 teams in the league now, because it just raises the level of competition a little bit. And as we talked about with the last question there, it creates more opportunity for players to grow and develop. I think if I can point to one thing that is consistent throughout the league, is players do develop in this league. You spoke to the fact that they're impact players. As much as that has to do with the level of coaching and the opportunities we provide, they're all hardworking kids. They're guys that have talent, and they're guys that once you get to college, we all take the weight room pretty seriously. Some of us take it a little more seriously than others, but you're not going to have success in this league if you don't get in the gym. You're not going to have success in this league if you're not hitting throughout the winter. And just that level of competition, and 8 teams, we don't want to be the worst team in the league, right? Nobody wants to. Everybody wants to win that championship. So there's some motivation there that goes a little bit beyond what it was a few years ago when there were fewer teams, to really try and set yourself apart from everybody else, and really set the tone that we're a program that needs to be paid attention to. So I know that adding those teams has been a huge benefit for our program, and I know it's been a benefit for the other programs as well.
You talk about paths and competitiveness, and the fact that there's now 8 teams in the Canadian College Baseball Conference. You know what, Nick? Those 8 teams they're all running kids camps. They're all connecting with youth in their communities. They're all looking to identify talent. They're all looking to help grow the game, help grow the sport in the communities that they're in. And you've got to experience that, obviously, in Nanaimo with all the camps that you do. And this summer with the prospects, we've had kids camp. Maybe share with me what your thoughts are on the impact that college baseball players can have in their communities, when they're active and when they're working camps and really putting time in with the kids on field, and helping them develop in the sport of baseball.
Yeah. You and I have worked some camps together, including at VI and then at BLE as well. And, there's always a struggle there, trying to make sure that the player instructors you have are, know what they're doing and are motivated, and, having fun working with the younger players. And I think that this year with the camps that we did with the prospects, I think across the board, every single player that we had running a station did a really good job of bringing energy and passion. I think that speaks to not only, as you said, the programs that they come from and having that background of coaching and giving back to the community, but also, the players can see themselves in those kids too, right? They can see how important it is for those Canadian kids to be able to look up to Canadians and see themselves in a prospect uniform, right? That they might not quite understand the caliber of the league and how important this is to baseball in North America, but they see what the players play with, the passion the players play with. And it's easy for them to see themselves in those jerseys in a few years. So I think that opportunity there for the younger players is important. But as I said, for the older players, it's really important too to give back to the community and see, just how much they can provide. At VIU, we do a lot of camps, as you said, and we have players and former players coaching in Campbell River, in Parksville, in Nanaimo, in Duncan, in Cowichan, and even down in Victoria. So that's something that, yourself and myself, we take pride in, is that our players give back and that our players feel that they have something they can provide to the community beyond just proper fielding fundamentals, right? It's teaching that passion, teaching that love, teaching the game the right way, and using it as a tool to motivate players to not just become better ball players, but become better people and pursue post-secondary education and, you know, achieve some things that they may not otherwise do.
You know what, Nick? I really appreciate you coming on. I can feel your passion for the game. I think that's a great way to leave this talk is passion for the sport of baseball. And you know what? Baseball Day in Canada for the WCBL is about passion for the game. It's about connectivity, and it's about sharing our love for the sport of baseball, man. I appreciate you coming on today. Best of luck to you with the VIU Mariners of the Canadian College Baseball Conference coming up, and best of luck to us with the Edmonton Prospects for the rest of this season, man. Thanks for jumping on, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan.
Your host, Joe McFarland, alongside Ian Wilson and Dean Millard, as we look forward to a 7:05 first pitch between the Edmonton Prospects and the Okotoks Dogs. Edmonton is the home team. It's been kind of a crazy season for the Edmonton Prospects, Dean, because they're without a home for now. They've got a big plan in place for Spruce Grove.
Yeah, and, you know, when you talk about a crazy season for the Prospects, and that's saying something, because 2 years ago they had that marathon weekend just to get into the playoffs. The fact that they're having a season is wonderful. They're a bit of a traveling road show right now. We went and watched a game in Sherwood Park, but the place in Spruce Grove is going to be so wonderful, you know, not just for the Prospects, but for all of kids in that area to be able to go to a great ball game and maybe get on that field. We all remember, you know, getting on the field or whatever it was where the big kids played when you were a kid, right? Yeah. That's going to be something cool for these kids.
When you saw that even here, there were some players on the sidelines for both teams, and so community is obviously a very big aspect of this, Ian. And when you think about the community, you think about Okotoks, particularly here, this community has really bought into what John Arcandia and company have sold to them since 2006.
From day one. That's a part of the reason that Calgary is on the outside looking in when it comes to the beauty and the magnificence that is Siemens Stadium. Okotoks as a community, the political leadership in the area bought in from day one, and they've nurtured it, and they get to enjoy the bounty of that investment. And yeah, I mean, look around. It's fantastic here.
You can feel the buzz already. Already a few more fans than that first game that we saw at 2:05. Again, if you missed it, a 5-2 win for the Edmonton Prospects, who are looking for the double dip win. Let's go down to field level. Adrian South joining us with a few of the players and coaches from the Edmonton Prospects.
Thanks, guys. It is game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Edmonton Prospects and Okotoks Dogs Black here in Okotoks at Siemens Stadium. The Prospects, coming out of a 5-2 win earlier today, looking to sweep this doubleheader against the Dogs here today. It was Jordan Moffat with the win, pitching 5 no-hit innings, and it is Wyatt Anderson getting the start on the mound here tonight as the Prospects look to take game 2 of this series. And joining me now is head coach and general manager Jordan Blundell. Now, Jordan, you guys coming out of the first game victorious. What do you have to do to continue that momentum and get the second win here today?
Well, we're looking for Wyatt to have a good start for us. Wyatt Anderson from Calgary. He'll have some family here, so that's always important. It kind of sets the tone for the ball club as a starting pitcher. So we're hopeful that Wyatt has a good outing for us, and then honestly more of the same. We've had good at-bats as of late. Our offense has done a good job, and specifically we're looking at probably Steven Horner to have a good day. He's about to break out. That's my tip of the week right there. So I think Steve's going to have a good game for us, and the rest of the offense will do their thing.
And so we know from chatting with you earlier, you guys have already clinched a playoff spot Monday and Tuesday against this team, but 3rd and 4th positioning still kind of up in the air with some games still happening this weekend across the province here. But I guess what other adjustments are you making to, really give guys a chance to get experience here today, but still coming in fresh on Monday?
Well, it's a balance. We've got a good thing going with the lineup that we put out there last game, so we're going to do that again. And the rest of the guys will be ready to go. We've got another game tomorrow. Some guys will get in there, and we'll get a few guys some more at bats and get them ready for the playoffs here. And the group's excited. I feel like the guys are playing for themselves, playing for each other, and that's what you want at the playoffs when the playoffs come. So I think we're in a good spot.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for that. And also joining us pregame here, we have Jesse Ponowazik. Now, you were the closing pitcher in the last game. That's kind of been your role all season. How are things going? What's been working for you this season? What worked for you last game? And what are you hoping to see in this one here tonight?
Yeah, it's been a really exciting season. My whole career, I haven't ever actually really gotten a chance to be a closer. So it's been exciting to kind of fill that role because we needed it. So they asked me to do that. And it's been going really well. Every time I get out there, it's really exciting. It's always a close game. So kind of being the last line of defense has been really awesome for me. So I've been really having fun and enjoying the wins lately.
So a doubleheader here today, but you head into playoffs against this team on Monday and Tuesday. So what are you most looking forward to? How are you feeling about locking in that playoff run?
I'm feeling really excited about it. Games against these guys are always really good, really competitive. So I think as long as we just keep doing our thing, playing our game, we won't have a problem with it. But I'm looking forward to a couple of close games, and we're going to come out on top for sure.
And now you looked great out there in the last game, but a couple years ago you faced a bit of adversity. I believe you took a line drive to the head, and you've been working through some head injuries, but you seem to be out there, recovered. How's that process going? How's that journey? How are you feeling?
It's been long. Obviously, I got hit in the head right before playoffs in 2019. I've tried to joke about it and say that I was just trying to head pass it over to first. Didn't work out quite as well as I wanted it to, but with COVID and everything, I've felt like I've been out of it for about 3 years. So getting back on the field has felt amazing, and I feel like I'm doing better than I was even when I got hit. So if anything, it gave me a little push to be even better than I was before, and I couldn't be happier.
Well, I know there's a lot of fans out there that are very happy to hear that you're fully recovered and to see you performing the way you did. So congratulations on this season and working through that recovery. I know that must not have been an easy process. So best of luck here tonight and in the playoffs as we head into next week against this team. With that, the Prospects looking to get their second win here today in Okotoks against the Okotoks Dogs Black. And I will send things back up to our panel.
Thank you so much for that, Adrian. And guys, Dean, you brought this up while the interview was happening, but Jordan Blundell, a Sherwood Park, Big River Prospects guy, comes back and makes good with the community again, and really has been a linchpin for this organization over the last few years. But that's really been a key to baseball here, not just in the WCBL, but across this country in terms of being able to see those guys give back and be able to kind of show the young kids the way forward.
Well, yeah, and you don't have success without, key people giving back. And you mentioned Jordan has been involved in this team in different variations, and he's done such a good job of bringing respectability. He jumped in when 2 other people walked away from this team, and it could have been a big void without him. And he'll do anything. He'll sweep the floor. He'll do a podcast. He'll get kicked out of a game to give his bullpen more time. I mean, I think his new nickname is DiCaprio because he loves the camera. But in all seriousness, he is a very important a very important guy that has given back a lot from graduating from a player to coach. I love the aggressive style that he steals and he's aggressive, so he's my kind of manager. And he was such a fun guy to do podcasts and things like that. Loves fantasy baseball, which I think is also a cool thing about baseball fans and everything. So I just think that guys like Jordan, and there are many others, that's the one guy I know the best, are imperative to this league having success because they know what it was like as a player, and now they're giving back on the other side, and who knows where they go from here and then really come back if they really take off.
And you mentioned no shortage of guys, and frankly, even the ladies, when you look at the national women's team and their ability to give back and show that off. And Ian, on the other side of the diamond here, the Okotoks Dogs have that exact thing with Tyler Hollick, who was a Dogs Academy guy originally, goes through Chandler Gilbert, gets drafted by San Francisco, and ends up giving back in such a big way with the Dogs program.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the things that you watch with the rosters that come through here. As we look out, the viewers can't see this, but you see some of the academy kids getting ready to sell the 50-50 tickets and being a part of the fabric of this game and hopefully getting to one day play at this diamond. And that it kind of all starts with things like that. And you see a lot of the alumni. It's not necessarily about getting drafted, going to a Division I school. That can be a dream for some of them. Some of them do that. They're definitely well equipped to do that. But it's them coming back and doing catching clinics, bringing their pro ball experience or whatever their experience is, and bringing it back to the community and teaching. These are they're not necessarily the guys you cheer for in a Major League Baseball game. They are the guys who are going to coach your kids one day, or your nephews or nieces, and that's what's one of the beautiful things about guys playing ball at a high level in this area and being trained in this area.
It's sort of one of those things, Dean, where it's success breeds success, obviously, but there's the other side of it where even that success coming back, and I hearken to a name like Cole McLaren, a former Okotoks Dogs player, originally from PEI, goes back home. He's now actually playing in the Detroit Tigers system. But even in other provinces, it's not just being based at home, but being from Quebec or the Maritimes or BC, wherever the case may be. If you can see it, you can be it, kind of thing.
Well, and I think the one thing about this league and this level of ball player and the age of these players is they're eager to put on a clinic, kids clinic, or stay after for some autographs, because let's face it, that's pretty cool for these guys to be getting all these kids. When I grew up in Brandon, Manitoba, the guys that were playing senior baseball, I thought they were Major League Baseball players. The guys that were playing junior hockey, I thought they were superstars. So for them to be able to do that, I'm not sure you will get that buy-in if you had some sort of semi-pro ball. I'm not sure the ball players are buying in as much as they are worried about getting to the next level. These kids, every one of them thinks they have so much time, and that's the beautiful thing. They want to enjoy that with these kids, and you're right. Who knows about the next Okotoks Dog player that is here right now, that is maybe 8 years old, that will be putting on this jersey someday because he was taught how to take grounders or something by one of these players. I think that is the beauty of having kids at this age and this level that really love the game still.
If I can add to that really quickly, Joe, one of the things we've interviewed a lot of those players who were that kid. This is the show for them. This is Major League Baseball for kids in this area, and they look up to these kids, up to these players, and they see them in the community. So it just is such a beautiful cycle of sport in the community.
And as you mentioned, we've talked to a lot of these athletes as well. And one of the things that they're getting maybe a unique opportunity to do is at the high school level, get to play at the level that they've been kind of hoping to get to over the last 2 or 3 or 4 seasons. And so it's been fantastic to actually get to hear some of their stories about the goosebumps that they have as they suit up for their local hometown team that they were always working towards. And talk about that aspect of it, of kind of having it all come full circle for whether you're from Sylvan Lake and Red Deer area or the Edmonton area or the Okotoks area or Lethbridge. This is hometown baseball at its finest, and they're relishing in that opportunity.
Sorry, that one was for me?
Yes,
okay.
it was.
Yeah, no, it's 100%. Like you pointed to, and I had said earlier, these kids are looking up, and we've interviewed them this summer. There are players on Okotoks Black and Red, and I mentioned those two teams because we're at Siemens Stadium right now. They have seen it. They've sold the tickets here, and for them to get to play at this stadium in front of a crowd, they get goosebumps. It just means the world to them. Some of them know, if this is the highest level I go to, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And you can't ask for more than that.
And the one thing too, again, we go back to that community side thing, is that the community is really bought into it, and so they treat these kids like rock stars, and they want to perform at the next level, and that's been the great part about watching baseball evolve. Let's go back down to field level now. Adrian South is on the Okotoks side of the field.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm over here at the Okotoks Dogs Blacks dugout, and joining me is Tyler Hollick, the head coach and GM. Now, you guys managed to score some runs late in the game, the Prospects with a 5-2 win. You managed to get 2 on the board, but how do you continue kind of that momentum coming into this game that you did manage to get in the 7th, and how do you try and split this doubleheader series?
Yeah, I think everything we try to avoid is coming out flat and always playing hard and playing competitive with energy, and we just didn't do that for the first 6 innings. I had a good meeting after the game, talked about playing the game the right way, and hope to piggyback off our success in the 7th. But I'm looking for everybody to step up and play hard. So
what adjustments are you making? Who's getting the start on the mound for you?
Ryan McFarlane has been in our program for better part of 6 years. A little bit more experience. He's down at college in Kansas. Throws 3 pitches for strikes. We expect him to work ahead and give us a good start.
And, when we were talking earlier during the first game and I was chatting with some other fans, including your dad, he talked about the importance of development at the camp and some of the players you have going to junior nationals. So how important is the development in the academy here?
Well, that's everything. That's what John Arcandi, the founding and managing director's vision was when he built this place in 1996 and then later moved it out here in 2007 to Okotoks. It's about the kids and the development and giving them the best opportunity around in Canada to develop, move on to the next level, whether at college and or professionally. So we got 6 guys going to junior national, the most in the country, and they leave Tuesday. We're super proud of them, but we got our own club here to worry about when they leave. So, it can't be an excuse that they're losing some guys. We got to continue to play hard. So.
Well, thank you very much for this. Best of luck in this second game here and continuing to get some on the board and maybe split this series here in Okotoks. With that, I will send things back up to our panel.
Just a quick little look at some of the banners that adorn the concourse area of Siemens Stadium here in Okotoks. A few banners since 2006. 2003 is actually when the Calgary Dogs entered the fray, and then they moved out to Okotoks in 2006 to a full house, as John Arcandia would say. And the rest, as they say, is history. A beautiful, beautiful summer afternoon, although unfortunately a little bit of smoke in the air. We wish the best to our friends out in BC. Hopefully Mother Nature starts to agree with our firefighters and we can finally see an end to what has been a very difficult summer out in the lower mainland especially. Joe McFarlane alongside Dean Millard on the far end, and in the middle, Ian Wilson, as we broadcast live from Siemens Stadium for Baseball Day in Canada. And I haven't asked this question of either of you yet, and I'm really interested by what your answer is going to be through it. Putting you on the spot a little bit. During the Alberta Dugout Stories podcast, the very last question I asked to all the ball players is, what does the game of baseball mean to you? Dean, I'll let you think about that for a second. Ian, you've heard that before, so you've probably prepped that just in case. But Dean, why don't you give us a start there?
Yeah, baseball for me, what it means to me is great memories. I remember exactly where I was in 1988 when Kirk Gibson hit that home run and made me a Dodger fan. We were in Melville. My brother was playing hockey there. We were in a hotel room, and I'm like, whoever this guy doing this play-by-play is the greatest of all time. I didn't know who Vin Scully was at that, and then I did a lot of catching up. So it's great memories. It's also memories of me and my dad going to a senior baseball game in Brandon, Manitoba. I don't remember what any of the scores were, but I remember the talks that we had or the plays that we talked about and things like that. So for me, it's great memories and family. That's what baseball is. And the one thing I love about baseball is to be a really good baseball player, you have to be independent. You have to be able to do things because you're on that plate by yourself or you're on that mound by yourself. But you also have to be a team player. Turn that double play, whatever it might be. So it brings the best out as an individual and a teammate. And I think that's a really kind of overlooked aspect of baseball, that there is some individual aspects to it, but the team aspect, you don't win without playing as a team.
Ian, how about yourself?
How much time do we have before game time? Wow. That's a question you could make me crack on that one too, because it does mean a lot to me, and I don't really enter it from the normal portal. I didn't play catch with my dad. He's Scottish. Like, baseball meant nothing to him. But I mean, I've been to ball games with my dad. It's not a family thing, but that connection is not the same. I am really drawn by. I think baseball has the most amazing history of any sport. Watching that Ken Burns documentary, when that first came out, it was just so captivating. And I just fell in love with the game, the history, what it means. As a sport, I also think I am a hockey fan, but I think baseball is the perfect sport. As infallible as the governors of it and the people who play it and Major League Baseball may be around it, the game itself is beyond reproach. It is perfect. It's played on a diamond for a reason. It's just the closest thing to perfection. And now that I do have kids of my own, lump in throat time, I get that moment with my kids.
Fantastic stuff. I think for me, it has to be, it's a game of imperfection. It's a game of failure. How often in any line of work can you go 1 for 3 and be considered a Hall of Famer? Those kinds of aspects, that learning from that experience that the next time around, you can be even better. That embrace of failure is just something that has always drawn me to it. I love owning my failures, and I love the successes that much more, and it makes those successes that much more amazing. So with that, we are getting ready for, at the top of the hour, 7:05, first pitch between the Edmonton Prospects and Okotoks Dogs Black, the back end of a double dip between these two teams. In case you're just joining us, the Prospects winning 5-2 in the opener earlier this afternoon. Let's go to the PA announcer. We're going to hear O Canada, of course, and then we're going to turn it up to the play-by-play crew of Al Coates and John Belmont. Again, welcome to Baseball Day in Canada.
For the Edmonton Prospects. And thank you for coming out for Baseball Day in Canada. Don't forget, we do have the running of the bases after the game. And unfortunately, due to the fire ban, we will not have fireworks, I'm sorry to say. And fans, don't forget to get those playoff tickets. They are starting here on Monday night. They're going to be playing at 7:05, so get your tickets online or talk to the folks at the office. It's going to be a spectacular night tonight against the Okotoks Dogs Black and the Edmonton Prospects. And I'd like to welcome Will Gardner onto here. He's got some special announcements to make.
Thank you, Logan. Fans, it is a great day. It is Baseball Day in Canada. And what a celebration we've had all day at Siemens Stadium. And on behalf of the Okotoks Dogs, I'd like to say a special thanks to the Edmonton Prospects for allowing us this tremendous privilege of hosting this inaugural event. They've done a tremendous job of putting this together, and I'd like you as fans of baseball to express your thanks to the Edmonton Prospects for organizing and arranging Baseball Day in Canada. Now fans, all through the day, some outstanding programming has been taking place here at Siemens Stadium. Don't worry, you won't miss a minute of it. You can log into baseballdayincanada.com and see all of that programming. It is outstanding. There's been some panel discussion, some special insight, some very interesting guests and their observations on the status of this great sport in our great nation. Baseballdayincanada.com. Be sure and check out all of that broadcasting. And I'd like to extend some very special welcomes to some very special guests. First of all, please join me in welcoming the owner of the Edmonton Prospects, Pat Cassidy. Pat, welcome to Siemens Stadium. This gentleman broadcasts the Edmonton Prospects games. He is a legend in baseball broadcasting. Please welcome Al Coates, the official broadcaster of the Edmonton Prospects. Two very, very special friends of ours. They've been a big part of Baseball Day in Canada, and they do simply an outstanding job of covering not only the Western Canadian Baseball League, but baseball in Alberta. They have a very, very special place in our family and in our hearts. From Alberta Dugout Stories, Ian Wilson and Joe McFarland. Please welcome them tonight. And hosting the Baseball Day in Canada broadcast panel is a broadcaster and great friend of baseball, Dean Millard. And Dean, thank you for your tremendous efforts today. And a very special welcome to a man that's traveled some distance to be here. He is a major player in the stadium initiative that's taking place in Regina, and we want to wish the Regina Red Sox very well as they pursue a stadium development in the rail yard area of that fine city. We're delighted to welcome Mr. Al Simpson to Siemens Stadium. Al, great to have you with us, and we wish you well in your stadium initiative as you go forward. And fans, just before I leave the field, I had the privilege this week, as I'm sure many of you did, of watching that game, the Field of Dreams game that Major League Baseball played in Dyersville, Iowa. And Kevin Costner, who starred in the Field of Dreams movie 30 years ago, said a single word that I think summed up so much of baseball. and so much about the experiences that we've enjoyed at Siemens Stadium. It's a simple word, we've heard it often, I'm going to reiterate it tonight. The word is perfect. Tonight is perfect. It's perfect because we're here with family and friends watching baseball. That's perfect. The weather, a warm summer night, cold beverages and hot dogs. Perfect. Two teams pursuing a spot in the Western Canadian Baseball League playoffs. And that's perfect. And it's been Baseball Day in Canada as we celebrate the tradition and legacy and future of this wonderful sport. And that is perfect. And to the greatest fans in all of baseball, it is my privilege to say to you, as Okotoks Dogs fans, we think you're perfect too. Have a great night, enjoy the game, and celebrate Baseball Day in Canada.
Another round of applause for Will. Thank you for your passion for baseball. Spectacular, man. Now let's get things kicked off here. Craig, let's get that starting lineup.
Once again, thank you very much, Logan, and thank you very much, Wolf, for that nice little message a moment ago. All right, fans, again, welcome to Baseball Day in Canada here at Siemens Stadium. As I get the opportunity to introduce the starting lineup for tonight's home team, the Edmonton Prospects. Leading off, the second baseman, number 17, Devin Heck. Batting second, the shortstop, number 16, Brendan Luther. Batting third is the right fielder, number 34, Johnny McGill. Batting fourth, the center fielder, number 22, Stephen Horner. Batting fifth is the left fielder, number 31, Stephen McKenzie. Batting sixth is the designated hitter, number 15, Trent Lawson. Batting seventh, the first baseman, number 52, Dakota Wheatley. Batting eighth is the catcher, number 41, Ben Predator. And batting ninth is the third baseman, number 10, Cole Jessamine. The starting pitcher tonight for the Edmonton Prospects is number 25, Wyatt Anderson.
All right, baseball fans, stand if you're able, remove your hats, and join Brett and Rose in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free, from far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was worth the price of admission right there. That youngly loved lady just did a great job of the national anthem, giving Homer the high five, and welcome back to Siemens Stadium. Doubleheader baseball, as they would say in Mexico, a dos juegos, double bill. The opening end of the twin bill, we did not give you the complete totals. We'll do that now. The Prospects win it, 5 runs, 7 hits, played airless baseball, stranded 4. 2-4, 2-5, the line totals for the Dogs. Jared Moffat, the winning pitcher, a big lefty, did a nice job today. He was fluid. 5 innings, shutout baseball, twirled a 2-hitter, struck out 4, walked a pair. Jesse Panawazic finished the ball game out in a non-save situation. And it was Boston Walkerton, the starting pitcher, and the loser today. Johnny had good stuff at times in the game. He just didn't sort of fence that together well enough.
he had a couple of bad innings. Other than that, did a nice job.
That's exactly right. And with young pitchers, you get that. You'll see it. When he gets his consistency down, he's going to be very good. Showed a lot of stuff with a fastball, pretty good breaking ball, pretty good change.
Now, with that victory, the Prospects are 2 games off a 500 record. They're 18-20. They've won 3 consecutive ball games. The Dogs are 24-15, and they're now on the heels of a 1-game skid as we get this second end of the double bill underway under nicer conditions tonight than it was in the daytime. Maybe it's my imagination that we have just a wee bit of a breeze. You're not going to get it because your window won't open, but I do, and it is welcome. So it'll be a little more comfortable here for the nightcap.
Well, the nice thing is, Al, I can see out in the flagpole that one flag blowing, so I can feel the wind that way.
Time of the opening game was 1 hour and 55 minutes. As you just a second ago to look at our starting pitcher, Wyatt Anderson. He'll make his 8th start of the year, 32 2/3 innings, 39 hits, 33 runs, 23 earned runs. He has walked 26 batters. He has struck out 34. And the Western Canada Baseball League is hitting .285 off Wyatt Anderson. He draws the starting nod tonight as you get a look at him. Pettiger will complete the battery tonight as he nestles into a deep knee crouch. Wheatley at third, Wheatley at first, Jessamine at third, Luther the shortstop. Heck is the second baseman. We're ready to go. And the pitch is down the pump for a strike, and we underway at 7:06 Mountain Time, right on time. The picket line tonight of Stephen McKenzie in left field, Stephen Horner in center field, and Johnny McGill is the starting right fielder. He'll draw the middle infield back, play the corners just about midway, and an off-speed pitch is a swing and a miss, strike 2.
It was a good pitch, too, right on the outside corner.
If you did not see the telecast of the opener, this is Siemens Stadium in Okotoks. It's a green cathedral. It's an absolute jewel. Fair to the hitter and fair to the pitcher. 400 feet to straightaway center field. There's some high gas, a swing and a miss. And he made the batter climb the ladder, and as usually happens when you start him low and chase him high, he won't catch up to it.
And he put that ball inside. There's no way he was getting around on that pitch.
Hayden Zarowdy is the center fielder. And we'll also have Alejandro Cazorla here in the ball game. As you get a look at that very dynamic uniform of the Dogs, I think that's a brand new uni for this year. It's a black base with a white pinstripe. I know this, the black colored clothing on a hot day, you really feel it.
You sure do.
Swing and a slow bouncing ball to the shortstop. Brandon Luther took his eye off the ball. Throw to the bag is not in time. And I would have to call that an E6.
Have to. He had the ball, but he was looking at first base instead of squeezing it. Therefore, he lost the ball.
Alejandro Cazorla is the batter up. You saw that error by Brandon Luther, and he doesn't do that often.
No, he had a very good first game, made a couple of outstanding plays. But, you know, you sometimes think you can play the ball, and you let the ball play you. That's what happened on that one.
Start of the runner, and the ball is a big high one hopper to third base, and the throw is off target. Not a good start for the Edmonton Prospects. That wouldn't have been an easy play, but it should have been an out. And here's the runner coming around third. The throw is up the road. The batter runner will move to third base, and all of a sudden, 3 or 4 pitches in with one away, and it's a run on the board for the Okotoks Dogs.
And the irony of it is that Wyatt Anderson has yet to throw a ball. He's throwing 5 strikes, and you get errors, they'll kill you.
Well, they're going to score that as a hit, so that'll be a base hit. I don't agree. I think it's a ball that should have been caught, but however, that run for the moment and forever is going to be an unearned run. You can't reach base and not be an unearned run. So it's a 1-0 lead for the Dogs, and the Prospects in the ground ball, and I agree with this, will surrender the run. They're not going to draw the infield up this early in the ball game. So a ground ball will bring the run in, and the pitch is down and away. You go to 1 ball and no strikes on Connor Krausen. Played just about everywhere in the opening end of the doubleheader. He was at second, at third, and at shortstop. And he had a pretty good day at the plate. He went 2 for 3 with a run scored, and he struck out once. And the 1-0 pitch. Fastball is upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Smoky day, as we alluded to earlier on. maybe it's again my imagination, but it's not quite as smoky as it was for the opening game.
No, I think the wind's blowing it out a bit, Al. You can see a little more down the valley, and trees a distance away.
And here's the pitch, and there he just swung at ball 3, and he fouled it back. 2 balls and 1 strike. Late arriving crowd here tonight. They had a beauty of a crowd last night, 3,000, 3,500. You know, just a couple of years ago in the Pioneer League, which is short season baseball, it's now an extinct league. They would kill to get a 3,500 crowd in any one of those parks.
Well, that was rookie league baseball, and you very seldom got crowds of over 1,500.
Now, have you seen some of those old yards? The one in Butte, oh God, the one in Helena. I mean, they were falling apart. They were just old. Give them credit; they played. The Pioneer League came around in the Warriors in the mid-40s, and they lasted a long time. 3-1 pitch. And there's a nice breaking ball right there. Good spin, good break. Threw it in the strike zone, runs the count full.
Now this will be an interesting pitch to see what Wyatt Anderson throws. He's done very well with the breaking ball so far. We'll see if he comes back with it or tries to sneak the fastball by him.
Threw him a breaking ball. He threw it inside, and he took a little off the pitch. The batter got out in front of it. You know how mathematics works in baseball.
Yeah.
You always think a 3-2 count. Okay, well, that's a pitcher's count. Well, really, it isn't. It's an even count.
Oh, it is.
The pitcher has 1 ball to work with, and the hitter has 1 strike to work with. There's no other sport that I can think of at the major league level where if you mess it up 7 times out of 10, you'll be a millionaire. That's being a hitter.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, isn't it?
Big loop and deuce. He overthrew it, and it backed up on him, so that'll be a base on ball for Connor Crowson. That's what it is. You get 3 hits in 10, you're a 300 hitter, and you'll be a very wealthy man.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can maintain that in 162 game schedule over a number of years, you'll do very well.
Here's the big catcher, Cody Levens, into the ball game now. Men at first and third, a run in to score, 1 away. Here on this beautiful Saturday night in this beautiful stadium.
Playing at double play depth.
Here he took a big cut at it, swung for the fence. This was a breaking ball, strike 1. They've had the tarp out on this field exactly once this year, which is good news. Trust me, that is good news.
It is for the fellas that have to pull that tarp out.
I had to do that myself in the old ballpark, and people think that it's a luxurious, glamorous job. Well, I'll tell you what, that is a widowmaker right there.
It's
pulling that thing out, and especially you got a big one-piecer. Took
Yeah.
a rip at the pitch, and he fouled it away, strike 2.
And also, Al, especially if you have a wind with the rain.
Oh,
it is
that means you have to arc your back, and you can't let that tarp more than about 6 inches off the ground.
That's right.
And try to grip it when it's wet. Then we got the 2-piece tarp, and it was even worse because all it did was let the rain in. 1 ball and 2 strikes is the count.
White's having a little problem with control. They're still ahead in the count.
Now, the good news is the Okotoks Dogs have got 7 players going to report to the Canadian junior team. And if you get invited to that, you're a pretty good ball player. That's the national junior team. The bad news is that means they won't be playing for the Dogs in the playoffs.
That's
I mean,
exactly
those
right.
are good players. Those are quality players.
They are. And, you know, it tells you, again, about the quality of the Dogs program through their academy all the way up. And it's a tremendous tribute to the people who work in this community.
And here comes the pitch. Missed just a little bit low with it tonight. Now, our umpiring crew, Rob Allen, will call the balls and strikes. Ron Suchek at first base. Brian Hodgson is the umpire working at third, all veteran umpires.
To me, that was a pretty good-looking pitch to lay off of. Definitely could have been a ball, but to lay off that is hard.
There he threw him a strike, and it's fouled away up the right side and out of play. You do see the tarp I was talking about, and just behind that is the Dogs clubhouse and training center. There's the tarp, and you can stop showing that tarp. It brings me bad memories. That's a little better right there.
I always like the center view field camera.
There's the third or the second error of the inning, and this time it's the pitcher that does it. That's a bad throw from Wyatt Anderson. Threw it high. And that allows Alejandro Carroza to come in and score on the E1. That shoots yourself in the foot.
It sure does, and also takes the double play off. You now have a man in scoring position with one out.
He had the right idea. He was widening up a pretty good lead, just did not execute it quite the way he wanted it to.
No, I just threw it high. Sometimes these young pitchers, they'll overstride those, and that'll bring the ball high. It's quite a technique to make that throw to first consistently and with accuracy.
It all starts with the back foot,
There's
and
a
there's a
balk.
balk called, and that's what you got to do. You just take your foot off the rubber before you do anything. So just a tough start here for the prospects and their young pitcher tonight. That's a balk. There's numerous ways a balk can be called, and usually it comes right off the back foot. Strike call. Pitch down the middle. There's a little good news. That's the second out of the inning.
Well, they got two out.
Back in the 80s, they tightened up the balk rule in Major League Baseball. And it got to the point where pitchers had to say to the umpire, can I do this or can I not?
Yes.
I mean, if you're a left-hander and you've obviously got the better pickoff throw, and you have to move forward a teeny tiny little bit off the plane of the pitching rubber to make your throw, so they had to relax it. There you see Prediger is going to stick his right leg forward, and what he's doing there, he's trying to give his pitcher a lower target.
Lower target, and Anderson's been throwing a lot of breaking balls, and that one just caught the outside corner.
And the pitch. Big high hopper off to the right-handed side. Heck is there to glove it, and he throws it, and that will do it. But not before 2 unearned runs come across the plate here in the top half of the first inning. 2 runs on 1 hit, and that was questionable. 2 errors, and 1 man left on base. Both of those are Uncle Ernie's unearned runs.
Well,
1 half inning over. It's Canada Day baseball style from the ballpark in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Letter or right-hander. Ryan McFarland. Now this will be his second start and his 8th appearance. 18 in the 3rd innings, 19 hits, 9 runs, 2 earned runs. He's walked 4 batters. He's struck out 8. An earned run average pretty good, under 1, 0.98.
That's a very good ERA.
Devin Heck, the second baseman, will be the leadoff batter. Now you got a 2-run spot on the top of the first inning. You really want to bear down and not give up a run. Well, he's got a pitch, and he's going to get it out. Big high popper right by the mound, right by the rubber of the pitching mound. And Maget, the third baseman, comes in to make the catch, and you got one away. And Brendan Luther will be the batter. 1 for 3 in the first end of the doubleheader with a run batted in. He also drew a base on ball.
It's good to get one out with one pitch.
Ryan McFarland works off the immediate first base side of the pitching rubber against left-handed batsman. Does not work out of a windup. He comes set and delivers. And he throws a fastball straight in 2, strike 1. Defensively, Matchees is at third, Rose at first. Krausen, the second baseman, lines the shortstop. Out in the picket line tonight, Max Hartman in left. Hayden Zarani is the center fielder. Alejandro Carolla is the right fielder. Fastball high and outside. Count of a ball and a strike. Regular season will wrap up for the most part tomorrow. Might be a ball game Monday. And it will be 2 rounds of 3, as they usually are in the Western Canada Baseball League. Now, when they're playing at a full complement, it'd be 3 rounds of 3. The winner out of the Saskatchewan division would play the Alberta division. How they got it in this year with 5 teams is unbelievable. And the only way they could do it was Okotoks had to have a split squad. They had to have 2 teams. You really can't do it with 4.
No, it would be too difficult. Even with 5, it's real difficult.
Count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. As you get a look at that very popular Bourne area, that started to come into Vogan ballparks maybe 20 years ago, and the Dogs have got a beauty. It's a lot cheaper to build a berm than it is seats, I can tell you that. There's a jam shot and a ball in on the fist and a bouncing ball to the shortstop, and his throw is off target, and there should be a throwing error there, so with 1 gone, Brendan Luther reaches base.
There's a case again. A low throw. Couldn't get it scooped.
Yep. And Johnny McGill will be the batter up.
Al, how many times do you see this? Could be whatever the infielder is. Instead of the infielder attacking the ball, playing it hard and getting the throw off, they wait for it. It's got big handles on it. They let it play them. And then they have to rush the throw.
Ground ball, right side, through the hole. It was Krausen, the second baseman, to his left. He couldn't get to it. And a base hit. So the prospects get a little something going here in the bottom of 1. Courtesy of an error and a base hit to right field. Well, on the slow ground ball, that's automatic. You have to charge the ball. Now, if it's a P-Rod hit right at you, well, you don't.
It's that in-between.
Yeah.
And lots of times, an infielder, especially the young players, they let the ball play them instead of them playing the ball.
And here and there, I can remember over the years, more AAA, where we'd have an infielder who did absolutely everything wrong and had maybe one of the best fielding averages in the league. I've seen that too.
Yeah.
How they did it is beyond me. Probably, I think the thing was they just had good soft hands.
Well, it could be, and we've seen that a lot with batters. I mean, if you watched Willie Mays when he played, one of the great hitters to play the game, a home run hitter, outstanding outfielder. But he seemed to do everything wrong until point of contact. Then the bat was in the right spot.
Yeah, he got the barrel out just in time.
He
Pitch
did.
inside and ball 1.
Yeah.
If you knew this or not, but he was so fast when he came up with the New York Giants, and he's running a base, and his hat was going to blow off as he was running. He'd lean back and catch his cap by the bill of it and put it back on his head. 2 balls and no strikes. Tying run is on here in the bottom half of the first inning. And the pitch. Looks like a slider. It's in for a strike. Horner, 0 for 3 in the opening end of the doubleheader. He bounced out and they flied out twice. And here's the 2-1 pitch on the way. Foul back off to the right side. Tell you this, though, on Canada Baseball Day, anybody listening tonight, wherever you happen to be, if you have a local ball club and you have a ballpark, for heaven's sakes, go out and watch a game. support your team.
Really important, and the kids always put on a good show. I don't care what level of baseball it is. They always play hard.
And Horner awaits the 2-2 pitch, and there he takes a rip at some high gas. Strikeout number 1 on the night for the young right-hander, and there's 2 away.
It's not a pitch he wanted to be swinging at.
Stephen McKenzie in the opening end of the doubleheader. Struck out 3 times, twice swinging and once looking. So he's going to look for a little something better here in the nightcap. And with 2 away, the infield will play pretty much fully back. The outfield is about a medium depth, and there's a line drive hit back to the mound, rebounded and picked up by Machis at third base. His throw is in time. Can you believe that? If we had replay it, that one just about took his buckle off, hit him in the wallet of his uniform, rebounded over to the third baseman Machis. That'll go 1-5-3 on the putout, and some days don't pay to get out of bed.
Oh, that's right. And, you know, a good play by the first baseman to scoop it. He made an excellent play on it. Good play by the third baseman to get the ball over to first.
A little bit of 3-cushion billiards. 2-0 score. The Dogs lead as we head to the second inning on Canada Baseball Day from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Move along to the second inning. The first inning was a disaster. 2 throwing errors in the balk, and what does that get you? 2 unearned runs. So let's move along to the bottom 3 of the order. And Cody Hendricks, a designated hitter, will lead things off for the Dogs. Prospects are the home team, as they were in the opening game of the doubleheader. And the pitch inside. 2 balls and no strikes.
Wyatt Anderson, even warming up in this inning, it looked like he was struggling a little bit with his control. Going to have to just settle down and throw strikes.
As you can see, it does not work from the full windup. Works from the belt, comes from the set position, and the pitch fouled away. And there you get a pretty good look at the smoke that's in the area.
Certainly better than it was this afternoon, though, Al.
And here's the 2-1 pitch from that long stride home. Threw a slider, and he just missed with it, I guess. Go to 3-1.
That was actually a good-looking pitch, and just out of the zone.
Where the catcher catches the ball has no relation whatsoever to whether or not it's a strike. Quite often, if you throw a curveball that, like he just threw right there, it's going to be caught low of the strike zone, but it crossed the strike zone, and that's all that counts.
And the umpires just look at that frame at the front of home plate. That is their target. If it breaks anywhere in that frame, it's a strike.
18 inches across, and roughly from the top of the knee of the lead leg to the bottom of the elbow on your lead elbow. So that's roughly what a strike zone is. And of course, that has changed over the years. Strike zones change. Yeah, and here's the 3-2 pitch. Hard tailing fastball outside, ball 4.
It also changes with the umpires. Like some umpires will call that low strike as long as they're consistent with it. They do it all the time. Batters don't have any complaint. It's when they're inconsistent and they call one pitch a strike in one inning, the next inning they're not calling it a strike. That becomes a problem. We've seen consistency here today with these umpires.
That was the second base on ball issued in the ball game by Wyatt Anderson. He's ready to go, and there he dropped his arm angle down, and that's why that ball sailed high. He's not working in a good tuck. He's not consistent.
No, and even his body movement off the mound is inconsistent. He's got to get in his rhythm.
And here's the 1-0 pitch with the runner going, and he's going to get himself a bag. He got a good jump. He picked a good pitch to run on. It was low, and it was boxed by the catcher, Predigers, so that's a stolen base.
And there's another case where you're stealing on the pitcher. Wyatt Anderson is a little slow with his motion, so they picked up on that. I wouldn't be a bit surprised that you'll see them, and they get guys on base, they'll continue to try to steal on him.
Ball 3. The real wholesale change in the strike zone occurred in the late 50s, early 60s, and it was really caused by just a new piece of equipment, and it was a major one. The old catcher's mitt was a pud. You had to use 2 hands. And then they brought in the hinged glove, and because of that, the catcher could get into a way bigger crouch, and the umpires stopped using the outside protector, so they got down lower. And that's when the strike zone changed from a little bit higher to a little bit lower.
And that's the one thing you see. It's very difficult when you're in a low crouch with the catcher and you're right over his shoulder, which these umpires are. It's hard to be able to see both the low part of the strike zone and the upper part of the strike zone at the same time. And one thing you'll see with some inexperienced catchers, they will cost their pitchers strikes because they come up early to take a ball.
Yep.
If they
you
stay
got to
in
let the ball
crouch,
come to you.
That's right.
And that really was a great deal for catchers when the hinged mitt came out, because before that you pretty much had to have both hands out in front of you, and that means you were getting foul tips and what have you, backswing of a bat. Now you just put your hand behind your back if you wish. There's a throw back onto second base with the shortstop Luther covering. It gets by him. No damage done.
Good coverage by the center fielder. He broke in on that, and therefore the runner could not advance to third base.
Used to be an old joke about 2 old catchers were walking down the street and they happened to see each other and they shake hands and they had to get a plumber to get their hands apart.
Yeah, that's about it.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, squares off, and he shows the bunt. Does Jack Lyons. He takes the pitch up too high, 2 balls, no strikes.
The other thing started happening, too, in the mid-'60s. You started to see a lot of these catchers, even though they had the hinge glove, they would back up with the one hand, they'd catch with the other. But in about the mid-'60s, you started to see where they'd catch one-handed with their offhand behind the back. And there were some catchers who did that, played in the major leagues for quite a while. One of them was Duffy Dyer.
Mm-hmm. You see the bunt attempt went foul. Count is now at 2 balls and a strike. There's nobody out. There's a runner in scoring position. Back-to-back walks issued by Wyatt Anderson. And there's a throw back up the middle, and he's not ready to play today. What was he doing? Throws that ball out into center field and not a middle infielder there to cover it.
No, and there's a case you don't know whether the catcher gave the signal or whoever signals that, whether the second baseman or the shortstop didn't get it or the second baseman didn't get the signal, or whoever, because here's Jordan Blundell's
and I
come
got
out
a feeling
to
he's
talk to
saying
Anderson.
you better get on the same page.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, they've got to.
And it is the catcher that puts that signal on. All it is a fist.
Yeah.
Then if it's the second baseman, he'll tap his right leg. If it's the shortstop, he'll tap his left.
You know, some teams, Al, they actually have the infielder call it. Some will have the second baseman. Depends where the runners are, etc., and whether it's a left or right-handed batter up. But they will have the infielder make the call. And if the catcher misses, it's no big deal because the pitcher will get whatever from the catcher. It's a different way of doing it.
And the 2-1 pitch to Jack Lyons. Again, he shows the bunt, and he takes high, ball 3. That's the first thing they teach you in bunting. Don't bunt a ball that isn't in the strike zone.
No, that is number one, but also the hardest ball to bunt is a high fastball.
Yes, it is in on you.
Yeah, so that's what they're trying to do, but he doesn't have his control right now, so he's not getting it where he wants it.
Got activity in the bullpen down the left field line. The prospects with a new pitcher warming up. There's the bunt, and it's going to get the job done. It's a sacrifice bunt, except they blow that. They don't catch the ball at first base. I mean, this is not what the doctor ordered.
No, and that was a bad play by it wasn't the best throw by the catcher, but it was good enough to be caught. And that was a bad play by the first baseman. Aiden Rose will not be happy with himself on that play.
They're going to charge the error on the throw. It'll go to the catcher, Prediger. There'll be no time at bat for the batter. He did his job. He dropped down the bunt. He wasn't trying to bunt for a base hit. He was trying to move a runner over. Another unearned run comes in to score. It is an unearned run for the moment. A base hit will make it an unearned run. And the pitch is a fastball on the outside edge, strike 1.
Now what you hope here for the prospect's sake is the Wyatt Anderson works his way through this. He's had some tough luck. This is where the mental toughness comes in the game.
First and third with nobody out here in the second inning. A run has come in to score. Shortened up the infield to a double play depth. And the ball is below the label and fouled away out into the seats off the first base side. One thing that is a crucible in baseball, really, if they give you an out, you have to take it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the pitch is a good one. Slider on the inside half of the plate. Call strike. Strikeout 3 today for Wyatt Anderson. And boy, did that come at a good time.
Sure did. Now, it's interesting because Wyatt Anderson walked the first batter. And you think about it, when you walk the first batter, and you had the stats a few years ago, I remember you telling me what it is if you walk the first batter and how he scores compared to if you get a hit.
Yep.
And it's way higher for the
in every category, every level of the game.
Yeah.
It's amazing how many times they'll come back to bite you in the backside if you put a man on a leadoff base on ball. Well, we'll look at the first game. The prospects win it. Got great pitching. And through the first 6 innings of the ball game, the leadoff batter was erased every time.
Yeah.
There's another bunt, and the pitch is a breaking ball down and away. 1 ball, no strikes.
That actually was a good-looking pitch. It just missed the zone. You can't let these things bother him. When you're just missing like that, you got to keep working on those pitches.
Anderson ready, strides home the pitch. He threw a strike and it's fouled to the backstop. Kind of a ball and a strike. Prospects with the pitcher heating up in the bullpen. Edmonton won the opening game of the doubleheader, 5-2, and it was just some misplays in the 7th inning that allowed those 2 runs to come in. And the pitch is fouled back, strike 2.
Threw a good change on him. Right now he's keeping the ball in the zone, and that's how he has to do it. The pitcher cannot worry about infield errors.
No,
He's
shake it
gotta-
off. Except if you make him yourself.
Yeah, if you make him yourself, that's another story. But he just got to do his job.
2 strikes up in the count, so I'm thinking they're probably not going to look at a squeeze play, and they aren't. Instead, it's a fly ball deep enough to score a run. Camped under this is Stephen McKenzie. Makes the catch. Tagging up is Eric Machis, and he comes in to score. Run batted in and no time at bat for Caden Zeroni. Alejandro Cazorla. And he'll be the batter up. Cazorla reached base at an infield hit and came around to score. Runner goes, throw on to second base is there on a bounce. Heck was not able to field that ball cleanly. Got a good jump, and that's a steal.
Got a good jump, and again, that's one thing with Wyatt Anderson, the way he's pitching. He's slowing his motion, and it gives you a good jump.
Well, that guy over at first base in the coaching box has got a stopwatch. And if from the point of release to the pop of the mitt, it's over a certain amount of time, and you've got a runner with decent speed, he's going to be on his way. Ground ball, left side. Brendan Luther squares off in the hole. Sidearms to first. Just about threw it away, but the big first baseman Wheatley is there to make the catch, and that'll do it here in the top half of the second inning. 6 men come to the plate. 2 runs come in to score. Both runs that scored were issued base on balls here in the inning. You know what? There was not one hit in that inning.
No,
2 runs in
isn't
to
that
score.
something? How many errors, Al?
1. 1 man left on base. 2-0-1-1 the line totals for the top of 2. On Baseball Canada Day from here in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Bottom of 2, the prospects are down by 4. Unofficially, they're all unearned runs. I'm going to have to look at it again. You have to replay the inning back. Sometimes a run can be unearned at 8:05, and at 8:10 it's an earned run. But anytime you reach base on an error, it doesn't matter. That's an unearned run. And why is that such a big deal? Well, it is to pitchers because that's their livelihood, is their earned run average. Earned runs multiplied by 9 and divided by the innings pitched. There he over tossed the fastball, and he's up high with it. Ball 2. Here's an interesting one for you. The 1962 Mets, first year in the National League. Terrible club, 40 and 120. Roger Craig was a young starting pitcher. Later went on to manage the Giants to a World Series title. He lost 20 ball games that year with an ERA just over 3.
And you think what the ERAs
Lost
are
20.
today. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that was a terrible club. That's the one Casey Stengel, wasn't it, came out and said, "Can't anybody here play this game?"
And the answer is no.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Warren Spahn, I met him one time, I had supper with him actually in Salt Lake City, and he was on that club. He was nearing the end too. He told me that basically Casey just slept in the dugout. But what he did, he was in his 80s by then.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He was an interesting fella.
His name was not Casey like I thought, most people thought, you know, C-A-S-E-Y. First name was Herman. And that was his nickname when he was a player. He was from Kansas City.
So Casey.
Casey Stengel. Dakota Wheatley will be the batter up. Hits the ball on the ground to the right-handed side. Chased to the left by Krausen. His throw to first base will get it done. A man in scoring position with one away.
Krausen did a nice job on that. He's moving to his left. He knew there's no way that he could make that play for a double play. Went to first base immediately.
They had a big first baseman on that Met club that years later grew notoriety. He was on the old light beer from Miller commercials that used to be on TV. Marv Throneberry was his name. And we have the 5 tools in baseball we talk about. He had a half of one tool.
Yeah.
He could park the odd mistake about 550 feet. Put him right in the East River. Pitch up high. Ball 1. He led the National League in errors as a first baseman. Now that in itself is almost impossible to do.
Absolutely.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
Occasionally you catch the ball with your foot on the bag. Once in 10 games you might have to make a throw. And here's the pitch. Ben Prediger, the big catcher up there, looks at a high and wide fastball, ball 2, strike none. Spawny told me they were playing a game one time. 8-9 game losing streaks were not unheard of. And their tie ball game, bottom half of the 9th inning, so that in itself is good news. And Throneberry parks one over the wall in right field at the old Polo Grounds. That's where they played. Well, now they got a little something to root for. They're going to win a ball game in the losing streak. And breaks for third out of the crouch. Here's Levers. Here's the throw to Machis at third base, and he is dead on arrival. Just got to hand your hat to the defensive team. They made a nice play there.
He did. That was a very good play. With a right-handed batter, you know, sometimes it's tough to throw down there. He did a good job.
I just have never been a big proponent of stealing third base. It's a 90-foot throw as opposed to a 145-foot throw. Now, if you got Ricky Anderson up there with a good lead, well, that's one thing.
Well, the other thing you're seeing with this pitcher, his pitching action is fairly quick. So that ball comes into the plate pretty quick, makes it harder.
2 out with the bases empty here in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. Here's the pitch on the way. You know, appealed? No, they aren't. I thought that pitch might have been in the strike zone.
I
It
thought
goes to a 3-2 count.
I thought it was too, but he's done that this whole game. That ball, he is not called a strike, whether it be for Anderson or here for the Dogs pitcher.
Ground ball left side on 2 bounces here to Machis at third base. Makes the scoop. Goes across the diamond, and that'll do it here in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. I'll continue that story about the Marv Throneberry home run because you want to hear it. It's a good one. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. Smoke swings across here after 2. As we move along to the 3rd on Baseball Canada Day from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
The dugout. Lots of fun for the Okotoks Dogs. They're in a lead of 4. Unofficially, 3 of those runs being of the unearned variety. And here in the 3rd inning, Connor Krausen will be the second baseman. And they lead things off. I was talking about the 62 Mets, terrible club. Casey Stengel was the manager, slept most of the time. Marv Throneberry led the league in errors as a first baseman. But one night he clobbered one in the bottom of the 9th inning. It should be a 3-2 New York Mets victory. He rounds the bases, comes in to score, and then the pitcher steps back up onto the rubber, requests a ball from the umpire, gets the ball, puts his foot off the rubber, turns around, throws to second base with the shortstop covering, and the umpire puts his arm up. You're out. So now Stengel is coming out there. He's not running. He's over 80, but he's getting there as fast as he can. And the dugout there was on the first base side. Big breaking ball in for a strike. And the first base coach was actually a Hall of Famer himself. And he stops him and says, "Don't bother. He didn't touch first either." Here's the pitch, and he waved at an off-speed pitch that was not in the strike zone, 0-2.
Now it's going to be interesting. You and I talked about this earlier today about at this level of ball you're seeing, we're used to see this would be a waste pitch, a slider, something outside, low and away. But now they seem to be in amateur ball, even in Div 1 college ball, they're coming at you for the 3rd strike right away. Let's see what happens.
Wyatt Anderson ready to go. He threw him a strike. You're right. And a 0-2 count. At one time, that was unheard of.
Yeah.
In the big leagues, you still just about don't ever see it. Krausen drew a base on ball in the 1st inning. Advanced to second on a ground ball, went to 3rd in the balk, and he got no further. There he changed his arm angle completely, and he threw a sinking fastball out of the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now, I've seen this a few times now from Wyatt Anderson where he changes his arm angle, and I don't know if that's the best thing for him. He's certainly trying some things.
Fully back on the infield here in the 3rd inning. Pitch was out of the strike zone and is tomahawked foul and out of play. Not near as good a crowd as they had last night. Better than the crowd for the opening end of the doubleheader.
It's nice to see the way they use the berm and to get families in there, and you can have a picnic. It's great for a family to come to the ballpark where their kids can run around and have a good time.
There again, you see James's arm angle. He's aiming the ball. He's not throwing it.
Exactly right.
There's the berm.
Yeah, you look at the lawn chairs and the young
Wouldn't mind if I was
families
sitting in
there.
that berm right now.
Yeah, it's a little cooler, I think, than here in the booth.
And here comes the 2-2 pitch. Hit off the head of the bat. It's a roller up the first base side. Wheatley there to make the unassisted put out. And you got one gone. That was a good pitch. You got it right off the head of the bat.
Well, the big thing about that was that ball was out of the strike zone. He broke that ball well outside. Batter reached for it, got it off the head of the bat. And I'm happy for the prospects that it stayed fair. I thought that would be going foul right off the bat. Nice play by Aiden Rose. Make the play at first.
Inside the pitch, 1 ball and no strike. Plate umpire tonight is Rob Allen. Ron Suchuk at first base. Brian Hitson, umpire working at third. Kobe Levens is the hitter up, right-handed batter, front foot slightly open. Leans into the pitch. It was an off-speed pitch, and he got out in front of it, fouls it away. Here in the top of 3.
This is the thing we saw in the first game today. Pitchers from both teams, not just throwing a fastball and a breaking ball, but throwing off-speed pitches off both. It's nice to see.
Strike 2 in the batter. Very simple. Hitting is just the act of timing. All pitching is off timing.
Yeah, and it's simple for us to sit up here and talk about it. When you get down there, boy, it's tough to do both.
There's a ball that's going to kick up some chalk. No, they say it's a foul ball. I thought that thing was fair.
I thought it was too. I thought it hit the chalk line.
Well, there you get away with one. That was a fair ball. If the ball hits the chalk line, it's a fair ball. Foul lines are in play in baseball. The sidelines in football are out of play. Ready to go. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Looks like he hit his man.
He hit him.
Hit batsman.
There again, their situation. You got a 1 and 2 pitch, and you get a little wild. It cost you.
Aiden Rose will be the batter up. 6 batters to the plate in the first inning, 6 batters to the plate in the second. You got 1 out and 1 on in the third. A 5-1 prospect, 5-2 prospect victory in the opener. But the Dogs are out in front 4-0 here in the early innings of the nightcap of the day-night doubleheader.
Anderson misses down and out with that first pitch. He's been getting behind the batters a fair amount in the 3 innings.
And here comes the 1-0 delivery. Pitch was up in the eyes of the batter. He took a rip at it anyway and fouled it off up the right field side. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Dogs are aggressive hitters, are they not?
They are. They attack. They even did this afternoon. They were attacking at the plate. And that's, again, Al, when you throw a lot of off-speed things, it's really hard to time that up and to be aggressive. But they are.
There's another pitch that's likely not in the strike zone. This one kind of fisted him a little bit, and he bounces it foul at third.
I'm wondering if that was almost like a hit and run.
Yeah.
He just pulled it. He threw it to him inside, so he couldn't get a hit away.
And here's the pitch to Aiden Rose. And there's a curveball that backed up on the batter. And it goes to 2-2. He is definitely struggling with his mechanics here tonight.
He is.
Fastball upstairs brings the count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
So much of pitching is the mental toughness that you have to have. When things go a little bad, you've got to be able to get out of it fairly quickly.
Well, we used to see that in our professional days. You're really good pitchers. They're not going to be perfect every night out. You just aren't. But it's the when they struggled and they got by without their good stuff. Yeah. That's the sound of a workhorse. Runner goes, and it's a big, lazy ground ball to the left side of the infield. That's going to be a tough chance for Jessamine, the third baseman. And he elected just not to throw it away.
Well, I think he made the smart play on that, Al. He caught the ball in the webbing of the glove, and he had trouble getting it out. If he rushed it, he could have had another run scored.
That'll be an infield hit. And got men at first and second base with one away as Cody Hendricks, the designated hitter, the batter. Threw a base on ball, stole the bag, came in to score in the second inning. That was the smart play.
Yeah, it really was. And now they can still play the double play depth and try to get two.
Here comes the pitch. Threw him a strike, and it's fouled away up the right side and down the line. Prospects' final game of the regular season will be here at the ballpark at Okotoks tomorrow. I assume that's a matinee game. And they will play the Okotoks Red team. Edmonton is barking on the door of a 500 record. They're 18-20. That's nothing to write home about. 500 is kind of the watermark for being an okay club. 2 games off 500. And the Dogs, with that loss earlier today, are 24-15. They've still won 9 more than they've lost. That's a pretty good year. Anderson ready to go. Throws a low fastball. Did not intend to throw that one for a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runners aboard. Kobe Levens, the lead runner. Aiden Rose just got aboard on an infield hit. Takes his lead off at first. And here's the 1-2 pitch. Dropped his arm angle down. He hung it a little bit. Ball belted out into left field. That'll play. No, it won't play to run, but it'll load the bases. And now the throw is going to get by the catcher, Pedrigue, but the pitcher, Anderson, was backing the play. That's the only good thing I can say about that play.
That's exactly right. He went where he should have been, but you notice he slipped and fell. He's not having a good night.
Eric Machi, the batter. Bases loaded with 1 away as the Dogs threaten here in the top of the 3rd. Playoffs will get underway Tuesday night, likely Monday, Tuesday night in the Western Canada League. 4 teams out of 5 will make the playoffs. Pitch is swung on and it's missed, 0-1.
That was a good pitch, all right. If you notice, he was fluid in his action off that. He came off square, put the ball in the zone.
And the 0-1 delivery. Tossed it down and away. Ball in the strike. The runner's on. Levens at 3rd. Rose at 2nd. Hendricks at first base. 1 out in the inning. That was a ground ball to the first baseman. Wheatley made an unassisted put out to get it going, and things were starting to look pretty good. But a hit batsman, an infield hit, and the ball scalded up the middle of loaded the bases. Pedigree had to knock that pitch down. He couldn't hold the ball cleanly. Kept the ball out in front of him, and that's what counts.
Yeah, you don't want to get him by and allow that runner at 3rd to get in.
That is a call strike right down the middle. Bring the count even.
Now, I would suspect if this pitch is close, he'll be swinging.
You're right. He's swinging. He nubs the ball back to the left of the mound. Here's the throw to the plate. No tag necessary. That's a force play. And there's something positive for the Trappers. The man erased at home plate.
That's right.
And there's 2 gone.
And that was the play to make.
Cheese over at first now on a fielder's choice. Bases remain loaded. But the Prospects are able to erase the lead runner at home plate. Big thing there was he didn't have to tag the runner.
No, the bases loaded. The force was there. Make the play.
9-hole batter due up now. That's Jack Lyons. If you notice, Pedigree goes in a very different kind of a crouch. The way he you'll see it here. Just I'm not sure how to describe it, but it's not the normal way the catcher goes into his crouch. See that? I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to give his man a low target. And that upstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. Jessamine at third tonight. Wheatley at first base. Brendan Luther the shortstop. Heck is at second base. Prediger is the catcher tonight. And here comes the pitch. High hopper to the left side. Brendan Luther up with it on to second base, and the force out will set down the side. And we have an inning with no runs coming in to score. So 2.5 innings through. It's 4-0 lead for the Okotoks Dogs on Baseball Canada Day from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown. Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Here you look at the starting pitcher tonight, Ryan McFarland, and through the opening 2 frames, he's been just about dandy. He's faced 2 batters over the minimum. Going to work on the 9-hole batter. That's Cole Jessamine, the third baseman. And here's the pitch to Jessamine. That's outside and a little bit high. 1 ball, no strikes. You know, they monkey around a little bit here and there with baseball. 1968, Danny McLean won 31 ball games for the World Series champion Detroit Tigers. The following year, they dropped the mound 6 inches. Now, that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but they decreased the height of the mound by 25%. It went from 24 inches to 18 inches. And you haven't had a 30-game winner since.
There you go. And you know what? It is interesting how they do. They'll mess around with something. And again, you end up with unintended consequences when you do these things. You expect one thing to happen, then you get something else happening. They had an inordinate number of arm injuries after that.
They did. Danny
And
McLean was talking about that.
That's and it was a big thing in the big leagues for quite a while.
2 balls and no strikes. The pitch to Jessamine is a called strike. I was watching on the computer a Danny McLean interview type deal, and he said the amount of strain injuries and lower backs on pitchers after they dropped the mound to 18 inches, which by the way, it's still 18 inches. That ball is clobbered straight up the middle, but that's going to be a catchable ball at about 390 feet. Kyle Jessamine, he hit it as hard as he could do it, and it's a 390-foot out, 1 away.
That was really tagged well. And again, with this heavy air we have tonight, humid, a lot of smoke, ball just hung up there.
The closest that anybody came to 30 games after that was 71 on a big left-hander named Vida Blue with the Oakland A's. He was a good one.
You know, I remember when Vida Blue, we'll talk about it after this.
Here's a pitch, hit off the head of the bat, and that'll be out number 2. Drifting on back is Max Hartman, and he's there to make the catch at the lip of the warning track, 2 away. You got a big outfield, use it. That's what he's doing here. He's throwing strikes.
He is, and he notice McFarland's working quick. He's not that methodical. He gets in there, gets the job done. I've always liked that in a pitcher.
You got a 4-run spot, use it.
That's right. And also, you keep batters, they got to get up there and be ready to go.
Okay, you're going to talk about the Birmingham Blue Blade, Vida Blue.
Well, when this was back, oh, God, I can't even remember the year, but Rick Mundy had been with the A's a year or two. He's up with the big club. And I went, and Sal Bando, so I went to see spring ball. I was down for grad studies. And go to see spring training, and they had this young kid out of high school starting in spring training game. Honest to God, he could not find the plate. It was everywhere but the plate, but he was throwing heat. And I was talking with Rick after the game about it, and he said they think this kid's going to be really good. But he said, we won't even stand in. We're on the balls of our feet on the plate when he's pitching because he can't find the plate. But that was Vida Blue, and you look what he became.
Ball into the shortstop's hole, and that's going to be an infield hit. There you see lines. He made a nice effort to go to his right to grab the ball. He just lost his footing. That'll be a single.
That's right. This is the thing that's different today, Al. You look, Vida Blue came out of high school. It took him through A-ball, AA, AAA. It wasn't long before he got to the bigs, but they had to work on his mechanics. The kids today are getting it through academies like this, through university baseball. And that's why you're seeing rookie league ball will disappear and A-ball will disappear in a few years.
And what is the reason for that? The major leaguers are making too much money.
That's exactly
There's
right.
a wild pitch, a breaking ball about 58 feet before it got to the plate, or 58-footer. And in on the wild pitch, Brendan Luther. Second time tonight, the prospects have a runner in scoring position. The other reason you haven't had a 30-game winner, besides the lowering of the mound, those were the days of a 4-man rotation, not a 5.
You had a 4-man rotation. The interesting thing, a lot of those, like Danny McLean, boy, that was close. That was a good pickoff play by McFarland in the shortstop.
That club, as I remember, the starting rotation was Denny McLean, Mickey Lolich, Vinegar Ben Mizell, and Junior Coleman.
Yeah, and now you look at them, how many complete games do they have?
Lots.
Lots of them. You don't see that at all today.
Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that's going to be a call strike. 2 out in the inning. We're in the bottom half of the third. If you're wondering why the prospects are batting in the bottom half of the inning when they're not at home, it's because they are at home. These are prospects' home games. They've had home games this year in Sylvan Lake, here in Okotoks, Lethbridge. They've played a few games in the Diamond at Sherwood Park. I don't believe I've ever seen that facility. Pitch is swung on and it's missed. That'll be a wild pitch. And down to third goes Brendan Luther.
Would that be a wild pitch or a pass ball, Al? It looked to me like the swing mesmerized the catcher. I don't know.
Well, for the moment, we'll call it a wild pitch.
We'll see how the official scored it.
Subject to change. It was in his glove. Part of it was, so maybe it's a pass ball. And here comes the pitch. That's low. The catcher here tonight, Lavers, and he is getting a workout.
He is. Nick Fortin in the first game did a great job of blocking the plate, keeping everything in front of him, and Lavers is doing the same thing.
Kobe Lavers catching here in the nightcap. And the 2-2 delivery. Ball is hit fair, and that's a pinger. Rose made a nice fielding play. Now he just loses the ball and can't get the handle. That ball was kissed.
It was.
And it hurt him a little bit.
I think he might have caught that. Maybe off the heel of the hand or something. He's feeling it. He might have got it off the leg.
The score of that as an error to the first baseman, Rose. And he felt that when we don't have instant replay, but that ball was hard hit, and the last bounce came to him a little perpendicular. An error it is, no run batted in, and an unearned run comes in to score. And the 4-hole hitter, Stephen Horner, the batter up. Down swinging his first time through, big lumbering hitter. Works midway in the batter's box, bend at the knee and the front foot open. 1 ball and no strikes.
Steven looks like he's got some power in him, but he's been struggling at the plate.
McFarland back on to first base. The blue pinstripe uniform of the Okotoks Dogs.
You know, I've never been a total fan of pinstripes, but I like this uniform. I think it's pretty sharp.
And the 1-0 delivery. Now it's going to be a catch, a strike on the inside half of the plate. Go to 1 ball, 2 strikes with a run in to score and 2 away. Ballpark here in Okotoks, 400 feet straightaway center field. 325 up the right field line, 317 down the left field line, so I guess that's the short porch in the ballpark. But then it drops off real quick from the left field foul pole.
You get some pretty good depth out there. We figured 365, 370 to the alleys.
And here comes the pitch from Ryan McFarland. And he gets a strike in the outside corner. McFarland making his second start and his 8th appearance on the year. 18 in the 3rd inning. You could call this a spot start for him. 19 hits, 9 runs, 2 earned runs, 4 base on balls, and 8 strikeouts. It was a run and hit play, but 2 out you don't hit and run, but they sent the runner and the ball's popped up foul and up on the roof. Strike 2. People might say, okay, what's the difference between a run and a hit and run? Well, every hit and run is actually a run and hit. You start running before you start hitting.
That's right.
You're trying to stay out of a double play, so with 2 away, it's not a hit and run. And we'll call that a pitch high.
That is one of the most frustrating things in the world. You pull that bat back to get out of a high inside pitch, and it hits the butt of the bat on you. He's fortunate that came right down into the plate, made it a foul ball.
Here's the pitch with a runner going, and it's a called 3rd strike. That'll get her done. Threw him a breaking ball with 2 strikes in the count. And that will do it. That's a strikeout. That's strikeout number 4 tonight for Ryan McFarland as the Prospects plate an unearned run. 3 innings through on this beautiful Saturday night in southern Alberta. This is Canada Day Baseball from Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter 5th wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
On to the fourth inning now. And Stephen McKenzie will be the leadoff batter. McKenzie was erased on a billiard shot, 1-5-3 ground ball out. It was a linea hit back to the mound, bounced off the pitcher McFarland's leg, and was erased. And here it is, Max Hartman to lead things out. There you see the starting pitcher tonight. Big, tall right-hander, Wyatt Anderson. One of the real knuckleballs that the Western Canada League has had to deal with this year, beside the fact that most of the teams just couldn't operate, had to go to a 5-team league, couldn't get any American talent up here.
That's right.
And that really does hurt. That's your talent pool. That's where you build your ball club around. 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is fully back on the mid-infield.
Hit him.
Jessamine is wide of the bag at third base, and a hit batsman. That's the second one on the afternoon for Wyatt Anderson.
Wyatt Anderson is showing no comfort on that mound whatsoever.
I have a feeling he's not far away from seeing the end of this ball game tonight. They've had a pitcher up and throwing in the relief pen, and that pitcher is loose and now making his way towards the dugout. Hartman tonight had struck out swinging, struck out looking, and this time around he'll get awarded with 90 feet of base track and a sore elbow and no time at bat.
That was a good-looking breaking ball. Must have just missed the corner.
Alejandro Cazorro, the right fielder, sets in the on-deck circle here at Siemens Stadium tonight. 1 ball, no strike is the count. And the pitch from that funky delivery, threw a breaking ball. That had actually pretty good dimension on it. Good spin and broke nice.
He dropped it right on that outside corner.
Now, throwing a ball from a different arm angle, if it's deliberate and done properly, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you're doing it and you don't realize you're doing it.
There's that, plus the fact it's hard on the arm.
Well, it is. I was talking in the opening end of the doubleheader about the 1971 All-Star game and the Reggie Jackson home run. That it was the hardest hit ball I've ever seen. But the starting pitcher that day for the National League, this was before Doc Ellis came in, and he was one outstanding big right-hander with about 4 or 5 different arm angles, and you'd think, well, he's probably just a slopper. He wasn't. He was a hard thrower. Juan Marachel.
You know, the interesting thing about him, too, was remember that high kick he had?
Oh, high.
He would have that lead foot right up in the air.
He hit the ball with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was surprised because he always used a black shoe. But that's when the white shoes came in. The A's were bringing it in.
That's right, yeah.
And I really thought it would be ideal for him to go to a white shoe with that high kick. You'd never see the ball coming up.
He'd hide the ball off that high kick no matter what his arm angle was, which is straight over the top, 11 o'clock or a little lower, and he'd hide it with the crook of his knee. That guy must have been triple jointed.
Oh, he was something else. And he had a mean streak in him.
Oh.
He was like Gibson. He didn't like batters too much.
Runner goes, and there's another hit batsman, and Wyatt Anderson is in a world of hurt here tonight. 2 hit batters in
Here
the
comes
innings, 3 in
Jordan
the game.
Blundell. We're going to have a pitch and change here, I think, Al. I think he's done. And you could see it in his attitude on the mound, like he's almost a defeated attitude, like he doesn't have his stuff. He's frustrated. A young man who's going to be a good pitcher down the road, but he's got to work on some things.
All right, let's take a break. It's the Okotoks Dogs with the lead here tonight, a 4-1 score. Wyatt Anderson is done for the night. We'll take a timeout. It's Canada Day Baseball from Siemens Stadium.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
There you get a look at the new pitcher, Kristen Seitz, coming into the ball game. Kristen Seitz, is that not correct?
That is who it is. Young man out of Regina and the University of Victoria.
Seitz will make his 10th appearance on the season, and it'll be his 8th appearance out of the bullpen. 22 innings, 23 hits, 22 runs, 17 earned runs, 24 base on balls, 16 strikeouts, an earned run average at 6.95. The Western Canada League is hitting .255 off Tristan Seitz. And Alejandro Cazorba will be the batter to face him. There's nobody out. There's men at first and second base. Both the batters have been hit by pitches. We'll have the final complete totals of the starter tonight. Wyatt Anderson momentarily. He goes 3+ innings. Scatters 3 hits. Walked 2 batters. Committed 2 balks. Hit 3 batters. He's filled out just about every category I have on the pitching chart.
Plus he threw 78 pitches.
And a throwing error. Let's throw that.
Throwing error. So 78 pitches.
And I'm not trying to be flippant here. The kid had a rough night.
Oh yeah, and that'll happen to pitchers. This is where you learn to become a good pitcher, working your way through that. He's got to work on some mechanical issues, get some things going, and get some belief in himself again.
What the prospects need here is a ground ball double play. And the pitch is a called strike. 1-1.
Now that was sure a looping breaking ball.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. And that was framed nicely by the catcher, Pedrique, but no dice, goes to ball 2.
And again, that breaking ball was just off the plate.
It's been a rough year for the prospects. Their manager, Jordan Blondell, he's had guys in and out, lost ball players to injury. Guys are going back to their college assignments. He's gone through 7 catchers. There's a bunt, and it's a pretty good one. Drag bunt up the left side, no play. That'll be an infield hit below the bases. That is a textbook bunt.
Now that was an excellent call by the Dogs coaching staff. They're playing deep, double play depth, lay that bunt down. Very well executed. And again, Jasmine, he made the right play.
He absolutely did. He had no chance whatsoever at the runner at first, on his way to first. Just don't throw it away. So the bases loaded, our runners aboard. Hartman at third. Zarani is the runner at second base. Alejandro Cazorba reaches base on the bunt single, and here comes the pitch. Down and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Four runs for the moment will be charged to the starting pitcher, Wyatt Anderson. The runners at third and at second base are his property. As you get a look at this beautiful ballpark. Siemens Stadium now in its 14th year of operation. And the pitch. That one is hit square in the air. Dead center field will be deep enough to score the run. Horner makes the catch. Everybody moves up 90 feet. And a run in to score, make it a 5-1 ball game. Did his job.
He did his job, and the center fielder did his job. Kept the runner at first, didn't allow him to get to second. And now you're sitting with a double play situation. That's the thing you got to watch with those out. You try to throw the runner out at home and you don't hit the cutoff man, you go over him. Very seldom do you get him at home. All of a sudden that runner now is at second and third, and no double play for a chance for double play. Oh, they're going to try something here. Was he on? No, he touched the base.
So that'll be a run batted in for Connor Kraus. No time at bat. And a lead of 4, a 5-1 ball game. Prospects won the opening end of the doubleheader by that same score. The big catcher, Kobe Levens, is the batter. Well, some things don't change over 40, 50 years. A little kid having popcorn.
Oh, absolutely. Popcorn and a pop, enjoying the game.
There's the curveball for a strike from Tristan Seitz, the new pitcher in the game.
He sure loops that breaking ball, doesn't he? Comes up and over in an arc.
Back on to first base. Wasn't a big lead by the runner either. Not more than a heifer step, but maybe he's not heated up from the bullpen. He's just making a few throws to lather up the arm.
It could be because the runner is showing no threat where he is.
Max Hartman has scored in the inning. He was hit by a pitch. He went to second on another hit batsman. He went to third on an infield hit, and he came in to score on a fly ball to center. Runner goes out of the crouch. Here comes the toss on one bounce. Won't be in time. And a stolen base for Alejandro Cazorro. There you go. He threw 3 pickoff throws, and he steals second on you.
Yeah, he steals second, and what they're doing again, Seats not the same as Anderson, but he has a slow motion like Anderson. So you watch as he gets ready to come to the plate, and the dogs are jumping on this. Good breaking
Strike
ball.
on the outside corner. He dotted an eye with that hook. Nicely done.
Well, now the double play is not important. Now you just get the batter. That was a beautiful
the
pitch.
Double play not important, then you can really relax if you have a runner at first. Let steal, go ahead. It's 2-way.
Exactly right.
Ball game at the 1 hour and 27-minute mark. Here in the top half of the 4th inning. Second end of the day-night doubleheader. Baseball Canada Day. There you see it on the graphics. 5-1 is the score. Just a hint of a breeze tonight, blowing from right field to left. I'm trying to get my bearings here. That would sort of make it northwest to southeast. Here comes the pitch. Big looping curveball. Big jug, they used to call that. A jug handle curve. Just a real loose grip. The looser the grip, the bigger the spin, and the bigger the spin, the bigger the break.
Very good breaking ball.
So with 2 men in scoring position, here comes the pitch.
Good looking pitch.
Threw a nice one right on the outside corner. Go to 1 and 2. Again, that catcher throws that low target. The pitch is swung on, foul tip. First base is open. That means the throw has got to be there, and it's not. And it's just not the Prospects' night. Inning should be over.
Should be over. Error on 1 or 2, pardon me. Error on the catcher. I would think that'd be on him, wouldn't it, Al? Not on the first baseman.
So a strikeout will be awarded. And Aiden Rose is aboard. And what will score is a throwing error by the catcher. Enrique had one option. That was to try to catch the man going from home to first base and tag him. But you have to do that to complete the strikeout. And it was not done. It's kind of technical. You do not have to make your throw on a strikeout that is not held cleanly if first base is occupied with less than 2 away. And then you do have to make the play at first base, whether first is occupied or it isn't, with 2 away. So and that took me about 25 years to learn that.
Oh, boy.
The ball lined back to the mound, not fielded cleanly, and the lollipop over at first base is going to be in time, so they do get a break.
That was actually a very nice play by Seats. He was calm when that ball hit him, got by him, he got over to it, made the play.
All right, 2 runs come in to score. That'll bring the totals complete tonight on the starting pitcher. Wyatt Anderson, he'll serve up 6 runs. I'm going to say 5 of them are, or 1 of them is an earned run, but that's not official. So 2 runs in to score on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. Bottom half of the 4th inning coming up in the nightcap of the day-night doubleheader. I do believe we have an on-field interview. Let's go to that.
All right, thanks, guys. I am here with Prospects player Liam Campbell, a.k.a. Soupy, a late call-up to the Prospects this season. You've been here about 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
And so how are you finding it so far?
Oh, it's been electric. Great group of guys, very, very welcoming. It's honestly made me feel like I've been here the whole time. So, we're having a lot of fun. It's just great to be here back playing.
And not a bad time to come. You guys have locked in a playoff spot. So how are you feeling heading into that?
We're feeling great. I pride myself on being a big energy guy, and I came in kind of a spark plug for guys that have been grinding all summer, and we're having a lot of fun, and we're having fun at the right time, and I think come Monday we're going to be a scary team.
So here in this second game, you guys won the first game earlier, but Okotoks up 6-1 right now. You got 1 in the board late in the 3rd, I believe. So what do you have to do watching this game? What do you think you guys need to do to turn this around here and get this second win?
We just got to put together some team at bats. Just start chipping away. Just fatigue setting in a little bit. We were fighting there for a little bit, trying to get into the playoffs, and once we locked it down, I think fatigue just setting in a little bit. But like I said, we're having fun, and no league's too big for us.
And so, where are you? I believe you're from Chilliwack. So, what do you do outside of this when you're there? Are you studying?
Yeah, so I play ball at UFE, and I just graduated with my kinesiology degree, and now I'm studying counseling as well as I coach for my local association. Go Cougs!
That's amazing. So I know I've heard you advocate quite a bit for mental health. You're taking counseling. Why is that significant to you, and why is that especially important right now?
I just think it's so important after the year we've had with COVID and everything. Just a lot of people's lives have changed, and a lot of people, struggled before and opened up about their struggles. And I think mental health is something that's super, super overlooked. Especially in the sporting world. Athletes think they're too tough to deal with things, and I think it's good just to be a positive role model for some people that may want to be reaching out to get help.
That's amazing. It's so important to talk about it. And just lastly, before I let you get back down there, it is Baseball Day in Canada here in Okotoks. Why did you get involved in baseball, and do you have a favorite memory?
It's so long ago, I can't even remember how I got involved in baseball, but I knew right away. I fell in love with the game, and my favorite memory as a player would be 2019 winning the championship with my UFE team. That meant a lot, and Just recently coaching the group of kids that I had out in Chilliwack there for my Bantam AAA team, just watching them fall in love with the game at the age where I really started to fall in love with it, that was something that was very, very special for me. So.
Well, thank you for doing this, and welcome to the team. Best of luck through the rest of the weekend and the playoffs. With that, I will send things back up to our crew in the booth.
All right, thank you very much. Nice job. And Stephen McKenzie just had an excellent at-bat. He was fouling pitches off with 2 strikes up in the count. Here from the pitcher, Ryan McFarland. Then he finally got one in his sights, and he turned it right around and nailed a double to left field.
He did. That was a beautiful hit, and he tagged it, like you said, right on the number. And the neat thing was it was a good at-bat because he had to fight off some pitches. And he did a very good job at it.
Trent Lawson will be the batter. The Prospects played it a run in the 3rd inning. It started on an infield hit. Then it was kind of a free trip around the bases, 2 wild pitches, and eventually came in to score. In fact, he scored on a wild pitch. That pitch is up and in, 1 ball and no strikes. Nobody out, man in scoring position here in the last half of the 4th inning.
That pitch got away in McFarland a little bit, and it almost got Lawson in the helmet.
One more game for the Prospects to wrap up the regular season. That's going to be tomorrow afternoon here at the Diamond in Okotoks with a matinee contest against Okotoks Dog Red team. That was the team they played last night and beat. And we just hope they keep it up and get in the playoffs. A little bit of a cherry on top of the ice cream after this tough year they've had.
Exactly.
And I'll give Jordan Blondell all kind of credit. It's not an easy job at the best of times. He's had to put in a Herculean effort to get as far as he's gotten.
Well, you
7
look at,
catchers, good grief.
Oh, and you look at it even before the season now. Like, he's also the general manager. He got the original group together, which included all the U.S. kids, and all of a sudden they couldn't bring them up. The border wasn't going to open.
Yep.
And so all these managers, and they had to make changes. And he did them and did them very well. It's hard enough being a field manager, much less being a general manager on top of it.
And that is unheard of. 7 catchers. That means every second day, your new catcher is trying to learn the pitchers.
Trying to learn the pitchers, and the pitchers are trying to learn the catchers. That's the other part of it.
Lawson drew a base on ball his opening time through. Very slight bend at the knee, front foot slightly open, works about midway in the batter's box. And here's the 1-2 pitch to him. He's getting a steady diet of off-speed pitches on the inside half of the plate.
But the one thing you're seeing, first of all, McKenzie and now Lawson, these guys are fighting off pitches. This is the compete level you want to see in here. If you're going to get back in the ball game, it's what you need to do.
And here comes McFarland's pitch. He throws a strike, a running fastball caught the outside corner. Notches another K tonight. That'll be his 3rd on the evening.
That was a very good pitch, and that's the type of pitch. When you're in a 2-strike situation, you cannot let that go. You must be swinging. Now, the only thing I can think of with that is he was guessing breaking ball slider, and he got fooled.
Brings up Dakota Wheatley, the first baseman. Middle infield is drawn back, and they're really fanned apart. The second baseman, Croson, just about between the bags of first and second. He's playing this guy to pull the ball. Strike 1 on the batter. He represents the 16th prospect batter to the plate here in the ball game tonight. That's kind of an indication that pretty good pitching is shutting you down.
Yeah, it sure is. And they've done a good job. McFarland's pitched a very good game. Moving the ball in and out, pitching quickly.
That'll bring the count around to 2 balls and 1 strike.
He did something there which is interesting. He kept his eyes on the runner a little longer than he normally does. And there, when he came to the plate, I don't think he had his total control.
Here's the kick and the pitch, and the ball is hammered foul up the left side. That's ball hit to the opposite field for this batter. It was an inside pitch, and he dragged the bat head out and just went and got it. Hit it in good order, but foul of the line. Scores from the major leagues tonight. Cincinnati with a victory over the Philadelphia Phillies, 6-1. No, that's been over a decade now. That big Toronto kid has played first base for the Cincinnati Reds. And he always was a great hitter, but he was an absolute adventure at first base. Joey Votto.
Yeah,
he's become pretty accomplished at the bag.
He's developed really well, and well, it's like we talked about with Guerrero with the Jays. He has improved so much this season from the start of the season. He's handling the bag pretty well.
And here's the 2-2 pitch. That one got walloped out into right field. The right fielder, and this is Garzola, lost his footing. That's a little good luck for the prospects. That'll bring a run in. I don't think that ball was going to get caught on the fly anyway. So a run will come in to score. I would think that's going to get called a two-base hit.
I would think it would, and it looked like it was just a good solid hit. The outfielder came in, tried to make a play, realized he couldn't make the play, tried to hold up and fell down. The ball got by him.
That'll be a run-scoring double here for Dakota Wheatley. You see, he's a big kid.
He is.
Ben Prediker is the batter up. And it's now a lead of 3, 5-2 ball game. Prediker bounced out his opening time through. And the pitch is looks like a sharp slider in for a strike, nothing in one. Just had a little bit of break on it.
It almost looked like it was coming off his hip and dropped off that inside corner. Very good pitch.
Atlanta Braves 4, the Washington Nationals 2. And the Boston Red Sox picked up a victory at the expense of the hapless Baltimore Orioles. They are tonight, this season, the free spot in the bingo card. They can't get out of their own way. That ball up the middle, it was a long run in for Hayden Zerani. He put leather on it, but he couldn't squeeze it. They'll tag him with an error.
That's a tough play, and usually the outfielder will make the call on that. But I think it would have been better for the shortstop or the second baseman to make that play where it was. That wasn't that far off the infield.
Cole Jessamine is the batter. Flied out his first time along. Pickoff play to second
Got
base.
him.
They're going to get him.
He got him.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops is right. But there's a case where the third base coach would have been hollering at him to get back, and he was flat-footed.
He just had too big a lead.
Yeah, and he
1-6 on the putout, 2 away. As Dakota Wheatley had too big a lead off second base, and they got him. That was a good throw.
It was a very good throw.
About a foot on the third base side of the bag, right low where you want it.
Right where you want it, and also the break to the bag by the infielder was excellent. Just a well-executed play all around. And Wheatley will want to get off the field and be in the dugout for a while with that one.
Strike on the outside corner from this young right-hander that's gone the distance today. He hasn't been overpowering, but he's been around the plate. He has walked one batter in the ballgame, so he's pretty much pitched ahead in the count.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job, and boy, that was close.
As we said earlier in the game, the Dogs, and they always are big contributors to Canada's national junior team. Now, the good thing is they have 7 guys that are quality players. You have to be good to get into that club. And that's the best players from across Canada. The bad news is they're losing them tomorrow.
Bad for them, good for the country.
Yeah.
And you look at how Baseball Canada's done a good job in developing their program over the years.
Oh, great
and
job.
now they're very, very competitive in international play.
They get a budget that would be Hockey Change compared to Hockey Canada. And all they got is a little thing in a mall somewhere in Ottawa. That's their headquarters.
Oh,
That's
I
it.
know.
They got
I
nothing.
know.
guy I think that played for the Okotoks Dogs, Greg Hamilton, heads up that program.
I'll say the thing to me with it being an Olympic sport this year because of Japan, they should have got a lot more money.
Runner was going, the pitch is swung on, and it's missed. Yeah, you're right, they should have got a lot more money. So there'll be 4 strikeouts on the day here for Ryan McFarland. So the line totals 1 run on 2 hits, 1 man left, 4 innings done, and it's a lead of 3 for the Okotoks Dogs right here from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown. Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Well, there you see Homer, the longtime Edmonton mascot. It goes all the way back to the mid-'80s when we were at Triple Ed. Now, trust me, that's not the same Homer. That's a revised version. And for my money, at one point in time, there just about wasn't a better mascot in all of baseball. I mean, as far as the uniform, the things that he wore. The whole generation of kids watched him.
And the work that he did in the community. He was one of the best mascots in the city, and in those days, the Edmonton Eskimos mascots actually followed on what Homer did. And Homer was the best mascot around.
I think my favorite would be the Philadelphia Fanatic. He's pretty good. And Montreal had a nice one. Yuppie, it was called.
Yeah.
2 balls, no strikes on the batter here in the top half of the 5th inning. Tristan Seitz in the pitch. In relief. The provisional totals for the starter tonight. Wyatt Anderson, 3+ innings. I got him at 6 runs, 2 earned, 3 hits. A couple of walks, 3 hit batsmen, an error, and a balk. So it was a tough night for him. There's a big Juan Hopper to Jessamine at third base. They just can't throw the ball tonight whatsoever. Makes a nice pick and throws the ball away. That's an error.
And again, if you look at that, it looked like his stride was off when he let that ball go and held on to the ball too long, put it in the dirt.
And that's not even a hit and an error. That's a 2-base error.
That is an error right down the road. That's exactly right.
Jack Lyons is the batter. Tristan Seitz from Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Batter shows the bunt. He wouldn't be able to bunt that one to the fence post. That was up high. 1 ball, no strikes.
You know, the people in Regina are going to be upset that you said that Tristan was from Saskatoon.
Oh, is he Regina?
He's a Regina, yeah.
He's off by about 150 miles. They're going to get a new ballpark there, too. And
That's what we hear. That'll be great.
Yeah.
It would really be nice to see Regina and Saskatoon
Yep.
in this league.
The old ballpark in Saskatoon is not much left of it. Gordie Howe Bowl. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and he's upstairs with that. Go to ball 2, strike 1. And that is really the way it's going to have to go. It's not. It's when we got that ballpark built in Edmonton back in '93. I mean, the moon, the stars, and the sun had to be aligned right. We still just about didn't get it built. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Ball slapped on the ground, foul at first base.
And at that time, and even today, that was a well-designed ballpark. Everything was solid with it. And, you know, now they've upgraded it. It's very nice. You talk about Gordie Howe Bowl, that's where the Saskatoon Hilltops. They've upgraded their stadium there. They got it really nice. Now they have to do the baseball stadium.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful location there.
Yeah, it is. It really is. South part of the city. Upstairs with the pitch, and he's all over the map here right at the present time. He's having little control problems. We get around to 3-2. And the prospects now with a right-handed pitcher up and throwing in the left field bullpen. And there's the pitch, and it's a wild pitch, another one on the night. So you'll have men at first and third base.
Prediger had no idea where that ball went.
So a walk and a wild pitch. Puts runners at the corners with nobody out.
So you have to go for the double
When you're all
play
over
now.
the map, your catcher's he's gonna get hurt. He's gonna get his thumb broken or something like that. That's how you break a finger. Short in the middle infield, up now to a double play. That's about midway at first and third. A hanging changeup is fouled away. Strike 1. And he really hung that pitch.
He sure did. He timed that one up right. He's going to get extra bases. Probably would have cleared the bases.
There you see the left-handed bat of Max Hart. Here for the Dogs in the 5th inning. It's a high hopper to the right-hand side. Might be 2. Here's Luther off the bag at second. Relays on to first for the double play, and a run come in to score. No run batted in. Eck to Luther to Wheatley, 4-6-3.
And again, what started the situation? A walk.
And Zeroni will be the batter. Reached base on an error and scored. Knocked in a run on a fly ball out, got hit by a pitch and came in to score. So he has got tonight a run batted in, 2 runs scored, and has not had an at bat.
No, that's.
Ready to go. Here comes the pitch. Fastball right down the pump for a strike. 1-1.
It's not often you see 7 runs on 4 hits.
Yeah. Another pitch that crossed the catcher up.
All right, there's 2 outs.
Prediger, he boxed that pitch, didn't catch it cleanly. 2-1. Might get him a knuckleball or something.
Okay.
You ever seen one of those things?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's about twice the size of a normal catcher's mitt. Don't even really catch it, you just knock the ball down.
That's exactly right. And, or as Bob Uecker say, wait till it stops rolling, then pick it up.
Here's the 3-1 delivery, and that one's under the chin for ball 4.
That was that big looping breaking ball he tried, and it never got the drop.
Alejandro Cazorla will be the batter. Tristan Sides, the relief pitcher here tonight. In relief of Wyatt Anderson, who just had a tough night. 3+ innings, 6 runs. I got it at 2 earned runs, 3 hits. And he struck out 3 batters. Runner goes. Here's the throw on to second base. And that'll be a stolen base. Prediger was not really set to make his throw, and he didn't come over the top of it. You want your arm right about by your ear when you snap the throw, and it was way below that, and the ball sailed on.
You want to do that, and you want to step into it. He just tried to do that all with the arm, and you can't do that. It's got to sail on you.
Runner breaks for third, and the pitch is fouled in the batter's box. Strike 1.
You notice again that they're being very aggressive on the base path. And this is the speed of the motion of the prospect pitchers. First game was totally different.
Here, Cazorla awaits the 1-1 delivery. Here it comes. It was a breaking ball. He took a big rip at it. Strike 2.
That's a good pitch.
As it stands right now, the Okotoks Dogs would play the Lethbridge Bulls in the first round of the playoffs. The Sylvan Lake Ball Club is pretty much going to have a playoff spot, and it's not out of line for the Prospects either.
No.
Down to tomorrow's play. Boy, they'd be glad to get back to normal next year with a full complement of teams, 2 divisions.
Yeah, full rosters.
This thing this year, they were probably running this league out of their briefcase. I mean, it's not easy to do. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and he hung it a little bit. Full count.
That actually looked like a pretty good breaking ball, but like you say, he just hung it a little high. Didn't get the full break on it.
Now they got a breaking for the bag too quickly. They should get a rundown play. That's what you want to do. Run your man back. Here's the final throw. They got him. And that'll go 1-5-4. Here on Caden Zaranis. He took too big a lead and he broke a little early.
That's where sometimes that aggression on the base pass, if you're not disciplined. Pitcher stepped off, had him.
1-5-4 on the put out to set down the side. 1 run comes in to score, and that's an unearned run, and it's a lead now of 7-2 for the Okotoks Dogs on Canada's Baseball Day from Siemens Stadium.
All right, thanks, guys. Joining me is Dogs player Matt Wilkinson. Matt's been a leader in strikeouts throughout the season, but hasn't pitched in a couple weeks as he gears up to end his season and head back to school in the States. So, Matt, what do you do outside of this? What's your season been like so far, and where are you heading off to next week?
The season's been fun. It's been a long year. Started off rough, but ended off pretty good. We're first place now. I'm heading to Central Arizona College. I leave for Arizona on Tuesday.
And what are you taking?
I'm just general studies. Just try and figure out what I want to do later on.
Okay, and now in this game, the Dogs up 7-2. What are your thoughts on the game so far? What do you guys have to do to hang on to this momentum throughout the rest of the game?
Well, the first game was definitely worse. We definitely stepped it up this game. We didn't really hit the first game, but now we're starting to hit it, and our pitching's been really good all day. So.
And now they call you the Tugboat, or that is your nickname. Where does that come from? Tell me a little bit about that.
It was when I was young, Little League, doing base races when I was younger, and I said I took so much weight, like I was so slow to come with the Tugboat. Yeah, it's stuck with me ever since.
Well, thank you very much for this. I'll let you get back to watching the game, but best of luck as you head back to the States. With that, I'll send things back up to the booth.
All right, thank you kindly. We'll move on to the last half of the fifth inning, the top end of the order. And Devin Heck, the second baseman, will be the leadoff batter. You see a nice little crowd here tonight. A little bit humid. A whole lot hot. We're at about 85 degrees Fahrenheit here in the last half of the 5th inning. And here comes the pitch. Took a rip at it off the high end of the bat and fouled it away. Strike one. Heck tonight is 0 for 2. He's popped up and he's flied out. This time he gets around on the pitch. He was in on his fists and he fouls it off at first base. Strike 2 to the batter.
Now again, these pitchers have been aggressive for the Dogs. We'll see if they come after the third strike right away. Put it off the plate. Batter didn't go for it.
The infield of Matt Cheese at third, Rose at first, Lyons the shortstop. Krausen is the second baseman, and they're drawn back and fanned apart. The outfield is straight away. The pitch is too high. The count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. That's pretty much a major league caliber infield, that mixture of grass and shale, and that takes work. That's not like an artificial turf infield. Now, is it quite major league caliber? Probably not, but it's very close. They get that classic checkerboard cut on the grass. The changeup is fouled off down the line and out of the ballpark.
And it is. They really take care of it, Al. You can see how they work here before the first game and then between games. And when you got that kind of caring about a field, they keep them in good shape.
And here comes the pitch. Too high, 3-2. The best I ever saw in my time in the game, AAA, was Nat Bailey Stadium in Vancouver. And the ground screw guy was Rudd Hard, fellow's name. Was his son was a big guy in Baseball Canada at one time. And Rudd was particular. I mean, he attacked that infield with a pair of scissors. Ball's popped up way up there in the well. And Matt Cheese in the coaching box there to make the catch. Now, granted, you've got a moist climate in Vancouver, a little easier.
Yeah.
But God, did they have a nice field. Brendan Luther tonight got aboard on an infield hit, got on a squibber, and he came around to score. And he reached base on a fielding error. Sure glove shortstop. Second year with the club. He, of course, didn't play last year, and we weren't here, but he was a nice part of that prospect club in 2019.
He was, and you can see the confidence in him as he get older, get more mature. This league has slowed down for him now. The pitching has slowed down. The ball off the bat has slowed down. He's making a lot more confident plays.
Right-hander ready, goes to work, and the 0-1 pitch is a strike. He threw him a strike, and it's fouled away off the high end of the bat and into the berm area down the left field foul line. See what they've done, too, is the backstop here. They have extended that backstop to cover the berm.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that is smart.
That's smart.
Because you're sitting there and the sun is setting in the west and you can't see that ball, and all of a sudden you get nailed with it. Lawsuit time. And that's really not the right way to look at it. You're after the comfort and safety of your paying patrons.
Absolutely.
Here's the pitch, and a line drive back up the middle, just under the glove of the pitcher McFarland for a base hit. You could just about hang close on that line.
That was a shot. Now I'm wondering if we're going to see any. Are they working the bullpen at all?
No activity. No activity. And Johnny McGill on a 1 for 2 night will be the batter. A pretty good at bat right there for Luther. He fouled a pitch off to the left side. He fouled one off to the right. He had a 2-strike count on him. Just stayed strong on the ball and gets awarded with a base hit and a line single up the middle. Big break on that curve. Big jug-handled curveball in for a strike. To get that bigger break when your arm angle is about 11 o'clock, I'd expect that out of straight over the top. But somehow he must have some torque in that arm of his. You don't normally see a big breaking ball like that from a delivery that is not straight at 12 o'clock.
Now, we've seen him throw to first base a few times tonight. That was his best move tonight. Very quick, very accurate. You think, Al, how many times you see pitchers set up that quick throw? They use a slow throw to first a few times, then all of a sudden come with that quick motion.
I have seen it. That is correct, and that is a wild pitch. That's number 3 tethered on the night by Ryan McFarland. And McFarland ready now. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and another ball that's slapped out to the right-handed side. Fielded in 2 bounces by Cruson in short outfield grass. He got to that ball. That's a miracle, and he throws his man out. And down to third now with 2 away goes Brendan Luther.
Well, I thought that he'd beat that out. It's close.
Stephen Horner will be the batter.
It's a good hustle by McGill, and second baseman played that very well, kept the ball in front of him, got over.
And he had both feet on the shale, correct? He did not have a foot in outfield grass. See a lot of that in professional ball now with the big shifts they put on. The second baseman 15, 20 feet out into the right field area, and he's closer to first than he is to second. There's another wild pitch, brings in the run. I wouldn't be digging in on this guy tonight.
No, I wouldn't. Not in this position right now.
4th wild pitch on the night for the young pitcher, Ryan McFarland. He'll be starting to nip away on that lead again. It's now a lead of 4, 7-3. Horner tonight has got the horse collar. Struck out swinging, struck out looking. Here he squares off. Tries to beat out a bunt and fouls it back. Didn't get the good wood on it to make a good bunt. You want the ball to hit the very high end of the bat, the dead wood.
You want that, and what a lot of hitting coaches will teach you is you hold it slightly different, loose in that hand, and allow
You're
it to
catching the ball
come
with
back.
your bat.
You're catching it with the bat, and you set your direction off of that. And you know, you don't see many fellas today who do that, because in this league they're using wood bats. With aluminum bats, it's really hard to do.
And here's the 2-1 delivery, fouled off, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was down and out. He went after it.
You don't see a lot of bunting, and in batting practice at any level, you bat usually you get 3 rounds of hitters, and you get 3 rounds within your group, and you'll bunt exactly twice. And the first time you're in, you'll drag a bunt and you'll push a bunt, and that's it. Now draw the bat back and swing away.
That shows you how times have changed. I know when at university, we'd have days of bunting practice and the different types of bunts. Drag bunts, push bunts, sacrifice bunts.
Squeeze bunts.
Squeeze bunts, where you're putting the ball. And you'd literally drill it.
That's ball
That
4,
got him.
keeps the inning alive.
Does.
So Stephen Warner has drawn the walk, and Stephen McKenzie will be the batter up. He's the guy that hit that rope out in the left field in his last at bat and came around to score. First time through, he put the ball into play. He hit a bullet back to the mound that rebounded to the third baseman and eventually was an
That
out.
could be gone.
The ball just keeps on
Oh,
going.
it's
The
off
ball
the
is
wall.
all. Yep. That'll produce a run. In to score is Warner from first base, and a double, his second double of the day, and he blasted that thing. He didn't get it over the wall, but he hit it to the wall at 400 feet. Hit it right on the screws.
And he hit it up on the wall. That was a heck of a hard hit ball.
Run scoring double, and the Prospects are now down by 3, 7-4.
Pitcher warming up in the Dogs bullpen now.
Trent Lawson is the batter.
McFarland's
14 years now in this facility, and it just keeps getting better every year. And like I said, you got to thank two guys from southern Saskatchewan, Byron and Doc Seaman, came out here, oil and patch guys, oil and gas. They were in every aspect of the industry. They were ranchers, made a huge amount of money, and they paid for it. They put up the seed money to build this stadium.
And because of that, they're able to develop this tremendous baseball program through their academy.
Yep, they have. Yeah. Talking to the Dogs brass, and they roughly figure about 1/3 of their audience comes from Calgary every night, and the rest from this area in here, High River, Okotoks. I don't know, I suppose Black Diamond, Turner Valley.
Black Diamond, Turner Valley, yeah. There's a fair amount of people out in this area. Starting to be a lot of acreages out in this area, which were farms, ranches. An awful lot of acreages now.
Lawson tonight has drawn a base on ball and been called out on strikes. Stephen McKenzie takes his lead off second base, and here's the pitch to him. It's a strike. 0-1.
It's a good pitch. One thing about this young man, this Ryan McFarland, you notice his demeanor never changes. And he's very consistent in his pitching, whether he's throwing balls, whether he's getting hit, whatever. Same demeanor, same pitching motion.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled into the backstop. Just missed the pitch. Now the batter is Dakota Wheatley. This is the 6th batter to the plate here in the inning.
Base hit here would make this a very interesting ball game.
I would think if the pitcher, McFarland, does not get this batter, he'll be done for the night. He's working on these guys for the 3rd time through the order. And every time through it gets a little more difficult, but that doesn't matter now. He gets a strikeout to retire the side. 2 runs come in to score for the Prospects. Do it on 2 hits, no errors, 1 man left aboard as we head to the 6th inning on Canada Baseball Day from Seaman Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter 5th wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Brett Melanson, the 3rd pitcher in the ball game for the Prospects tonight. As you can see, he's a big man, big, burly right-hander. Sudbury, Ontario. 6'5", and he tips the Toledos at 240 pounds. Surprise, surprise, he probably throws a lot of fastballs.
I would think so. I think this is what we're going to see right off the bat.
Mallinson makes his 9th relief appearance, eaten 2/3 innings, 29 hits, 25 runs, 17 earned runs, 7 base on balls, 6 strikeouts. Brett Mallinson. The totals for Tristan Seitz, who worked 2 innings out of the middle tonight. 1 run was not an earned run, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts, 2 base on balls, and a wild pitch. Alejandro Cazorla is the leadoff batter.
Took a fastball, swung at it, boy, he just blew it by him.
Doesn't work out of a full windup, comes set and delivers, and the pitch fouled away. By the time he plants that leg down, comes across, he's throwing from about 58 feet.
Remember Randy Johnson? It was like he was right in
He
your hip
just tossed
pocket.
it to him.
Yeah. These big, tall pitchers, it's scary. When that ball leaves the hand,
Evan had a nice natural break on it, a swing and a miss, and Mallinson gets the strikeout. That particular time you speak of, when the Mariners had Randy Johnson, the one-time Expo, and they also had Mark Langston. He was
Yeah.
just about as big. And he was another left-hander.
but Johnson was one of those pitchers that the more he played, the better he learned how to pitch. He always had good stuff, always had a great fastball, but he started getting better on his location. And he's another one of those pitchers did not like hitters. It had to be scary out there being at the plate and have him out.
Because he was that tall. He's bigger than this guy, Mallinson. That curve ball is spun out of his fingers, high of the zone. He was probably releasing the ball after he kicks his leg, plants his leg, and comes up over the top and delivers 56 feet.
Yeah, could very well be.
60 feet 6 inches is from the front of the pitcher's plate to the back point of home plate. So,
Yeah, and he was 6'7". He's a big man.
yeah, he was. And that should be an out as the lazy pop fly up the middle. Stephen Horner is camped under that, 2 away. Kobe Levens will be the batter. We had a pitcher with, who were we with? The Expos. John somebody, I forget his last name. He pitched in the big leagues for a number of years. He was 6'10".
Yeah. Well, those guys scare you because they get so close to the plate. And even a 90-mile-an-hour fastball with a big man like that.
John Roach was the guy's name.
Okay.
You ever remember that song by Jimmy Dean, Big Bad John?
Yeah.
That's what John Roach was. He didn't say a word. Start of the year, he said hi. At the end of the year, he said bye. They're back on the infield now with 2 away. Bases empty. And that pitch is going to miss down and away, ball 3. Now, you being a Boston Red Sox fan from a long time back, you'll probably remember a guy that pitched for them. And they called him the Monster, Dick Raditz.
Oh, absolutely. But he wasn't just tall. He was a big man.
Yep, Dick Raditz. And there's ball 4. He missed high with it. Bring up Aiden Rose on a 1-for-3 night. Beat out an infield hit. In the 3rd inning, he bounced out and he struck out.
You know, you see a big fella from Sudbury. I always felt Sudbury people had to be tough.
Well,
just to live there, you had to be tough.
Living on the face of the moon. Pitch is high, 1 ball and no strikes. Here tonight at Siemens Stadium, Okotoks, Alberta. We'll be finishing off a long day here at the park, but a good day. I haven't been to the park in 18 months.
It's been fun.
too long away. And the pitch is down and away, ball 2.
Started off this inning very well. Now he's losing it a little bit. Just got to get back to throw strikes.
Here comes the pitch from Melanson. That ball is hit back up the middle and right through the pitcher's wickets for a base hit. Didn't get the tailgate down. That ball was hit right between his legs.
Now there again, well, you and I have talked about this quite a bit, but a lot of these pitchers today, they do not come off that mound with the thought process of being a fielder. And if he come off the mound like his pitch was good and he was pretty square, he'd had his knees bent, he had an opportunity to make a play on the ball, even though it came back awfully quick.
Cody Hendricks is the batter up. 2 out, 2 men aboard here in the top of the 6th inning. If it's just tuned us in, it's a 7-4 lead for the Dogs. The Prospects won the opener. The 2 o'clock matinee contest, they won that one in pretty good order, 5-1. Ground ball to the right side, a hard one-hopper here to Heck. He makes the catch, he makes the throw, and that'll do it for the big right-hander from Sudbury, Ontario. So we had the last half of the 6th inning. 7-4, Okotoks lead on Canada Baseball Day at Siemens Stadium.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
It's all been reduced. It's the inventory sell-off at Visions Electronics with savings up to 70% off. Plus no interest and no payments until 2023 with your best price guaranteed and bonus 2-year warranty on premium TVs. See the flyer at visions.ca.
Wild game. Cut by real master butchers. Smoked, wrapped, and boxed just the way you like it. Friesen Brothers. Alberta grown. Alberta owned.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Good. Here we go as we're getting ready now for the bottom of the 6th.
Getting off the bottom of the 6th inning for the Edmonton Prospects. First baseman, number 52, Dakota Wheatley.
Tyrell Chadwick now pitching.
He is the son of former Edmonton trapper Ray Chadwick.
Big, strong player.
And Ray Chadwick pitched for us back in the 80s. He was out of the Carolinas, and we were the AAA club of the California Angels at the time. He also pitched for the Vancouver Canadians. Tyrell Chadwick in the pitch. He's got 2 starts under his belt this season. This will be his 6th bullpen appearance. 18 innings, 19 hits, 20 runs, 15 earned, 22 base on balls, 20 strikeouts for Tyrell Chadwick. Starting pitcher tonight, Ryan McFarland has got enough innings in to potentially qualify for a victory. He leaves the ballgame with 5 innings under his belt. He was good and bad tonight.
He was.
He was up 6 hits, 4 runs. I believe there are 2 earned runs. Struck out 4 batters in the ballgame. And he walks one on a couple of wild pitches, 4 of them, as a matter of fact. That was the bad. The good was the totals that he gave up, only a couple of earned runs.
And he only threw 88 pitches in 5 innings.
Dakota Wheatley will lead it off here for the Prospects in the last half of the 6th inning. Got a run-scoring double tonight, and the ball that he absolutely tattooed, nailed it into right field.
We get into full count.
And that's ball 4 to Wheatley. So again, Ryan McFarland, 5 innings pitched, 4 runs, 2 earned, 6 hits, strikes out 4, walks the batter, and 4 wild pitches.
Seemed like a pretty young pitcher, but he did a lot of good things out there. He worked quickly, got things done.
We have a pinch runner coming in. Number 8, and I don't happen to see a number 8 on the roster sheet.
I don't either. Let me have a look at.
Chadwick ready to go, and he throws the strike. Prediger tonight reached base on an error, on a pop fly up the middle that didn't get caught. And he bounced out his opening time through. The pitch to him. Chadwick really leaned back and brought that pitch. That was high 80s for that fastball. Misses high, 1 ball, 1 strike. Aiden Perry is your pinch runner at first base.
Had some heat on that pitch.
Strikeout number 1 here for Tyrell Chadwick.
Third baseman, number 10,
Cole
Cole Jessamine.
Jessamine is the batter, and we will have a defensive change when we go to the top half of the 7th inning. Very likely just a straight across swap. Perry will stay in the ball game and play at first. Chadwick's pitch is a fastball. I thought it was low, but it's right down the middle. It's a called strike.
Again, he's called that low pitch a strike pretty well all game.
Jessamine tonight on an 0 for 2 ball game. Fly it out, struck out. And Chadwick is ahead in the count, 0-2.
Now that, it looked to me like the catcher did a nice job framing the ball. Looked like it was a little outside, got it back in.
Foul to the backstop. I would have to say that Mr. Chadwick is pretty much a power pitcher.
I would think, yeah. That's all we're seeing.
Playoffs next week here in the Western Canada Baseball League. The Okotoks Dogs, it looks like they'll pretty much play the Sylvan Lake Ball Club if the standings don't change. There's a ball that's belted through the left side of the diamond for a base hit.
Nice job by Cole, just staying on the ball. Ball came inside a bit, got around on it really well.
Bring up Devin Heck at the front end of the order. Devin Heck tonight on a 0 for 3. All right, Chadwick is ready to go as he draws a gaze down the gun barrel. With 1 out and 2 men aboard, and the pitch is a strike, 0-1.
You see the catcher looking over to the dugout. The game is being called by the coaches.
Pickoff played a second, and it's not a good one. It's out into center field. The runner won't advance, but I think he hit the middle infielder with the pickoff throw.
I think he'd hit too. It looked
That was
off
the
balance
shortstop
coming
Lines
in.
that came over.
It looked like he was off balance. Didn't Elwin got it? That's a case where there was enough velocity on it that even though center fielder was coming in, he was a long way away, but the runner would not have had a chance to advance.
Strike to the outside Black. And that'll bring it around to 0-2. Of course, we get such a diet of big league baseball on TV. I don't watch a lot of it, but I watch some. You got to remember you're watching the greatest players on the earth, and they make plays look easy. They're not easy. They just make it look easy.
The amount of practice they have to go through to get to that level. Number of repetitions.
One I'm really intrigued with is Dante Bichette's son, Bo, shortstop of the Jays.
Right.
Dante was a big right fielder for the Edmonton Ball Club. Totally different guys. What is the Kenworth and the other one is a halftime. Yeah. But Bo Bichette he's a great shortstop, great fielder, good arm, goes right in the hole. And I think he's just about as good an opposite field hitter as he is in the American League. There is the pitch that is in the dirt, and it's chased for a strikeout. And Chadwick's got 2 away.
The thing I like about Bo Bichette is when you look at him, his compete level is so high, and he attacks everything, whether it's in the field, at the plate, whatever. It's fun to watch a player like that.
They got a lot of moving parts on that club. They had a little bit of problems with the relief pen. They kind of coughed one up last night, but they got a solid outfielder. That Springer they brought over from the Dodgers,
Right.
Richuck out in right. Now they got a nice team. Last night they were playing the Mariners at Safeco Field. The bases loaded, that's not good, but 2 out, that is good. They brought in a left-hander to get a left-handed batter out, a guy that was struggling, hitting $153, and the lefty walks him on 4 pitches. Game over. What are you going to do?
Oh, that's exactly right.
It happens.
Bring those guys in, you expect them to be able to throw strikes.
Brandon Luther tonight. He's plated 2 runs. Got a board on an infield hit in the second at bat. And is a pretty reliable left-handed batter. Chadwick works him low, 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, he's had a good day. 2 solid ball games in the field and at the plate.
Here's the pitch to Brendan Luther. It's a wild pitch. That's about the 8th on the night. 2 runners will advance down the line. Wild pitch here, thrown by Tyrell Chadwick. Luther in the opening game of the doubleheader drew a walk at his first at bat, got an infield hit with a run batted in, bounced into a double play, and hit an absolute bullet back to the mound for an out. So he had a couple of real good at bats. Count of 2 balls and a strike to Brendan Luther. Last half of the 6th inning, 7-4 score. The Dogs in the lead. Chadwick down and away with a pitch. He's learning how to pitch is what he's doing. He's up, he's down, he's in, he's out.
Exactly right.
He's got good speed, and you can't teach that.
No. Well, that's why you have them. They got basic talent. Then he has to learn how to pitch.
And the 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, bases are loaded.
Now for the Dogs, any plate to get the out to end the inning. For the Prospects, a base hit will get at least 2 runs. Going to be a pitching change. Nobody
Haven't
working.
seen anybody heating up in the bullpen.
No, nobody in the bullpen. So maybe a mechanical issue they're going to talk over.
You got to think. You got to remember that both clubs are down a court and players.
Yeah.
You got guys hurt that are. The pitchers say, "I could get you an inning. Maybe I could get you a batter, but you know, my elbow is twice its size."
And for the Dogs, all those players that are going to the East, they're not playing.
No.
So.
All right, Johnny McGill, the batter. On a 1-for-2 afternoon, 1-for-3. Can't tell you a lot about Johnny McGill. He was not on the club 2 years ago. Can tell you, though, he is a left-handed hitter. And here's the pitch to McGill, and he takes a strike, 0-1.
Good pitch over the outside of the plate. Catcher getting the signal in the dugout. And they're doing some things with these signals. When you have a man on second, you don't want him stealing signals on you, so you change up what you're doing.
The 0-1 pitch, slap back to the mound, and that's going to be picked up by this big behemoth of a right-hander. Dropped it, picked it up, throws to the bag. He's got a big laugh on his face. That'll go 1-3 on the put-out on the comebacker. And that averts any potential runs scored. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 3 men left aboard. It's on to the 7th inning tonight on Canada Day from the beautiful ballpark right here in Okotoks, Alberta.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
No surprises on your bill. For brakes, trust our trained technicians to do the best job at the best price. Contact us today for a free estimate.
If you think you're the best fantasy baseball GM ever, then I have exactly what you've been looking for. I'm the head of baseball operations for Ultimate Franchise Fantasy Sports and commissioner of the Ultimate Fantasy League Baseball, the most realistic fantasy gameplay ever. This is pro fantasy sports with massive payouts where the cream rises to the top. 30 teams, 26-man rosters, 40-man lists just like MLB. A full season of fantasy baseball with a full postseason following a playoff draft. This is fantasy sports on the Zilliqa blockchain. Franchise auctions November 5th to 7th. More info can be found at www.uffsports.com.
Trust Cal with your brakes. The work of our trained technicians is backed by the best warranty in the industry. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
There you see it, number 50, Brent Melanson came in to pitch the 6th inning, did a nice job. He got a strikeout, a base on ball, a base hit, and a couple of ground ball outs. And Eric Machis is the leadoff batter here against Melanson, 6'5", 240-pounder. And I think they might be underestimating him on the weight. He's a little bigger than that.
I think so.
Sudbury, Ontario. Strike 1 on the batsman. Here's the windup by Melanson in the pitch. Fastball, fouled away, strike 2. These mobile guys here today have done a wonderful job. They've had a long day. They've had interviews all over the place and such. And they've got a panel talking about the state of the game, and they'll have more of that after the play-by-play account of this ball game has been concluded tonight. So we invite you to pull up a stool and knock the roof off a cold one
great
and
breaking
listen
ball.
to that.
That's his best curve tonight. But geez, he's sure a young-looking fella, isn't he? He's like
Yeah,
he's
he is.
14 years old. And he could be. They're playing some pretty young players on this Black Dogs team.
So Jack Lyons, the 9-hole batter, here in the top half of the 7th inning. It's only a 7-inning ball game. They elected not to go with 9-inning games, and I don't blame them. Not with the amount of hanging arms they've got and injured players. And you got to give those big leaguers credit. I
Oh.
mean, they play 162 games. And you think that trainer isn't busy? Fouled away. Our first year at AAA back in '81, we played 144 ball games in 149 days. And that included
Boy.
a day in and a day out to go to Hawaii. I mean, they just played every day. And here comes the 1-1 pitch down and away. So if anybody ever gives you any jazz, the baseball players aren't tough athletes.
It's a grueling season. That's the thing. You notice something with Melanson here, Al. Watch what he does with his left foot. I've seen this earlier. See how he steps back? He does that with somebody on base. That's a balk.
That one's turned right around. That's a fly ball to deep right field. And on a long run back on his way to the wall was Johnny McGill. He made a great effort on the ball, but he couldn't get to it, and that'll be a 3-base hit. Hit that one right on the screws.
He did. That was an excellent hit. I thought for a second that ball was going out, but
turned that one
Dead
right
air.
around. A 1-out, 3-base hit here for the Dogs.
But again, you notice this now. He's got a man on base. I'll be interested to see if he does this again.
You figure that's a buck? I'm not sure because
Well,
the ball is in his glove and he did not make a move. Well, we'll have a look.
No, but I'm seeing, see, he didn't do it there.
No, he did not.
He's got a man on base. I think that he just does that. Why would you change your footwork?
No,
that's
correct. Yeah.
That's the only thing to me.
Max Hartman is the batter. The infield is in. They'll try to choke off a play at home plate on a ball hit on the ground. The bottom fell right out of that sinker ball. That'll bring the count around to 0-2.
Now
The rules are pretty vague, really, on a balk. It's the umpires that make. What it says is you can hold a runner on, you cannot deceive a runner.
Right.
Basically what it is. Melanson ready, and the 2-strike pitch is popped up into left field. I don't think that'll be deep enough to score the run. No, they'll hold the runner. And the throw was pretty much right on target. So that'll be an out, 2 away. Pop flying
Melanson
to
did a
left.
good job on that. That got by the catcher. Melanson did what he should have done. He backed it up and made sure that the runner couldn't come in. That was a good throw.
Yeah, it was. It wasn't up the road. It was right on target. It bounced away a little bit from the catcher, Prediger, but that happens when it hits the dirt.
Yeah.
And Hayden Zeroni, the center field, to be the batter. 2 gone, man at third, fully back on the middle infield. Jessamine is wide of the bag at third, and Wheatley is midway at first, and the pitch is a strike. Just kind of getting the rust out. We haven't had a ball game in 18 months.
It's been a long time, Al.
It's been a bit. And here's the 0-1. The pitch is not squeezed here by Prediger. And it'll go to 1 ball and 1 strike. There again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but you see that beautiful berm area. And maybe it's just the lights. It looks to me like it's a Kentucky bluegrass.
Well, I don't see any horses eating on it, so.
And here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball to the outside, black, strike 2.
Do you remember Jimmy Rice used to play for the Red Sox?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He also raised quarter horses.
Oh, yeah.
And when artificial turf first came in, he made a statement on, I think it was ABC Wide World of Sport or something like that. And I've always remembered, he said, if a horse can't eat it, I don't want to play on it.
I thought Pete Rose came up with that, but it probably was Jim Rice. He was a left fielder, wasn't he?
Yeah. Power hitter. And a lot of power.
Yeah, good player. Excellent player. So the deuces are wild here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Now, not quite wild. We don't have 2 runners on base. He got that one on his front foot. I would think his dog is barking a little bit.
I would think. That was a breaking ball, and it hung a little bit. I think he's probably kicking himself, not just that he fouled it off his foot, but that would have been a good ball to rip.
Melanson ready. Here's the pitch. Threw him a bender, a swing and a miss. That big horse of a right-hander done a nice job through 2 innings. 3 strikeouts on the night for Brent Melanson. And that's it for the Dogs here in the top half of the 7th inning. It'll be up to the batters now. No runs and a hit, and the man stranded. Bottom of 7 coming up from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 30-foot Coleman travel trailer for just $129 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations. Score some playoff deals at Arcan RV, like the 35-foot Sprinter fifth wheel for just $199 bi-weekly. Plus, hundreds of units are clearance priced during their massive RV clearance sale on now. Get details at any of Arcan RV's 5 Alberta locations.
Meet the Father O Pizza, a handcrafted pizza pie from Friesen Brothers. Created with 100% Alberta flour crust, signature San Marzano sauce, and the freshest toppings, all ready for you to bake at home. Father Dough to Go, created by our bakers, bringing you 8 flavors for every occasion. Friesen Brothers Father Dough to Go. Trust the crust.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
We've got 2 big power pitchers to try to close things out here tonight. Melanson for the Edmonton Ball Club. Now it's Tyrell Chadwick. He throws hard, make no mistake about that. He did not have a free and easy 6th inning. Walked a couple of batters, but he struck out 2 and gave up a base hit. So here, he's got a save situation. He's got a lead of 3 and 3 outs to get. Stephen Horner will lead things off. Middle part of the order, the 4, 5, and 6 batters, and that's just about as good as you want to get if you're trying to come back in a game.
It sure is.
Horner's walked and scored and struck out twice. And we have a right-hander heating up in the bullpen of the Okotoks Dogs. Foul territory down the left field line. That's a strike, belt high and down the middle, 0-1.
When Chadwick was doing well in the 6th inning, he was throwing fastballs. And then he got in a little trouble with breaking stuff. There's a breaking ball outside.
Dad pitched for the Trappers back in the 1980s, Ray Chadwick, and has for years and years now run the baseball program at, what's that college in Kamloops? Is it Rocky Mountain College?
Rocky Mountain.
No, that's not it, I don't think. But Anyway, that's where he is. Here the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Talked about all those Canadian players that I saw over the years on Baseball Canada Today. A lot of them came from BC. The pitchers I met, or the players, Kevin Reimer from Enderby.
Right.
Paul Jarek from Kelowna. Teddy Boesfield from Penticton. Boy, they had a hot summer at Penticton.
Well, Penticton, so is Kamloops. You just get not that far from Kamloops. You get in that area of Lillooet, and that, boy, it's hot. At the best of times, it's hot. This summer's been terrible.
Fully back on the infield. The outfield is around to the right a little bit. Chadwick ready to go, and I don't know what he threw there, but that was 99% velocity and 1% accuracy.
I don't even know if he had that 1%, Al.
That wasn't on the radar screen.
No.
And of course, Larry Walker from Maple Ridge. I'm just trying to think of the name of that kid, Eric somebody, about 10 years ago. Drafted in the first round, left-handed pitcher. Colorado got him. He finished out pitching with the Blue Jays on a bum arm. But he was a nice player, too. Boy, this one's got some height. You get that knock way back there. Deep left field and wave it goodbye. And he pulled a muscle doing it, but that's a home run here for Stephen Horner. I think that quad muscle of his just went up his leg like a spring. He's hurting a bit, but he got the big fly ball. And he must have done that on the swing.
He must have.
Blew a tire as he hit first base.
I don't know how you pull a hamstring on a swing, but
that looks to me right about where the hammy is.
yeah, it is. It's right in the, looks like the middle of the hamstring.
He'll be getting the ice tonight, I can tell you that. So that makes it a 7-5 ball game. Stephen McKenzie is the batter.
Makes it interesting with nobody out. 2-run game.
And McKenzie's had a good night. He's got a pair of doubles. He swung as good a pole as anybody has in the Edmonton lineup tonight. He hits another deep fly ball way back there. I don't think this one's got the distance. It's warning track depth. And
it dropped it. He dropped it.
Ball is dropped. And that's got to be an error. Hartman, he had to go back a little bit, but he had that one in his glove.
Yeah, it looks to me like he just flat out might have been lights. It looked like he was in position to make the play out.
Trent Lawson will be the batter. They haven't got a signal on the scoreboard if that's a hit or an error. Lawson tonight drew a base on ball, struck out swinging, struck out looking. Well, I've not seen an error flashed on the board. For the moment, we'll call out a 2-base hit. And on this pitch was an inside fastball. Lawson just about scooped that one out of the catcher's mitt and flips it foul and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out, a run in, man in scoring position. And Tyrell Chadwick really served that one up to Stephen Horner. He got so much height on it so early, I figured I got under it. That'll just be a deep fly ball, but it adds some carry. Swing and a miss. It went right from the downs of that cut.
Yeah.
Strike 2.
The interesting thing, again, you look at second baseman here now. He's playing shading close to the bag. Just bat control here and hit that ball to the right side. You get a base hit, the outfielder's deep, it's going to score a run.
Both clubs in a little different situation. The Dogs are in the playoffs. They're going to win the flag in the league this year. They just don't want to get anybody hurt and kind of get pitching set up. And prospects are fighting for their playoff lives. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the kick and the pitch. Blew it right by him.
Good pitch.
High 80 gas. He gets his man, and there's 1 gone in the inning. That is just good old unbridled power pitching. Third strikeout.
19, we have a pinch hitter.
First baseman, number 19, Tanner Hess.
Tanner Hess will be the batter up. He came in as a defensive replacement after the pinch runner for Dakota Wheatley. That's Tanner Hess. And the opening pitch must have been a little high. It was right down the middle of the plate. 1 ball, no strike.
That's what I thought too, Al. It looked like a pretty good pitch. Looks like that was the strikeout pitch before.
Strike to the outside corner. Hard running fastball running away from the right-handed batter. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's the thing the batters have to realize. Umpires called that. Looks like it right just outside or right on the. He's called that a strike all night. Got to go after it. And again, where the second baseman's playing, that's the ball you could place out to right field.
Here's a ball that's picked on one bounce by Matt Cheese, and there's the throw. It was a little high, but coming down with it is Rose at first base, and you got 2 away. That's why you need a big target at first base.
That's right.
Your best first basemen have always been big men.
And your big man can always get more of a stretch, too, when you're coming off on the bag.
Best I ever saw was McCovey.
Oh, he was
in my opinion. But
he's a big man.
Yeah, Chiefs made a nice pick, too. That's what they call a Baltimore chop, a big one hopper.
Yeah, good play. You know, it's funny, Al, you've many times been to Phoenix Municipal Stadium. You know that CNI out there, that big wall in center field?
Yeah.
McCovey is one of about 3 or 4 people that hit it out of there, and he did it 3 or 4 times in spring training games. Tremendous power.
Bench hitter is Matty Reyes. So this will be his first appearance in either end of the doubleheader. We did not see him in game number 1. Reyes takes a strike. Well, McCovey was a natural first baseman. He caught right, he threw left. He had to be about 6'4", 6'5". He would do the splits like a scissor.
Yeah, he was very athletic.
And what was really a pretty good infield, a guy I got to know quite well, Hal Lanier, managed the Winnipeg Goldeyes, was the second baseman. Jose Pagan was the shortstop, real good picker, good hitter. Jimmy Davenport played at third. All those great Giant teams, and they never won a World Series.
Yeah. And you know what they blame a lot of that on?
Yeah, the Dodgers.
Well, and it wasn't just the Dodgers. They blame it on Candlestick Park.
Pitch is fouled away. Now, I've flown over Candlestick on numerous occasions going into the airport, and it's close to the airport.
Yeah.
They did have built that thing where they have the new park night and day.
It'd be perfect. And you know the guy I felt sorry for more than anybody with that ballpark? Willie Mays. It cost him I don't know how many home runs because that wind blew in Candlestick all the time.
No, and fierce.
And fierce, yeah.
In fact, they had the All-Star game at Candlestick Park. This ball gets away, and that'll be a wild pitch. And that'll run Stephen McKenzie into third base. And that's the second wild pitch here for Tyrell Chadwick. They had the All-Star game at Candlestick Park. And there was a little wispy little guy by the name of Bobby Shantz.
I remember Bobby Shantz.
And he had men on base. He was in a set position. A gust of wind blew him off the mound. He got charged with a balk.
You know, Shantz was one of those pitchers we talked about earlier, one of the best fielding pitchers ever play. Always came off square. Could play both sides of that mound, anything put down. He was one of the hardest pitchers to bunt on because he could break so quickly either way. And he was low to the ground anyway. He was not a tall man.
No, he's just a little wisp of a guy. He's a bone rack. Getting charged with a balk in an All-Star game because the wind blew you out. That's one for the books. And the 2-2. Chadwick delivers a wild pitch. He's all over the place. High velocity and absolutely no accuracy. If this was a league game and it mattered, he would not be in here pitching.
No, you're exactly right.
That's his third wild pitch in an inning and 2/3. One thing about it, nobody's going to be digging in on him.
Oh, that's the problem. He didn't have his little top hat on there. Now he's ready to go. Well, they got somebody warming up now. Number 21 warming up in the bullpen for Okotoks.
Count is full here to the pinch hitter, Matty Reyes. Chadwick's delivery, ball 4. That could very well be the end of the line for him
It
tonight.
could, and Matt Grabman will be coming in if it is him. Here comes the coach. I think Grabman number 21 will be coming in. Right-hand pitcher is committed to the University of Oregon. Another one of these fellas that going into Pac-12. That's pretty good. Tells you something about their talent.
All right, pitching change coming up. Tyrell Chadwick is done for the night. It's a lead of 2, a 7-5 ball game. The tying run is at the plate. Back with more in just a minute.
For life's transitions, working from home, and even small businesses, life gets better when you have space. Sentinel Storage can help. With no long-term contracts or leases, get the size you need. First 4 weeks free. Sentinel Storage. Shop Canadian, store Canadian.
Popeyes presents our brand new chicken nuggets. The same quality and flavor as our chicken sandwich, but now bite-sized. Made with 100% white meat, perfectly seasoned, freshly battered, and served with your choice of sauces. Get your new nuggets today.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
I guess we kind of jumped the gun.
I guess we
Tyrell
did,
Chadwick
yeah.
remains in the game. We had our eyes off the field of play, and we're looking through the statistical sheets.
Coach just came in to talk to him a bit. Not making a change.
And the pitch is inside. We go to 1 ball and no strikes. 1-run ball game, 7-6, tying run. He's on base. The go-ahead run is at the plate. Started things off with a Stephen Horner home run, a ball that he hit over the wall in the left field alley. Got so much height on it. Originally I thought it would be a long fly ball out, but never mind the height. He turned that one right around. 2 balls and no strikes. I would have to say to the Dogs, you're not doing this right. You've got your closer for a reason.
Yeah.
When it's a closing situation, you bring him in.
Strike.
And there's the strike.
Well, the other thing with that home run, you notice the wind is blowing out again from right to left, and even though he might have got under that ball a little bit, he got enough on it.
Runner goes. Here's the toss down to second base. It's there on a bounce and not in time. Marty Reyes pulls in with a bag. And the count goes to 3-1. And here comes the pitch. Through a strike. Up in the high 80s, I would think, which is high gas for this league.
Yeah, that was up in the zone, and he had some heat on it. That seems to be where he's most effective, Al, that high fastball. See if Cole can get around on it.
There's a ball right in on the hands. I'll tell you what, that'd be like a vibrator on your hands. That's going to sting as he hits the ball that was just fouled up the right side, or it's a tie ball game. And you got to know his hands are ringing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I like to see, a dirty, scuffled up, looks like even a rip on it in that uniform. That means you got a dirt dog.
You're
and
working.
Those are the guys
You're
that
working.
make the play. You're working now.
Yeah.
Game of inches, isn't it, at times?
Oh, it sure is. It sure is. How many times have you seen, well, we see it on highlights in the majors all the time, but you see it in college, you see it everywhere. People who hustle make plays.
Yeah.
And you just got to keep doing it.
Tying run in scoring position. Here's the 3-2 delivery. Swing and a miss.
On a bad pitch. Fooled him.
4th strikeout here for Tyrell Chadwick. Again, the son of one-time Edmonton Trapper Ray Chadwick. And the big fella gets it done here. I wouldn't say in fine style, but he gets it done. 2 runs come in to score in the last half of the 7th inning. Done on 2 hits, weren't any errors, and the tying run was stranded on base. So we got lots more coming up for you. We will have the final totals in the ball game in just a minute, but we do have some things here to get done, so we'll move it along here, take a tiny little time out, and you're watching Prospects Baseball from Okotoks.
Baseball Day in Canada wrapping up in quite wild fashion. Joe McFarland alongside Dean Millard and Ian Wilson as we are live from Siemens Stadium in Okotoks. 7-6 the score in this finale, so the 2 teams split the double dip. Dean, your thoughts on what turned out to be a day where we saw a little bit of everything?
Yeah, we really did. Up until that moonshot that we just saw, the only thing we didn't witness today, I was going to say, was a home run. And then that was taken care of in a game that got a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. I don't know if it was too much sun, but obviously too many errors on both sides. I mean, Okotoks made 6 errors in the game earlier today, so both losing teams end up committing 6 errors. So it really was almost polar opposite the game we saw this afternoon.
Well, and even within the game and even within the innings, we saw Tyrell Chadwick at the end there put it all together again after a couple of rough at-bats. And Ian, it kind of shows how depth is going to be a very important factor as we head into the playoffs.
You know, I'm still kind of recovering from the end of that game. I'm not going to lie. That was a bit of an intense ending. Like, I kind of felt like the Dogs early on in that game weren't pleased about the afternoon affair and how they were hitting in that one. They got to Wyatt Anderson early and often, kind of got out to that early lead, and credit to the Prospects, just kept chipping away at that lead, and Stephen Horner with a moonshot, as Dean had mentioned, and then appeared to be hurt on the play, adding some more drama to that, and then just you got a full count at the end there. Chadwick's got to deliver, and he did. He gets the strikeout to end the game, and wow, just an exciting day. And yes, very opposite to the first game, which featured 6 innings of no-hit pitching from the Prospects.
A little bit of an interesting side note in all of this for Tyrell Chadwick. Kind of an interesting side story is that his dad is Ray Chadwick, who coaches with the Thompson River University out of the CCBC. He pitched for the, at the time, the California Angels. I was going to say Anaheim Angels. And he actually pitched with the Edmonton Trappers way back when. And I remember hearing a story from Ray Chadwick way back when he was playing in Edmonton. His first time there, I asked him about his first memory. He goes, "What are those plug-ins along the side of the road?" And he finally found out that, you have to plug in your vehicle. Yeah. And he goes, "Why would you want to live somewhere where you have to plug in your vehicle?" So
why does the wind hurt my face?
That exact mention, exactly. So again, one of those 6 degrees of separation kinds of stories as we talk about the history of baseball in Canada, but also the future of baseball, because some of these young guys are going to be getting some great looks at colleges and universities around Canada and the United States. And who knows, maybe one day we're going to see some of these guys in the majors or in the minors. And so really a great way to wrap up Baseball Day in Canada here is a great couple of exhibitions, so to speak, when it comes to baseball. Dean, when you look back on the day, what stands out to you?
Well, I think the fact that we saw 5 no-hit innings of baseball earlier today, a pitcher that, really had it in control in Jordan Moffett. And, the other thing I'm going to take away is what the Prospects did here today, in the fact that they still have one more game tomorrow, but they showed Okotoks that they are a team that, isn't going to be taken lightly, isn't going to be easy. They won a game. They pushed this one almost close to an extra innings, 3-2 count. And the other thing is, you touched on it earlier, this Okotoks team is going to lose some players. I think this is a really important day for the Edmonton Prospects mentally. If they can just throw the ball instead of aim the ball, they have a real shot against Okotoks. Tuesday night in Sherwood Park, they will be playing most likely, I think it's Okotoks now. I think it's settled. So they know now that they beat them today. They took them to almost an extra inning. They can compete with these guys. That was important for me to see that from the prospects going into this 1 versus 4 matchup starting Monday.
And just to provide a little bit of context for you at home as you're thinking about the playoff races and that kind of thing, Sylvan Lake did beat Lethbridge 12-1. Sylvan Lake's on fire heading into the playoffs. Lethbridge is stuttering and shuddering a little bit, and so that'll be an interesting battle. But what ends up happening is Edmonton needed to win out essentially to get into third spot. So what's going to happen here is Okotoks hosts Game 1 Monday, Edmonton gets Game 2 on Tuesday, and then Okotoks, if needed, in Game 3. Similar situation with Lethbridge and Sylvan Lake. Sylvan Lake will host Game 1 Monday, Lethbridge Game 2, and then Sylvan, if needed, Game 3 on Wednesday. And then we have the WCDL Final. The winner of those two series will face off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, if needed. Ian, it's shaping up to be a really exciting playoff situation for all 4 teams.
Yeah, and if the second game of this doubleheader was any indication, it could be good defense that wins championships. I'm not trying to harp on any team or any player in particular, but that was a sloppy game. And I think both teams could tighten up on defense. So I think whoever kind of can maintain some composure on the defensive end of things should do all right. And of course, pitching is always going to matter. So, but it should be a good matchup between Okotoks and Edmonton. They proved that today. Just a stellar day of baseball that we got to witness today, and very thankful to bear witness to it as well.
They've had a chance to take a little bit of a breather now, so let's go back to the booth. Al Coates and John Belmont with their final thoughts on today's contests.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Very nice job. It was a long day for you guys, I'll tell you that. Now, for the prospects, they come back, make it interesting. Stephen Horner parks that ball over the left field wall on a fastball from Tyrell Chadwick, and the old saying is the harder they come in, the harder they go out. And that one went out just about as hard as it came in. So the total 6 runs, 9 hits. Way too many errors tonight for the prospects, 5 of them. 9 left on base. They got to play better than that in the playoffs, so they won't go far. Too many 4-out innings. 7 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 11 left aboard. For the Dogs, the losing pitcher, Wyatt Anderson, goes to 1-5, 3+ innings tonight. He just had a real tough night with his command and his mechanics. Brent Mellinson came in. He was the last pitcher in. Did a nice job over the final 2 innings and a non-save. Ryan McFarland picks up the victory tonight. A quiet 5-inning distance for him. 4 runs, 2 hits. 4 runs, 2 earned runs, 6 hits, strikes out 4, walks the batter. And with that loss, the prospects fall to 18-21. Okotoks improves to 25-15. In a 3-hour and 4-minute ball game in the nightcap of the doubleheader. Don't have an attendance for it. I would think we're in the range of about 2,000. Maybe a little better. John, a long day, but a good day, and a day that has been too long coming.
Tremendous day for baseball in Canada, Western Canada, and in Alberta in particular. And like you say, it's a long time coming. When you're away from something, you realize how much you miss it.
Yes,
And
how much you forgot.
That's right. Well, we've taken, you think about it over the years, we've taken so much for granted of what we've been able to see in baseball in Alberta, many different areas within the communities, be it Calgary, Edmonton. You look at Okotoks, you look at what's happening in Sylvan Lake, you look what's going to be happening up in Spruce Grove area. I think it's just tremendous, the potential and the work that people like Jordan Bladell are doing. These young coaches and that work as general managers and so on do an admirable job of building programs. And you look at the people who are coaching now, they all came through programs like this. So this is the type of thing we want to see continue. I thought today we saw an awful lot of, Gordon Millard was talking about an awful lot about, you look at Moffat in the first game, his no-hitting for 5 innings, but he had control. He'd lose a little bit, but he'd get it back and get working on it. The young pitcher McFarland for Okotoks tonight, similar. Maybe not quite as effective, but worked fast, did a pretty good job. A lot of talent, Al, and it just keeps developing.
All right, thank you, John. Good job as always. Look forward to seeing you again in another 18 months. Maybe we can do another ball game. Good day at the ballpark. A split of the doubleheader. The Okotoks Dogs take the nightcap. The Prospects prevail in the opener. That's our job for the night. Let's send it back down to the crew and the panel and more of your outstanding comments.
Appreciate that, John and Al. Thank you so much, and great job on the play-by-play over the course of the last few hours. And guys, we've been sitting by waiting to see if Adrian South is able to catch up with players. Still a lot of meetings happening on the field. You can see Jordan Blundell chatting with players and coaches, and you can see on the other side Tyler Hollick breaking down what was a wild, wild finale to Baseball Day in Canada. As we put the wraps on the day here, Ian, I've started with Dean most of the time here, but I'm going to switch things up here. Ian, when you think about what this day means and what you think about what this opens the door for in the future, what kind of excites you the most about what we've seen over the last 10 or so hours here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun day. I mean, let's just start with that. It's 2 baseball games, 2 great teams going at it. So it's just been a fun day to be a part of. And one thing that I like to keep in mind with this week in particular is, this is a week that we had the Field of Dreams game, which was spectacular, memorable, and just a bit of magic added to our week. This weekend as well, Toronto Blue Jays are in Seattle. Anyone who's a Blue Jays fan knows that this is typically a weekend where Canada invades Seattle. They take over T-Mobile Park, and they just take it over, and kind of Western Canada flexes in favor of the Blue Jays. Because of the times that we live in, we've been denied that. We've been denied the magic that is. So I think today, what we saw in this field, what we saw in Okotoks, in Siemens Stadium, has filled a bit of a void, and we've got to enjoy some of our own magic and of baseball.
How do you not get romantic about baseball?
Exactly.
Come on now. Dean, any final thoughts before we wrap on the show?
Just tradition. Let's keep this tradition going and make sure Baseball Canada happens year after year and celebrate it.
Well, on behalf of Adrian South, on behalf of John Belmont, Al Coates, Dean Millard, Ian Wilson, the entire broadcast crew here at Exposure Productions, the Edmonton Prospects, it has been an honor and a privilege to bring you the first WCBL version of Baseball Day in Canada. Thank you so much for tuning in.